Chapter 1: The First Encounter. Fair lady, have you been poisoned? Do you really need to ask? Let go of me. Do not rush. This poison, I can remedy it. Wang Long was utterly bewildered. This was all due to the unexpected arrival of such a guest at his noodle shop. 2 hours later. The woman dressed herself, her beautiful face flushed with anger. In a moment of carelessness, she had fallen victim to the He Huan poison. Her first time had been recklessly surrendered to a stranger. A mere noodle vendor, nonetheless. My name is Ling Shuang, the youngest female warrior of the Xia nation, destined to become its foremost goddess of war. I came here on a mission and fell prey to the enemy's He Huan poison. If I do not unite with a man within half an hour, I shall bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. Thus, I require your assistance. Consider it as if nothing has occurred. Should a third party learn of this, I shall take your life. Do you comprehend? Wang Long looked at his body, marked with scratches, and could only chuckle helplessly. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her temperament was more masculine than most men. She was audacious, but he found it appealing. You must be a martial artist, possessing considerable talent, though your temperament is rather hasty. Such a disposition may lead to your downfall. Wang Long leisurely donned his clothes, speaking with the tone of an elder. How about I impart a method of inner cultivation to you? It could help you attain tranquility, my dear wife. The term wife caused Ling Shuang to tremble. Are you deaf or simply incapable of understanding human speech? In my eyes, you are merely a tool for detoxification. Dismiss your foolish fantasies. You dare speak of martial arts to me? My master is the Northern Border's war king Yun Zhonghu. A mere ant like you could be crushed at his whim. Should you dare to call me wife again, I shall take your life this instant. Upon hearing this, Wang Long couldn't help but laugh. Yun Zhonghu? Wasn't that the person he had saved 3 years ago? No wonder this woman was so hasty. One can often see the reflection of a master in their disciple. Ling Shuang observed Wang Long's relaxed demeanor and sighed. How could a commoner from a border town possibly know of her master's renown? It was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Furrowing her brow in annoyance, she stated, Enough. If I can use you to counteract the poison, consider it a blessing from your past life that I am not unreasonable. Tell me what you desire, and I shall grant you a boon, but do not delay. Wang Long was amused by Ling Shuang's domineering attitude. That I wish for you to become my wife and bear heirs for my family. Is that acceptable? Ling Shuang's lovely countenance darkened abruptly. Are you seeking death? We inhabit different worlds. I am an existence you can only look up to. You are unworthy to be my man. I warn you, my patience is limited. Propose something else. Then there is nothing left. You. Ling Shuang's temples throbbed in frustration until a thought struck her. Very well. Would it satisfy you if I find a wife for you? I can arrange it. The daughter of the Yang family, Yang Wanrong, became a fool after witnessing the massacre of the Wang family 10 years ago. The Yang family has commissioned me to find a strong soldier to marry her. This opportunity to avoid 20 years of struggle is now yours. Will you accept? At this, Wang Long's expression changed dramatically. 10 years ago, it was indeed his family that had been annihilated in Hangzhou. He had fled here, unaware of the identities of his enemies, and now there was a witness. Yes, I accept. Wang Long replied without hesitation. Ling Shuang scoffed derisively. Tio willingly become a door-to-door son-in-law for riches and glory. Such a spineless individual was beneath her contempt. Yet, this arrangement suited her just fine. It would free her from her predicament while fulfilling the Yang family's request. A twofold benefit. She produced a blank marriage certificate and said coolly, sign your name here, and you may go directly to the Yang family. Wang Long seized the marriage certificate, smirking. I have no objections, but once I marry, should you regret it and seek me out, you would be the other woman. I, Wang Long, am not one to shirk responsibility. It would be quite troublesome for me. Do you understand? With a burst of laughter, Ling Shuang stood and walked toward the door. Even if we were the last 2 people on earth, you would only be fit to be my servant. Embrace your position as a door-to-door son-in-law. No matter how hard a sparrow tries, it will never be worthy of a phoenix. What she did not realize was that the hidden dragon town was far from ordinary. It was home to various powerful figures, including unparalleled masters, financial magnates, and legendary healers. Each one of them had once stirred the winds of change in their time. Yet now, they sought only a tranquil existence. Wang Long had arrived here 10 years ago, learning and adapting, acquiring all the skills they possessed. He had now become the unacknowledged king of this enclave. With a clear goal, Many of his burdens had been lifted. 3 days later, Wang Long arrived at the Yang family in Hangzhou. I am here on Ling Shuang's recommendation. Here is the marriage certificate. Wang Long spoke directly. Please bring forth Miss Yang Wanrong. I can cure her madness. As for the marriage, we can decide once Miss Yang is well. His words were quite reasonable. The Yang family's interest in a son-in-law stemmed from Yang Wanrong's condition. Should her ailment be resolved, there would be no need for a husband. He merely sought clues from Yang Wanrong. Humph. My cousin's madness is beyond the reach of even the renowned Dr. Li in Hangzhou. You believe you can cure her? If you wish for us to regard you more highly, perhaps you could adopt another approach? Have you truly sunk so low as to become a door-to-door son-in-law? Is it not better to confess your inferiority? The striking woman who spoke was Yang Wanrong's cousin, Yang Mengqi. The family head, Yang Wenji, shook his head slightly. He sought a man who could care for his granddaughter for life. This young man, boasting grandiose claims, was clearly not a suitable match. Ling Shuang was still too young. Her judgment in people needed refinement. At that moment, Yang Mingqi's father, Yang Donghai, sneered, "Young man, to claim you can heal a 10-year affliction without even meeting the patient. Perhaps you are the one who is ill." Ha! Wang Long smiled faintly. His 10 years at Hidden Dragon Town taught him that those with true capability were often the most courteous. Only the inept would engage in verbal disputes. He preferred to let his actions speak. I am not ill, but as for you, sir, your health is concerning. Your indulgence over the years has rendered you unable to bear children, and should you fail to remedy this soon, you may meet an untimely death. No sooner had he spoken than a well-endowed woman entered, leading Yang Wanrong. She paused, looking at Yang Donghai. Husband? Chapter 2. Childless, the door-to-door son-in-law takes charge. Humph! Ha ha ha! Yang Mingqi could not contain her laughter. Have you revealed your true colors? To claim my father is infertile. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is my mother, and she is 3 months pregnant with my younger brother. Yang Donghai disdainfully shook his head and addressed Yang Wenji. Father, how can someone who only knows how to spout nonsense be worthy of entering our Yang family? I suggest we have him thrown out. Wang Long frowned, glancing at Yu Shoulan's belly. 3 months? That cannot be right. You are at least 5 months along. You are speaking nonsense. Yu Shoulan's expression shifted dramatically as she retorted angrily. 5 months ago, my husband was away on a business trip. How could I possibly be pregnant? Just look at me. It's evident that I am 5 months along. Are your eyes ultrasound machines? Yang Mingqi burst into laughter, doubling over as she said, Mom, be careful not to upset the baby. Why are you arguing with a good for nothing? He just claimed that my father is infertile. Enough. Yang Wenji was equally infuriated as he turned to Wang Long. The Yang family is not a place for your baseless accusations. Out of respect for General Ling, let's put an end to this. Now that Wanrong is here, if she fancies you, you may stay. If not, then I kindly ask you to leave. Wang Long raised his gaze to see the silhouette of Qian, who was hiding behind Yu Shoulan. Her skin was as fair as snow, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes reflected a mix of fear and unease. At this moment, Yang Wanrong was also gazing at Wang Long, instinctively taking a step back behind Yu Shoulan. Wanrong doesn't want to play with him. Upon hearing this, Yu Shoulan chuckled, crossing her arms and boasting, Wanrong doesn't like you, you foul-mouthed little brat. You can leave now. Mom. Yang Mengqi, who was reveling in the chaos, interjected, Are we just going to let him go? That would be too lenient. Boy, my cousin is right here, why don't you show us what you've got? However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Long shook his head and remarked meaningfully, Miss Yang's ailment is beyond my capabilities, and no matter how formidable one may be, one cannot awaken someone who is merely pretending to be asleep. Wang Long discerned at a glance that Yang Wanrong was not truly insane, she was merely feigning madness. How could he possibly cure her under such circumstances? At this, Yang Wenji's expression darkened suddenly. Kid, what are you pretending for? You are clearly a fraud. Yang Donghai shouted. Get out of here before I lose my temper. Yu Shoulan and Yang Mingqi wore similarly disdainful expressions. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Wanrong's expression subtly shifted. Daddy, are you really my father? Yang Wanrong blinked her beautiful eyes and stepped towards Wang Long, suddenly speeding up to embrace him. Her voice filled with innocent delight. Daddy, you are truly my daddy. Wanrong loves her daddy the most. This scene left Yang Wenji dumbfounded. Since his granddaughter had gone mad, he had not seen her this joyful in a decade. What daddy? Fool, he's a scammer. Yang Mingqi scoffed. Someone. Hurry and take my cousin away, this is embarrassing. The servants of the Yang family rushed over to try and pry Yang Wanrong away, but no matter how hard they pulled, she clung to Wang Long with unwavering determination. Leave me alone. He is my daddy. Wanrong never wants to be apart from her daddy for the rest of her life. Stop. Everyone step back. Yang Wenji stood up and approached Wang Long and Yang Wanrong. Wanrong, do you like this person? Of course. Yang Wanrong beamed. He is my daddy. It seems it is fate. Yang Wenji sighed deeply. Looking at Wang Long, Wanrong's parents passed away early, and she unfortunately suffered trauma that led to her madness. Since she likes you so much, you may stay. Dad, that's not right. Yang Donghai quickly interjected. Yang Wenji shot him a glance, and he fell silent. My decision is final. As long as Wanrong is happy, I truly do not care who it is. Wang Long, if I find out you are bullying Wanrong, I will not spare you. Wang Long looked at Yang Wanrong, who was clinging to him, and nodded helplessly. I understand. Thus, at Yang Wenji's behest, Wang Long and Yang Wanrong hastily obtained their marriage certificate. The Yang family held a wedding banquet that very day. It was not a glorious affair for a foolish heiress to seek out a son-in-law, so only close relatives were invited, merely to fulfill a formality. At the dining table, Yang Mingxi couldn't help but scoff. A fool paired with a fraud, it's truly a perfect match. Ah, Dad has truly lost his senses. How could such a person be welcomed into our home? If outsiders found out, they would surely laugh out loud. Yu Shilan echoed. As the drinks flowed, Yang Wenji announced, Wanrong has found her place. ASA wedding gift. I declare that the shares originally belonging to Wanrong's parents will be returned to her, to be managed by Wang Long. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. All eyes turned toward Wang Long. Yang Wenji's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Wang Long. He had no good impression of this son-in-law but was helpless since his granddaughter was fond of him. Wang Long, with these shares, you will receive dividends from the family business each year, and your sole task is to take care of Wanrong. If I discover any improper conduct on your part, I will not let you off lightly. Dad, I understand your affection for Yang Wanrong, but is it really necessary to give them the shares? Money would suffice. Yang Donghai was the first to express his discontent. Exactly. Yu Shilan chimed in. Yang Wanrong is a fool. What use does she have for shares? I am carrying the next generation of the Yang family in my womb. My son is the true heir of the Yang family. Dad, you would be better off giving it to my son. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanrong tightened her grip on Wang Long's arm, causing his brow to furrow. Grandpa! Wang Long glanced at Yang Wanrong and said, I have a few words regarding the shares that I would like to express, if I may. Yang Wenji nodded slightly. Speak. According to the customs of Huaxia, inheritance is passed to sons, not daughters. Although Wanrong's parents have passed, and my uncle has no sons, since there are no male heirs, the son-in-law should take charge. Therefore, I believe you should entrust the family authority to me. The air fell into a sudden silence. The relatives of the Yang family collectively inhaled sharply. He truly dares to say such a thing. This son-in-law actually wishes to take charge? Humph, what nonsense. Who says I have no sons? Yang Donghai pointed to his wife's belly. What do you call this? We have already confirmed it. My wife is expecting a son. This is simply laughable. Wang Long, do you even remember your surname? You are merely a son-in-law, a hired hand here to attend to Yang Wanrong, and you wish to take charge? Dream on. Yang Mingxi derided. I've already stated that your father is infertile. Wang Long chuckled. The Yang family wouldn't want to entrust the family to a bastard, would they? Yu Shilan was enraged and immediately slammed the table. You little brat, do you have evidence to claim that I am carrying a bastard? Bang! At that moment, the door of the Yang family estate was kicked open. A group of menacing thugs surged in, led by a bald, burly man in a floral shirt. One of his lackeys brought over a chair, and the burly man sat down, lighting a cigarette. Head of the Yang family, throwing a wedding banquet without inviting our Tianlang Association seems a bit too presumptuous. Doesn't it? Second-in-command Lu, Wanrong is mentally unstable. It's not suitable for a grand celebration. I only invited close relatives, while you barged in uninvited. Isn't that a bit excessive on your part? Yang Wenji squinted. He recognized this bald man as Lu Biao, the second-in-command of the Tianlang Association, the foremost gang in the underground world of Hangzhou. That makes it even more relevant. Lu Biao pointed at Yu Shilan. We of the Tianlang Association are not outsiders. That woman is carrying our Tianlang Association's child. Chapter 3. My utmost dislike for being interrupted while speaking as Lu Biao clapped his hands. A handsome young man emerged from behind his subordinates. Upon seeing him, Yu Xiaolan's expression changed drastically, her emotions surging, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "It's you. Did you see that?" "I wasn't speaking nonsense." Lu Biao, nonchalantly crossing his legs, wore a mocking grin. 5 months ago, when Yang Donghai was away on business, his wife, Yu Xiaolan, overwhelmed by desire, sought the company of a young man and fortuitously found one of my subordinates. Now she was 5 months pregnant, and the child within her could only belong to our Tianlang society. "You're talking nonsense." Yang Donghai stood up in fury. "My wife is only 3 months pregnant. The child is mine." Yang the tortoise, are you even aware of your condition?" Lu Biao retorted, retrieving 2 medical reports from his subordinate's hands. "This is your health check from last year. You've dreamt of having a son, so you had a thorough examination regarding that matter. Did your wife not inform you? You're infertile, you know that?" He gestured towards the other report, Yu Xiaolan's, which clearly stated the duration of her pregnancy. "Take a look for yourself." Yang Donghai's face darkened further. Publicly being humiliated in front of his relatives was unbearable. He rushed forward, snatched the reports, and instantly froze in shock. "This?" He turned to Yu Xiaolan, his eyes blazing. "You told me I was fine." A scandal erupted. The daughter-in-law of the Yang family had an affair with a gang member. "Father, I truly didn't mean to." Yu Xiaolan stumbled, collapsing to her knees in fear. Donghai has always wanted a son, but the doctor said he was gravely ill and would never have children again. I didn't want to crush his hopes, so I sought someone. But I had no idea he was one of Tianlang society. Boom! Yang Wenji felt as if struck by lightning, nearly losing his balance. The family is doomed, utterly doomed. Someone, drag this shameless harlot away. Wait, Lu Biao interjected. Head of the Yang family, we are now somewhat related by marriage. You ought to offer us a token of goodwill, or else, should my subordinate's mouth run loose. Oh dear. Concerned for the family's reputation, Yang Wenji suppressed his fury. What do you want? Simple. The Tianlang society demands half of the Yang family's shares. This is not a request. It's what I seek for the future heir of your family. Lu Biao raised an eyebrow at Yu Xiaolan, laughing heartily. His subordinates joined in the mockery. You! Yang Wenji felt dizzy, collapsing into a seat. You're clearly robbing us. He could hardly fathom that the vast empire of the Yang family might be jeopardized by the actions of one unworthy woman. If they did not relinquish the shares, he feared that the Yang family would face disgrace by the following day. At that moment, Wang Long spoke languidly, "My friend, this is my wedding banquet. You have audaciously arrived uninvited and have managed to infuriate my grandfather. Pray tell, are you seeking death?" Lu Biao was taken aback by this calm yet assertive tone and turned to see who spoke. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am the husband of Yang Wanrong, the grandson-in-law of the Yang family. How dare you? I thought you were someone of importance. But you are merely that foolish man willing to play the role of a live-in son-in-law." Without allowing Wang Long to finish, Lu Biao retorted, "Do you think you have a place to speak here?" In an instant, before Lu Biao could complete his sentence, Wang Long suddenly appeared before him, startling the latter into a shiver. Wang Long bore a faint smile. "Do you know what I despise the most? I utterly detest being interrupted while speaking." Without any warning, Wang Long struck fiercely. A downward chop descended upon the seated Lu Biao. Crack! The chair beneath Lu Biao shattered into splinters, and he found himself forcefully pinned to the ground by Wang Long. "You little rascal, release our second-in-command. If you provoke the Tianlang society, you are in for serious trouble. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you believe we won't put an end to you?" Lu Biao's gang, witnessing the scene, drew their machetes and began cursing at Wang Long. The Yang family stood frozen in shock. The Tianlang society was the paramount gang in the underground world of Hangzhou, boasting tens of thousands of followers and formidable martial artists. Should a confrontation arise, the Yang family would stand no chance. "Wang Long, have you lost your mind? Release our second-in-command at once."
Yang Donghai exclaimed anxiously.
"Lu Heir, it was this brat who attacked you. It has nothing to do with our Yang family. If you seek revenge, take it up with him." Yang Mingqi hurriedly distanced herself from Wang Long. Beneath Wang Long's foot, Lu Biao spat blood, glaring malevolently at him. "You dare challenge the Tianlang society? How bold! Sneak attacks are no true skill. Have the courage to let me go. Very well. Wang Long chuckled, delivering a kick that sent Lu Biao sprawling. As Lu Biao was assisted to his feet by his subordinates, his eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Wang Long, shrieking, "Kill him! I want to chop him into pieces and feed him to the fish." With a flurry of gleaming machetes aimed at Wang Long, the tension escalated. Wang Long chuckled as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and exhaling a puff into the air. The sound of muffled explosions echoed bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a dozen of his subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, their cries merging into a cacophony of despair. The Yang family members trembled uncontrollably. Second in command, "Please show mercy. Wang, do hurry and apologize to the second in command. Do you not realize you might get us killed? Second in command, if you seek revenge on this rascal, we are innocent." Lu Biao looked on with a smirk, disdainfully remarking, "Now you plead for mercy? It's too late. Initially, I merely desired half of the Yang family's shares, but I have changed my mind. I shall take the entirety of your family's assets." As he spoke, Lu Biao cast a predatory gaze at Wang Long. "Boy, in this world, merely being capable is insufficient. It's about whether you possess any influence. A mere son-in-law without power or authority wishes to rise. You are doomed." Just then, the sound of boots echoed from behind. Ling Shuang, adorned in military attire, strode forward. "Lu Biao, who is it that you claim is doomed?" Chapter 4. In the game of life, identity is self-created. Ling Shuang, standing at an impressive height of 175 centimeters, radiated an intimidating presence, accentuated by the gleaming star of honor on her shoulder, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Lu Biao involuntarily shivered. "Ling General." With an expression of icy indifference, Ling Shuang addressed Lu Biao. "Wang Long was introduced to the Yang family by me. If you wish to harm him, have you consulted me?" "What?" Lu Biao's gaze snapped to Wang Long, and his reaction was swift. His face morphed into a grin. "Brother, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Misunderstanding. "Ha ha, Ling General. I was merely jesting with Brother Wang." Scram. Ling Shuang's eyes narrowed dangerously. All right. Lu Biao, gathering his subordinates from the ground, fled in disarray. Before departing, he cast a sinister glance at Yang Wenji and the others, silently vowing, "Yang family, don't think this is over just because Ling Shuang protected you for now. She cannot shield you eternally. Just wait." The members of the Yang family swallowed hard, taken aback by Ling Shuang's evident regard for Wang Long, who had garnered her personal attendance at the gathering. It seemed this Wang Long was no ordinary individual. Yang Wenji laughed heartily. "Ling General, you have found such an excellent son-in-law for our Yang family and assisted us in resolving this major nuisance. Lu Biao, we are truly grateful. Please, take a seat." "No need," Ling Shuang retorted coldly. "I have matters to attend to and will speak briefly before departing." "Old Yang, it was but a trifling effort. There is no need for concern." Turning to Wang Long, she continued icily, "I didn't realize you possessed some rudimentary skills. However, Hangzhou is not your small village. Here, the strong abound. Individuals like you, lacking status and influence, will only invite trouble if you act recklessly. I shall safeguard you this once. Next time, luck may not be on your side." Without awaiting Wang Long's response, Ling Shuang strode away, her long legs encased in leather boots. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Yang Wenji, feeling quite awkward, turned to Wang Long and said, "Wang Long, do hurry and see Ling General off." Wang Long soon followed out, only to find Ling Shuang waiting for him outside the door. "Did you see that?" Ling Shuang said with an air of superiority. "What you must address with force, I can dismiss with a mere get lost. That is the disparity in our identities." "Identity?" Wang Long mused, observing the military star on Ling Shuang's shoulder. "Is that all it amounts to? My dear, in this world, one's identity is self-defined. When it lacks substance, it is best discarded." Ling Shuang felt as though she was speaking to a brick wall. "Continue to be the frog in your well. Farewell. Or rather, never to meet again." "Wait," Wang Long suddenly interjected. Ling Shuang frowned. "What more do you want? After 3 days apart, your martial skills have indeed advanced, but Wang Long scrutinized her expression and shook his head slightly. You are too eager for success, and it seems you are on the verge of losing control. I advise you to refrain from combat for a month. Otherwise, your life may be in peril. Humph! Ling Shuang scoffed derisively. Is this the identity you have chosen for yourself? A divine healer? Preposterous. You are my first woman, so I shall not hold it against you. Should you encounter trouble, feel free to seek me out. Ling Shuang glared at Wang Long's retreating figure, filled with ire. Who hasn't had their first time? I just never imagined my first man would be a mere village bumpkin like you. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a square face, waiting in a jeep, rolled down the window. Upon seeing Wang Long's silhouette, his pupils dilated in shock. Benefactor. It is the benefactor. The man hurriedly exited the vehicle and rushed over. Master, what has happened to you? Ling Shuang exclaimed in surprise. The man was none other than Yun Zhonghu, the war king of the north, and Ling Shuang's mentor. Who was that young man speaking with you just now? Yun Zhonghu fixed his gaze intently on the gate of the Yang residence. That? I'm not sure, Ling Shuang replied, her expression one of confusion. He's just a noodle vendor I met at the border. Master, do you know him? A noodle vendor? Yun Zhonghu shook his head in disappointment. Then I must have been mistaken. Ling Shuang had never seen her master so flustered and couldn't help but ask, Master, whom did you mistake him for? Ah! Yun Zhonghu sighed heavily. 3 years ago I was besieged by dozens of elite enemies, my situation dire. It was a young man, about your age, who saved me. He single-handedly vanquished those foes with ease, his prowess far exceeding mine. In my experience, only the war god Yi Nantian could rival him. What? Comparable to the war god Yi? Ling Shuang gasped. Yi Nantian, the legendary figure of the military in Xia, a martial artist of the highest caliber. To think someone of his caliber could be the same age as her? Indeed, it is difficult to accept, Yun Zhonghu said with a bitter smile. Little Shuang, there are always those greater than ourselves. This is the reality. Warriors admire strength, especially those in the military. Ling Shuang couldn't help but feel captivated. If only I could meet him. Such a man deserves to be my partner. It seems I must strive even harder. Meanwhile, turmoil erupted within the Yang family. Smack! Yang Donghai struck Yu Shilan across the face. You wretched woman! You have brought disgrace upon the Yang family. Divorce! Yu Shilan, clutching her cheek, retorted defiantly. Yang Donghai, you cannot lay the blame solely on me. Have you never dallied outside? If you hadn't been so eager for a son, would I have resorted to this? You. Yang Donghai's face flushed red with fury, breathing heavily. Divorce? No. Mom and Dad, what will happen to me if you divorce?
Yang mengkiceried.
Her voice trembling. Enough. Are you not ashamed enough already?
Yang Wenzi tunderet.
Yu Shilan, your disgraceful actions cannot be tolerated by the Yang family. From this day forth, you are no longer part of us. With the gloves off, Yu Shilan boldly retorted to Yang Wenji. Father, if I am in the wrong, what of your son? If he hadn't been engaging with those dubious women, would he be unable to bear children? This is simply the case of a crooked beam supporting a crooked roof. You! The situation spiraled out of control. Yang Wenji, enraged, rolled his eyes and fainted. Immediately after, Yang Donghai felt a constriction in his chest, and following his father's collapse, he too fell to the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Wang Long swiftly advanced to take Yang Wenji's pulse. The vital energy surged, and the blood pressure spiked. At this age, the elderly man's cardiovascular system was exceedingly frail, posing an imminent risk of a cerebral hemorrhage and sudden death. Wang Long swiftly retrieved a silver needle from his pocket and plunged it towards Yang Wenji's crown. Chapter 5. The Convergence of Three Flowers. Grandfather! Yang Wanrong exclaimed anxiously as she rushed to Wang Long's side. Wang Long, is grandfather unharmed? Wang Long deftly inserted 3 silver needles into Yang Wenji's scalp, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as he remarked, everything is fine now. The 3 needles pulsed in a rhythmic manner, and the expression on the unconscious Yang Wenji's face began to soften considerably. Wang Long gazed at Yang Wanrong with keen interest. Have you recovered from your illness? Yang Wanrong shuddered slightly, then broke into a silly grin. Daddy, are you playing the needle game with Grandpa? I want to play too. Wang Long did not expose her intentions but instead approached the unconscious Yang Donghai. With a heart of compassion, he believed in the principle of not turning a blind eye to those in need. Despite Yang Donghai's youth, his condition was far more critical than that of his father. "What are you doing? Stay away," Yang Mengqi interjected with a look of disdain. Wang Long smiled faintly. "Cousin, please step aside for now. We can discuss matters once I have treated uncle." "Get away from here." Yu Shilan, fierce as a tiger, shoved Wang Long aside. "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, this banquet would not have taken place, and the Tianlang Society would not have come knocking at our door. You are nothing but a jinx." At that moment, Yang Mingxi noticed the 3 silver needles atop her grandfather's head. "Grandfather, you Wang, what have you done to my grandparent? You have already harmed my father. Is it not enough? Now you wish to endanger my grandfather as well? If anything happens to him, I will ensure you pay the ultimate price. Stop wasting time with him." "Mengqi, quickly call Dr. Li," Yu Shilan urged. Only then did Yang Mingqi remember to summon a physician, stepping aside to make the call. But unexpectedly, Yang Donghai, lying on the ground, suddenly began to convulse. Wang Long narrowed his eyes and deftly flicked a silver needle, striking Yang Donghai's neck with precision. Instantly, Yang Donghai ceased his trembling. Upon witnessing this, Yu Shilan erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Save him." Wang Long raised his hands high, indicating his desire to cause no harm to Yu Shilan. "You are talking nonsense. Clearly, you are just a country bumpkin from the village, daring to perform theatrics before us, obviously coveting the Yang family's fortune." Yang Mingxi, having just concluded a phone call, stormed over in a huff, declaring, "The esteemed Dr. Li will arrive shortly. He will know at a glance whether you possess any medical skills. If anything happens to my grandfather or father, I shall ensure you face a fate worse than death." At that moment, the relatives of the Yang family were filled with righteous indignation. "Wang Long, what are you pretending for? A mere noodle shop owner is capable of healing? Do you take us for fools?" They scoffed. "Humph, do you think carrying silver needles makes you a physician? Once Dr. Li arrives, your true colors will be exposed. If you truly had any medical prowess, you wouldn't be reduced to marrying into our Yang family. Should any misfortune arise, Ling Zhanzhang will not protect you. Prepare for imprisonment." In the face of their scorn, Wang Long remained unperturbed. "I, Wang Long, require no one's protection. Oh, it's time to act with the needle." Wang Long swiftly approached Yang Wenji. Yang Mingqi, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "Humph, feeling guilty and attempting to destroy evidence is futile. It is of no use to you. There are countless eyes witnessing this moment. Wang Long, prepare for your demise." With a swift motion of his palm, Wang Long caused the 3 silver needles atop Yang Wenji's head to vanish instantaneously. Simultaneously, Yang Wenji's fingers twitched, and his eyelids gradually lifted. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, bewildered. "What is happening to me?" The chorus of reproach from the onlookers ceased abruptly, replaced by expressions of astonishment. In that moment, it seemed to them as if the old man had transformed entirely. His complexion was significantly more vibrant, and he stood straighter than ever before. Unbeknownst to them, the technique employed by Wang Long was the long-lost medical art of 3 flowers gathered at the crown, possessing remarkable revitalizing effects. At that moment, the esteemed physician Li Xianhong appeared, carrying a medical box. "Dr. Li." Yang Mengqi rushed towards him, exclaiming, "You have arrived. Please, I implore you, save my father." Upon seeing Yang Donghai, Li Xianhong quickly knelt to take his pulse. "Do not worry," he assured, stroking his grizzled beard with a smile. "Mr. Yang merely experienced a surge of emotions, leading to a rise in blood pressure and subsequent fainting. It is of no significant concern. Allow me to administer a few needles, and he shall awaken." At his words, Yang Mingqi and Yu Shilan rejoiced. "That is wonderful. Please, Dr. Li, treat my father at once," Yang Mingqi urged excitedly. Li Xianhong nodded slightly, preparing to insert the needles, but then noticed the silver needles in Yang Donghai's neck. Instinctively, he reached out to remove them. Hold on," Wang Long interjected. "Dr. Li, now is not the time to extract the needles. I advise you to assess the situation thoroughly before making a decision." At that moment, the relatives of the Yang family ceased their doubts. The awakening of the family patriarch, Yang Wenji, led them to ponder whether Wang Long truly possessed medical knowledge. Silence.
Yang Mengki retorted.
Wang Long, do you truly believe you are a physician? My grandfather is as vigorous as ever. His health has always been robust. He was never in peril. If you were genuinely skilled in medicine, why would you operate a noodle shop in the village and marry into our family? You are merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, daring to ride the wave. Yu Shilan scoffed, clutching her belly. Dr. Li, pay him no mind. He is nothing but a petty fool, utterly ignorant.
Yang Wenzi,
having experienced Wang Long's medical prowess, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Wang Long, what is truly ailing Donghai? Grandfather, his condition is far more severe than yours. To put it simply, his emotional turmoil has exacerbated long-standing health issues. Wang Long shook his head and said, I wish to cure him, but they refuse to allow it. Thus, I can only use needles to sustain his vital energy and blood, preventing his condition from deteriorating. At this moment, should I withdraw the needle, the consequence could be mild paralysis or, in a graver scenario, sudden death. No sooner had he spoken, a cold laugh drew the attention of the crowd. Humph! Absurd. Utterly preposterous. Li Xianhong sneered disdainfully at Wang Long. Young man, I have immersed myself in the art of medicine for decades. The technique of sustaining life with needles has long been lost to time. Are you about to claim that you possess the legendary skill of gathering the 3 flowers at the crown? Wang Long shrugged, having just utilized the technique, lamenting that you did not witness it. Such utter nonsense. Li Xianhong glared at Wang Long with a piercing gaze, questioning his motives for exaggerating a mere fainting spell. It is precisely because of insidious individuals like you, who exploit minor ailments for exorbitant profits, that the reputation of doctors in society continues to deteriorate. Do not speak of being a doctor. You are unworthy even to be called a human being. With this heavy accusation cast upon him, Wang Long did not feel anger but instead found amusement in the situation. I only seek to maintain a clear conscience. If you are willing to bear the consequences, then so be it. What is there to fear? Today, I shall reveal your true nature. Li Xianhong immediately removed the silver needles from Yang Donghai's neck, pulling out his own acupuncture kit to administer treatment. The audience held their breath, eyes transfixed. Approximately 5 minutes later, miraculously, Yang Donghai opened his eyes. Seeing this, Yang Mingqi scoffed at Wang Long, exclaiming, You see, my father is fine. I will call the authorities and have this fraud arrested. But in the next moment, the smile on Yang Mingqi's face froze. Yang Donghai, supported laboriously by Yu Xiaolan, stood with half of his body seemingly frozen, unable to move. His eyes and mouth twisted visibly. What is happening? Help! Help! Help me! Chapter 6. From now on, I sleep on the bed. Yu Xiaolan was bewildered. Li Shini, did you not say Donghai merely fainted? How could he end up like this? It is impossible. This cannot be. My diagnosis cannot be wrong.
Li Xuanong stammered.
Retreating in terror, unable to believe what was unfolding. Suddenly he turned to Wang Long. Li Shini, do not look at me. You were the one who explicitly agreed to bear the consequences. Wang Long replied cheerfully. Otherwise, at this moment, Yang Donghai would not be merely paralyzed but rather a cold corpse. You, Li Xianhong retorted stubbornly. It is clearly your fault for meddling in medical affairs without understanding, exacerbating the patient's condition. This is all you're doing. Li Shini is renowned as a miraculous physician in Hangzhou. How could his diagnosis possibly be erroneous? Yang Mingqi cried out in anger, Wang Long, it is because of your pretentiousness that my father is harmed. I will not let this go. Yu Xiaolan took on a fierce demeanor, shouting at Wang Long, ever since you entered our home, you have brought nothing but chaos. You are a harbinger of misfortune. Now, leave the Yang family at once. Silence. Yang Wenji, having seen through the situation, recognized that events were unfolding precisely as Wang Long had described. He could not dismiss it, and thus he implored Wang Long, you are now Wanrong's husband. As family, could you not lend your hand to save Donghai? He is my only son. Wang Long glanced at Yang Wanrong beside him and politely shook his head with a smile, saying, Grandfather, although I possess a gentle temperament, I am not devoid of feelings. It would be rather demeaning for me to continue to care for my uncle's family after they have repeatedly wronged me. A partial paralysis is not an insurmountable ailment. With sufficient exercise, recovery is possible. Thus, it seems unnecessary for me to go above and beyond. Yang Wenji felt a surge of displeasure. After all, he had humbled himself to seek assistance from a younger generation, yet he received no acknowledgement whatsoever. However, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal and could only sigh in resignation. Very well, Yu Xiaolan, your conduct has been far from proper, and your pregnancy with an illegitimate child should warrant your expulsion from the family. Yet, given that Donghai requires care, you may remain by his side for that purpose. As for the child within you, upon mentioning the child, Yang Wenji exhaled deeply. Many families are already aware of the news regarding the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yang family being with child. Should an abortion occur, it would undoubtedly create a scandal throughout the city. Yu Xiaolan, once the child is born, send it to your maternal home, and it shall not bear the Yang surname. Understood? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wenji declared, however, the Tianlang faction will certainly not let this matter rest easily. Whoever can devise a solution at minimal cost shall inherit the position of head of the Yang family. Later that evening, as those who needed to depart had done so, Yang Mingqi, in front of Wang Long and Yang Wanrong, spoke to the servants with a sardonic tone. Now that my brother-in-law has arrived, you need not continue attending to my cousin. Is that clear? Yes, Miss Yang. The servants of the Yang family bowed their heads, occasionally casting furtive glances at Wang Long with expressions of schadenfreude. Yang Mingqi turned to Wang Long with disdain. Wang Long, my cousin currently possesses the intellect of a mere 3-year-old. She requires assistance with dressing, bathing, and using the restroom. Henceforth, these responsibilities shall fall solely upon you. Wang Long remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Yang Mingqi, observing his demeanor, let out a derisive snort. Let me make this clear. Our conflict is far from over. You have nearly forced my mother out of our home, and my father has suffered from paralysis. You would do well to ensure that no incriminating evidence falls into my hands. With that, Yang Mingqi departed in a huff, while the servants of the Yang family discreetly chuckled as they dispersed. In the room, only Wang Long and Yang Wanrong remained. Wang Long gazed at Yang Wanrong and said, My dear, it is just the two of us now. We have been pretending all day, and I must admit it is quite exhausting. Let us take a break. Father, what are you talking about? I do not understand, Yang Wanrong replied, blinking her eyes. Wang Long chuckled, sensing her confusion. If you don't understand, then let us pretend I have said nothing, he remarked. The hour is late, my dear. Allow me to assist you with a bath. Without waiting for a response, he lifted Yang Wanrong and carried her towards the bathroom. Alarmed, Yang Wanrong began to struggle, exclaiming, Daddy, Daddy, Rongrong does not wish to bathe today. Wang Long smiled faintly, pondering how long you could maintain your stubbornness. Upon entering the bathroom, he tossed Yang Wanrong into the bathtub and began to fill it with water. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. My apologies, my dear wife, for I have never served anyone before. Allow me to assist you in removing your garments. With a mischievous grin, Wang Long reached to unfasten the button at Yang Wanrong's chest. Suddenly, her charming face turned icy, and she seized Wang Long's large hand, her nails digging fiercely into his flesh. If you dare touch me again, I shall bite you to death, she warned. Humph, at last you're back to normal. Wang Long leaned closer, chuckling, My dear, your acting is quite impressive. Get away. Yang Wanrong forcefully pushed him aside. I have kept you around because you possess some capabilities. If you lay a finger on me again, I will promptly report you to my grandfather and have him expel you from the Yang family. Why not say so sooner? Wang Long laughed, splashing water onto Yang Wanrong's face. What are you doing? She exclaimed angrily, rubbing her eyes. I must ask you, what exactly did you witness at the Wang family a decade ago? Wang Long's expression shifted as he questioned her. Wah! What Wang family?
Yang Wanrong stammered.
I feigned madness because my uncle's family sought to eliminate me. I had no other choice. Is that so? Wang Long regarded her with skepticism.
Yes.
Indeed, she replied hurriedly. Wang Long's demeanor turned serious. Yang Wanrong, I am aware that your situation within the Yang family is precarious. If you divulge to me what you saw that day, I can assist you in establishing your position in the Yang family. You will no longer need to pretend to be foolish. What do you say? Haha. Yang Wanrong scoffed. You a mere country bumpkin? What a joke. I have kept you around solely because I find you somewhat capable of protecting me. Since you are so confident, prove it to me. Handle the current troubles with the Tianlang Society, and if you can help me ascend to the head of the Yang family, I might consider it. Wang Long chuckled. I would attend to this matter without your prompting. Those who disturb my wedding banquet are doomed. Humph. The Heavenly Wolf Society boasts formidable experts. One should be wary of speaking boastfully. Yang Wanrong retorted with a sarcastic tone. I regret having kept you around. It seems that beneath my title of fool, I shall soon don the mantle of widow as well. Wang Long did not anticipate that Yang Wanrong would exhibit such an arrogant demeanor typical of a spoiled young lady. Enough of this. My dear, let us first take a bath. No, what are you doing? Get away from me. Wang Long held a showerhead in one hand while firmly pressing down on Yang Wanrong's head with the other, unleashing a torrent of water. The commotion attracted Yang Wenji. Wanrong, heed Wang Long's words. He is your husband and would never harm you. Wah! Daddy, I am so happy. Rongrong loves playing with water the most.
Yang Wanrong,
Caught between appeasing her grandfather outside and shooting daggers at Wang Long with her fierce gaze, was blissfully unaware that her drenched attire had become little more than a mere illusion. After indulging his gaze, Wang Long finally released her once Yang Wenji had departed. Dress yourself, I shall wait for you outside. By the way, I am not accustomed to sleeping on the floor. From now on, I shall occupy the bed, leaving you to endure the floor, my dear wife. Chapter 7. I entreat you to depart from this world. Wang Long is a man of his word, compelling Yang Wanrong to sleep on the floor. Yang Wanrong, unable to retaliate and forced to conceal her feigned madness, silently seethes with resentment. Wang Long, you scoundrel! How dare you treat me, a lady of noble birth, in such a manner, when you inevitably fall victim to the Tianlang Society? I shall not lift a finger to collect your remains. The following morning, Yang Mingqi arrives at her grandfather's house, brimming with enthusiasm. Grandfather, I have contacted Old Wei, and he has agreed to mediate with the Tianlang Society on our behalf. Wei Shanhe, a significant figure in the underground world of Hangzhou during the last century, though now retired, still holds considerable influence in the area. Yang Wenji, upon hearing this, expresses his delight. Mingqi, if you succeed in this endeavor, it will be a remarkable achievement. What are the terms proposed by Old Wei? Aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, he anticipates a steep price. With a sense of pride, Yang Mingqi replies Old Wei requested 100 million, of which 80 million will go to the Tianlang Society, and he will retain 20 million as his fee to help us resolve this matter. Yang Wenji winces at the thought of such an expense, yet recognizes that it is far more palatable than relinquishing half of the Yang family's shares. Very well, he concedes through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Wang Long, who has been listening intently, shakes his head slightly, catching Yang Mingqi's attention. You good for nothing, what are you shaking your head for? She retorts disdainfully. If it weren't for my efforts in persuading Old Wei, your assault on Lu Er, the second in command, would have surely cost you your life. Come here and kneel to thank me. Yang Mingqi harbors deep animosity for Wang Long, blaming him for her father's paralysis due to his reckless actions. This incompetent scoundrel will inevitably be cast out of the Yang family. Wang Long smiled faintly and remarked, there is an adage in the martial world. When a person departs, the tea cools. Would the Heavenly Wolf Society dare extort me, considering I am merely a bygone figure? Your thoughts are rather naive. Yang Mingqi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Long, scoffing. Conversing with someone like you, who has never seen the world, is akin to a dog gnawing on a diamond. How could a dog comprehend the value of such a gem? The power of Old Wei is beyond your imagination. Well, at least it's not me who's losing 100 million. As long as you're pleased, Wang Long replied nonchalantly. You! Yang Mingqi gritted her teeth. Fine, if I manage to settle the matter with the Heavenly Wolf Society, you will kneel before me in public and bow 3 times, then leave the Yang family forever. Are you willing to wager? All right, but if you lose, what then? Wang Long countered. How could I possibly lose? Yang Mingqi crossed her arms and coldly sneered. If I do, You may deal with me as you wish, but then again, it will never come to pass. Enough, Mengqi, you may go. Yang Wenji coldly glanced at Wang Long. Wang Long, refrain from involving yourself in matters that do not concern you. Go check if Wanrong has awakened. Assist her with her washing and meals. Did you hear that? Hurry and tend to my cousin. You worthless intruder. After mocking Wang Long, Yang Mingqi left triumphantly. With 100 million withdrawn from the company's account, she met with Wei Shanhe at the headquarters of the Heavenly Wolf Society. Old Wei, I have divided the money into 2 cards. This one holds 80 million, and this 2 million is for you. I am counting entirely on you. Yang Mingqi said respectfully. Wei Shanhe, with his mustache and calm demeanor, reassured her, do not worry, Miss Yang. When I was active in the underworld, Yin Tianlang was merely a small errand boy. I have a debt of gratitude towards him, and he will still owe me a favor. Upon hearing of Wei Lao's connection to the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Society, Yang Mingqi felt a thrill of delight. She had found the right person. Indeed, who in the martial world would dare disrespect Wei Lao? Miss Yang, you are not from the martial world, so it would be best if you remain outside. I will return shortly. Wei Shanhe strode confidently into the Heavenly Wolf Society. Old Wei, what brings you here? A gaunt man with a sinister expression lounged on a sofa, raising his eyelids lazily upon seeing Wei Shanhe. He was none other than the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Society, Yin Tianlang. Wei Shanhe was momentarily taken aback, for at Yin Tianlang's feet lay a stunningly beautiful girl, bound and gagged, casting him a desperate glance. Who are you? The more Wei Shanhe looked at the girl, the more familiar she appeared, yet he could not place her. Old Wei, you truly are aging. In the underworld, there are rules. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Have you forgotten? Yin Tianlang's expression bore an underlying madness that sent shivers through even the seasoned Wei Shanhe. Ha ha, little wolf. I come on behalf of the Yang family to mediate. Wei Shanhe forced a smile, producing the 80 million card. This card contains 80 million. For the sake of my face, let us put aside the grievances between the Heavenly Wolf Society and the Yang family. Yin Tianlang grinned and raised his hand. His subordinates swiftly seized the card from Wei Shanhe's grasp. I shall take the card. Old Wei, you may leave now. Wei Shanhe awkwardly chuckled. About the Yang family's matter. Bang! Yin Tianlang drew a dagger, plunging it into the table. Old Wei, the son-in-law of the Yang family has harmed my brother. Once I resolve my current affairs, I will find him to settle this. 80 million is merely enough for you to depart alive from here. Enjoy your retirement at home and do not venture out again, lest you risk your life. Yin Tianlang's gang glared menacingly at Wei Shanhe. Very well, little wolf. Do come by for tea sometime. Wei Shanhe, sensing the escalating tension, dared not utter another word. He was not about to risk his life over 2 million. With a bitter smile, Wei Shanhe said, the money has been accepted. Splendid! Yang Mingqi exclaimed with delight. Old Wei, you have rendered us a tremendous service. I shall inform grandfather of this good news. With great excitement, Yang Mingqi dialed her grandfather. Ha ha ha, Old Wei, grandfather wishes to personally thank you. He has reserved a private room at the Brilliant Hotel. Let us head there now. Without waiting for a response, Yang Mingqi started the car. Just as they departed, Wang Long appeared before the gates of the Heavenly Wolf Society. Ding dong. He politely pressed the doorbell. Who is it? I am Wang Long. Yesterday, your society disrupted my wedding banquet, and as per our agreement, I have come. Upon hearing Wang Long's name, Lu Biao's fury ignited. This fool truly fears nothing. I shall answer the door. He stormed to the entrance, revealing the smiling Wang Long. Lu heir. How have you been? Wang Long greeted with a smile. What is it? Have you come to apologize? Lu Biao scoffed derisively. It's futile. You have offended me. You are already a dead man. How dare you come here seeking your demise? Let us see who will protect you this time. Wang Long shook his head and chuckled. I am not here to apologize, but rather to bid you farewell. Wang Long executed a swift strike, severing the head from its body. It soared through the air before rolling to a stop at Yin Tianlang's feet. Chapter 8. So, is there nothing left to discuss? The girl lying on the ground happened to lock eyes with Lu Biao's severed head. Terror gripped her as her pupils dilated, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Simultaneously, The minions of Tianlang felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively retreating in fear. To decapitate a man with bare hands, was this still the act of a human being? Wang Long casually settled into a nearby armchair, lit a cigarette, and gazed at Tianlang with a playful smile. I told my wife I'd step outside for a smoke to catch my breath. I can't linger too long. Let's make this swift and decisive. You are their leader, are you not? Speak. How do you intend to resolve the matters concerning the Yang family? I shall contemplate it and see if there exists a compromise. Wang Long spoke in a courteous tone, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of beheading without hesitation. I never expected that the Yang family harbored such a formidable expert as you. Tianlang scoffed, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Who do you think you are, negotiating terms with me? If I allow you to exit the gates of the Tianlang society today, how shall I maintain my standing in Hangzhou henceforth? Young man, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you shall perish here today. Suddenly, two imposing figures resembling small mountains emerged behind Tianlang. Their skin was bronzed, and their exposed arms were as robust as tree trunks. These were the Iron Mountain Masters, Tai Shan and Tai Li, renowned fighters whom the president had recruited at great expense. The two masters were impervious to blades and firearms. I have witnessed them shatter steel plates with their bare hands. The Yang family's son-in-law is doomed. That young man startled me earlier, and I almost forgot that our Tianlang society also has formidable warriors stationed here. How dare you cause a ruckus at our headquarters? Prepare to meet your end. The appearance of the Iron Brothers instilled a newfound confidence in the members of the Tianlang society. The terrifying aura of the Iron Brothers bore down on Wang Long, leaving everyone feeling a chill of trepidation. Throughout the encounter, Wang Long never cast a glance at the Tai brothers, instead offering a faint smile to Tianlang. So, it seems there's nothing to discuss? Tianlang scoffed derisively. What is there to talk about with the dead? Behind him, the Tai brothers snickered, cracking their knuckles with a series of ominous pops. Wang Long flicked the ash from his cigarette and spoke calmly, Gentlemen, I harbor no fondness for preying on the weak. You still have time to leave. Little scoundrel, so arrogant. Let's see whether your life is sturdier than my fist. In your next life, before you boast, perhaps take a moment to reflect on yourself. We're about to send you on your way. With a thunderous roar, the Tai brothers struck simultaneously, their fists, as large as sandbags, hurtling towards Wang Long. The sound of air being torn apart resonated violently against the eardrums of the onlookers. Wang Long sighed deeply. As his gaze shifted towards the Tai brothers, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air. The formidable energy emanating from his body instantaneously propelled the two men backward. The Tai brothers' features contorted in agony as they spewed forth blood. You are a grandmaster. Impossible, how could there be such a youthful grandmaster? It cannot be. With a thunderous crash, their robust forms became embedded in the wall, fissures rapidly spreading across its surface. In an instant, they met their demise. Without having to throw a single punch or kick, Wang Long shook his head with a faint smile. Mastering martial arts demands immense suffering, and yet I offered you both a chance. How could you not cherish it? The atmosphere grew as frigid as a tomb. At that moment, Tianlang finally comprehended the nature of the adversary he had provoked. The invincible Tai brothers were rendered utterly incapable of even forcing their opponent to engage. This individual is terrifyingly powerful. Brother Long. Tianlang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling with subservience. Lu Biao, that fool, has no sense of his own limitations. It was he alone who extorted the Yang family. I had no knowledge of it. Brother Long, ignorance should not incur blame. Please spare me, and I shall certainly repay you in the future. President Yin, is this how you plead for mercy? Wang Long replied with a smile. Moreover, I have already granted you a chance. There is nothing to discuss. It shall be as I say. Prepare to meet your end. Tianlang, firmly seated on the sofa, did not wish to kneel. Rather, his lower half had lost all sensation from sheer terror. With a thud, he collapsed from the sofa, his body trembling uncontrollably. Brother Long, I have tens of thousands of subordinates. Keeping me alive could be advantageous for you. I can be your loyal dog, and I will bite whoever you command. I implore you, spare my wretched life. As Tianlang knelt, His followers could no longer maintain their composure, all sinking to their knees in desperate pleas. Brother Long, spare us. I have an elderly mother of 70 and a 3-year-old child. I do not wish to die. I am not yet married. Please, spare me this dog's life. Wang Long had never intended to eradicate completely. The Tianlang Society, known for its extensive network in the underworld, could be leveraged to gather information. It was imprudent to place all hope on that madcap girl, Yang Wanrong, was it not? President Yin, you are undeniably a wolf. Yet you wish to make me your hound, a wolf dog, perhaps? Wang Long jested. Indeed, Brother Long calls the shots. Yin Tianlang responded with a grin. Very well. I shall oblige you. You are to perform 2 tasks for me. The first, the matter of the Yang family's daughter-in-law bearing an illegitimate child must remain confidential, and you are to personally apologize to the Yang family. Not a problem. Yin Tianlang suddenly recalled something and hastily signaled to his subordinate. The subordinate quickly produced a bank card worth 80 million. Brother Long, this is the money previously sent by the Yang family. It's for you. Let us keep matters separate. You may keep what you have earned through your own efforts. Wang Long chuckled. As for the second task, I want you to gather information regarding the massacre of the Wang family that occurred a decade ago. If you can uncover any leads on the perpetrator, that would be splendid. Since you have chosen to be my hound, I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. Do you understand? Absolutely. I shall exert myself to the utmost. Yin Tianlang nodded vigorously. A soft whimper caught Wang Long's attention. This woman is... I almost forgot about her. Yin Tianlang rubbed his hands together nervously. She is Lu Linglong, the only daughter of Lu Yunfeng, the president of the Empire Business Association. I had initially intended to use her to extort a substantial sum from the association. Brother Long, if you fancy her, she is yours. This young lady ranks among the top 3 beauties in Hangzhou. Alas, little wolf. Wang Long sighed helplessly. With so many subordinates at your command, how can you still resort to such petty extortion? Broaden your horizons and release her. Such antics should not be repeated. Very well, Brother Long decides. Yin Tianlang quickly ordered his men to untie her. Lu Linglong timidly surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately resting upon Wang Long. The man exuded sophistication yet possessed an aura of terrifying strength, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Thank you, Brother Long. Lu Linglong blushed. No need for gratitude. Wang Long glanced at his phone, raising an eyebrow. I'm off, little wolf. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Hey, Brother Long. I'm about to prepare a grand gesture to apologize to the Yang family. Please take care. Oh dear, you've been smoking that cigarette for quite a while. How come it hasn't claimed your life yet? I thought you had truly joined the Celestial Wolf Society. Yang Wanrong remarked disdainfully, noticing the absence of others. I did indeed attend, and the issue has been resolved. Wang Long replied with a faint smile. When you become the head of the Yang family, remember to fulfill your promise.
Yang Wanrong scoffed dismissively.
Stop pretending. It was Yang Mingqi who resolved the matter with the Celestial Wolf Society. I knew you were merely a boastful coward. Now, let us hurry along. Chapter 9. Do not worship the wrong Buddha. Was it really Yang Mingqi who resolved it? Wang Long was taken aback. Yang Wanrong chuckled. I didn't sleep in this morning at all. I overheard your bet with Yang Mingqi. What a pity. You have just become the son-in-law of our Yang family, and before you've even enjoyed a single day of happiness, you are already on the verge of being cast out. Wang Long pondered for a moment and suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that someone was putting on airs. The two then proceeded to the magnificent Grand Hotel. Upon entering the private room, they overheard Yang Wenji expressing profound gratitude to Wei Shanhe. Only you, Elder Wei, possess such esteemed influence to pacify the Tianlang Society. On behalf of the Yang family, I extend my sincerest thanks. Yang Wenji raised his wine glass, his face beaming with smiles. Oh, not at all, Wei Shanhe replied with feigned seriousness. Having once been a prominent figure in the martial world, he could not bring himself to admit to being extorted by the younger generation. With Yin Tianlong's temperament, he would surely seek to annihilate the Yang family, leaving them little time to hold him accountable. He thought to himself that this meal would serve as a means to alleviate his anxiety. Upon seeing Wang Long, Yang Mingqi's family immediately displayed expressions of disdain. Wang Long, I thought you had too much shame to show your face here. Yu Shilan sneered. Yesterday, someone boasted about seeking retribution from the Tianlang society. Yet it was our Mingqi who resolved the matter, wasn't it? You talk tough, but in the end, you are just a useless person, aren't you? Ha! Yang Donghai, though partially paralyzed, still managed to convey contempt through his wide grin and eyes. Mother, isn't this quite normal? Yang Mingqi retorted, what capabilities could a mere noodle vendor possibly possess? A country bumpkin from the village can only produce rustic noodles, unfit for a grand feast. Wang Long smiled silently as he led Yang Wanrong to a seat. Who permitted you to sit? Yang Mingqi glared at Wang Long. You are incapable and your intellect has failed you. You are no longer a member of the Yang family. Now kneel and bow before me, and then you may leave. Wang Long smiled as he gazed at Wei Shanhe and inquired, Cousin, are you certain that this elder Wei has resolved the matters concerning the Heavenly Wolf Society? Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? Cut the nonsense. Does one need to see it to believe it? Elder Wei's standing in the martial world commands respect. Anyone would offer him a modicum of deference. Wang Long, surely you do not intend to play coy and evade responsibility.
Yang Mingqi scoffed.
Enough of this banter. Yu Shilan interjected impatiently. You, Wang, have yet to answer for the grievous injury inflicted upon my husband. Kneel. I assure you, I am not one to shy away from a challenge. Wang Long shook his head. Provided you can produce evidence, I am prepared to accept my defeat. At that moment, Yang Mingqi's phone rang. Hello, President Yin. Yes, greetings. You said. Upon realizing it was the call from Yin Tianlang, Yang Mingqi's demeanor shifted to one of palpable tension. More anxious than her was Wei Shanhe, whose heart raced at the thought of Yin Tianlong's swift actions to confront the Yang family. Just as he contemplated discreetly slipping away, Yang Mingqi abruptly hung up the phone and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Wang Long, were you not seeking evidence? Wait for it. President Yin of the Heavenly Wolf Society stated he would personally come to apologize before grandfather. I wonder what you shall say then. Yang Mingqi turned to Wei Shanhe, momentarily taken aback. Elder Wei, why are you sweating profusely? Is the air conditioning set too high? Indeed, I am rather sensitive to heat. I hope Miss Yang does not find it amusing. He felt a renewed sense of vigor. It seemed that Yin Tianlang still adhered to the principles of the martial world, acknowledging the need to apologize to his esteemed elder in person. Mingqi, do call the waiter to adjust the air conditioning. Elder Wei is a benefactor to our family. We must not treat him with anything less than utmost respect. Upon hearing that Yin Tianlang would come to apologize in person, Yang Wenji regarded Wei Shanhe with even greater reverence. It was astonishing that despite his retirement, Elder Wei still wielded such influence, stirring a desire for camaraderie within him. Oh, Elder Wei, you truly embody the vigor of youth, your presence as commanding as ever. Yang Wenji praised. I have never heard of the Heavenly Wolf Society yielding to anyone. I am thoroughly impressed. Ha ha ha. I too did not anticipate the young wolf to be so courteous. Wei Shanhe beamed with pride in the past. I merely lent him a hand, yet he remembers it to this day. Alas, I have distanced myself from the affairs of the martial world. Yet these youngsters continue to hold me in high regard. Wang Long could not help but chuckle and said, Old Wei, I believe that it is essential for a person to possess self-awareness. Speaking the truth is not a source of shame. I am merely expressing my honest opinion. Wang Long shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, the matters concerning the Tianlang Association were resolved by me, and it was I who summoned Yin Tianlang to come and apologize. This old man Wei is merely here to indulge himself at our expense. Do not worship the wrong deity. The others were momentarily taken aback before bursting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha! Wang Long, what pretense are you putting on? Do you truly believe President Yin would heed your words? I perceive you are not merely running a noodle shop. You are evidently an actor.
Yang Mingqi exclaimed, laughing heartily.
Mr. Wang, in your desperate attempt to remain in our household, you dare to feign such absurdity. You have been tending to Yang Wanrong at home. Could it be that you called President Yin in your dreams? Yu Xiaolan clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Throughout his decade in the city, Wang Long's character had already surpassed that of ordinary men. He remained unfazed by the ridicule from Yang Mengqi and the others. If Old Wei had indeed resolved this matter, why did Yin Tianlang not accompany him? Why did he only decide to come now? Furthermore, whether I went out or not can be confirmed by my wife. This statement struck a chord with Yang Wenji, who harbored a slight doubt in his heart. How could the formidable Yin Tianlang, who instilled fear in the prominent families of Hangzhou, treat the Yang family with such courtesy? Even if it were for Old Wei's sake, it seemed excessive to create such a commotion. Wanrong, I ask you, did Wang Long go out this morning? With this thought, Yang Wenji directed his inquiry at Yang Wanrong. Yang Mingqi scoffed. Grandfather, do you believe everything he says? If he possessed such abilities, would he come to our home as a son-in-law, living off us? Let us not forget he nearly harmed my father. Had you not been in good health, he might have left him incapacitated. Indeed, Yu Shilon concurred. General Lingzhan has stated he is merely a country bumpkin from a small village. Do not be deceived by him. Yang Wanrong, tell us, did Mr. Wang truly go out? All eyes turned to Yang Wanrong. In a meek voice she responded, Father has been with me all morning. He did not go out. Chapter 10. Is it not justifiable to strike someone who dares to insult my brother Long? Yang Wenji was immediately consumed by rage, slamming the table. Wanrong may be foolish, but she is not blind. Wang Long, how can you jest about such matters? At this juncture, what further words do you have to offer? Strangely, Yang Mingqi felt a quiet sense of relief in her heart. She sneered, Wang Long, your facade has crumbled, hasn't it? My cousin would never lie. Her intellect does not reach such heights. Alas, rubbish insists on calling itself treasure. Now, no one can save you. I knew it. This Wang fellow possesses no such capability. We need not inquire further. Yu Shilon shot Wang Long a disdainful glare. Wang Long squinted at Yang Wanrong and chuckled softly. So, this is how we are going to play it, is it? Very well, then we shall see. Enough! Yang Wenji shouted, pointing towards the corner.
Stand aside.
Once Chairman Yin's matter is resolved, you will immediately divorce Wanrong and leave the Yang family. Wang Long raised an eyebrow and walked to the corner, folding his arms. 10 minutes later, Yin Tianlang arrived. Upon seeing him, the members of the Yang family immediately rose to greet him. Who in Hangzhou was unaware of Yin's fearsome reputation? President Yin, welcome, Yang Wenji said, glancing at Wei Shanhe beside him. Wei Lao and I have been waiting here for quite some time. Wei Shanhe looked at the young man behind Yin Tianlang, who was holding a gift box, and chuckled, Little wolf, I understand that you cannot lose face in front of your subordinates. I have been an elder brother myself. Why are you being so courteous? I truly do not mind. It was surprising to see Yin Tianlang bringing a gift to apologize. The members of the Yang family admired Wei Shanhe even more upon witnessing this scene. The Tianlang society was known for its exclusivity. Who had ever seen them bring gifts to apologize in Hangzhou? This was indeed a rarity. Seeing Wei Shanhe's aged face, Yin Tianlang felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This old fellow, relying on their past connection, had been flaunting himself everywhere. He had long found him displeasing. He had warned him before, yet he still dared to come here with such audacity. Old Wei, if your ears are of no use, perhaps I should cut them off for you. I have told you before, once you retire, stay at home and do not meddle around. Do you think I am joking? Yin Tianlang said with a dark expression. A chill ran from the soles of Wei Shanhe's feet to the top of his head, and cold sweat poured down his face. Little wolf, you came to apologize personally, didn't you? Was it not because of me? Get lost. All right, President Yin, please do not be angry. I will leave right away. Despite being over 60, Wei Shanhe fled with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. What was happening? Was Yin Tianlang not here to apologize, but rather to demand accountability? The Yang family was instantly thrown into disarray. As the head of the family, Yang Wenji forced a smile and said, Haha, President Yin, there is no need to consider Wei Lao's face. Since you are here, let us sit down and discuss matters properly. Humph. Yin Tianlang snorted coldly. Does Wei Shanhe hold such importance? An old man who only knows how to show off. If it were not for our past connection, I would have dealt with him long ago. Yes.
Yang Wenji nodded.
Little wolf, be mindful of your tone. Wang Long suddenly interjected from the corner. This startled the Yang family. Yang Mingqi immediately pointed a finger at Wang Long and shouted, "Wang Long, shut your mouth. It was your fault for injuring Lu Er, the head of the household. Do you even have the right to speak here? Hurry and kneel to President Yin and apologize." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Mingqi felt a rush of wind by her ear. Smack! Yin Tianlang swung his arm, landing a slap on Yang Mingqi's face. "Brother Long is a waste? What a ridiculous joke. Before coming here, I inquired and found out that using qi to kill is something no one in Hangzhou can achieve. Not even the proud daughter of the Ling family, Ling Shuang. If Brother Long is a waste, then what does that make you? A mere dog of a waste." President Yin. Yang Mingqi covered her swollen face, not daring to breathe a word. Yes, it was he who injured you. Why are you hitting me? Dare to insult my brother Long? Isn't it justifiable to hit you? Yin Tianlang said ominously. Yang Mingqi, if you dare to speak ill of my brother Long again, I will send you to Myanmar to deal cards. Do you believe me? Yes, President Yin, please calm down. Yang Mingqi's voice was barely audible. She understood that Yin Tianlang was indeed capable of such threats. Yin Tianlang, calling him Brother Long repeatedly, made Yang Wenji's head buzz. Could it be that Yin Tianlang was truly summoned by Wang Long? "Little wolf, let us discuss serious matters," Wang Long said indifferently. Ahem. Yin Tianlang immediately changed his demeanor.
Smiling at Yang Wenji.
Yang family head, it is all a misunderstanding. My subordinate Lu Biao was thoughtless and has already been dealt with. Rest assured. I guarantee that no one in Hangzhou will know about this matter regarding your daughter-in-law. As he spoke, Yin Tianlang clapped his hands, and a subordinate immediately presented a brocade box. For Brother Long's wedding, I have specially prepared a modest gift. This is the property deed and keys to Fugiswang. I wish Brother Long and sister-in-law a joyful marriage and early blessings. The brocade box opened, revealing a gleaming property deed resting atop a solid gold key weighing approximately 2 kilograms. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Fugiswang was the most luxurious villa in Hangzhou, worth over 10 billion. The combined assets of the Yang family did not even reach that amount. This is too extravagant, President Yin. Yang family head, Yin Tianlong's expression darkened. This is a gift for Brother Long and sister-in-law. You have no right to refuse. Yang Wanrong's eyes lit up as she took out the golden key, bouncing with joy. Ha ha ha! So beautiful. Ro loves it. Yang Wanrong glanced at Wang Long and smacked her forehead, sticking out her tongue. I just remembered. Daddy has been out before. I forgot. Yang Mingqi and Yu Shilan's expressions grew increasingly grim. It was indeed Wang Long who resolved this matter. But why? Why did he command such respect from President Yin, to the point of presenting such a lavish gift? Fearing that he might say something inappropriate and offend Wang Long, Yin Tianlang hastily excused himself, leaving the members of the Yang family in a daze at the dining table. Wang Long approached slowly and said, "Grandfather, I am grateful for your care over the past 2 days. Today is a weekday. Shall I go with Wanrong to obtain the divorce certificate now? Father, are you really leaving?" Yang Wanrong looked at Wang Long with tearful eyes, clinging to him tightly. Rongrong doesn't want Daddy to go. Please, don't. Wang Long smiled faintly, his hand firmly pinching the fleshiest part beneath Yang Wanrong's waist. Be good, Rongrong, and listen to Grandpa from now on. Yang Wanrong discreetly dug her nails into Wang Long's side, inflicting mutual pain, and her sobs became increasingly heartfelt. No, Rongrong doesn't want Daddy to leave. Humph.
Yang Mingqi.
With a flick of her phone, disdainfully remarked, Ling Zhan has slain the notorious international criminal, the Cobra, at the border, earning himself a star of merit and the title of Frost Charm General. I told you, Yin Tianlang doesn't do this for your sake. He fears Ling Zhan, and you merely bask in his glory, useless. Yang Wenji realized with sudden clarity. No wonder Yin Tianlang presented such a grand gift. It was out of fear of Ling Shuang. Given this, it would not be prudent to expel Wang Long from the household at this moment. Thus he said, all right, Wang Long, regardless of the circumstances, you have contributed. Let this matter rest here. Come, sit down and eat. Chapter 11. No good people. What? You, Wang? Do not overstep your bounds.
Yang Mingqi exclaimed furiously.
Wang Long smiled faintly, questioning, what's the matter? Is it now your turn, cousin? To play the part of the poor sport? Humph. Do not flatter yourself. You are merely leveraging the imposing reputation of General Ling Zhan. If President Yin were to discover that General Ling holds you in disdain, do you truly believe he would let you off the hook? Yang Mingqi coldly laughed, adding, Indeed. Yu Shilan followed suit, her eyes glistening with envy, asserting, President Yin respects General Ling, but I dare say, the mansion he bestowed upon you is not a gift but rather a death warrant for you, Wang Long. You may possess the key, yet you might not live to enjoy it. Yang Wenji found the sentiments of the mother-daughter duo quite reasonable. President Yin feared the wrath of Ling Shuang, which was why he treated Wang Long with such profound respect. Yang Wenji turned his gaze toward Wang Long, stating, General Ling plucked you from your humble village, allowing you to become a son-in-law of the Yang family, thus bestowing upon you your current wealth and status. Out of both sentiment and reason, you should express your gratitude. This gift is entirely appropriate. Yang Wenji's intentions were clear to Wang Long. It was merely a fear of President Yin's potential retaliation, effectively binding the Yang family and Ling Shuang together in an unspoken alliance. Yet he remained blissfully unaware. Wang Long has modestly showcased his true abilities, leading to a profound reverence for Min Tianlang, who now regards him with the utmost respect, fearing retaliation even in the face of death. Grandfather, the possessions I possess are earned through my own merit, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with them. Furthermore, Wang Long gazed intently into Yang Wenji's eyes and said, You once mentioned that whoever resolves the matters of the Tianlang society would bequeath the position of the head of the Yang family to them. Therefore, I would like to inquire when you intend to allow my wife to assume the mantle of family authority? At this utterance, Yang Wanrong, nestled in Wang Long's embrace, involuntarily shuddered, clearly anticipating this moment's arrival. Yang Wenji was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, Did I ever utter such words? Certainly not. Yang Mingqi was the first to vehemently deny it. Grandfather, you have never said such a thing. It must be a misunderstanding on Mr. Wang's part. Indeed, I can attest to that. Yu Shilan chimed in. Wang Long, I am not yet senile. Refrain from making baseless claims in the future, Yang Wenji remarked dismissively. You are now a member of the Yang family. Do not presume to seek accolades for mere accomplishments. Since you are unwilling to relinquish the Fugazwang estate, why not relocate there with Wanrong today? Observing Yang Wenji's brazen fabrications, Wang Long finally comprehended the reason behind Yang Wanrong's feigned madness. The Yang family harbored no virtuous souls. Wang Long smiled and nodded, deeming it unnecessary to engage in conversation with a deceitful individual. Meng Qi, along with Yang Wenji, shifted the topic, directing their gaze towards Yang Mingqi. Given the current circumstances in Donghai, it would be prudent for you to assume responsibility for the company's affairs. How are the discussions regarding joining the Dihao Chamber of Commerce progressing? Yang Mingqi paused with the wine glass at her lips, forcing a smile as she replied, Rest assured, Grandpa, the negotiations are nearly concluded. Soon, our Yang family will be a member of the Dihao Chamber of Commerce.
Yang Wenzi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent.
We incurred a loss of 100 million with the Tianlang Association. However, once we join the Dihao Chamber of Commerce, this sum will be inconsequential. Meng Qi, I await your good news, and when the time comes, I shall host a celebration in your honor. Before the gates of the Fugui's Wanjuan estate, Yang Wanrong observed the reticent Wang Long and inquired, Are you upset with me? Wang Long chuckled and shook his head. TSK.
Yang Wanrong sneered. Stop pretending.
Aren't you just angry because I didn't vouch for you at the first opportunity? If the roles were reversed, would you trust a spineless wretch willing to be a live-in son-in-law? However, I must admit I never expected you to join the Tianlang Club. I must say, while your skills may be lacking, your audacity is commendable. Yang Wanrong glanced at the opulent villa before her, curling her lip. Let me make it clear. I simply refuse to sleep on the floor any longer. If one day in Tianlang comes knocking, I'll be the first to flee. Understand? Wang Long remained silent, a smile lingering on his lips. No, I was merely contemplating your unfortunate situation, he remarked with profound significance. I initially believed it was solely Yang Mingqi's family that treated you poorly. However, it appears that your grandfather does not genuinely care for you either. Wang Long pondered, reflecting on the profound loss of his family a decade ago, questioning how his plight differed from that of Yang Wanrong, who navigated life in the crevices of existence. Yang Wanrong, her eyes shimmering with emotion, raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Humph! Do not presume that uttering such words will stir my feelings." With that, she swung open the door and strode purposefully towards the villa. "You did not elevate me to the head of the Yang family. Thus matters concerning the Wang family remain undisclosed to you. Should you wish to know, you must serve me diligently. Only then will you become my servant, tasked with procuring ingredients, as I desire steak for dinner tonight." Wang Long found himself in a state of both amusement and exasperation. Fortunately, he had not placed all his hopes upon her alone. If he wished to coax Yang Wanrong into speaking, he possessed a myriad of methods at his disposal. Yet, in this moment, he perceived that this young woman was merely lacking in a sense of security. He decided to let it be. After all, he had waited a decade and could afford to be patient for a little longer. The affluent estate was situated atop the picturesque Fugu Mountain, thus earning its name. At the foot of the mountain lay the renowned villa district of Hangzhou, where only individuals of high status were privileged to dwell. As Wang Long descended the mountain to procure vegetables, he suddenly heard a rustling in the underbrush. "When that wretched Ling Shuang arrives, I shall ensure she meets a fate worse than death, avenging our leader, the venomous serpent." Surely there is no doubt. But Ling Shuang possesses formidable martial arts skills. Fear not. With so many of us lying in wait, I refuse to believe that she possesses any extraordinary powers. Sister Scorpion has promised that once we avenge her brother, we shall dine in luxury alongside her. The two masked ruffians were engrossed in discussion when a man's voice inquired from behind them. "Who is Sister Scorpion? Is she really that formidable?" If you don't know about Sister Scorpion, then you are truly uninformed. She is a renowned female mercenary overseas, possessing not only terrifying strength but also an exquisite figure. Oh, that physique. "Who are you?" With a swift motion, Wang Long had already seized them by the throat. "Thank you, but now you may rest eternally." Wang Long wore a faint smile as he swiftly snapped the necks of the two individuals. At that moment, a military jeep came to a halt before a villa. The door swung open, revealing the long legs encased in leather boots of the tall and striking Ling Shuang. Suddenly, dozens of figures sprang forth from the bushes, surrounding her completely. Ling Shuang glanced around at the masked assailants armed with sharp blades and scoffed disdainfully. "To dare strike against me takes considerable bravery. I hope you all can provide me with a thrilling challenge." Chapter 12. How uncomfortable it must be. "Ling Shuang, you have slain our leader, the serpent. Next year on this very day shall mark your demise." Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang curiously examined her own hands. So, they were remnants of the serpent's minions. "What are we waiting for? Come at me. Ling Shuang, fear nothing." Boom! Ling Shuang struck first, delivering a powerful punch to the nearest adversary. The man's chest caved in instantly, and he was sent flying, meeting his end on the spot. Ling Shuang smirked. "With such meager strength, how dare you attempt an assassination? Truly, you seek your own demise." However, suddenly her expression shifted. An uncontrollable surge of energy coursed through her veins, threatening to burst her blood vessels. Why did it feel this way when she had only exerted a fraction of her strength? At that moment, she recalled Wang Long's warning: "Do not engage in combat within a month, or you shall fall into madness." Tch. Ling Shuang scoffed. "How could I have been so foolish as to heed the words of a coward? Merely a surge of energy, what can it do to me? Come again." Seeing Ling Shuang effortlessly dispatch her companion, the others hesitated momentarily. Then someone shouted, "Let us fight. Everyone, attack." A dozen or more rushed forward from all directions. Bang! 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 Ling Shuang eliminated 3 foes and was about to break free from the encirclement when a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed her. How could this be? She felt an unbearable heat throughout her body, and the enemies began to blur before her eyes. It was becoming unbearable. "Hurry! Do not grant her a moment's respite. Come on!" Ling Shuang cried, twisting the neck of the man who charged at her with her bare hands. Yet, at that moment, she could no longer suppress the energy within her, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. The remaining assassins rejoiced at the sight. "Humph! What of the youngest female warrior? It seems she is finished. Regardless, you shall die today. Why not let my brothers enjoy themselves first? Ha ha ha. Very well, I have never played with a female warrior before. I wonder if she screams louder than an ordinary woman. Ling Shuang struggled to remain standing, gritting her teeth and declaring, "Come on." Even a fool could see that Ling Shuang was on the verge of collapse. To approach her now would merely grant her an opportunity for mutual destruction. The group surrounded her but refrained from attacking, waiting for her to succumb. Looking at these pathetic weaklings she could easily dispatch with a mere flick of her wrist. Fury ignited within Ling Shuang. Little did they know, this only accelerated her descent into madness. With a thud, Ling Shuang collapsed to the ground. "You bunch of bastards. I will kill you all." Her vision began to close. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. Ling Shuang glanced up and then fainted. What did I just say? Wang Long shook his head in resignation and lifted Ling Shuang into his arms. "Where did you spring forth from, little one? Be wise and release her, or we shall eliminate you along with her. Step aside. Do not seek death," the assassins threatened. Wang Long smiled at the crowd and declared, "She is my beloved. Thus, may I kindly request your assistance?" "What?" someone inquired. "I implore you to perish." Boom! Wang Long stamped his foot, unleashing a terrifying surge of vital energy that erupted in a radial explosion. When calm returned, the positions where the assassins once stood had vanished without a trace, leaving only ghastly pools of blood behind. He retrieved the room card from Ling Shuang and swiped it to open the villa door. Wang Long carried her directly to the bathroom. "It's so hot," Ling Shuang murmured, her face crimson as blood. Wang Long struck Ling Shuang's chest with a resounding slap. With a sharp sound, her garments erupted, scattering into tattered remnants that cascaded to the ground, leaving her completely bare before Wang Long. Her alabaster skin glistened, her long, elegant legs exuded grace, and her cheeks blushed with an exquisite hue. Although he had experienced her beauty before, Wang Long found himself unable to resist admiring her once more. If only her temperament were a touch gentler. Wang Long chuckled as he gently tapped Ling Shuang's prominent nose before tossing her into the bath. He retrieved some ice cubes from the refrigerator and tossed them in, then filled the tub with water. Once he deemed the temperature suitable, Wang Long helped Ling Shuang sit up, shedding his clothes to position himself behind her. His hands pressed against her smooth back, the silky sensation causing a grin to spread across Wang Long's face. After 5 minutes, Ling Shuang slowly opened her eyes. "Ah, what is happening?" she exclaimed. "Do not move," came the man's voice from behind her. "You have overexerted yourself in your practice, and the sudden surge of energy has affected you. Now, follow my instructions." As she sensed the powerful energy being channeled into her, Ling Shuang realized she was in the presence of a master. The ability to project such energy could only be achieved by a practitioner of at least the Grandmaster level. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue," Ling Shuang acknowledged, blushing at the unexpected intimacy of the moment. "I will heed your guidance." "Goodness, what sort of chaotic practices have you been engaging in?" Wang Long, with a sense of resignation, chuckled to himself, recognizing that Yun Zhonghu was merely a half-hearted practitioner. 3 years ago he had discerned this truth. Must martial arts truly adhere to the distinctions of gender? Below, I shall impart to you a profound internal cultivation technique. I shall only recite it once, and your comprehension will depend solely on your own insight. 3 years ago, you were indeed the savior of my master. Ling Shuang's heart raced. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable figure, one who could rival the war god. Clearing her mind of distractions, I now present to you this technique, known as the essence of the Heart Sutra. Follow my instructions closely. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and concentrate. Grind your teeth 36 times. Embrace the universe with both hands. The phrases imbued with the truth of the Great Way entered her ears. Instantly, Ling Shuang fell silent, eagerly absorbing the teachings. Guidance from a being comparable to the war god, Yi Nantian, was an opportunity that countless martial artists could only dream of. Time slipped away, and when Ling Shuang finally opened her eyes again, she felt as if she were floating, as though she had entered a realm of immortals. I have actually broken through. Sensing the transformation within her body, Ling Shuang was overwhelmed with joy. After a year of struggle, she had been unable to ascend to the ranks of the transformation martial artists. Yet, unexpectedly, "Senior, thank you, thank you." Wang Long offered a faint smile. "The sooner you learn, the sooner you will break through." Ling Shuang nodded fervently, but suddenly her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, this time out of shyness. "Senior, I am a man as well." Wang Long spoke candidly, for it is but human nature. Ling Shuang seemed to have made a resolute decision. "Senior, your life-saving grace is beyond my ability to repay. It must be quite distressing for you, so why not? You mustn't." As Ling Shuang entertained this thought, her head suddenly felt heavy, and the blood that had just settled surged once more. With a flutter, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed into Wang Long's embrace. Wang Long lamented, "I have already mentioned that your internal injuries have yet to heal, yet you still yearn to engage in such activities. Now look where we are. It seems impossible. Given her temperament, it is unlikely that she can cultivate a serene mind and an untroubled heart." Wang Long shook his head, pondering that since you are my first woman, I shall assist you in healing your internal injuries. Alas, it seems I must once again force myself back to work. The swiftest method for treating internal wounds is through the transmission of energy. For women, there exists an even more expedited approach, which is the practice of dual cultivation. Moreover, you had expressed your willingness before fainting. One must not contravene a woman's desires. Wang Long carried Ling Shuang to the bedroom. After the treatment, Wang Long stepped out of the villa, feeling invigorated as he set out to purchase groceries. "Long, we old folks have yet to present you with the token of our regard. Why did you leave without a word?" Chapter 13. "I trust Brother Long, third aunt. There is no need for that. You have already imparted to me the finest teachings. In this world, one's identity is self-crafted. How could I possibly accept anything further from you?" Wang Long chuckled. The call originated from the hidden dragon village. He was unaware of the elderly lady's name. Within the village, she was affectionately referred to as Third Aunt, and it seemed she was once the matriarch of the Sacred Maiden Palace in her youth. "Long," Third Aunt gently remarked, "you needn't speak so formally. We have been neighbors for a decade, so there's no need for such politeness. The old fellows are currently pondering how to send you a parcel, and I am here to inquire about your present address." "Oh, truly, there is no need for that, Third Aunt." Wang Long was reluctant to divulge. "Even if you choose not to tell me, I can easily find out. Rest assured, I have already arranged with them not to send it all together, to avoid any squabbles over who delivered the most extravagant gift. Since your departure, the village has become lively once more." "Ha ha!" Wang Long seemed to envision the scene before him. It was filled with once mighty figures, who, although now reclusive, remained fiercely proud and unyielding. Conflict was inevitable. Over the past decade, he had come to regard these old neighbors as his own family. "Third Aunt, please take care of your health," he urged. "Oh, and remember to collect the package." Suddenly, Third Aunt interjected. "I have some connections with Lu Yunfeng from the Dihua Chamber of Commerce. I've heard he has fallen gravely ill. If you're not too busy, perhaps you could visit the Lu family." "All right, I shall go tomorrow," he replied. After hanging up the phone, Wang Long entered the villa. Upon stepping inside, he spotted young Wanrong lounging on the sofa in a lace-trimmed nightgown, watching television while munching on potato chips. "Where did those snacks come from?" Wang Long asked, frowning. "Takeout. What took you so long?" This young lady was nearly starved. Yang Wanrong shot him a glance, returning her attention to the screen. Living here had certainly allowed this young lady to embrace her freedom. Wang Long smiled faintly and stepped into the kitchen to prepare dinner. "I will be going out tomorrow. Someone from my hometown is sending me a parcel. Please remember to sign for it." "Humph." Yang Wanrong scoffed dismissively, muttering under her breath, "What valuable items could possibly be sent from such a small village? I must personally inspect it to ensure no trivialities are placed in my grand abode." The following day after breakfast, Wang Long arrived at the Lu residence, only to unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance, the so-called divine physician, Li Shenhong. Upon seeing Wang Long, Li Xuanhong's face was etched with disdain as he scoffed. "You again, young man. Are you here to treat President Lu as well? Do not blame me for not warning you. The Lu family oversees the Emperor's Business Association. Should you cause harm to President Lu, the Yang family will not be able to protect you. Wang Long merely smiled faintly at Li Xuanhong's gaze, which seemed to convey a sense of contentment, and chose to disregard him. Li Xuanhong felt as though he had struck a blow against a mound of cotton, his frustration boiling over. At that moment, he noticed someone emerging from the Lu family residence. A young girl clad in a plain white dress turned her gaze in their direction. Suddenly, she paused, her gem-like eyes sparkling with brilliance, akin to a joyous butterfly fluttering towards them. She was none other than Lu Linglong, the only daughter of President Lu, renowned as one of the 3 most beautiful women in Hangzhou. Observing this, Li Xuanhong sneered, "You, a mere rustic quack, are unworthy to attend to President Lu. Do you see that? That is President Lu's precious daughter, who, knowing of my arrival, has come forth to greet me personally. Now kneel and pay your respects, and I shall graciously allow you entry to witness true medical expertise. Otherwise, with just a word from me, you shall undoubtedly be expelled from the Lu family premises." Wang Long remained unfazed and replied softly, "Indeed, the words of Dr. Li have reminded me. You shall treat first so as not to hinder my efforts in healing." "You." "Very well," Li Xuanhong exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. "If you manage to step through the gates of the Lu family today, I shall be your servant." As he spoke, Li Xuanhong approached Lu Linglong, but she completely disregarded him and excitedly ran towards Wang Long. "Brother Long, you've arrived. Are you here to treat my father as well? Miss Lu, must you be so fervent? Furthermore, I am married." Wang Long raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Only then did Lu Linglong realize her impulsive embrace of Wang Long. She quickly released him, nervously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Brother Long, I apologize for my rudeness. It's quite all right. I am indeed here to attend to your father's ailment. Please lead the way, Miss Lu." "Yes, of course." Lu Linglong, her cheeks flushed, led the way ahead, with Wang Long following closely behind. Li Xuanhong was left standing awkwardly to the side, his face a mask of embarrassment. "Miss Lu, what about me?" Li Xuanhong pointed to himself. "You? Oh dear." Lu Linglong suddenly recalled, "I'm so sorry, Dr. Li. I completely forgot about you." "Miss Lu, have you misunderstood?" Li Xuanhong's ire flared as he pointed at Wang Long. "This fellow is merely the son-in-law of the Yang family, a quack from the countryside. He has just left Yang Donghai half-paralyzed. How could you allow such a person into your home?" Lu Linglong was momentarily taken aback. "Dr. Li, what do you mean? Brother Long is a quack." "Precisely. Your father's condition is beyond the reach of ordinary physicians. I see no reason to squander time on such a charlatan. Therefore, I implore you to expel this fellow. Should his nonsensical chatter impede my treatment of your father, the consequences will be yours to bear," Li Xuanhong declared emphatically, his heart swelling with pride. Could his reputation truly be overshadowed by a mere village practitioner? "Ha ha, did you hear that?" Li Xuanhong laughed triumphantly, only to be abruptly silenced. "What? Miss Lu, what did you say?" That is because the ailment of Chairman Lu is exceedingly rare. I require time to conduct my research. This time, I assure you, I have already discovered a treatment method." Li Xuanhong's face flushed as he attempted to explain. "Ah, let it be. Rest assured, Dr. Li, I will transfer the consultation fees from the previous 2 visits to you." Remembering Wang Long's impressive display at the Tianlang Association, Lu Linglong couldn't help but glance at him again. "Brother Long, I am counting on you." Wang Long offered a faint smile and nodded. "Miss Lu, every profession has its own expertise. I cannot claim to cure every ailment. It would be more beneficial to have Dr. Li accompany us. Brother Long, you are truly modest. Capable individuals often exhibit humility. I shall heed your advice." Lu Linglong then turned her gaze towards Li Xuanhong. "In that case, Dr. Li, please join us." "Aye." Li Xuanhong had never endured such indignity before. However, considering he had successfully treated Lu Yunfeng's complex ailments, he restrained his frustration, knowing it would undoubtedly elevate his reputation in the medical field. He forced a smile and nodded, preparing to step into the Lu residence. "Wait a moment." Wang Long suddenly chuckled. "Young man, as you stated, it is thanks to me that you can enter the Lu household. Should you not express your gratitude with a bow? Li Xuanhong's head buzzed as he glared fiercely at Wang Long. You insolent brat, do not overstep your bounds. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I am simply teaching Dr. Li a lesson, Wang Long replied with a smile. You! Miss Lu, will you allow this quack to act so recklessly? Li Xuanhong directed his question at Lu Linglong. Lu Linglong paid him no mind, her face alight with admiration as she gazed at Wang Long. Brother Long speaks wisely. Dr. Li, you should follow his lead. You! Fine, fine. Li Xuanhong's face flushed with anger. He knelt down and perfunctorily bowed his head before storming into the Lu residence. Just wait. Once I cure Chairman Lu, I shall make you pay tenfold. Chapter 14. Let your mother remarry. The Lu family hall was overflowing with guests. In an effort to treat Lu Yunfeng's illness, the Lu family had summoned every doctor they could find. A girl, strikingly similar in appearance to Lu Linglong, approached to greet them. Brother Long, allow me to introduce you. This is my mother, Ning Yan. Lu Linglong turned to her mother. Mother, this is Brother Long, the one I mentioned before who has come to treat father. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback by the youthful and radiant woman before him. Is she truly Lu Linglong's mother? She appears no older than in her 20s. So you are Brother Long. Thank you for rescuing my daughter. We should have come to express our gratitude, but given my husband's current condition, I apologize for any rudeness. Ning Yan was gracious and poised, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her youthful and vibrant appearance. Wang Long smiled awkwardly. Madam Lu, you look remarkably youthful. May I inquire, how many years has it been since Chairman Lu married you? With a playful giggle, Lu Linglong responded, Long Gu, my mother is from the Saintess Palace. While she appears young, she is actually over 40. Linglong, how could you speak of your mother in such a manner? Ning Yan chided, casting a disapproving glance at her daughter, who cheekily stuck out her tongue in response. Humph, a naive bumpkin, easily astonished by everything. Li Xuanhong scoffed from the side. Young man, Madame Lu hails from the Saintess Palace, renowned for its unparalleled medical expertise in Huaxia. If even she is unable to heal Chairman Lu, you, a mere quack, should take your leave post-haste. Wang Long smiled faintly, remarking that such words ought not to be uttered by one who has visited thrice. You! Li Xuanhong was momentarily taken aback. Very well. Should I successfully cure President Lu's ailment today, I demand that you kneel before me in public and proclaim thrice that I am a quack. Do you dare to wager? Oh? Wang Long's expression morphed into one of mockery. Your audacity is quite remarkable. I hope you maintain such bravado when you bow your head. We shall see. Li Xuanhong gritted his teeth and strode directly towards the assembly of physicians. Dr. Li, who is this fellow? How dare he challenge you? Is he unaware that you are a descendant of a national treasure? Your master was once a court physician who treated the emperor. A young doctor, upon seeing Li Xuanhong, approached with a fawning demeanor. Humph! He is merely the son-in-law of the Yang family, a mere country doctor hailing from a small village. Li Xuanhong scoffed. What? So he is the foolish son-in-law that the Yang family's daughter has brought home. I had thought him someone of consequence to dare oppose Dr. Li. Has he lost his senses? Madame Lu, you are of the Holy Maiden Palace. Among us are esteemed professors from medical schools and renowned physicians from major hospitals. To have us consult alongside such a person will surely tarnish our reputations. This left Ning Yan in an awkward silence, momentarily at a loss for words. She had never heard her daughter speak of Wang Long's identity and was taken aback to learn that he was indeed the son-in-law of the Yang family. Wang Long smiled faintly and calmly stated, those who feel embarrassed may leave. Patients are not distinguished by status, and healers do not inquire about origins. Despite your lengthy discussions, you have yet to remedy Chairman Lu's ailment, suggesting a lack of genuine skill. It would be wiser to relinquish the opportunity to those more capable. The atmosphere instantly erupted. What did you say? Who do you think you are? Pathetic intruder, how dare you lecture us? Have you even matured yet? You possess the ability to serve fools. Babs. Ah! Silence. Li Xuanhong scoffed. This young man won't be so arrogant for long, for I have already devised a method to cure Chairman Lu. I ask you all to bear witness. With that proclamation, Li Xuanhong strode confidently toward the room where Lu Yunfeng lay. The crowd followed closely behind. There, Lu Yunfeng lay with his eyes tightly shut on the hospital bed. His complexion was ashen, his lips pale. Despite the air conditioning set to 30 degrees, he trembled uncontrollably. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. The bitter cold syndrome. The medical texts state that it is a fatal condition. Li Xianhong, with a sense of assuredness, proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, although the bitter cold syndrome is typically deemed an incurable affliction, through my diligent research, I have discovered a remedy. Henceforth, it shall no longer be considered a terminal illness." The audience was astounded. Being well-versed in medical literature, they could readily discern that Lu Yunfeng was indeed suffering from the bitter cold syndrome. Had it not been for the Lu family's considerable wealth and their willingness to spare no expense in inviting them, they would have abandoned any hope of treatment long ago. To their astonishment, a conundrum that had persisted for a century had been resolved by the esteemed healer. Truly, Li Xianhong deserved the title of a national treasure. His brilliance was commendable. Your achievements, Dr. Li, are worthy of being immortalized in history, leaving a legacy that will endure for generations. You are nothing short of the reincarnation of Hua Tuo and Bian Ke. Amidst the myriad of accolades, Li Xianhong beamed with pride as he retrieved a pill from his medicinal box. Esteemed guests, this is the unique formula I have developed. Once Chairman Lu consumes it, he shall be cured instantaneously. As he spoke, Li Xianhong lifted Lu Yunfeng's head, preparing to administer the remedy. Suddenly, a large hand grasped Li Xianhong's wrist. It was Wang Long. Sensing the fragrant aroma emanating from the pill, Wang Long furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Dr. Li, I strongly advise against letting Chairman Lu consume this. Otherwise, even the mightiest celestial beings could not save him." "Humph," Li Xianhong scoffed dismissively. "Who was it that insisted on treating him first? Young man, are you afraid that if I cure Chairman Lu, you will be too embarrassed to bow in gratitude?" He then turned to Ning Yen. "Madam Lu, do you truly intend to allow this quack to proceed unchecked? Surely you must realize that your husband's time is running out. If we do not treat him today, he is doomed." This statement struck a chord with Ning Yen. As a member of the Holy Maiden Palace, she recognized all too well that her husband's condition was dire. "Mr. Wang, I understand that you have a wager with Dr. Li, but this is not the time for reckless pride. Please do not obstruct Dr. Li. I shall plead on your behalf afterward." Ning Yen presumed that Wang Long's competitive spirit was the cause of his reluctance to permit Dr. Li to heal her husband. Upon hearing this, Wang Long smiled. He released his grip and took 2 steps back, gesturing for him to proceed. Li Xianhong shot a glance at Wang Long and began to administer the medicine to Lu Yunfeng. In such a tense atmosphere, Lu Linglong dared not interject. Yet she steadfastly believed in Wang Long and quietly approached him. "Brother Long, is what you said truly the case?" With a subtle smile, Wang Long remarked, "Centipedes, scorpions, cicada larvae, leeches, and mantis eggs, these constitute the primary ingredients of that pill. Li Xianhong's intention is to use poison to counteract poison, compelling the bitter cold toxin within your father to surface." Upon hearing this, Li Xianhong was momentarily taken aback. How did this lad know his formula? Humph, indeed, it is unexpected that a mere rustic doctor possesses some skill. Now, you must concede defeat with full acknowledgement. As soon as his words fell, Lu Yunfeng, in the throes of agony, suddenly ceased his struggles and violently expelled a mouthful of black blood, his complexion visibly regaining its color at an astonishing rate. The entire audience was left in awe. Wang Long continued, lamenting that his interlocutor was only aware of a fraction of the truth. Employing poison to counteract the chilling venom would be futile. It would be better for your mother to remarry, as your aunt's beauty should make finding a suitable partner relatively effortless. Chapter 15. A grand welcome for the palace master. At that moment, Lu Yunfeng slowly opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at those around him. Li Xianhong immediately shot a fierce glare at Wang Long, admonishing him to cease his nonsensical chatter and to kneel. Suddenly, Lu Yunfeng's expression shifted dramatically. He let out a pained wail and fainted. Beeping, the bedside monitor abruptly transformed into a straight line. Li Xianhong's face turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat. I don't know. You don't know?" Ning Yen seethed with fury. "How could you not know about the patient you treated?" "Li Xianhong, I deeply regret having trusted your words in a moment of impatience. Did you truly believe the Saintess Palace would be so easily trifled with? I will ensure you accompany him in death. Madame Lu, please temper your anger. It is merely that President Lu has been ill for too long, unable to withstand the effects of the medicine and thus perished. Kindly discern right from wrong and do not wrongfully accuse an innocent. Li Xianhong trembled with fear, kneeling in a plea for mercy, consumed by regret. The Saintess Palace was an entity he could never afford to offend. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have never dared to treat Lu Yunfeng. Ning Yan recognized that he was merely trying to evade responsibility, but at this juncture, eliminating him would yield no benefit. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She knelt directly before Wang Long. Mr. Wang, or rather, Brother Long, I regret not heeding your counsel. You are the true divine physician. Please, overlook my previous transgressions and save my husband. I am willing to do anything you ask if you can restore him. Brother Long, please save my father. I implore you. Lu Linglong cried, her tears flowing like rain, regretting her earlier failure to intervene and stop Li Xianhong. Wang Long chuckled, Madame Lu, it is only natural for individuals to possess tempers. Do you perceive me as one who, in a moment of passion, fails to recognize the greater picture? Those who do not believe shall not receive treatment. Your husband's ailment has reached an insurmountable difficulty. If the roles were reversed, would you acquiesce to my assistance? Ning Yan blinked her enchanting eyes. Insurmountable difficulty? Does that imply there is still hope? Brother Long, I truly acknowledge my error. I misjudged your character and I beg you, do not hold my folly against me. Saving a life is of utmost importance. Ning Yan is a member of the Holy Maiden Palace. Out of respect for the third aunt, one cannot stand idly by in the face of death. Wang Long gestured with his fingers urging, all right, rise. My purpose here is to save lives. Let us set aside other matters for now. With that, he approached the hospital bed and forcefully kicked Li Xianhong, who was kneeling on the floor. He swiftly extracted 3 silver needles and deftly inserted them into Lu Yunfeng's crown. Then he lit a cigarette and took a drag. The 3 needles began to vibrate, emitting a low hum. In no time, the instruments responded, indicating that Lu Yunfeng's body was gradually regaining vitality. Li Xianhong, struck as if by lightning, stammered, 3 flowers converge at the crown. You truly possess this technique. He had initially thought Wang Long was boasting, but to his astonishment, it was indeed true. Everyone present was left in sheer disbelief. The 3 flowers converging at the crown, a legendary skill intertwined with mysticism and medicine, was wielded by this seemingly youthful individual who appeared to be in his 20s. Wang Long, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, remarked, administering the needles alone would suffice, but due to you, I must now employ my true energy to expel the toxins. He inhaled sharply, finishing the cigarette in just 2 or 3 puffs, leaving only the butt behind. Wang Long extracted the filter from the cigarette butt and placed it beneath Lu Yunfeng's tongue. Immediately thereafter, a surge of warmth emanated from his hands as his fingers began to traverse the meridians of Lu Yunfeng's entire body. Witnessing this scene, Li Xianhong nearly lost control of his bladder. The realms of medicine and martial arts are inextricably linked. Although he was not a practitioner of martial arts, he had heard tales of such phenomena. The externalization of true energy is a feat only achievable by a grand master. Wang Long is indeed a master of martial arts. A master must not be insulted. Had Wang Long chosen to retaliate, he would have already become a cold corpse by now. Mr. Wang, Master Wang, Brother Long. I was wrong. I have been blind to your worth. My vision was clouded.
Li Xuanong lamenta.
Striking his own face while tears streamed down his cheeks. Ning Yan and her daughter, along with the crowd, were rendered speechless in shock. In this world, strength commands respect. Given this man's prowess, even if he were to annihilate the entire Lu family, no one would dare to utter a word. Why does the Holy Maiden's palace invoke such fear? It is simply because the former matriarch is a grandmaster. One by one, the crowd knelt in reverence. Eventually, even Ning Yan and her daughter followed suit. Linglong, why did you not inform me that Brother Long is a grandmaster? Ning Yan asked, filled with trepidation. Lu Linglong had no understanding of what a grandmaster entailed. She recounted her observations to her mother, But at that moment, Ning Yen was solely focused on her husband and did not delve deeper. Mother, I was unaware. What exactly is a grandmaster? Do not inquire further. Remember, you must only befriend Brother Long and never offend him. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. Lu Yunfeng slowly opened his eyes, suddenly feeling an unbearable discomfort in his throat. He leaned over the bed's edge and coughed up a mouthful of black blood along with the remnants of a cigarette filter. I see now, Li Xianhong exclaimed with enlightenment. The e-liquid possesses detoxifying properties. You've grasped it, Dr. Li, Wang Long replied with a smile as he turned his head. You see, there is poison from your pills within this mixture. The bitter cold poison is a rare toxin that thrives within the human body. Using poison to combat poison only exacerbates the issue. Have you taken it? Are you merely speaking? Wang Long squinted. I understand. Before a grandmaster, none dare oppose. Li Xianhong then boldly declared before the crowd. I am a quack. He then prudently retrieved a bank card from his pocket. Sir, Brother Long, this is a small token of my appreciation, not much, 300 million. Please, I implore you to accept it. Li Xuanhong's heart bled at the thought. 300 million was all he had saved. Yet for the sake of his life, he could not hold back. After all, he was dealing with a grandmaster. Killing him would be as easy as slaying a dog. Wang Long took the bank card, raised an eyebrow and remarked, in the future, if you are uncertain, refrain from treating others casually. You may leave now. Li Xianhong, feeling as though he had received a pardon, hastily departed. This left the remaining doctors in a predicament, for they did not possess Li Xuanhong's wealth. At that moment, Wang Long cast a glance at them. Aren't you all leaving? We shall depart immediately, they exclaimed, filled with joy at Wang Long's words, and in the blink of an eye, only Ning Yen and her daughter, along with Lu Yunfeng, remained in the room. Supported by his wife, Lu Yunfeng sat up and expressed his gratitude to Wang Long. Sir, the gratitude I owe you is immeasurable. Name your price, and even if it requires the entirety of the Dihao Chamber of Commerce, I would not hesitate. There's no need for that. Wang Long replied with a smile. I am merely fulfilling a request and will accept nothing in return. My aunt mentioned that you share some connection with her, as you are both old neighbors. This matter is trivial. Upon hearing this, both Ning Yen and Lu Yunfeng were momentarily taken aback. Brother Long, you are referring to my aunt, the one from the Hidden Dragon Fortress, are you not? Then you are. Ning Yen inquired timidly. Madam Lu, you may call me along. I indeed hail from the Hidden Dragon Fortress, where I opened a noodle shop called a Long Noodle House. As soon as Wang Long's voice fell, Ning Yen and Lu Yunfeng suddenly knelt down. Disciple Ning Yen of the Holy Maiden Palace respectfully welcomes the esteemed presence of the Palace Master. Lu Yunfeng added, I pay my respects to the esteemed Palace Master. Chapter 16. Benefits. Wang Long found himself momentarily bewildered. After Ning Yan's explanation, he learned that his third aunt had secretly passed the position of the Holy Maiden Palace's leader to him. The group gathered in the living room to enjoy tea. The former leader of the palace had once been absorbed in the art of healing and chose to live in seclusion in pursuit of enlightenment. Ning Yan's expression softened. It seemed the former leader had succeeded. Had it not been for your timely intervention today, my husband might have faced dire consequences. Indeed, Lu Yunfeng remarked with a smile. Esteemed leader, the former leader once saved my life and bestowed Ning Yan upon me. In truth, the Empire Wealth Chamber I oversee is also an asset of the Holy Maiden Palace. Now that you are here, I kindly ask you to take charge of the Empire Wealth Chamber. The repeated address of leader made Wang Long feel quite awkward. He recalled hearing from his third aunt that the Holy Maiden Palace only accepted female disciples, leading him to wonder if he had unwittingly stumbled into a den of women. Rest assured, esteemed leader, each department of the Holy Maiden Palace operates independently and requires no intervention from you. Ning Yen reassured him, her cheeks flushing. Additionally, you may summon any woman in the palace to your side, regardless of her marital status. In other words, even if you desire me, my husband would have no grounds to object. Lu Yunfeng nodded with a smile. Indeed, esteemed leader, is that so? Wang Long replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. I have no such inclinations. Suddenly, Ning Yen recalled Wang Long's connection with the Yang family and said, Esteemed leader, there is a matter I wish to consult you about concerning the impending bankruptcy of the Yang family. Just call me along. What has happened to the Yang family? Wang Long observed the Yang family in high spirits, wondering how they could possibly face bankruptcy. Ning Yen signaled to a servant, who then presented a jar of unlabeled cream. This is a sample I procured through connections. You will recognize its quality at a glance. Wang Long took the cream and, using his fingertip, scooped out a small amount to apply on the back of his hand. Instantly, the skin began to redden and swell. Wang Long promptly mobilized his vital energy, expelling the toxins through his capillaries. This is. Wang Long inhaled deeply. Is it the Heavenly Empress' beauty elixir? Ning Yen nodded. You truly are the worthy successor of the former palace master. Indeed, the prescription purchased by Yang Mingqi is none other than the Heavenly Empress' beauty elixir. It is said to be a secret formula used by the martial Heavenly Empress. However, it is regrettable that this prescription remains incomplete. The former palace master once remarked that this ancient formula lacks one crucial medicinal component. Without this ingredient, it is merely a toxic concoction rather than a divine remedy. Wang Long nodded thoughtfully. In truth, he and his third aunt had collaboratively devised this remedy, a secret known only to the two of them. Yang Mingqi had invested all of the Yang family's wealth into this formula, amounting to 300 million in total. Should the product come to fruition, the only path left for the Yang family would be bankruptcy. After Ning Yen spoke, Lu Yunfeng added, This is also the reason we declined the Yang family's request to join the Dihao Business Association. However, now that we have your Excellency's connections, I can fund the Yang family's deficits. No need for that, Wang Long replied, contemplatively. Your funds are not merely a gust of wind. It is unnecessary to pay for the mistakes of others. That evening, the Yang family convened a family meeting. Wang Long and Yang Wanrong received the news and joined the gathering. Yang Mingqi proudly announced, Dear elders, I am thrilled to inform you that the cosmetic project, the Heavenly Beauty Cream which I have been overseeing, has successfully been developed. This is a miraculous formula once utilized by the revered Wu Zetian, and once it hits the market, demand will undoubtedly outstrip supply. I shall invest 300,000. I have always believed in Mingqi's potential since her childhood. I must say, I was right. The Yang family is destined for greatness. Another voice chimed in. Mingqi is exceptionally intelligent and capable, and her filial piety is truly commendable. I pledge 500,000. Thank goodness we have Mingqi in our family. I foresee that the Yang family should simply let her take the helm moving forward. I shall contribute 800,000. In the blink of an eye, Yang Mingqi amassed an investment totaling 1 million, receiving abundant praise from her relatives. Their joy was palpable, smiles stretching from ear to ear. Of course, our Mingqi possesses the capability. Yu Xiaolan directed a scornful glance towards Wang Long and Yang Wanrong, mockingly stating, Surely, our Yang family cannot rely on a fool and a fraud. Previously, they boldly claimed that the son-in-law would take charge. Aside from using others' influence to deceive, do they possess any other talents? Truly audacious. Everyone present was well aware of whom Yu Xiaolan was alluding to, as the internal gossip within the Yang family had already spread. Wang Long deceived Yin Tianlang into acquiring a magnificent mansion by exploiting the name of Ling Zhanzhang. Sooner or later, Wang Long shall meet his demise at the hands of Yin Tianlang, and we shall all witness his downfall with great amusement. Yang Mingqi cast a teasing glance at Wang Long and said, Do not claim that I do not offer you a chance. If you wish to invest, you may exchange it for your cousin's shares. I shall provide you with the highest valuation in cash. How does that sound? Yu Xiaolan added, The meager shares you possess yield but a trifling dividend each year. If this deal comes to fruition, it will sustain you for 20 years. Do not be so ungrateful. Wang Long chuckled. No need. I fear I might incur losses. Losses? Humph. Yang Mingqi retorted disdainfully. What a hopeless case. Do you comprehend the worth of the Heavenly Queen Beauty Cream? When have I, Yang Mingqi, ever suffered a loss in business? Oh dear, Mingqi, what does he know about commerce, being a simpleton from the countryside? Indeed, conversing with such a person is akin to playing a lute to a cow. Why bother with him? A frog at the bottom of a well, with a narrow perspective, let him witness us counting our stacks of cash in envy. Wang Long could not help but shake his head. Even if Yang Mingqi refrained from conducting experiments, The product must undergo inspection by official departments before its market release. She would inevitably fail this hurdle. Cousin, I initially hesitated to speak, but given the troubles facing the Yang family, my wife would certainly not wish to see this unfold. Wang Long said slowly, I advise you to conduct product testing. Otherwise, you risk incurring irreparable losses. Upon hearing this, Yang Mengqi's face was etched with disdain as she cast a scornful glance at Wang Long. Humph. Wang Long, you take offense at my words and even curse me. How could there be a problem with the formula used by Wu Tianho? You are merely envious. Do not assume you possess great knowledge. Even though you have become a son-in-law of our family, deep down, you remain ineffectual. Precisely. Yu Shilan chimed in, if you have the capability, why not initiate a lucrative project to benefit everyone? Instead, you merely spout nonsense. Yang Wenji gazed at Wang Long with visible irritation. Wang Long, as a man, your narrow-mindedness, unable to tolerate other success, is hardly commendable. Previously, in the village, no one restrained you, but now, within the Yang family, you must amend this flaw. Moreover, when do you intend to return the Fugazwang to Chairman Yin? At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Yin Tianlang entered, flanked by two subordinates. Yang Wenji, Fugazwang was a wedding gift I presented to brother Long and sister-in-law. If you continue your incessant chatter, do you believe I would dismantle your old bones and sell them piece by piece? Chapter 17. Self-inflicted misery. Yin Tianlang. A cold sweat broke out across the room. Why did Yin Tianlang's men appear whenever the Yang family convened? Yang Mengqi's expression darkened. Clearly, Yin Tianlang remained unaware of Wang Long's deceit. Daring to curse me with losses, I will unveil your secrets. Chairman Yin, my grandfather acts with your best interests in mind. He wishes to prevent you from being deceived. Yang Mengqi feigned anxiety. Ling Zhanzhang holds Wang Long in contempt. He is merely a country bumpkin. What I say is true, and everyone here can attest to it. The members of the Yang family nodded in agreement. Yang Wenji contemplated his options. Given the current situation, it would be wiser to reveal the truth rather than allow Yin Tianlang to discover it and direct his wrath towards the Yang family. This way, all blame would fall upon Wang Long. Indeed, Chairman Yin, you left in haste that day, and I did not have the opportunity to clarify matters. It is true that Wang Long deceived you. Your generous gift, given out of consideration for Ling Zhanzhang, is something our Yang family simply cannot bear. Yang Mengqi nodded in agreement with her grandfather's assertion, casting a venomous glance at Wang Long. The pregnant Yu Shilan felt a surge of satisfaction, attributing her husband's incapacitation and the stigma of her unborn child being labeled a bastard to this country bumpkin. Serves you right. Suddenly, Yang Wanrong, who had been nestled beside Wang Long, exhibited fear, quickly retreating to hide behind her grandfather. The truth cannot remain concealed forever. Retribution shall inevitably come. Wang Long is doomed. Ling Shuang. Yin Tianlang narrowed one eye. Yang Wenji, do you imply that I fear Ling Shuang? Chairman Yin, you speak too harshly. It is only natural to respect the formidable reputation of General Ling. Yang Wenji replied politely. Go to hell. Yin Tianlang could not contain his fury. My boss is Chu Peng, Mr. Chu. By lineage, Ling Shuang must address him as brother-in-law. Are you all out of your minds? Am I supposed to fear her? Boom! A collective gasp echoed through the room. Hangzhou was merely a small city under the jurisdiction of Jiangbei. Yet, this Mr. Chu was a figure of great renown, influencing much of Jiangbei. He had married the eldest daughter of the Ling family, Ling Shui, and possessed a fortune in the billions. With but a stamp of his foot, Jiangbei would tremble. With swift strides, Yin Tianlang approached Yang Mengqi, raising his hand in a swift slap. You fool! Do you not remember what I said? Capture this disgrace and send her to northern Myanmar overnight. Yes, Chairman. Two of Yin Tianlang's subordinates stepped forward to restrain Yang Mengqi. Terrified, Yang Mengqi's face turned pale. Chairman Yin, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never speak ill of Wang Long again. Yin Tianlang delivered another slap. How dare you address him so casually? Call him Brother Long. Xiao Lang. Wang Long interjected calmly. Let it go. After all, she is my cousin. All right, Brother Long. As you say. Yin Tianlang smiled and nodded at Wang Long, casting a glance at Yang Mengqi. Aren't you going to thank Brother Long? Why yes. Yang Mingqi's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Wang Long. Thank you. Brother Long in Tianlang surveyed the crowd, and everyone quickly lowered their heads, the atmosphere thick with tension. Who would have thought that In Tianlang would defend Wang Long to such an extent? It was not merely because of General Ling. What grounds did Wang Long have for such loyalty? Chairman In, it is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I overthought things. Yang Wenji hurriedly attempted to ease the situation. Turning to Wang Long, son-in-law, you ought to speak and persuade Chairman In. Yang Wanrong cheerfully approached Wang Long, pouting playfully. Daddy, this person is so fierce. Could you please ask him to be less fierce? Wang Long smiled. Little wolf, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Indeed. Nothing can escape Brother Long's keen eyes. My boss, Mr. Chu, wishes to see you and has sent me to kindly invite you. In Tianlang replied courteously. Very well. Brother Long's sister-in-law, please lead the way. Wang Long and Yang Wanrong followed In Tianlang as they departed. The gate closed behind them, and the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Humph! Wang Long, this is far from over. Yang Mingqi exclaimed, covering her face in fury. Mangqi, how could this Wang possibly get away with it? Yu Shilan could not contain her incredulity. Mother, can't you see that President In is merely putting on a fade? Did you not hear him say that Mr. Chu wishes to see him? Yang Mingqi gritted her teeth. Wang Long is exploiting the name of Ling Zhanshang to deceive others. Surely Mr. Chu must be aware of this. How could he allow a mere scoundrel to tarnish my sister's reputation? He will likely deal with him personally. Indeed, you speak the truth. Yang Wenji sighed. A figure of Mr. Chu's stature cannot tolerate any form of insincerity. We can only hope that his wrath does not extend to our family. Having such a son-in-law truly brings misfortune upon our household. Meanwhile, the five-star hotel on the outskirts of Hangzhou had been cleared. From within to without, it was guarded by bodyguards clad in black suits, who periodically relayed reports via earpieces. In a lavish private room on the second floor, Ling Shuang spoke coldly. Chu Peng, the Scorpion's intentions this time are far from benign. Yet you seem unfazed. Leisurely dining here? Sister, do not be so irate. Sit and converse, urged the elegant woman in a purple qipao, who was Ling Shuang's elder sister, Ling Shui. The man in a suit seated beside Ling Shui was none other than the esteemed Mr. Chu. Chu Peng. What? Now that you bear the title of Frost Demon General, you no longer even address me as brother-in-law? Chu Peng chuckled softly. I am fully aware of the Scorpioness' impending arrival. So what? 3 years ago, I expelled their siblings from Jiangbei. 3 years later, I can do so again. What is there to fear? Changing the subject, Chu Peng turned his gaze towards Ling Shuang with curiosity. But you, dear sister, having slain the serpent, I hear you recently faced an assassination attempt. Are you unharmed? You need not concern yourself, Chu Peng. My sister sacrificed her standing in the Ling family to be with you, and you do not deserve to be called brother-in-law. Ling Shuang replied angrily. Were it not for my sister's safety, I would not care about your fate. Now, come with me at once. The serpent and scorpion siblings had once dominated Jiangbei. Chu Peng's expulsion of them had secured his current position. 3 years later, they had transformed into notorious international criminals, with the scorpion being even more formidable than her brother. Now that the serpent had been slain by Ling Shuang, the stakes had escalated. You! Ling Shuang was momentarily speechless, glancing at her sister. Sister, come with me. This man is not worthy of your allegiance. His arrogance is blinding. Think carefully. Our time is limited. Realizing she could not take her sister with her today, Ling Shuang left with a huff. Once she departed, Ling Shui sighed, managing a bittersweet smile. Oh, my dear husband, thank you for not informing her about the scorpion's arrival tonight. What is destined to occur will happen. Let us resolve this troublesome situation for my sister. Chapter 18. If you beg me, I will act. Chu Peng presented a gentle smile. The scorpion possesses remarkable martial prowess. After leaving Xia country 3 years ago, he became a disciple of the overseas master Hong Sihai. His strength is unfathomable. I fear for your safety if you remain here. Ling Shui shook her head with a smile. My husband. Had the serpent not attempted to force himself upon me, you would not have found yourself at odds with their siblings. I shall accompany you. Very well. Chu Peng sighed. his expression gradually turning steely. I hope the expert that Xiao Lang has summoned does not disappoint. Of course, I shall not place all my hopes on a single individual. Rest assured, it will not be so easy for the scorpion to take my life. At that moment, In Tianlang arrived with Wang Long. Mr. Chu, this is Wang Long, the individual I mentioned, In Tianlang said with a sycophantic grin. Chu Peng's gaze fell upon Wang Long, his expression darkening. Xiao Lang, you have truly disappointed me. I entrusted you with the prestigious fortune manor so that you might bestow it upon a genuine expert who could assist me in critical times. You bring me this inexperienced youth. Do you think I am a fool? Ling Shui looked at Wang Long, her disappointment mirrored in her eyes. This man was nearly the same age as her sister. How could he possess any significant martial skills? Even her sister, a paragon of talent, struggled against the scorpion. How formidable could he possibly be? Mr. Chu, please hear me out. Wang Long is genuinely a master. No need to elaborate. Chu Peng interrupted angrily In Tianlang. I will hold you accountable for this later. Take your people and leave. However, Wang Long was not someone Chu Peng could afford to offend, leaving him momentarily frozen, unsure of how to proceed. At this moment, Wang Long offered a faint smile and remarked, Mr. Chu, I have honored our appointment with alacrity, yet you do not even offer me a cup of tea and wish to hasten my departure. Is this truly the manner in which you, Mr. Chu, entertain your guests? Am I merely a subordinate at your beck and call? Chu Peng was momentarily taken aback. He had never before encountered anyone who dared to address him in such a manner. Young man, you are not yet worthy to be my guest. Depart while I have yet to change my mind. Wang Long pulled up a chair and calmly lit a cigarette for himself. I come and go as I please, and I have yet to dine. Waiter, the menu, please. Chu Peng's expression suddenly darkened. You fool, are you courting death? He exclaimed. You two occupy such a large private room without ordering food. What a waste. You could easily switch to another room. There are plenty available. The air crackled with tension. Just as it seemed Chu Peng was about to call for action, Ling Shui hastily interjected. Darling, with great threats upon us, it is unwise to engage in infighting. Who has Xiao Lang feared over the years? I believe this Wang Long may possess some skills. If nothing else, he could at least shield you from a few blows. Let him stay. Chu Peng nodded in agreement, saying, Wang Long, you should count yourself fortunate that my wife is here today. Otherwise, you would not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Wang Long gazed upon the strikingly beautiful woman who bore a resemblance to Ling Shuang. You must be Miss Ling Shui, he remarked. I share a profound friendship with your sister. For her sake, should you beseech me, I shall extend my assistance. As for others, that is a matter of no discussion. Along the way, In Tianlang elucidated the circumstances. Wang Long had long harbored the intention to eliminate the scorpion. Ling Shuang was his first woman. Anyone daring to touch her would face death. As for Chu Peng, he was merely a means to an end in Wang Long's eyes. Ling Shui offered a perfunctory smile, clearly dismissing Wang Long's words. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a white Tai Chi uniform made his entrance. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chu, how delightful to see you. The Chu couple hurriedly rose to greet him. Master Chi, I fear I must trouble you to assist me in dealing with the scorpion. This pressing concern, Chu Peng said politely. Not at all, Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu, you are far too courteous. After all, Mr. Chu has been most supportive of my martial arts school. It is but a trifling matter for me. Master Chi Wanyan stroked his grizzled beard, exuding a sense of calm and composure. Wang Long cast a glance at Chi Wanyan and inquired of In Tianlang, who stood behind him. Who is this individual? Brother Long. He replied. This is the renowned martial arts master of Hangzhou, Chi Wanyan. It is said that his martial prowess has ascended to the threshold of a half-step Zhaizongxi. The path of martial arts is vast and profound, delineated into 5 major realms. External strength, internal strength, transformative strength, innate, and celestial being. Each realm is further subdivided, accompanied by myriad variations. Among these, the innate realm is referred to as Zhaizongxi, while the celestial being is esteemed as Dazongxi. Wang Long, despite his youthful age, has only reached the threshold of innate mastery. It would be prudent to seek an appropriate group for his development. Noticing the laughter, Chi Wanyan turned his gaze towards Wang Long. Who are you? He inquired. I am Wang Long, came the reply. Master Qi, being a venerable elder, you still dare to remain seated? Should you not rise to offer your apologies to Master Qi? Chupu interjected sternly. He is your guest, not mine. Why should I stand? Wang Long responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qi Wanyan's expression darkened, and he halted Chupu, who was about to speak. Mr. Chupu, this young man is also one of your invited martial artists, is he not? I have encountered many haughty youths like him. Young man, I advise you to temper your fervor. Excessive pride in youth can lead to dire consequences. Wang Long smiled without uttering a word, seemingly indifferent to Qi Wanyan's remarks. Master Qi, you possess great magnanimity. Do not stoop to the level of the younger generation. He is hardly your equal. Ling Shui interjected hastily, attempting to diffuse the tension. Let us take our seats and discuss strategies to deal with the scorpion. Her words dripped with irony, subtly mocking Wang Long alongside the mention of the scorpion. However, just as Qi Wanyan finished speaking, a mocking female voice emerged unexpectedly. Oh, so confident, are we? Then let us commence. Though she spoke nonchalantly, her interest seemed to lie not with the esteemed martial arts master from Hangzhou, but rather with Chu Peng. A glint of chilling malice radiated from her playful gaze. Scorpion, it is you, Chu Peng exclaimed in alarm. My men are all below. How did you infiltrate? Yin Tianlang, closer to the entrance, discreetly glanced at the corridor outside, his face instantly paling in terror. See Chu, sir, there is blood. It's all blood. The people outside. They are all dead. What? The acrid scent of blood assaulted Chu Peng's senses, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. The bodyguards assigned to maintain vigilance numbered over 100, each meticulously selected for their prowess. How could the scorpion have silently dispatched them all? To what terrifying level had her cultivation ascended? With a seductive smile, the scorpion turned her gaze to the equally astonished Qi Wanyan. Old man, shall we begin? Just be careful not to reveal too much too soon. Chapter 19. Such a bond is not merely superficial. Wang Long cast a glance at the scorpion, a faint smile gracing his lips, before moving a chair to the corner and settling down. Miss Ling Shui, I await your plea for assistance. This audacious display left Chu Peng and Ling Shui utterly bewildered. Yin Tianlang, is this the so-called expert you spoke of? He is merely a coward, Chu Peng exclaimed in anger. Once Master Qi deals with that woman, I shall settle the score with you. Husband, let us retreat as well, Ling Shui said, casting a sorrowful glance at Wang Long. The couple stepped back, allowing Qi Wanyan the space to confront the formidable woman before him. Qi Wanyan squinted at the enchanting figure. Young lady, your martial foundation is commendable. If you were to sever an arm and vow never to tread in Jiangbei again, I could spare your life. Having silently taken the lives of so many, her attire remained pristine. Qi Wanyan recognized the scorpion's formidable prowess. Eliminating her would not be an easy task. How curious. Since when do the weak issue demands? She retorted. I have many more to kill. Perish. The scorpion struck first, her voluptuous form quivering as her fingers emitted a crackling sound. Though seemingly delicate, her fingers harbored immense strength, and without a moment's hesitation, she lunged for Qi Wanyan's throat. Qi Wanyan countered with a cloud hand, clapping to meet her attack. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air. The scorpion staggered back a couple of steps, while Qi Wanyan was forced to retreat several paces before he could stabilize himself. You hold your own against me. You are also at the threshold of innate mastery, he exclaimed, astonished that this woman in her 30s matched his level of expertise. With a derisive laugh, the scorpion replied, Old man, do you misunderstand the term equal footing? With a swift flick of her leg, she unleashed a barrage of wind-like strikes, striking Qi Wanyan's palm. He was sent reeling backward, crashing against the wall, which splintered under the impact. After two encounters yielding no advantage, Qi Wanyan seethed with rage. Little girl, you have forced my hand. His fists unleashed a relentless barrage, each punch seemingly imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the entire room to tremble. The scorpion nimbly dodged while yawning. Ah, is this your full strength? Then prepare to die. With a flash, she executed a kick that moved so swiftly it left only an afterimage, striking directly at Qi Wanyan's chest. Master Qi. Chu Peng and his wife gasped in unison. With a sickening crack, Qi Wanyan's body collided with the dining table, which collapsed under him. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he lacked the strength to rise again. The scorpion scoffed, "What does it matter if our realms are the same? I will still kill you. Chu Peng, is this the extent of your capabilities? It seems these past 3 years have rendered you too comfortable." Ha ha ha! The couple staggered back in shock, realizing even Master Qi was no match for the scorpion. It was over. They were doomed to perish here. The scorpion cackled as she surged toward Chu Peng and his wife. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged like a tidal wave. Another master? The scorpion shivered, retreating quickly, her gaze landing on Wang Long in the corner. "It's you." Yin Tianlang hurriedly called out, "Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu, do you believe now? Quickly, plead for Brother Long's assistance." The couple stood in stunned silence, astonished that mere aura could repel the scorpion. Who was he? "Mr. Wang, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Please, I implore you to intervene. I shall ensure to make amends later." Chu Peng bowed deeply to Wang Long. "I have stated before, I will only act if Miss Ling Shui beseeches me." Wang Long replied, casting a dismissive glance at Chu Peng. "You are of no use." Ling Shui bit her lip and respectfully implored, "Mr. Wang, I beg you, for the sake of my sister, please save us." "Humph! Desperate measures in dire times." The scorpion sneered. "I was merely startled. To think he could." Her words trailed off abruptly as she sensed an icy chill at her back. Wang Long had appeared behind her, seemingly without her notice. "What can you do?" The scorpion spun around, launching a punch. With a casual gesture, Wang Long extended a single finger, effortlessly striking the fist of the scorpion. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, as the scorpion's entire arm exploded, splattering crimson droplets everywhere. The Chu couple stood in utter disbelief. Who exactly is this Mr. Wang? He claims a profound bond with his sister. Could he possibly be affiliated with the military? No, that cannot be. Someone possessing such formidable prowess could not be an inconspicuous individual. The scorpion's face turned ashen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes filled with dread. "Please, don't kill me. How much did Chu Peng offer you? I will pay you tenfold if you help me eliminate them. I assure you, you will obtain everything you desire." "No, I intend to kill you simply because I wish to," Wang Long replied with a gentle smile, raising his hand. "You dared to harm Ling Shuang. You dare." In a moment of desperation, the scorpion shouted, "My master is Hong Sihai, a grandmaster. If you kill me, he will not let you go." With a thunderous roar, the entire hotel trembled as if an earthquake had struck. A massive hole was blasted into the wall. The scorpion vanished as if she had been consumed by the earth, leaving only a pool of blood at the entrance as evidence of her existence. Wang Long had merely swatted her away with a flick of his hand. Ling Shui was nearly rendered unconscious from fright, while Chu Peng stood frozen in place, overwhelmed. A grandmaster. The feeble Qi Wanyan struggled to gaze upon Wang Long, exclaiming, You are a grandmaster? I am utterly ashamed. Is this truly the legendary grandmaster?" Chu Peng fell to his knees before Wang Long, lamenting his ignorance of the grandmaster's arrival, pleading for punishment. As for Ling Shui, recalling her earlier thoughts of having Wang Long shield her husband from harm, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame and fell to her knees beside him, unable to utter a single word. Wang Long raised his hand and deftly struck several silver needles into specific acupoints on Qi Wanyan's body. "That's enough. Quickly take him to the hospital." With his purpose fulfilled, Wang Long stepped away. Ling Shui, wishing to retain him, was halted by Chu Peng. "My dear individuals of Mr. Wang's caliber are not bound by convention. Since he is a friend of Ling Shuang, we will undoubtedly have ample opportunities to repay his kindness in the future." Ling Shui pressed her lips together in contemplation. "But who exactly is this Mr. Wang to my sister? A grand master who would act without expectation of reward for her sake. This bond is not merely profound." They exited the hotel. Wang Long strolled along the desolate street, intending to hail a taxi. Yet, being in the suburbs where the population was sparse, he had walked for quite some time without encountering a single cab. Suddenly, a speeding jeep came to a halt beside him. Lowering the window, Ling Shuang appeared, her expression one of annoyance as she spoke on the phone. What? Diarrhea? Truly useless. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Ling Shuang turned to Wang Long. What are you doing here? It's you. Get in. Chapter 20. A play turned real. Wang Long shrugged and opened the door to the front passenger seat. Move to the back. Ling Shuang cast him a sidelong glance. Wang Long had no choice but to take a seat in the back. Come with me. I have use for you, Ling Shuang commanded as she started the car. While I do not mind assisting you with your needs, it would be nice for you to show a touch of gentleness from time to time. Wang Long gazed at Ling Shuang's attire at that moment, unable to suppress a chuckle. Today, she had transformed her typically poised and competent image, donning a black camisole on top and a pair of denim shorts below, her long legs exuding an alluring charm. Indeed, no matter how formidable a woman may be, she remains a woman at heart. No matter the indecent thoughts swirling in your mind, I shall render you incapable of being a man. Last time, it was due to the enchantment of the He Huan poison, and there shall not be a second encounter between us. Do not even dare to consider being my man. You are unworthy, even to be my concubine, Ling Shuang declared fiercely, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to the man who had rescued her that fateful night. After the master, Yun Zhonghu, inspected the scene, he confirmed that the man was indeed her benefactor. And she had already, although she understood that he had healed her injuries, Ling Shuang had long since harbored feelings for him. Only such a powerful individual could be deemed worthy of being her man. Follow me to a certain location. Once we arrive, adhere to my instructions without fail. Otherwise, you know the consequences. They journeyed into the city, concealing the vehicle. Ling Shuang donned a mask and linked her arm with Wang Long's as they entered a nameless nightclub. This establishment had a strict policy. Only couples were permitted entry. The enchanting lights cast a mesmerizing glow, and the air was thick with the scent of desire. The duo stood astonished at the scene before them. A grand entertainment venue filled with uninhibited men and women frolicking in every corner of the nightclub, their joyous cries and writhing bodies resounding throughout. At that moment, a server approached, balancing a tray laden with 2 glasses of red wine. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please indulge in our house specialty red wine. No, thank you. Ling Shuang gestured dismissively. I wish to see your boss. I am here to discuss business. The server smiled and nodded. Very well, but according to our establishment's rules, regardless of your purpose, you must first sample our red wine. You! Ling Shuang was about to explode with anger, but recalling her current predicament, she reluctantly picked up the glass of wine, lifting a corner of her mask to take a delicate sip. Wang Long also lifted another cup and drank from it. The gazes of the two shifted simultaneously. The wine is poisoned. Please wait here for a moment. I shall inform the owner. The waiter bowed slightly and walked away. Ling Shuang felt a burning desire, and primal urge gradually eroding her mind. It is the He Huan poison again. For a martial artist, ordinary aphrodisiac poisons can usually be expelled. However, this He Huan poison is specifically designed for martial artists, and with her current strength, she is utterly incapable of detoxifying herself. Ling Shuang could not help but survey her surroundings. No wonder these individuals could engage in such acts without a care. They were all poisoned. Suddenly, Wang Long wrapped his arms around Ling Shuang's waist, causing her body to tremble as if struck by lightning. This is bad. I had forgotten about him. If I cannot detoxify myself, then this fellow. Don't touch me, you. Just as Ling Shuang intended to push Wang Long away, she suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle piercing her lower abdomen. Looking down, she saw that a silver needle was nestled between Wang Long's fingers as he caressed her abdomen. This is... Shu, do not speak. Someone is watching us from the shadows, Wang Long whispered. As she sensed the desire within her body gradually dissipating, Ling Shuang's mind buzzed. Can you cure the poison? Do you truly possess medical skills? Remembering that Wang Long had previously warned her about losing control, Ling Shuang felt a sense of betrayal. This scoundrel can indeed counteract the He Huan poison, yet he still... You bastard! How dare you deceive me? Ling Shuang shot a murderous glare at Wang Long. Wang Long raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Do not regard me with such a gaze. It was you who initiated the altercation. He added, I shall settle the score with you later. At this moment, Ling Shuang also sensed a pair of eyes discreetly observing their exchange. What should they do now? The onlookers were merely assessing whether or not they had been poisoned. They had two options. Firstly, they could charge in directly, locate their superior, and accomplish what they intended to do. Wang Long replied calmly, "Two, never mind, disregard my words. Let us charge in directly. Do not keep me in suspense." "What does two mean? Speak." Ling Shuang, recalling her previous futile efforts, felt a surge of frustration. Wang Long surveyed his surroundings, curling his lip and remarking, "Whatever they do, we shall mirror. It seems we are engaged in a charade that has turned all too real." Meanwhile, Ling Shuang's teeth ground together audibly. According to the intelligence she had gathered, this establishment was a spy set up by the Scorpion in Hangzhou. This was the sole thread leading to the Scorpion's whereabouts. Should they falter, there would be no time for regrets. Contemplating her sister's safety, Ling Shuang steeled herself and wrapped her arms around Wang Long's neck. "I do this to avoid alerting our adversaries. Should you dare to disclose today's events, I shall take your life." With a smile, Wang Long leaned in to kiss the delicate neck of Ling Shuang. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Was this man sent by the heavens to punish her? She could not help but recall that man, reflecting in her heart, "To save my sister, I must do this. My heart already belongs to you. I promise this will be the last time. Show some reaction. If we are to act, let us do so convincingly," Wang Long remarked. "Get lost. I don't wish to discuss this with you," Ling Shuang retorted, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. The two, feigning intoxication, were oblivious to the fact that they were being silently observed from a room on the second floor. Through the glass wall, a short, stout man in a suit watched the two below with interest as he sipped his red wine. They both seemed quite remarkable, particularly that woman. "She is indeed a fine lady," he commented. A nearby waiter interjected, "Mr. Meng, those two are seeking you for business." Meng Qinghe nodded, saying, "Very well, bring them up in a moment." An hour later, the waiter escorted Ling Shuang and Wang Long to the private room on the second floor. "Have you two been enjoying yourselves?" Meng Qinghe inquired. "I am the owner of this establishment, and I hear you wish to discuss business. Please enlighten me." "Mr. Meng, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," Ling Shuang said as she slowly removed her mask. "However, we are not here for business. We wish to inquire about someone." "Ling Shuang, is that you?" The dim light obscured her features, yet Meng Qinghe recognized her instantly, his expression shifting dramatically. "Meng Qinghe, engaging in such nefarious dealings here, you are truly despicable. However, I have no desire to discuss this with you. Tell me where the Scorpion is, and I may spare your life, allowing you to enjoy a comfortable stay in prison." Ling Shuang shouted. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that this was Ling Shuang's intention. The Scorpion had already been dealt with by him. Without needing to inquire further, it was evident that I had neutralized the Scorpion. "Silence!" Ling Shuang erupted with fury upon hearing Wang Long's voice, her irritation palpable. "Humph!" Meng Qing observed with a sly grin, noting that the intricate maneuvers earlier were not feats achievable by an ordinary woman. It was indeed the renowned frost charm warrior. "Ling, you have boldly ventured into my territory alone. Is this truly wise?" With that, figures began to materialize instantaneously. Chapter 21. Another unfortunate encounter? Ling Shuang assumed a defensive stance, seeking an opportunity to flee. During the impending skirmish, she could not afford to spare him a thought. "I didn't realize you cared for me so much," Wang Long chuckled. "Wang Long, spare me your self-indulgent musings. If anyone is to perish, it shall be at my hands. Now be gone." Ling Shuang bellowed as she charged into the fray, engaging the group of martial artists in fierce combat. Wang Long chuckled and shook his head. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura approaching his direction. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang grew increasingly formidable in battle. However, there was no trace of panic on Meng Qinghe's face. Instead, he calmly sat down and began sipping red wine. Wang Long understood that the formidable aura was the true reliance of Meng Qinghe. At that moment, the men and women on the second floor, oblivious to the unfolding events, gazed upward in awe at the ethereal figure suspended above. A man appeared, stepping gracefully through the air, ascending towards the second floor. Could it be the legendary martial artist? How impressive! He seemed almost divine. I have practiced martial arts myself. To reach such a level is the mark of at least a minor master. Good heavens! Who would have thought one could encounter a so-called minor master in such a place? Through the glass wall, Meng Qinghe caught a glimpse and couldn't help but sneer. Here he comes. This individual is none other than Fan Ding, the foremost disciple of the Grand Master of the overseas Hong faction. He was specifically summoned by the Scorpion boss to assist in avenging her and dominating the northern Jiang region. A practitioner at the minor master level is akin to a warlord of the northern territories. Soon, the northern Jiang region shall belong to the Scorpion boss, and he is about to become the next Chu Peng, a figure no one in northern Jiang would dare to provoke. With this thought, Meng Qinghe couldn't suppress a chuckle. He paid no mind to the battle involving Ling Shuang. With a minor master in command, what could she possibly do? Suddenly, a dull thud rang out. The air shimmered, and a spiraling current of energy surged toward Fan Ding. The composed Fan Ding's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily looked up. In an instant, the spiraling current pierced through his brow, leaving a ghastly wound. His body froze in midair for a few seconds before plummeting straight down. With a thunderous crash, he landed forcefully on the ground, his face still bearing an expression of shock, blood staining the earth below. Ah! A murder! The crowd of men and women on the first floor, unaccustomed to such a scene, were struck with terror and scattered in panic. Meng Qinghe, reveling in his triumph, witnessed the entire spectacle. A chill ran down his spine as he followed the trajectory of the energy. His entire being turned to stone upon seeing a gaping hole in the glass wall of his private room. And the individual pointing at that hole was none other than Wang Long. Wang Long retracted his fingers and waved at Meng Qinghe with a smile. With a sudden flurry, Meng Qinghe slipped from the sofa to the floor, his trousers dampened. To effortlessly eliminate a minor master, who is this person? Could he be the legendary war god Yinantian? No, that cannot be right. Yinantian has been renowned for quite some time. He must be over 50 years old. So who exactly is he? Regardless of his identity, Meng Qinghe now clearly realized that he had stirred the ire of a formidable individual. Meanwhile, the battle-hardened Ling Shuang had finally dealt with the group of martial artists. She turned her gaze towards Meng Qinghe, who knelt trembling on the ground, and let out a disdainful sneer. Boss Meng, it seems your subordinates are not as formidable as you claimed. As a foul odor wafted through the air, Ling Shuang wrinkled her nose. You're nothing special. Meng Qinghe was terrified, his heart racing in fear. If even Fan Ding could be effortlessly eliminated by this individual, then even the notorious Scorpio leader would meet his demise in his presence. Loyalty is founded upon strength, and at this moment, all he wished for was to preserve his life. I will tell you everything. The Scorpio leader has already arrived in Hangzhou and plans to strike against Chu Peng and Ling Shui tonight. What? Ling Shuang's face paled. She had just come from her sister's side. Could it be that her sister had already fallen victim to the Scorpio's deadly grasp? I wanted to mention earlier that, actually, regarding your sister, Wang Long stepped forward to explain, observing Ling Shuang's expression. Get away. Ling Shuang pushed Wang Long aside in a frenzy and dashed out. Wang Long cast a glance at Meng Qinghe and said, The one outside belongs to Hong Sihai. Correct? Inform Hong Sihai that it was I, Wang Long, who took the life of his man. If he seeks vengeance, he should come to me. Once this matter is resolved, you shall turn yourself in. I do not wish to encounter you outside the confines of prison. Understand? Understood. Understood. Meng Qinghe nodded vigorously. Wang Long swiftly pursued her. As Ling Shuang raced down the stairs, she dialed her sister's number. Hello? Xiao Shuang. Sister, please listen to me. The Scorpion has come to find you. You must hurry to the military headquarters. No matter how audacious she may be, she wouldn't dare act there. Ling Shuang urged anxiously. Ling Shuang, the Scorpion has already. Wang Long caught up to her. Wang Long, be silent. If you delay me any further, I swear I will end you. Ling Shuang's furious voice resonated through the phone, reaching Ling Shui's ears. Ling Shui was taken aback. Mr. Wang is with his sister. Xiao Shuang, is that Mr. Wang by your side? Did he not inform you? The Scorpion has perished. What? Ling Shuang abruptly halted. Sister. What did you say? Aware of her sister's fiery temperament, Ling Shui sighed helplessly. I said, The scorpion has perished. I shall speak no further. Master Qi has emerged from the operating room. For specifics, you may inquire with Mr. Wang. Xiaoshuang, please treat Mr. Wang with kindness. He acted for your sake. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Ling Shuang exhaled deeply. Master Qi, is he the renowned martial arts Master Qi Wanyan from Hangzhou? It was he who vanquished the scorpion, suffering grievous injuries in the process. Chu Peng, you possess some skill to enlist the aid of a master like Qi. Ling Shuang glared at Wang Long. Why did you summon my sister? Ying Tianlang instructed me to do so, Wang Long replied. He asked me to assist in dealing with the scorpion. Ling Shuang nodded slightly. Wang Long is the son-in-law introduced to the Yang family by her, and he is also a martial artist. Ying Tianlang must have mistakenly believed Wang Long to be a formidable expert, which is why he summoned him for assistance. No, that is not right. Ling Shuang suddenly realized. With the demise of the scorpion, why did she still seek Meng Qing and what purpose did it serve? She had even gone to great lengths to feign poisoning in front of Wang Long. What a futile endeavor. Do you know why you didn't inform me of the scorpion's death? You! Ling Shuang gritted her silver teeth, wishing she could strike Wang Long with a single punch. Wang Long wore an expression of innocence. But you didn't even ask me, did you? Just now. I wanted to speak, but you wouldn't let me. I shall end your life. With a seething wrath, Ling Shuang, infuriated by the two unprovoked insults, disregarded Wang Long's attempts at explanation and launched a devastating punch towards him. Wang Long neither blocked nor evaded, smiling as he closed his eyes. His fist came to an abrupt halt just before his nose. Ling Shuang, fuming, exclaimed, Why do you not dodge? Do you think I dare not kill you? Not at all, Wang Long shook his head. I simply do not wish to evade. You are the first woman I have ever met, and I do not want to raise my hand against you. Besides, you could not possibly kill me. Humph! How audacious! Would it not be too easy for you to die like this? She relented, adding, as long as my sister is unharmed, that is what matters. After all, Wang Long was the one she had brought along, and his performance had been commendable. Startled by her perilous thoughts, Ling Shuang felt a flush creep across her cheeks as she hurriedly departed. Upon reaching the first floor, she was taken aback by the sight of Fan Ding's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Had she truly thrown him down during the fight? You can leave now. Let us never cross paths again. Keep tonight's events to yourself. As she approached the jeep, noticing Wang Long still following her, she impatiently remarked, Fine. I shall just take a taxi later. Wang Long gazed meaningfully at Ling Shuang, remarking that constant anger is detrimental to one's health. I conducted an examination earlier, and fortunately, there are no signs of proliferative masses at present. However, if you continue to harbor such a fierce temperament, the future may not bode well. Examination? Ling Shuang cast her eyes downward at her bosom, trembling with indignation. Leave. Thus, she took a shower and retired for the night. The following morning, bang! Feeling as though something had collided with him, Wang Long opened his eyes. A pair of almond-shaped eyes was fixed intently upon him, the contours of her alabaster form subtly revealed through her deep V nightgown. Your clothes carry the scent of perfume. It seems you had quite the lively time last night. With a wife as delightful as I, you choose to stray. I am eager to see just how audacious you can be. Chapter 22. Why are you kneeling when your wife has such a sharp tongue? What now? Wang Long stifled a yawn. Wasn't it just yesterday that you were hiding away? A mere wallflower? Humph! How tedious. Yang Wanrong rolled her eyes. How did you manage to escape from Mr. Chu? Mind your language, he invited me. Did I need to escape? Wang Long replied. Yang Wanrong pouted disdainfully, mockingly retorting, Oh, if I say you're plump, you become defensive. I already knew that without your admission. Oh? Wang Long chuckled, curious about what insights his wife might possess. The Ling family has always opposed the union of Chu Peng and Ling Shui. Thus, Ling Shuang and Chu Peng have never seen eye to eye. Ling Shuang once caused a scene at Chu Peng's wedding. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Having seized this rare opportunity to tarnish Ling Shuang's reputation, how could Chu Peng possibly let it slip away? A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Yang Wanrong's eyes. Therefore, not only will Chu Peng refrain from punishing you, but he will also retain you. Am I not correct, my dear? However, I advise you to refrain from using Ling Shuang's name to swindle. Chu Peng is a tiger, and Ling Shuang is no pushover either. Wang Long sighed and advised, you should take the time to venture outside more often and refrain from indulging in such gossip. It does you no good. Strangely, upon hearing these words, Yang Wanrong was instantly filled with rage. She perched upon Wang Long's waist, vigorously shaking her body. Do you think I do not wish to go out? Do you believe I want to be cooped up at home all day? Do you think I enjoy playing the fool? Regardless of how much resentment you harbor, could you please dismount first? Wang Long responded, feeling quite awkward. Yang Wanrong, growing more animated, revealed a teasing smirk. My dear husband, are you having a reaction? No worries, as your wife, you may make any demands. I simply reserve the right to disagree. Wang Long forcefully pushed Yang Wanrong aside and sat up. Yang Wanrong reclined to one side, her face still radiating a mischievous smile. Sighing in resignation, Wang Long shook his head and addressed the matter at hand. When do you intend to inform me about the affairs of the Wang family? He inquired. You have not granted me the position of the head of the Yang family, which is, of course, a task far too daunting for you. How about this? If you provide me with 10 billion, I might divulge a morsel of information. Yang Wanrong gestured playfully. Forget it, your family's genes are lacking, and dishonesty seems to be a hereditary trait. Wang Long rose from the bed and shed his shirt, his sculpted muscles eliciting a sigh of admiration from Yang Wanrong. Oh dear husband, are you attempting to seduce me? Stop the nonsense and change your clothes. Don't you wish to go out? Come, I shall take you out today. It had been 10 years. Indeed, Yang Wanrong had rarely ventured beyond the confines of their home. Wang Long wished to take Yang Wanrong for a stroll, hoping to engage her in conversation. Where did you acquire this exquisite jade pendant? He inquired at the Wanhao shopping mall. Wang Long gazed at the exquisite jade pendant adorning Yang Wanrong's neck. The jade, an ancient artifact, was not engraved with the likeness of the Buddha or Guanyin, but rather depicted an unknown fairy. Is this a gift from your hometown? Yang Wanrong remarked with pride. Such small towns are indeed quaint. What kind of fairy is this? Can't possibly be a local deity from your area, can it? How tasteless. Then you ought to return it to me. Not a chance. You haven't even given me a single piece of hardware for our wedding. Consider this a form of interest. Delighted to be out and about, Yang Wanrong joyfully began to skip along. In her merriment, she accidentally collided with a couple. Hey, watch where you're walking, exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed woman, her irritation palpable. Upon recognizing Yang Wanrong, her expression shifted to one of disdain. Yang Wanrong, hasn't anyone taught you to keep your wits about you? I heard the Yang family has taken in a son-in-law. Isn't that akin to adopting a dog to fetch for you? Where is he, anyway? The moment Yang Wanrong laid eyes on the woman, she was momentarily taken aback. Quickly donning a facade of innocence, she replied, Big sister, who are you? Rong does not recognize you. Humph, little sister. Be a good girl. The woman taunted. I'm your mother. Come, call me Mama. Mama? You're not. Yang Wanrong pouted, scratching her head. My mother is very young, and you are far too old. How dare you, you fool? I'll slap you senseless. Enraged, the woman raised her hand to strike. Yet, in that very moment, Wang Long stepped forward and grasped her arm midair. Wang Long chuckled and remarked, it was merely a collision. There's no need for harsh words, let alone resorting to violence. Young man, refrain from using your filthy hands on my wife. The slick-haired man beside the woman barked. Do you have any idea who I am? Oh, you must be the foolish dog employed by the Yang family. The woman sneered. I am Zhang Lily, a former classmate of Yang Wanrong from middle school. You should keep a closer eye on your foolish wife when she steps out. If she gets lost, you may find it difficult to savor your soft life. Yang Wanrong, born with exceptional beauty, was already recognized as the school beauty during her middle school years. Zhang Lily, filled with jealousy upon hearing that she had become simple-minded due to some trauma, had even hosted a celebration at that time. Now, she would not miss the chance to ridicule Yang Wanrong. After all these years you remain unchanged, still as foolish as ever. Zhang Lily scrutinized Yang Wanrong. Come now, give me a smile. I shall treat you to beetle nuts later. Yang Wanrong felt a deep sense of disdain but, unable to express her anger, could only hide behind Wang Long. Wang Long smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, my wife is exceptionally well maintained, appearing as if she is merely 15 or 16. You claim to be her classmate? Had you not mentioned it, I would have assumed you were her aunt. What did you say? Repeat that," Zhang Lili retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Long. "Who do you think you are? A mere son-in-law daring to act superior? I will tear your mouth apart." Zhang Lili's husband, Hu Jiqiang, glared at Wang Long. "You insolent brat! Do you dare to insult my woman? Kneel and apologize to my wife." Upon hearing this, Wang Long chuckled softly and flicked his fingers. Suddenly, Hu Jiqiang felt a sharp pain in his knee and found himself unable to resist kneeling. "Sir, why are you kneeling? Your wife's words are rather foul. I am at a loss for words due to your politeness." "Very well, I forgive you both." Wang Long smiled as he looked at Yang Wanrong. "My dear, shall we go over there and take a look?" Observing Hu Jiqiang's bewildered expression, Yang Wanrong felt a surge of delight in her heart and nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, Daddy, I see many beautiful clothes over there. Rongrong loves them, then let us go and purchase some." Before departing, Wang Long courteously nodded to the two of them. "Darling, are you all right?" Zhang Lili hurriedly assisted Hu Jiqiang to his feet. "Damn, today is truly bizarre. My knees suddenly went weak." Hu Jiqiang stood up, his face etched with anger. Zhang Lili nestled against Hu Jiqiang's chest, playfully pouting. "They are being so unreasonable, calling me old. You must stand up for me, dear." "Humph. Even without your prompting, I intend to teach them a lesson for causing trouble here. They shall regret their insolence. Let us go." Chapter 23. Brother Long is the one I admire. Wang Long and Yang Wanrong entered a luxury clothing boutique. Yang Wanrong pursed her lips and leaned closer to Wang Long, whispering, "Hey, do you have any money? The expenses here can be quite extravagant." Wang Long chuckled. Would the esteemed Miss Yang from the Yang family truly be lacking in funds? "Aye."
Yang Wanrong momentarily faltered.
Although her grandfather provided her with a monthly allowance, it was invariably withheld by her cousin, Yang Mingqi. As Yang Mingqi would put it, "Why do you need money when everything is provided at home?" Noticing Yang Wanrong's embarrassment, Wang Long refrained from pressing the matter and cheerfully said, "Choose whatever you fancy. Today's expenses will be on me." "Haha, what audacity!" Zhang Lili sneered. "You're merely a gigolo. Perhaps you should flaunt your pretentiousness at a street stall instead. How much pocket money do you think the Yang family would bestow upon a fool like you? This place is beyond your means." Yang Wanrong secretly rolled her eyes, finding Zhang Lili's incessant presence irksome, recalling her transgressions from middle school. Immediately, Zhang Lili turned to the sales associates, stating, "You need not pay any attention to these two nuisances. She is the foolish heiress of the Yang family, and as for him, humph, what wealth could a mere dog, who is but a spectator, possess? Do not waste your time." Upon hearing this, the sales staff cast disdainful glances at Wang Long and his companion. "Excuse me, but this is a high-end establishment. We kindly ask you to leave so as not to hinder our business," one of the staff members remarked. "Sir, bringing someone who appears unhinged into our store affects our clientele. Please, it's best if you depart." Wang Long was not enraged. Instead, he calmly remarked, "You open your establishment to welcome guests. If others can enter, why should we be excluded? Moreover, my wife has not disturbed anyone." "Wrong. You breathing affects me." Just as he finished speaking, Hu Jiqiang strode in, exuding arrogance. The sales staff, upon seeing him, hurriedly approached with obsequious greetings. "Mr. Hu, you have arrived." "Mr. Hu, it is a pleasure." Hu Jiqiang cast a smug glance at Wang Long, declaring, "I am the vice president of Wanhao Commercial Building. A pathetic wretch dares to bully my woman? Get out at once, or I shall ensure you never stand again. Indeed, you should take a long look in the mirror before daring to stir trouble." Zhang Lili stepped forward, linking her arm with Hu Jiqiang's. "The illustrious owner of Wanhao Commercial Building is none other than the renowned Mr. Chu. Not only are you a mere interloper, but even if Yang Mengqi from the Yang family were here, she would have to treat me with respect." Upon learning that Zhang Lili was Mr. Hu's partner, the sales staff immediately began to flatter her. Ah, so you are Mr. Hu's wife. Truly a vision of beauty. My lady, why waste your temper on them? Engaging with them only diminishes your stature. We have just received a few new clothing lines that would perfectly complement your noble aura. Allow me to fetch them for you. Zhang Lili basked in the flattery, pointing at Wang Long. That dog, only a fool could be interested in such rubbish. I assure you, my husband means what he says. Leave now. Yang Wanrong felt a pang of fear. She understood that Wang Long's earlier words were merely to placate her. How much could a noodle shop owner possibly possess? Remaining here would only invite humiliation. Father, they are so fierce. Rongrong is scared. Shall we leave? Yang Wanrong pleaded, shaking Wang Long's arm while casting frantic glances. You wish to depart? Hu Jiqiang sneered. Sure. She may be foolish, but you aren't, are you? Do I need to repeat myself? Get out. The sales staff exchanged mocking glances, fully aware of the consequences of offending Mr. Hu. Gentlemen, just moments ago outside, you bullied my wife without my response. For I am a person of decorum. Wang Long smiled faintly and said, I have already spared you once. Why are you still being so relentless? I may have a good temper, but that does not mean I lack one entirely. Besides, what is wrong with my wife being simple-minded? At least she is obedient and possesses beauty. Ha ha ha. It's utterly hilarious. Zhang Lili could not help but scoff. Did you all hear that? Here he is, a son-in-law flaunting his superiority. Indeed, who could possibly be the man of a simpleton? You are a rare breed of a mediocre loser, only worthy of a simpleton. Someone like me is an existence you can never aspire to. Just as she spoke, a chorus of astonished voices erupted from behind. How beautiful! If only I could go on a date with such a beauty, it would be worth dying for. If I could marry her, I would break my ribs to make her soup. Where's the restroom? I need to react. Zhang Lili assumed the compliments were directed at her, growing increasingly pleased with herself, her chest puffing out with pride. Little did she know, an exquisite figure appeared before her. Miss Lu. Upon seeing Lu Linglong, Hu Jiqiang immediately donned an obsequious expression. She was the daughter of Chairman Lu of the Dihao Chamber of Commerce. In terms of wealth, no one dared to claim the top spot in Hangzhou, with the Dihao Chamber of Commerce holding the second. Even Mr. Chu had to show some deference to the Lu family. Miss Lu, what brings you to our Wanhao Commercial Plaza? The sales staff rushed to gather around Lu Linglong. She paid them no mind, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili felt a surge of panic. Miss Lu, is there something on my face? Who were you calling a mediocre loser, thinking you could look down on a woman like me? Lu Linglong's delicate face darkened. Ah, Zhang Lili stammered. I was referring to that son-in-law of the Yang family. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Linglong delivered a sharp slap. Zhang Lili staggered back a few steps but dared not retaliate. After all, she was the young lady of the Lu family. Miss Lu, what are you doing? Hu Jiqiang began to speak, but the scene before him rendered him utterly speechless. Lu Linglong, with a blush on her cheeks, approached Wang Long and sweetly said, Brother Long, that hurt. I never realized hitting someone could be so painful, but what she said was too outrageous. She actually dared to call my brother Long a loser. I apologize for losing my composure. A palpable tension filled the air, as the ethereal Lu family princess displayed such an expression towards a son-in-law. Why was this happening? Wang Long chuckled softly, remarking that indeed, she had lost her composure and should conduct herself with elegance in the future. Lu Linglong blinked her beautiful eyes, her charming face slightly flushed as she nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Immediately afterwards, she turned her gaze towards Hu Jiqiang, her expression suddenly cloaked in frost. Mr. Hu, my hands are too delicate to strike anyone. You shall deliver 3 slaps to your wife on my behalf, and then you both shall kneel and apologize to my brother Long. We shall let this matter rest. What do you say? Aye. Haha, Miss Lu, you certainly have a knack for humor. Hu Jiqiang replied, eager to maintain amicable relations, forcing a smile. I am not jesting. Lu Linglong interjected. Mr. Hu, Brother Long holds a distinguished position. He is not one to stoop to your level. However, I cannot overlook this, for Brother Long is the man I cherish, and you must face the consequences. Chapter 24. Grateful for Brother Long's bestowal of a name, the onlookers grew in number, and Lu Linglong's declaration transformed from a mere suggestion into a blatant proclamation. The heiress of the Dihao Chamber of Commerce daring to contest a man with a fool? And a man who is a mere live-in son-in-law at that? Such a plot would be deemed too outrageous even for television. Hu Jiqiang's countenance darkened. The Wanhao commercial building belonged to Mr. Chu. Should matters escalate, Mr. Chu was not one to be trifled with. Miss Lu, is it truly worth it to jeopardize everything for a mere live-in nobody? Even if you are the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, such behavior seems rather excessive. Hu Jiqiang then turned his attention to Wang Long, sneering, "Kid, who would have thought you had such charm with women, even managing to attract the daughter of the Lu family? Hiding behind a woman hardly exemplifies masculinity. Why not step forward and face me directly?" With a smile, Wang Long stepped forward and addressed Lu Linglong, saying, "Miss Lu, while slapping someone is undeniably impolite, if one must do so, it is essential to employ a certain technique. The back of the hand should be slightly elevated, just as I demonstrate. Observe closely." Smack! Wang Long struck Hu Jiqiang with a ferocious blow, akin to igniting a powder keg, the sound reverberating with earth-shattering intensity. Hu Jiqiang was propelled into the air, spinning several times before being forcefully slammed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, with shattered teeth cascading out like fallen leaves. The scene was truly horrific. "How dare you strike me?" Hu Jiqiang exclaimed in disbelief, never expecting that a mere live-in son-in-law would possess the audacity to retaliate, and with such severity. "Darling." Zhang Lili rushed forward to assist Hu Jiqiang, whose face had swollen grotesquely. Meanwhile, Wang Long seemed utterly unfazed, proudly demonstrating the positioning of his hand to Lu Linglong. "See, striking like this causes no pain at all," he proclaimed, having deliberately refrained from exerting force. Had he done so, Hu Jiqiang's head would have surely been severed from his shoulders. Enraged, Hu Jiqiang bellowed, "You scoundrel! If you dare, summon someone to knock out every last tooth of this scoundrel." At the sound of his fury, security personnel rushed in, witnessing the vice president's assault, brandishing rubber batons aimed at Wang Long. Wang Long sighed. "My friends, how can one live on just a few thousand yuan a month? What a life to lead!" Bang, bang, bang. Wang Long swiftly incapacitated several individuals without taking a single step. Hu Jiqiang's expression shifted dramatically. Are you a martial artist? To easily take down so many, what else could you be?" He scoffed. "No wonder you dare to come here and act so arrogantly. You're in big trouble now that you've crossed paths with us at Wanhao. I'll call President Sun right away." Before long, he continued, "Even when dealing with a dog, one must consider its master. The Wanhao commercial building is under Mr. Chu's domain. To cause a ruckus here is tantamount to courting death. President Sun, it's him who attacked me. He is the son-in-law of the Yang family and a martial artist." Hu Jiqiang maliciously pointed at Wang Long. Although Yang Wanrong's wedding was a modest affair, news travels fast among the elite circles of Hangzhou. "What do you plan to do, President Sun?" Lu Linglong interjected. The Empire Business Association indeed had the backing of the Sacred Maiden Palace, but even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. Given Mr. Chu's stature in Jiangbei, it was not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, Mr. Chu's wife is from the Ling family. At this revelation, the crowd erupted into raucous laughter. "Kid, you really know how to put on a show. The small Yang family is nothing but a trivial matter in Mr. Chu's eyes. President Sun is a trusted confidant of Mr. Chu. Do you dare to demand he kneel? That's laughable. You must not understand Mr. Chu's might. I heard the Yang family found a son-in-law from a rural village, and it appears to be true. Country bumpkin, you ought to call for an ambulance, or better yet, a hearse. Enough. Break his legs and toss him out. Conversing with such a petty character is a sheer waste of time." The bodyguard nodded, ready to take action. Suddenly, a thunderous voice interrupted. "What are you all doing here?" The crowd turned in unison, their faces turning pale with fear as they hurriedly cleared a wide path. The newcomer was none other than the renowned Mr. Chu. Chu Peng. Dressed in a sharp suit, Chu Peng strode forward with an air of authority, exuding the presence of someone in power. Two burly men followed him, their uniforms tightly fitting their muscular forms, immediately revealing their prowess. Upon seeing Chu Peng, Yang Wanrong felt a shiver run down her spine. Although Chu Peng had spared Wang Long, He merely viewed him as a tool for revenge against Ling Shuang. How could Wang Long possibly compare to President's son of Wanhao? It was over. She instinctively sought to flee, but the onlookers formed a solid barrier, leaving her no opportunity to escape. Mr. Chu. But to her surprise, Wang Long called out, "Dragon brother, what brings you here?"
Chu Peng,
Being a figure from the underworld and keen on befriending Wang Long, felt that addressing him as Mr. Wang was too formal, so he opted for a more familiar term, much like Yin Tianlang, to create a sense of closeness. Little did he realize, such a casual address would lead to his downfall, as no one would expect Mr. Chu to refer to a mere lowlife in such a manner. Wang Long chuckled as he pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Just then, Chu Peng produced his Zippo lighter, and with a swift flick, a flame was instantly offered. Wang Long took a puff and chuckled. "It's quite complicated. I shall refrain from elaborating. In any case, your people lack etiquette, Mr. Chu. You are quite a figure in Zhongbei. This is rather unbecoming." Chu Peng felt a surge of anxiety. Instantly, fury ignited within him, and he bellowed, "Who has displeased Brother Long? Step forward." With a swish, he glared, "You? All of you? My subordinates, no less? Excellent, splendid. You wretched fools. It's all you're doing." Hu Jiqiang slapped Lili 3 times in rapid succession before hastily kneeling before Wang Long. "Brother Long. Esteemed sir, I have judged poorly. Please spare me. I can offer my wife to accompany you tonight. She has offended you, and you may punish her as you see fit. I beg you, spare my life." Chapter 25. Yang Mengqi creates a catastrophe. As for you, Wang Long cast a glance at the couple, Hu Jiqiang and his wife, who trembled like leaves in the wind. Hu Jiqiang, the quickest to react, hurriedly exclaimed, Master Long, I was in the wrong. You may call me whatever you wish, Hu Pig, Hu Dog, Hu Ox, or Hu Horse. As long as it brings you joy, I shall comply." Wang Long could not help but chuckle. "Vice President Hu, you have clearly provoked me. Why would you ask for a reward?" President Sun was unaware of the circumstances, for ignorance absolves one from blame. "Yet you. It is entirely my fault." Zhang Lili revealed a pitiable and enchanting expression. "I am willing to accompany you for an evening, or rather, for as long as you desire. I am at your service in any manner you wish. I implore you to spare me this once." Wang Long's expression shifted subtly. "Ms. Zhang, I detest being interrupted when I speak. You have succeeded in aggravating me once again. You foolish woman, you court death." Hu Jiqiang delivered a punch to Zhang Lili's face. Her nasal bone fractured, leaving her visage drenched in blood. With the exquisite Miss Yang and Miss Lu by his side, would Wang Long stoop to engage with a wretched creature like you? Wang Long is an existence you can only aspire to behold in your lifetime. After cursing Zhang Lili, Hu Jiqiang turned his gaze towards Wang Long, ingratiating himself. "Mr. Wang, if I were merely an ordinary person, would you spare me if I begged?" Wang Long, with a smile gracing his lips, shook his head and replied, "No, I cannot." Wang Long turned to Chu Peng and smiled. "Mr. Chu, he is your responsibility. I trust you to handle this. In any case, I do not wish to see this individual again." "Understood, Brother Long. You can rest assured." Chu Peng nodded, then glanced at the 2 bodyguards behind him. "Do you comprehend Brother Long's intention? Proceed accordingly." "Yes, sir." Hu Jiqiang was dragged away, his face ashen, fully aware of the inescapable fate that awaited him. His body felt like a puddle of sludge. Regret consumed him profoundly. Wang Long had granted him an opportunity, yet he failed to cherish it. Alas, there exists no remedy for remorse. Now, he could only await death amidst his anguish and regret. Zhang Lili's complexion was pale. If even Hu Jiqiang was not spared, how could she expect to be? In her daze, she caught sight of Yang Wanrong. Seizing upon this glimmer of hope, she rushed forward and clung tightly to Yang Wanrong. "Wanrong, we are classmates, aren't we? For the sake of our shared history, please persuade your husband to spare me." "Daddy, Wanrong is scared." Despite Yang Wanrong's efforts to push her away, she could not break free, and thus turned to Wang Long for help. At that moment, a tall woman clad in a black professional outfit, her heels clicking on the ground, appeared. She immediately spotted Yang Wanrong and was momentarily taken aback. "Yang Wanrong, why are you out and about instead of staying home?" Where is that useless Wang Long? The newcomer was Yang Mingqi. Lily, why are you clinging to Yang Wanrong? Yang Mingqi, recognizing Zhang Lily, couldn't help but inquire. Mingqi, you have arrived? It's wonderful. Although Yang Wanrong was naive, her cousin was not. Wang Long is, after all, the son-in-law of the Yang family. Surely, he should heed the words of his cousin, Yang Mingqi. Zhang Lily hurriedly released Yang Wanrong and knelt before Yang Mingqi. Mingqi, please help me. I truly did not intend for this to happen. I implore you to spare my life. Upon seeing Zhang Lily's bloodied face, smeared with tears and snot, Yang Mingqi was filled with doubt. Lily, who is this Long Yi? I do not recognize him. He's your cousin's husband. Zhang Lily briefly recounted the events that had transpired. What? Wang Long is Long Yi and is respected by Mr. Chu? What nonsense is this? Yang Mingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was only then that she noticed Chu Peng standing beside Wang Long. Realization dawned upon her as she helped Zhang Lily to her feet and approached with a smile. Mr. Chu, I must trouble you to personally handle the collaboration with Wanhao. You are exceedingly gracious, Yang Mingqi remarked. The Heavenly Empress Beauty Cream, this unparalleled project, can only reach its utmost potential through collaboration with your esteemed Wanhao Commercial Corporation. However, she cast a cold glance at Wang Long. Mr. Chu, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The project for the Heavenly Empress Beauty Cream is entirely under my purview, and Wang Long is merely our family's son-in-law, a good-for-nothing. There is no need for you to extend such courtesy to him. This left Chu Peng feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at Wang Long, seeking an opportunity to repay the debt of gratitude he owed Wang Long for saving his life. Wang Long is the son-in-law of the Yang family. Coincidentally, Yang Mingqi intends to sell a new product under his name at the Marriott Plaza, so she agrees to it, hoping to express her gratitude to Wang Long. However, it appears that the relationship between Yang Mingqi and Wang Long is rather strained. Has this inadvertently backfired? Yang Mingqi scoffs disdainfully. No wonder Mr. Chu chose to spare Wang Long. It turns out he has his eyes on the project of the Heavenly Queen Beauty Cream in her hands, seeking to partake in the profits. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Yet, this pathetic fool has managed to seize an opportunity and evade a disaster. Wang Long, you truly excel at feigning ignorance. Just yesterday, you claimed my project would incur losses, yet you shamelessly exploit my name to deceive Mr. Chu. It seems you are utterly oblivious to the concept of humility and are recklessly courting disaster. Wang Long chuckled, stating that one's identity is self-bestowed. Besides, cousin, you are on the brink of losing everything. Why should I exploit your name? If you are unashamed, then I certainly have reason to feel embarrassed. Humph. Your only asset is that sharp tongue of yours. Yang Mingqi sneered, warning, do not rush. If you continue down this path, there will come a day when you find yourself without a place to rest, you ignorant rustic. Yang Mingqi, that is enough. Lu Linglong could no longer endure the conversation and interjected. Wang Long let out a helpless sigh. Yang Mingqi had become so self-absorbed that she was in a state of self-hypnosis, impervious to any reasoning. When heaven intends to bring about one's demise, it first drives them to madness. There's no saving her. Humph, who cares? Lu Linglong retorted, your Yang family's beauty cream is laced with poison. Applying it will ruin one's looks. How pitiful that you remain oblivious to the impending disaster. Ha ha ha, it was that worthless Wang who told you, wasn't he it? I knew it. This is a divine formula used by the goddess of martial arts, possessing miraculous effects for eternal youth and rejuvenation. Wang, unable to enjoy the grapes, claims they are sour. Only a naive young lady like you would believe it. Yang Mingqi, brimming with pride, declared, Mr. Chu, you shall not regret collaborating with me. I have sent samples of the beauty cream to the renowned star, Miss Bai Ruotong, who has agreed to endorse it, provided the effects are as I described. With her influence in the Summer Kingdom, soon the name of the goddess beauty cream will echo throughout the land. No sooner had she spoken than her secretary rushed in, looking distraught. President Yang, I just received a call from Miss Bai, ha ha ha. Yang Mingqi exclaimed triumphantly. Did she agree to endorse it? The secretary, intimidated by Yang Mingqi's fierce demeanor, reluctantly replied, no, it's not that. After using the beauty cream, Miss Bai was disfigured. Chapter 26. project transfer merely a night had passed, and the Yang family convened another family meeting. Bang! Grandfather, this is impossible. I meticulously followed the formula for the goddess beauty cream. It cannot be flawed.
Young monkey insisted anxiously.
Indeed, father, Yu Shilan quickly added. Could it be that the workers cut corners? This has nothing to do with Mengqi. This is the testing report sent by the Bai family. Am I to explain to them that the workers were negligent? Yang Wenji's expression darkened. Who is Bai Ruotong? She is a top-tier celebrity in the Summer Kingdom, backed by the formidable Bai family. Even now, you still attempt to defend yourself? You've created a monumental disaster. The entire Yang family may be dragged down because of you. Yang Mingqi turned pale, cold sweat pouring down her body. The Bai family was a premier aristocracy in the provincial capital, and in Hangzhou, only the Ling family could rival them. Now that Bai Ruotong's visage had been ruined due to the beauty cream she developed, the Bai family would surely not let her off the hook. It's Wang Long. Yang Mingqi pointed accusingly at Wang Long grandfather. He knew the beauty cream was problematic all along and deliberately kept it from us. The Yang family has come to this state because of him. Wang Long smiled calmly and said, Cousin, you mustn't lash out indiscriminately. I am aware that there are issues with the beauty cream, but I did warn you, did I not? You chose not to heed my advice. Who can you blame for that? You are talking nonsense. Yang Mingqi retorted aggressively. You only suggested that I get it tested. Never did you mention that the beauty cream was toxic. You are doing this on purpose. Even when I urged you to follow the proper procedures, you disregarded my counsel. If I claimed it was toxic, would you have believed me? Wang Long countered. Yang Mingqi was rendered speechless. Mr. Wang, please cease this pretense of goodwill. If there were indeed toxicity, would we not take it seriously? You are clearly downplaying the matter, hoping to see our family humiliated. Yu Shilan, with her prominent belly, addressed Yang Wenji saying, Father, I believe it would be best to hand Wang Long over to the Bai family. This situation arose because of him, and he should bear the responsibility. Wang Long, a son-in-law of insignificant status in the Yang family, was seen as a mere pawn to sacrifice for the preservation of the entire clan. Yet the adversary was the Bai family. Would they truly relent? Yang Wenji sighed and stated, It is not so simple. We must gather all our liquid assets. At the very least, we must demonstrate our sincerity to Miss Bai. Upon hearing this, Yang Mingqi lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt. Mingqi, I am asking you, how much money do we have left?
Yang Wenzi inquired.
His brow furrowed. Grandfather. Yang Mingqi's gaze darted away. We have no money left. What? The cunning Yang Wenji quickly grasped the situation. Mangqi, tell me honestly, how much have you invested in the Tianhou beauty cream project so far? Speak. Yang Wenji roared, startling Yang Mingqi into a shudder. She trembled and replied, Grandfather, I invested 3 billion. I put all the company's liquid assets into it. Upon hearing this, the relatives of the Yang family immediately lost their composure. They had never anticipated that Yang Mingqi would gamble so recklessly. Mangqi, that money was meant as a dowry for my grandson. You cannot do this. I am pulling out. I want my money back. A resounding uproar erupted, akin to a bombshell detonating among the crowd. When it came to financial matters, the Yang family turned utterly hostile, and Yang Mingqi's family became the target of their ire. Even the wheelchair-bound Yang Donghai was pushed to the ground amidst the chaos. Yang Wenji watched this scene unfold, fully aware of the impending disaster. His face pale, he lamented, Heaven has forsaken the Yang family. It is all over. Yang Wanrong felt no better. If the Yang family fell, what would become of her? Would she have to follow Wang Long to the village to sell noodles? She refused. Enough shouting.
Yang monkey suddenly bellowed.
I have a solution. Wang Long possesses the illustrious fortune manor worth over 1 billion. Selling it would provide us with the funds we need. Yes. Yu Shilan, heavily pregnant, struggled to help Yang Donghai to his feet. This mess was caused by the Wang family. You should demand money from him. He has the means. The Yang family, driven by desperation, was now solely focused on retrieving their funds. Indeed, Wang Long, as Yang Wanrong's husband, how can you sit idly by while the Yang family is in turmoil? Without the Yang family, would you have attained your current status? Sell your estate and return our money. You may have stopped Yang Mingqi, but ultimately, the responsibility lies with you. Today, you must sell Fortune Manor. It is non-negotiable. What absurdity. Just yesterday, you admonished me not to covet your wealth. Yet today you covet my fortune? Wang Long.
Yang Wenzi shouted.
Our family has never scorned your humble origins, and we even married Wanrong to you. Do you possess no gratitude? Should the Yang family fall, your days of comfort will come to an end. Wang Long gazed at Yang Wenji and remarked with a smile, Grandfather, the house was acquired through my own efforts. Wang Long, do not covet the possessions of others. However, others shall not lay claim to what rightfully belongs to me. Indeed, the troubles you have caused should be rectified at your expense. Yu Shilan chimed in supportively. Must we be so unreasonable? Very well, then I shall not hold back. Wang Long produced the card that Li Shenhong had previously given him. Here lies 300 million. I can cover this gap for Yang Mingqi's company. However, the project for the Heavenly Goddess Beauty Cream must be fully transferred to my ownership, with no interference from others. Do you agree? You claim 300 million. So be it. Yang Mingqi snatched the bank card away. You, a mere country bumpkin running a noodle shop, wouldn't even be able to produce 30,000. Let alone deceive me here. Do you dare to let me investigate? Wang Long shrugged and gestured invitingly. Soon, the amount in the card was revealed. 300 million. How could that be possible? How could you possess such wealth? Yang Mingqi exclaimed in astonishment. Did you secretly take money from the company? Humph. Cousin, I wish I could. But do you have that kind of money? Wang Long couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you've investigated enough. Just give me a straightforward answer. Fine. Right now, immediately, let's sign the contract. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Mingqi agreed. Who cared where Wang Long's money came from? Some were eager to play the fool, desperate for the opportunity. Within 10 minutes, the two signed the transfer agreement. Wang Long waved the contract and said, Cousin, this project is now mine. If it turns profitable in the future, do not regret it. Fool. Yang Mingqi scoffed, her demeanor shifting now that the contract was signed and sealed. You spent 3 billion on a pile of poison and expect to profit? It's laughable. You might as well wait for your demise. Chapter 27. One punch can kill. Seeing Wang Long maintain his serene smile, Yang Mingqi continued, Wang Long, you were the one who insisted on transferring full authority of this project to you, forbidding anyone else from interfering. Now, my company Tianhou Mayan has been entirely transferred to your name. You are now the legal representative. Thus, you should bear the responsibilities concerning the Bai family, which is only fair. Don't come looking for me to take responsibility. This was all done according to your wishes. Yang Mingqi chuckled coldly within. A country bumpkin, can you really negotiate business? Trying to learn about transfers? You must also bear the risks. Let us see how you meet your end. This works perfectly for me. Wang Long smiled slightly, Cousin. The same item holds different values in different hands. I can transform Tianhou Mayan cream into a true beauty elixir. Don't be envious when that time comes. Ha ha ha. Good luck with that. Yang Mingqi sneered, then turned to the others. Oh, by the way, the project manager is my brother-in-law. You should claim your money from him. The Yang family, taken aback by Wang Long's apparent 3 billion, adjusted their tone to one of utmost politeness. However, upon hearing her words, the previously quiet atmosphere erupted once more. Do you think we are as ignorant as you? That kind of poison cannot possibly sell. Pay us back. If you are going to self-destruct, don't drag us down with you. If we don't see our money today, you 1T leave the Yang family's door. Bang! Just as the crowd clamored for Wang Long to repay them, the door was kicked open. A dozen individuals stormed in, led by a robust young man. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he wore an indifferent expression. I am Bai Zijie of the Bai family. Has the inspection report arrived? Who is Yang Mingqi? Come with me. Upon hearing Bai Zijie's name, the Yang family members instinctively recoiled. Bai Zijie, renowned in Jiangbei as a martial arts master, was a disciple of the Grandmaster Qi Wanyan and the brother of Bai Ruotong. He was not someone to be trifled with, and it seemed the Bai family was indeed ready to take action against the Yang family.
I am Yang Mingqi.
She hurriedly pointed at Wang Long. The Tianhou Mayan project isn't my responsibility. I'm just a runner. The real person in charge is him, Wang Long. Oh, Bai Zijie turned towards Wang Long. You? Then come with me. Certainly. Wang Long nodded and said, however, you must assist me with a task first. Otherwise, I cannot leave. Bai Zijie scoffed coldly. Even in the face of death, you still have so much to say. Speak. Wang Long pointed at the Yang family, stating, I owe them 10 million. First, help me repay this debt, and I shall restore Miss Bai Ruodong's face. Consider this sum as her medical fee. How does that sound? The Yang family members exchanged incredulous glances, as if questioning whether this young man had lost his senses alongside the foolishness of his companions. He speaks of ancient remedies. Do you truly believe a rustic who has left someone paralyzed can effect a cure? They murmured. Moreover, Bai Shao came to retrieve someone. Are you asking him to part with his money? Have you gone mad? A chuckle escaped their lips. I must admit, the audacity of the Yang family is impressive. You dare to offend the Bai family and remain so brazen? You expect me to pay? Very well, would you care for your life in exchange? With that, Bai Zijie stomped his foot, and with a resounding crack, the marble floor shattered beneath him. The Yang family recoiled, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet, Wang Long remained unperturbed, smiling as he addressed Mr. Bai Zijie. Your sister's affliction is caused by an ancient poison. Only 2 individuals in the world can counteract it, and I am one of them. Think carefully. 10 million is not excessive. Wang Long, do you not crave a greater calamity? Yang Wenji interjected, fearful that Bai Zijie might unleash his wrath. You should hasten to accompany Bai Shao. That's unnecessary. With no further words, Bai Zijie launched himself at Wang Long like a released arrow, his fist cutting through the air with lethal intent aimed directly at Wang Long's face. Yang Wanrong, terrified, stumbled backward, colliding with Yang Mingqi. Cousin, are you frightened? You can only blame your misfortune for being entangled with such a worthless fool. Yang Mingqi mockingly supported Yang Wanrong's shoulder, adding, brace yourself. You are about to become a widow. Ha ha! Despite his fear, Yang Wenji felt a secret relief within himself. Upon the demise of Wang Long, all blame was swiftly attributed to him. If matters escalated, they could always summon Ling Zhan to intervene, for Wang Long was indeed her choice, and it was unlikely she would refuse. The members of the Yang family shared this sentiment. Confronted with the esteemed disciple of Master Qi, Wang Long's fate appeared sealed. After all, he was merely a son-in-law. Finding another suitor for Yang Wanrong would be a trivial matter. Such a resolution would surely appease Miss Bai. At that moment, however, an unforeseen event transpired. Bai Zijie, who had lunged towards Wang Long with a fierce punch, abruptly halted. An intangible pressure bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Gazing upon Wang Long, whose face bore a serene smile, he felt as if confronted by an insurmountable mountain. The instinct for survival screamed within him. Should he proceed with the strike, it would be his end. How could this be? Bai Zijie's breath came in ragged gasps. He had never experienced such a sensation even in the presence of his master. Was this merely an illusion? Wang Long smiled faintly. The pressure he exerted was intentional. He bore no grudge against Bai Zijie and had no desire to indiscriminately take innocent lives. Young Master Bai, I hope you will consider my proposal. After all, I am already with you. What is there to fear? Fear? Me? Bai Zijie, suppressing his trepidation, replied, fine, you can't escape anyway, and neither can your Yang family. A mere 10 million, give it to him. With a sweeping gesture, Bai Zijie commanded his subordinates, who promptly presented a bank card. Wang Long, this card contains 13 million. You need not worry about the remaining 3 million. Wang Long took the bank card and tossed it to Yang Mingqi. Cousin, please distribute the money among everyone and look after Wanrong for me. I shall return shortly. Wang Long promptly departed with Bai Zijie. Once they had left, Yu Xiulan could not help but inquire, Mingqi, how does that man surnamed Wang possess such wealth? Is running a noodle shop truly that lucrative? Mother, please, do refrain from jesting, Yang Mingqi replied with a cold smile. That 300 million was bestowed upon him by Mr. Chu, who seems to have harbored intentions for this project for quite some time. He aims to monopolize it and has utilized Wang Long to coerce me into relinquishing my stake. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Queen's beauty cream fails to enhance one's appearance, and instead leads to disfigurement. Even if the Bai family were to spare him, Mr. Chu would undoubtedly not let him off the hook this time. Wang Long, the most righteous deed you have ever accomplished in your life was shielding our Yang family from this calamity. Rest in peace, and may you be reborn into a fortunate family in your next life. Chapter 28. Father, you truly are remarkable. 2 hours on the expressway. Wang Long arrived at the Bai residence. Zijie, weren't you tasked with bringing Yang Mingqi here? Why have you brought this young lad instead? The patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Jianming, sat imperiously in his chair. Though he was over 70, his physique remained robust as that of a youth. Grandfather, Yang Mingqi is merely an errand runner. The true mastermind behind the Celestial Beauty Project is he, Wang Long, the son-in-law of the Yang family. He is the one responsible for my sister's disfigurement. Bai Zijie responded respectfully. Nonsense. With a crash, a middle-aged man from the Bai family shattered a teacup as he rose to his feet. He was Bai Zijie and Bai Ruotong's father, Bai Shangwu. Compared to his father, Bai Shangwu's physique was even more formidable, resembling that of a bodybuilder. He raised his muscular arm, pointing at Wang Long. What makes this pathetic interloper think he has any say in the Yang family? Son, you've been deceived by the Yangs. This lad is merely their scapegoat, taking the fall for Yang Mingqi. It was not just this father and son duo. All the men of the Bai family, except for Bai Zijie, possessed bodies that seemed to have been enhanced by steroids, broad-shouldered and muscular. They exuded strength. Wang Long appeared diminutive before them, akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers. Master Bai, Uncle Bai, I implore you to quell your anger. The situation indeed arose from Yang Mingqi's actions. I assumed responsibility for the project concerning the heavenly beauty cream from her. Therefore, the matter concerning Miss Bai must naturally fall upon my shoulders. Wang Long spoke with utmost politeness. You assume responsibility? Humph, such sweet words. Bai Shangwu sneered. What do you possess to bear this burden? Ruotong is my precious jewel, and now her visage has been marred by your so-called beauty cream. The annihilation of the Yang family would scarcely suffice to assuage my profound resentment. Wang Long nodded slightly. Uncle Bai, I believe I comprehend your sentiments. My purpose in coming to the Bai family is to restore Miss Bai's visage. Upon hearing this, the countenance of everyone in the Bai family, including the patriarch Bai Jianming, immediately darkened. Wang Long, do you consider my Bai family a collection of fools? Bai Jianming spoke in a low voice, suppressing his anger. You, a scapegoat from the Yang family, come here without acknowledging your faults, and instead masquerade as a physician. Do you truly expect me to believe you? Indeed. Bai Shangwu rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, Enough of this nonsense. Let me first break your limbs to relieve my grievances. Wait a moment. With a serene smile, Wang Long calmly stated, Uncle Bai, I have already explained that this matter was instigated by Yang Mingqi and has nothing to do with me. If you seek to vent your anger, direct it towards her. My sole responsibility is to resolve the issue at hand. Only I possess the antidote to the ancient poison afflicting the young lady's visage. Humph, young man. To remain unflinching in the presence of the Bai family demonstrates a modicum of courage. Bai Jianming raised his hand to silence his son with a cold chuckle. I have already summoned the esteemed Dr. Li Xianhong to attend to Ruotong's condition. He is presently administering treatment to my granddaughter. You would do well to focus on your obligations. Draft a confession detailing the circumstances. Tomorrow, I shall escort the entire Yang family to meet you on the road to the netherworld. You shall not be alone in your journey. The Bai family, renowned in the martial arts realm, boasts a legacy stemming from their ancestor, a disciple of Madame Su, thus establishing their lineage as a family of weaponsmiths. Even amidst the modern era's reliance on firearms, martial artists in Xia country take pride in wielding weapons forged by the Bai family. Consequently, the Bai family enjoys a vast network of connections within the martial arts community. The invitation extended to the Yang family serves merely to compel them to submit a confession, providing a legitimate pretext for their eventual downfall. As the saying goes, those who forge iron are indeed forged of iron themselves. Thus, the Bai family is not lacking in formidable martial practitioners. Wang Long gazed upon the group of muscular men, contemplating that this approach was futile. The practitioners of martial arts were all adept at hand-to-hand combat. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Even if he were to focus solely on defense, their fate would be inescapable. Wang Long cast a glance at Bai Jianming and suddenly discerned something, prompting him to speak. Master Bai, Li Xianhong is incapable of curing Miss Bai, and your condition is exceedingly grave. You suffer from a hidden ailment, and if not addressed, you shall surely perish within 3 years. You may not yet feel it. If you doubt, press 3 inches above your navel and see for yourself. Humph! You truly are a fool who feigns even in death. Bai Shanggu scoffed. You have marred my daughter's beauty and now curse my father. Very well. It matters not if your actions are justified. You are merely a trifling member of the Yang family. I shall now send you on your way. Just as Bai Shanggu was about to act, a sudden anguished cry pierced the air. Bai Jianming's face turned ashen as he tumbled from his seat, clutching his chest in excruciating pain. Dad, you really pressed too hard, Bai Shanggu exclaimed in shock. This scoundrel is nothing but a charlatan. Why do you heed his words? Wang Long. Bai Zijie glared fiercely at Wang Long. I believed your deceit, and had I known, I would have unleashed a massacre upon the Yang family. What have you done to my grandfather? Wang Long spoke lightly. Your grandfather was already ill. I merely allowed him to know in advance. Believe it or not, I shall reiterate, Li Xianhong cannot heal Miss Bai. Bring her forth. You insolent brat. Bai Jianming, supported by his son, wore a grim expression and declared fiercely, Dr. Li is exceptionally skilled. He requires no assistance from you. If you dare to ambush me, you shall not leave the Bai family estate today. At that moment, the sound of a woman weeping reached their ears. A woman rushed urgently to Bai Jianming's side. Father, you must take responsibility for Ruotong. Dr. Li claims he cannot mend Ruotong's face and advises us to seek a more capable physician. It is all that Yang family's little girl's doing. I demand the Yang family pay for this. The woman was none other than Zhao Cuiping, Ruotong's mother. What? The Yang family? I shall annihilate them all to avenge my granddaughter. Bai Jianming's fury erupted, his eyes blazing with wrath. Father, allow me to eliminate this wretch first. Bai Shanggu clenched his fists, glaring at Wang Long. Wait. A young woman with her face wrapped in bandages appeared, prompting Li Xianhong to call out urgently. Dr. Li. Bai Shangwu's expression softened immediately. Could it truly be that there was no remedy? Ruotong was his cherished jewel. With her face so marred, how could she live on? The graceful woman, her skin as smooth as cream, could not help but weep, her tears soaking the bandages. She was by Ruotong. There was no hope before, but now there is. Li Xuanhong's eyes brightened upon seeing Wang Long. He walked directly toward him and bowed deeply. Dr. Wang, your presence here is a blessing. I am powerless to assist Miss Bai. Only you can restore her to her former beauty. I implore you to help. The air fell silent. The Bai family members stared wide-eyed at the Reverend Li Xianhong. He was a master of his craft, a giant in contemporary medicine, and he was addressing a mere youth as a divine doctor? It was hard to fathom. Even Bai Ruotong, amidst her tears, turned her gaze toward Wang Long. Li Xianhong affirmed, What? Lu Yunfeng's ailment was cured by him? Bai Shanggu exclaimed in astonishment. This cannot be true. Wang Long, indifferent to the suspicions of the Bai family, swiftly approached Bai Ruotong, seizing the opportunity while no one was obstructing him. What are you doing? Healing. Wang Long gently removed the bandages from Bai Ruotong's face, revealing a visage marred by bruising and swelling. To his astonishment, despite the disfigurement, he could still discern the exquisite beauty hidden within the contours of her features. While Ling Shuang exuded a certain heroic spirit, Bai Ruotong embodied a delicate femininity. Wang Long swiftly administered acupuncture, several silver needles piercing into Bai Ruotong's face. Where is the queen's beauty cream you promised me, Yang Mengqi? Bring it forth and also prepare a bottle of 75-degree white liquor. Remember, it must be 75 degrees. Bring it to me once it reaches a boil. As Wang Long meticulously extracted the toxins from Bai Ruotong's face with his silver needles, he issued commands with authority. The members of the Bai family exchanged glances, uncertainty evident among them, until finally, the family head, Bai Jianming, made the decision. Having received the endorsement of the esteemed physician Li, they resolved to trust him this once and proceed as instructed. Shortly thereafter, the beauty cream and white liquor were presented. At this moment, The toxins on Bai Ruodong's face had been largely purged. Although the swelling had subsided, her complexion still bore no resemblance to that of a normal person, let alone the exquisite beauty she once possessed. Wang Long dripped heated white liquor into the beauty cream, saying, "Miss Bai, the heavenly beauty cream is indeed a miraculous elixir for maintaining youth, but it requires heated white liquor at a temperature of 75 degrees as a catalyst to unleash its true potency. Otherwise, it is exceedingly toxic. Bear with it, for relief is imminent." Wang Long applied a beauty cream onto Bai Ruodong's face. The Bai family attempted to intervene but were halted by Jianming, who understood the principle that those who do not believe cannot be treated. Bai Ruodong winced in pain, yet soon felt an extraordinary coolness enveloping her face. Before long, the decaying skin on her face began to shed, revealing exquisite, flawless new skin beneath. It was as resplendent as ice, seemingly delicate enough to break with a touch, and even better than her previous complexion. The sight left the Bai family in astonishment. At that moment, Li Xianhong nodded and smiled, addressing the head of the Bai family. "My dear Bai family leader, while the layman watches the spectacle, the expert observes the subtleties. Just now, when Wang Shunyi administered those few needles to expel the poison, even the slightest miscalculation could have caused the toxin to spread and endanger the entire body. I cannot help but admire his skill, which is precisely why I said treating by miss was beyond my capabilities." "Very well." Wang Long handed the beauty cream to Bai Ruodong, instructing her to apply it a few more times for a complete recovery, thus declaring his task accomplished. He bid her farewell. Bai Ruodong took out a mirror, glanced at her reflection, and was instantly entranced. The image before her resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Could this truly be her? She couldn't help but look towards Wang Long, who was already striding towards the door. Suddenly, Bai Jianming knelt before Wang Long, startling him. "Bai family leader, what are you doing?" "Wang Shunyi, did you truly say that I was ill and would perish within 3 years? Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true." Just as he spoke, a thunderous laughter erupted from outside. "Bai Jianming, do you perhaps know that this master is coming? Hence you prostrated yourself in advance to seek forgiveness? Ha ha ha! I forgive you. Now, hand over the newly forged divine weapon from your ancestor, and I shall spare your life." A haughty, middle-aged man strode in. "Qin Shihai, is it you?" Bai Jianming rose, his expression darkening. "What brings you to the Bai family?" "Shouldn't I be asking you that, Bai Jianming?" Qin Shihai retorted coldly. 10 years ago, you personally informed me that your ancestor had chosen to retreat and would no longer forge weapons for others. Yet now, rumors abound that the 10th divine weapon of Bai has emerged. Are you not going to provide an explanation?" Bai Jianming scoffed. "My ancestor has always acted according to his own whims. Do I need to explain anything to you? The Bai family does not welcome you. Please leave." "Oh, so you no longer pretend? Acting according to whims is nonsense. The Bai family is clearly looking down on me." Qin Shihai spat. "Your ancestor is renowned as a master craftsman, the pinnacle of the Bai family's weapon forging for centuries. Every weapon he forges blends mystical arts with modern technology, each one a peerless treasure. The weapons crafted by your ancestor are reserved for those he deems worthy. When the war god Yi Nantian emerged, slaying the #1 swordsman of the Sakura nation, his fame spread throughout Huaxia. Your ancestor specially forged a battle knife for him, named Tingjiao. Thus, among the martial artists of Xia, there are 9 who possess the divine weapons of the Bai ancestor. Now it should be called the 10th, right? 10 years ago you dared to deceive me. Today I am determined to claim this 10th divine weapon." "Humph! You speak with such arrogance." Bai Shanggu stepped forward. "How dare you compare yourself to the war god Yi? It is truly laughable. Allow me to inform you, we have just received news from the ancestor that this 10th divine weapon has already been delivered to Hangzhou, and it may very well be in the hands of its rightful owner now. If you have the capability, go retrieve it. Those favored by the ancestor are certainly not ordinary folks. The previous 9 wielders of divine weapons were all distinguished heroes of the martial arts world. Qin Shihai did not possess the audacity to confront them. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Shihai burst into laughter. "Hangzhou? Ha ha ha! What a joke! Hangzhou has merely a half-step in 8 Qi Wanyan. Does your ancestor truly intend to forge a divine weapon for him? That old fool is not worthy. Can you not fabricate lies that sound more plausible? Boom! Qin Shihai's entire body tensed suddenly, a surge of energy erupting forth, shaking the Bai family hall violently. Today, you will either present the divine weapon, or this master will send you to meet the king of hell. An innate master can harness energy into force. Though he could not project true energy as a genuine Grand Master could, this energy was still incredibly formidable. The Bai family members exchanged solemn glances. Under normal circumstances, with the Bai family's connections, any one of the 9 wielders of the Bai ancestors' weapons could easily deal with the small master Qin Shihai. Yet, Qin Shihai's treachery lay in his sudden attack. They had no choice but to rely on themselves. Qin Shihai, have you truly entered the innate realm? Bai Jiaming challenged. Very well, I shall test your strength. A seasoned martial artist possesses formidable physical strength. Although he could not reach the level of a Grand Master who could kill from 100 paces away, at the pinnacle of his training, he could still fight solely with his physical prowess. Bai Jiaming, though he could not compare to the ancestor, felt confident he could handle a small master. His muscles bulged like iron walls as he raised a fist akin to a hammer, striking towards Qin Shihai. Qin Shihai sneered dismissively. If your ancestor were present, I might regard him with some caution, but you are not worth my attention. Boom! Qin Shihai's punch, infused with boundless energy, sent ripples through the air. The 2 fists collided. Bai Jiaming let out a cry of despair as his arm shattered, and he was sent flying backward. Father! Bai Shanggu rushed to his side, helping his father to his feet. Bai Jiaming coughed up blood, gazing at Qin Shihai in horror. I never expected that in just 10 years. Your strength has reached such a terrifying level. You must have attained the peak of the innate realm. Bai Jiaming mistakenly believed Qin Shihai was merely at the initial or mid-stage of the innate realm. He thought he still had a fighting chance. Yet, he could never have imagined Qin Shihai's power had become so formidable. Humph! Qin Shihai sneered. Now you know. No one can save your Bai family. Hand over the divine weapon, and I shall spare your lives. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Long had appeared beside Bai Jiaming. Bai family leader, I wish to inquire about an old man named Bai Ingchun, known for his skill in sharpening scissors and seizing kitchen knives. Do you happen to know him? Bai Ingchun? Bai Jiaming was taken aback. Wang Shini, do you know my ancestor? Wang Long smiled suddenly, recognizing their bond as old friends. 10 years ago, when I first arrived in the village with nothing to my name, it was old Bai Laozu who provided me with my very first meal. With a swift motion, Wang Long raised his hand and sent a silver needle flying, striking an acupoint on Bai Jiaming's shoulder. He then calmly approached Qin Shihai. What do you intend to do? Qin Shihai questioned, gazing at the slender figure of Wang Long, his eyes brimming with disdain. After all, if even the skilled Bai Jiaming was no match for him, how could a mere youth in his 20s pose any threat? Wang Long chuckled and remarked, Master Qin, as you heard, I am a friend of the White family, and it is only natural for me to protect my friend's kin. You still have time to leave. Ha ha ha. Qin Shihai laughed raucously. You're aware that I am a master. Yet do you understand the indignity a master must not endure? Since you have shown a modicum of courtesy, I shall grant you mercy this once. Simply surrender the divine weapon, and I shall take my leave immediately. As he spoke, Qin Shihai's gaze suddenly shifted to Bai Ruodong, his smile taking on a lewd quality. Of course, my time is precious. I cannot squander it unnecessarily. The White family has indeed produced a fine daughter. I shall amuse myself while I wait. Ha ha ha! In a fit of mirth, Qin Shihai transformed into a blur, appearing instantaneously before Bai Ruodong. Before she could call for help, he seized her and pulled her into his embrace. Ah, Miss Bai, I have followed your exploits on television for quite some time, and I must say, you are even more captivating in person. Perhaps I should forego the divine weapon and simply take you instead. Qin Shihai inhaled the fragrant scent of her body, his expression one of intoxicated delight. Touch my daughter, and I will fight you to the death. Release my sister. Bai Shanggu and Bai Zijia, father and son, were enraged at the sight and charged at Qin Shihai in unison. Qin Shihai dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Boom! A fierce gust of wind surged from his palm, sending Bai Shanggu and his son sprawling, blood spilling from their mouths. Qin Shihai, you despicable coward! Bai Jiaming scolded, You only dare to launch a surprise attack. Release my granddaughter, or I shall mobilize all the connections of the White family to ensure your demise. Ha ha ha. I am well aware of your family's extensive connections. The White ancestors each commanded unparalleled prowess. Yet, distant waters cannot quench a near thirst. Qin Shihai mocked triumphantly. Today, either you hand over the divine weapon, or I shall indulge myself with your granddaughter. Choose. In the face of the domineering Qin Shihai, the burly men of the White family felt utterly powerless. His strength was that of a peak minor master, rendering even the family head impotent against him. They would only be walking to their own demise. Bai Ruotong wept bitterly but dared not resist. With Qin Shihai's power, ending her life would be but a flick of his finger. Just then, unexpectedly, Qin Shihai felt as though he had grasped at nothing. He looked down, and the beauty in his arms had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Wang Long appeared, cradling Bai Ruotong in his arms. Dr. Wang? Bai Ruotong gazed timidly at Wang Long's handsome profile, resembling a frightened little kitten. Wang Long gently set Bai Ruotong down, gesturing for her to step aside, before turning to smile at Qin Shihai. If you refuse to heed my warnings, I shall have no choice but to send you to your demise. Qin Shihai was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into derisive laughter. Ha ha ha, I spared you once, yet you seek your own end. Very well, I shall make an example of you first. Dr. Wang, you must flee. Qin Shihai is a minor master. Urged by Jiaming and by Shanggu, their voices filled with concern. Indeed, Dr. Wang, we are grateful for your rescue of my daughter, but you cannot contend with him. There is no need to sacrifice yourself in vain. Ha ha ha. It is too late. This brat is destined to perish today. With a resounding crack, Qin Shihai unleashed a punch, his formidable strength surging forth like a raging torrent. The floor beneath him shattered, clearly demonstrating his genuine prowess. His intent was to kill a chicken to frighten the monkey, making the Bai family aware that he truly dared to commit murder within their domain. Wang Long smiled faintly, his arms moving in unison, as if embracing the vastness of the universe with overwhelming force. Then, with a slight shift of his shoulder, he unleashed a punch. In stark contrast to Qin Shihai's tempestuous assault, Wang Long's strike approached with the gentleness of a soft breeze. Yet, beneath its seemingly tender exterior lay a terrifying power. Qin Shihai's offensive crumbled in an instant. As the wind swept by, Qin Shihai stood frozen like a statue, his face etched with fear. What transpired? Who emerged victorious? Just as the Bai family members strained to discern the outcome between the two, Qin Shihai's complexion turned a ghostly white, and in the next moment, his body began to disintegrate. How could this be? You are... Qin Shihai coughed up blood, rendered speechless. How does my gentle punch feel? Wang Long chuckled and remarked, this is my self-created technique. When you fall victim to it, you will not feel any pain. However, your body will swiftly disintegrate into a pulp. Endure it. It won't last long, for before you transform into that state, you will already be dead. If I were to strike you down with a single blow, it would be painless, but it would splatter blood everywhere, tarnishing my old friend's home, which would be exceedingly impolite. Thus, I must impose upon you. At least in this state, you will be easier to clean up. Before your demise, let your adversary experience the agony of being utterly shattered. The fact that he could articulate such words with a pleasant demeanor was truly astonishing. A living embodiment of the king of hell. The members of the Bai family couldn't help but shudder. Ha ha! Bai family head. I nearly forgot to mention. Li Xianhong laughed. In addition to being a physician, Dr. Wang is also a grandmaster. What? Bai Shangwu's face turned ashen in an instant, for just moments ago, he had attempted to take action against Wang Long multiple times, and he was fortunate not to have done so. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, Bai Jiaming fell into deep contemplation. A grandmaster so young, yet he shares a bond of friendship with the ancestral figure and resides in Hangzhou. Indeed, there can be no doubt. Wang Long is indeed the possessor of the 10th divine weapon of the Bai clan. Members of the Bai family, kneel. Bai Jiaming proclaimed in a resonant voice, immediately leading the way to kneel before Wang Long in reverence. Master Wang, it turns out you are the true master of our ancestors' 10th divine weapon. I lacked the discernment to recognize your greatness, so please disregard the words I uttered earlier. Bai Ruodong followed suit, kneeling with her heart racing like a startled deer, occasionally glancing up at the youthful Wang Long, thinking to herself, ah, that old whitehead is truly overdoing it with such a grand display. Wang Long deduced that the 10th divine weapon bestowed by the white ancestor was indeed a gift from the venerable old Bai. All right, everyone, please rise. He addressed the white patriarch. I shall first treat your ailments with this needle. Meanwhile, at the Hangzhou military department, Ling Shuang received a call from Yun Zhonghu. Ling Shuang, have you heard? The 10th divine weapon of the white ancestor has emerged, and its master is right here in Hangzhou. I have heard, Master, Ling Shuang replied, her eyes brimming with envy. She longed for the day when she too would garner the recognition of the white ancestor and obtain a divine weapon. The divine weapons of the white ancestor not only signify strength, but also represent one's status and identity, far surpassing the honor of being a frost charm general. The divine weapon in Yi Zhanshen's possession was named Tung Jiao, while this 10th divine weapon was called Jing Long. With 4 claws it resembled a jiao, and with 5 claws a dragon. In the eyes of the white ancestor, the master of this 10th divine weapon was even mightier than Yi Zhanshen. Yun Zhonghu gazed intently, stating, though unnamed, he surpasses the war god. Among the martial artists of Hangzhou, who can match him? I believe it can only be our benefactor, the master of this 10th divine weapon. At his words, Ling Shuang felt a flush rise to her cheeks, inwardly declaring, truly, he is my man. Yun Zhonghu continued, now that various factions have received the news, they will surely flock to Hangzhou to court our benefactor. Ling Shuang, the next time you encounter him, you must find a way to persuade him to join the military, especially given your relationship. Master, we are merely... Ling Shuang's voice trailed off, her usual confidence wavering under rare shyness. The benefactor appears and vanishes like a shadow. It is up to your fortune. Recently, the Hahuan poison has begun to spread in Xia country, and those individuals are stirring once more. Intelligence reports indicate they are concocting some scheme in Hangzhou. You must investigate thoroughly, but remember, do not act recklessly. Ling Shuang understood. After healing the injuries of the white family, on the way back, Li Xianhong respectfully remarked, it is astonishing that the white patriarch harbors such hidden ailments, which Wang Shini discerned at a glance, while I remained oblivious. How shameful! Wang Long was not particularly joyful. He politely remarked that the illness afflicting the head of the Bai family could not be remedied solely through acupuncture. Medicinal herbs were also required. He was aware of the prescription, yet one of the ingredients was exceedingly rare, a treasure that one could only hope to encounter. Perhaps he would seek an opportunity to test his luck. Li Xianhong pressed his lips together, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Wang Long's medical prowess undoubtedly surpasses his own by a considerable margin. Even with the best of intentions, he doubts he could be of any assistance. At that moment, the phone rang, and Wang Long retrieved his mobile device. Along, it's your third aunt. You have received the palace jade token, haven't you? The Holy Maiden Palace is home to many fine women. You must take good care of them. Once they bear children, send them back to the village. The old fogies are perpetually bored and could help you with the little ones. Third aunt jested with a laugh. Oh dear, third aunt. I barely survived your training in the village, and now you wish for me to exhaust myself out here? Wang Long chuckled helplessly. By the way, Old Whitehead asked me to convey to you that the item he gifted you must not be touched by anyone else. It could be lethal, she added. Upon hearing this, Wang Long's heart sank. Yang Wanrong, that little girl, had a penchant for unboxing his deliveries. He hurriedly instructed the driver to accelerate. Meanwhile, Yang Wenji and Yang Mingqi brought Yang Wanrong to the Fortune Manor. En route, they unexpectedly encountered Ling Shuang. Yang Wenji promptly stepped forward to greet her. General Ling, you reside here as well? What a coincidence. And you? Ling Shuang remarked coolly, casting a fleeting glance at the Yang family. What brings you here? Her question sent a wave of unease through the Yang family. Allow me to explain, Yang Mingqi said awkwardly. General Ling, this is all the trouble caused by Wang Long. He used your name to deceive President Yin of the Heavenly Wolf Association, who, out of respect for you, gifted him the Fortune Manor as a wedding present. What? Fortune Manor? General Ling couldn't help but gaze toward the direction of the manor atop the hill. Wang Long, that scoundrel, resides so close by? Yang Mingqi was taken aback by Ling Shuang's reaction, her voice dropping a notch as she continued, Yes, yes, we understand the significance of the Fugui manor. Thus we dare not claim it for ourselves. My grandfather's visit is merely to ascertain how to handle this situation. What do you think? Ling Shuang pondered for a moment, then let out a cold scoff. Yin Tianlang is a subordinate of Chu Peng. This must surely be Chu Peng's intention. He wishes to gift the Fugui manor to himself, in hopes of mending relations with the Ling family, yet fears rejection. Mistakenly believing that Wang Long holds great value, he has instead decided to bestow it upon him, a roundabout means of salvaging his ambitions. Little does he know Wang Long is merely a rustic, utterly lacking in capability. Oh Chu Peng, you who have been a hero throughout your life, deceived by a mere noodle shop owner. How utterly ridiculous! Since Tianlang intends to present it to you, it shall thus belong to the Yang family, so feel at ease. No one will dare to harm you. The thought of Chu Peng being duped by Wang Long brought a sense of secret delight to Ling Shuang. Although he is a son-in-law, Wang Long has at least been procured by the esteemed general, and the Fugui manor can be considered a bridal gift from the general to you. Ling Shuang's words were like a soothing balm to their anxieties. The Yang family erupted in joyous exclamations. After all, that manor is worth billions. Such immense fortune has suddenly befallen the Yang family. Oh dear, how can we accept this? General Ling, you are far too gracious. Yang Wenji beamed with a face full of wrinkles. He had never resided in such a luxurious abode throughout his entire life. Wang Long resided in a place that overshadowed him, and although Ling Shuang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she couldn't help but anticipate the moment when Chu Peng would discover Wang Long's shortcomings. Commander Ling, what brings a smile to your face? Yang Mingqi inquired. Ling Shuang believed her rescue by that enigmatic figure was no mere coincidence. He might very well live nearby. Unusual? What manner of person is he?
Yang Mengki preset furter.
A man capable of overshadowing the war god of the Summer Kingdom. A future titan who will command respect throughout Huaxia. That is all I can divulge. Farewell. With that, Ling Shuang took her leave. Little did she know, her words stirred a tempest within the hearts of the Yang family. To overshadow the war god? How many could possibly achieve that within all of Huaxia? They marveled at the prospect of befriending such a prominent figure simply by residing here. Wow, grandfather, I wish to live here, Yang Mingqi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What if that illustrious individual takes a liking to me? The Yang family could rise to prominence. Ha ha ha. It seems our ascent into the ranks of elite families is imminent. Yang Wenji chuckled, nodding in agreement. Mingqi, while you're here, be sure to conduct yourself with utmost decorum. Understood. I shall even adorn myself with makeup before sleeping. Yang Mingqi began to envision herself as the consort of a great man, living a life of unparalleled privilege. Yu Xiulan nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, our Mingqi is naturally beautiful. With a touch of makeup, I doubt that esteemed individual would remain indifferent. Mingqi, perhaps you should take a break from work and simply stroll around this vicinity. Thus, the family continued on their way to the opulent estate, filled with laughter and conversation. Only Yang Wanrong, seemingly simple-minded, felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. Wang Long has passed away. Ah, there is still a package. Upon reaching the door, Yang Mingqi discovered a parcel, and upon inspecting it, realized it was addressed to Wang Long. A look of disdain washed over her face. I wonder if it's just some peanuts or other trivial goods delivered here. That useless wretch is on the verge of death. He won't be able to enjoy it. Mingqi, you shouldn't even touch that filthy thing. Just throw it away, Yu Xiulan remarked with evident disgust. The mere thought of Wang Long ignited a surge of anger within Yang Mingqi. This scoundrel had nearly brought her to ruin. Consequently, she treated the package as if it were Wang Long himself, viciously stomping on it several times before hurling it into the bushes beside the manor. Little did she know, her actions had compromised the seal on the box. A beam of golden light swiftly surged ahead of them, penetrating into the villa. Upon entering the villa, the Yang family was astounded by the opulent decor. Wow, it truly lives up to its billion-dollar value. Yang Mingqi cast a sidelong glance at Yang Wanrong, her voice dripping with sarcasm. How wasteful to house a fool here, but now it seems it has finally found its rightful owner, Hasn't he it, grandfather? Yang Wenji could hardly contain his joy. Seeing is believing. The magnificent estate was indeed incomparable to their own villas. I shall spend my days in comfort here from now on. Yang Wanrong smiled foolishly, though her heart ached. In just a few short days, she had experienced the happiest moments of her life in this place over the past decade. Although Wang Long lacks remarkable abilities and often indulges in pretentiousness, he has always treated her with kindness, never imposing restrictions on her, and even taking the time to prepare meals for her. Will such days truly never return? Just as she pondered this, the smart lock of the front door emitted a sound. As Wang Long entered with Li Xianhong, upon seeing the longed-for person, Yang Wanrong could not help but feel a pang in her heart, and she instinctively buried her face in Wang Long's embrace. Wang Long intended to console Yang Wanrong when he was suddenly overwhelmed by an imposing, terrifying aura. "Oh no, have you tampered with my package?" Wang Long's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the others. "We must leave at once." Chapter 32. Haunted Old Bai had once informed Wang Long, without malice, there can be no weapon. The more formidable the weapon, the greater its malevolent energy. This divine weapon was crafted by Old Bai himself, recognizing only the blood of its master. Otherwise, it would be akin to a wild beast, untamed and exceedingly perilous. Noticing that Yang Wenji and the others remained unmoved, Wang Long urgently reiterated, "We must hurry. Remaining here will put your lives at risk." Li Xianhong, initially intending to pay a visit, turned pale upon hearing Wang Long's words. Can the words of a grandmaster be false? He pondered. In that case, I shall defer my visit for another day. Farewell. With that, Li Xianhong turned on his heel and departed. I have no time for jesting. Swiftly take your family and leave, Wang Long insisted, sensing the malevolent energy growing increasingly volatile. Leave? What nonsense! Yang Mingqi scoffed disdainfully at Wang Long. Do you require me to remind you of your true identity? You are merely a dog raised by the Yang family. This house is mine to inhabit. Yu Shilon sneered derisively, adding, Indeed, were it not for your marriage into our family, would you even have the privilege of residing in such a splendid estate? The wealthy manor is the property of the Yang family, and you have no right to dictate terms. Yang Wenji admonished sternly, as Wanrong's husband, it is your duty to honor your elders. How can you occupy such a grand residence while denying us entry? Do you not acknowledge me as your grandfather? I have decided. Our family shall move in here. Observing the aggressive demeanor of this family, Wang Long felt a surge of urgency. Wang Long let out a helpless smile. Well, I've said what I needed to say. If you wish to dwell here, it depends on whether your fate is resilient enough. He scoffed. Pathetic fool. You can no longer masquerade as a divine healer, and now you've taken on the guise of a Taoist. Ha! A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. I shall see what you can do against me. Yang Mingqi sneered disdainfully and swaggered over to the sofa. Suddenly, an ear-splitting shriek reverberated through the air. The furnishings in the room began to tremble violently. The chandelier in the living room crackled with electricity, flickering ominously, and the temperature in the room plummeted. The members of the Yang family were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Before Yang Mingqi could finish her words, a flash of golden light surged forth. A gash appeared on her right leg, where she had stepped on a parcel, blood trickling down in rhythmic drops. Ah! It hurts so much. What is this, a ghost? Yang Mingqi's face turned pale with fear. Yet, before she could flee, another blinding flash of golden light struck. Crack! Feeling a chilling sensation emanating from her chest, she glanced down. Her clothing had been inexplicably slashed open, exposing a large expanse of skin. Even more horrifying was that the cut was merely an inch away from her throat. At this moment, Yang Mingqi was rendered speechless by terror, summoning all her strength to dash outside. Driamki! Yu Shilon called out, her gaze following Yang Mingqi before turning fiercely towards Wang Long. You despicable man! It must be your doing. Stop this at once. Wang Long chuckled and shrugged, saying, I have already warned you. Furthermore, if you continue to neglect uncle, he may perish. What? Yu Shilon looked down, drenched in a cold sweat. There, in the wheelchair, the half-paralyzed Yang Donghai was mumbling something incoherent. His shoulder marred by an unknown injury, his clothing stained crimson. Donghai, how are you? Wang Long, how can you still torment him when our Donghai is in such a state? Just wait. We will not let this matter rest. Yu Xiulan, with her substantial belly, hastily pushed Yang Donghai away, heading towards the hospital for treatment. Yang Wenji's face turned a shade of iron. His teeth clenched as he glared at Wang Long. Wang Long, had I known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I would never have allowed you into the Yang family. I have done nothing wrong. It is you who provoked forces beyond your comprehension. Wang Long replied with a grin. Moreover, grandfather, if you wish to stay here, you must at least obtain the consent of both Wanrong and me. Even as an elder, this would still be considered trespassing. Now, please leave. You! Yang Wenji was momentarily speechless. I shall see just how long you can endure in this haunted house. As Yang Wenji departed, Yang Wanrong instinctively tightened her grip on Wang Long's arm. It is not haunted. Wang Long laughed. Has your cousin meddled with my package? You too. Refrain from tampering with my deliveries in the future. Understood? Wang Long gestured for Yang Wanrong to release her grip. Striding boldly to the center of the living room, he bit his finger and shouted with fervor, "Come!" Instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped the entire room, transforming it into a shimmering sanctuary of gold. Yang Wanrong was left in a state of astonishment. In her line of sight, a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon circled above Wang Long's head. A gust of wind swept through, and tranquility returned to the room as if nothing had transpired. Yang Wanrong rubbed her large, captivating eyes in disbelief. What had just occurred? It was a dragon. Wang Long replied with a smile. Who would believe you? Yang Wanrong pouted, convinced that fatigue had conjured a mere illusion. You should get some rest. Wang Long, feeling the transformation within himself, smiled gently. The divine weapon had seamlessly merged with him. With a mere thought, it could manifest for his command. Truly, Old Bai's mastery in weapon crafting is unparalleled. As Wang Long was about to make his way to his room, Yang Wanrong suddenly grasped his wrist. This house is haunted. I wish to sleep in your room, she said. Wang Long turned around with a smile and replied, That won't do. You are aware that I came to the Yang family to uncover the truth behind the Wang family's massacre. What if we were to? What would you do if you were to marry someone in the future? Who wants to be with you?
Yang Wanrong SJX flushed crimson.
If you wish to learn about the Wang family, you must heed my command. I order you to let me sleep in your room. Very well, but as per our usual arrangement, you shall sleep on the floor. The following morning, Yang Wanrong awoke from her makeshift bedding to find that Wang Long had already risen. You scoundrel, Wang Long, she exclaimed, gingerly massaging her stiff waist. As she reflected on the events of the past few days, an unsettling feeling grew within her. No one could be so fortunate as to escape peril time and again. Could it be? What secrets does Wang Longjin harbor? Just as I pondered this, the impeccably dressed Wang Long entered the room. Wait, Yang Wanrong rose and extended her palm, demanding, Give me money. I am out of funds. Wang Long couldn't help but chuckle. Even the young lady of the Yang family experienced times of financial hardship? You know the answer. So spare me the unnecessary chatter and just give it to me. Yang Wanrong retorted with an eye roll. Wang Long raised an eyebrow and took out his phone. I still have 50,000. 50,000? Yang Wanrong scoffed. Are you trying to dismiss me with a pittance? This amount is barely sufficient for me to last 5 days. 10,000 a day. Are you residing in the ICU? Wang Long chuckled. Now you realize you can't afford to support me. What were you thinking when you squandered 300 million?
Yang Wanrong curlet her lip.
Chapter 33. I just want to earn a few 100,000 pocket money. Speaking of 300 million. Does what you said earlier still hold? I've done a rough calculation on the Tianho Meiyan project, and it can easily yield a 10-fold return. Would that be enough to exchange for the Wang family's secrets? Wang Long suddenly spoke with gravity. Who would believe your words? A cream that can ruin one's appearance, and you think it can be profitable? Yang Wanrong fiddled with the jade pendant hanging around her neck. I would rather rely on my own efforts. This jade pendant sent from your hometown should be worth something. Perhaps I should sell it. Ah, very well. Wang Long, unable to resist Yang Wanrong's insistence, reluctantly said, I must pay a visit to the antique market. You should finish your meal quickly, and I will take you along. Perhaps we can earn some money in the process. Do you even understand antiques? Yang Wanrong replied with a hint of disdain, her tone dripping with sarcasm. One must follow their partner's lead, be it a chicken or a dog, for such is the plight of my fate. Then hurry up. Wang Long chuckled and walked out to the balcony for a smoke. Yang Wanrong, wearing a mischievous grin, thought to herself, I shall see what secrets you hold. An hour later, the two arrived at the antique market. Wang Long is aware of an ancient Tibetan remedy that possesses the extraordinary ability to cure the illness afflicting the head of the Bai family. However, this ancient prescription necessitates the grinding of a supreme quality celestial bead into powder for medicinal use. While ordinary celestial beads are relatively easy to procure, the supreme quality celestial beads are elusive treasures, with only those formed over millennia qualifying as such, let alone those of the finest grade. It seems we must rely on fortune. Hey, what are your plans for making money?
Yang Wanrong inquired softly.
By gambling on stones. It is the simplest method, he replied. Simple?
Yang Wanrong exclaimed in astonishment.
Even I am aware that one cut can lead to poverty, while another may usher in wealth. One slice could render you destitute, while another could yield a fortune of 50,000. Wang Long smiled faintly. In the village resided an elderly beggar, who, in his youth, was said to possess wealth rivaling nations and was renowned as a gambling deity. In truth, he was a practitioner of profound Taoist arts. How could one not triumph when employing magical prowess in games of chance? However, due to his reckless misuse of such powers, he faced a desolate old age, ending up a solitary figure. Thus, after Wang Long mastered the beggar's skills, the beggar solemnly cautioned him that while it was permissible to gamble using magic, he must also perform a good deed on the same day to offset the consequences, lest it adversely affect his fate. Observing Wang Long's silence and smile, Yang Wanrong remarked, Perhaps it is best to refrain. I have no desire to share in your misfortune, but how can one know without a trial? Wang Long chuckled as he entered a shop named the Treasure Pavilion. How ironic it is that fate has brought him face to face with Yang Mingqi. Upon seeing Wang Long, she crossed her arms, her expression replete with disdain. Oh, I nearly forgot. Although the esteemed Dr. Li has restored Miss Bai's visage, you still owe the Bai family's young master 13 million. Are you truly considering gambling on stones, you rustic fool? Did you actually believe that you possess extraordinary luck? Wang Long smiled faintly as he looked at the bandage on Yang Mingqi's leg, noting that the injury was quite unfortunate. If only it had been on her mouth instead. Wouldn't you agree, cousin? Yang Mingqi's eyes twitched in annoyance. You arrogant fool. Just wait and see how you plan to sell your pile of poison. You'll soon find yourself bankrupt. At that moment, an elegantly dressed couple approached. Is that not Sister Wanrong? Yang Enjing cast a questioning glance at Wang Long. And who might you be? I'm Yang Enjing, a distant relative of the Yang family, my grandfather being a brother to Yang Wenji. Upon hearing this, Yang Enjing's expression immediately soured, and she couldn't be bothered to spare Wang Long another glance. However, the man beside her, upon seeing Yang Wanrong, couldn't help but brighten. Enjing, is this beautiful lady also a relative of yours? I've never encountered her before. Feng Pengcheng leaned in closer to Yang Wanrong. Yang Wanrong instinctively shrank back behind Wang Long. Of course you haven't met her. She is Mengqi's cousin, and rather simple-minded. Yang Enjing emphasized the last words, sensing Feng Pengcheng's inappropriate interest in Yang Wanrong. While she spoke thus, her thoughts were quite the opposite. As the heir of the Feng family, he had encountered all manner of women, but never one as innocent as this simple girl. He was already scheming in his mind about how to lure this little fool into his bed. Yang Enjing quickly changed the subject. Let us not dwell on this. Feng Xiao, were you not going to take Mengqi and me to the gambling stone event to unwind? We know nothing about it and will rely entirely on you. Fear not, Feng Pengcheng declared proudly. Our Feng family has been in the antique business for 3 generations. When it comes to this, Feng Pengcheng, rank second, and no one in Hangzhou dares to claim the first. The Feng family, a prestigious household in Hangzhou, far surpassed the Yang family. They had a long-standing reputation in the antique trade, particularly in jade. Upon hearing Feng Pengcheng's name, a crowd quickly gathered around him. You are the renowned Feng Xiao, the youngest treasure appraisal master in Xiagua. It is an honor to meet you. Word has it that the Feng family has produced a genius in treasure appraisal. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. Could one of these two be your girlfriend, Feng Xiao? They are all exceptionally beautiful. A perfect match indeed. How enviable. As the crowd flattered Feng Pengcheng, they also offered compliments to Yang Mengqi and Yang Enjing, causing the two of them to giggle uncontrollably. Not at all. We are merely friends with Feng Xiao. You are all too kind. Wang Long felt a sense of tedium and was preparing to escort Yang Wanrong away when he was halted by Yang Mengqi. Hold on. Yang Mengqi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Long. Aren't you here to gamble on stones as well? Indeed, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave, Wang Long replied with a smile. Wang Long, have I permitted you to leave? Yang Mengqi retorted with an air of superiority. Since we are all here to gamble, why not join us? Mengqi, let him go. Allowing this country bumpkin to gamble alongside young Master Feng would only tarnish young Master Feng's esteemed reputation as a connoisseur. Yang Enjing, harboring feelings for Feng Pengcheng, was eager for Wang Long to depart with Yang Wanrong. Sister, how fortuitous that young Master Feng is present. I intend to teach him a lesson. Trash should recognize its own worth. No more boasting. In our Yang family, one must learn to be humble. Yang Mengqi then turned her attention to Feng Pengcheng. Young Master Feng, he is Wanrong's husband, a mere village man running a noodle shop. You wouldn't mind him joining us, would you? Upon hearing this, Feng Pengcheng gazed at Wang Long with palpable disdain. However, before he could respond, Wang Long shook his head and said, Let us not. I brought my wife here merely to earn a few million as pocket money. We shall be leaving soon, so you all enjoy yourselves. The speaker was indifferent, but the listeners were attentive. Instantly, numerous eyes turned toward them. Chapter 34. I don't know how to earn a few million as pocket money? What audacity! The very essence of gambling on stones lies in its uncertainty. Even a master appraiser cannot guarantee success every time. From where does this young man's bravado stem? The crowd displayed their disdain. At that moment, Feng Pengcheng scoffed and remarked, Brother Wang, if I may inquire, do you possess any understanding of gambling on stones? Understanding is a stretch, but I certainly do not know how to lose. Wang Long possesses the remarkable ability to wield the art of divination. To him, gambling stones appear as transparent cards. Unless he deliberately chooses to lose, profit is inevitable. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Those hailing from the village certainly have the audacity to voice such claims. It is evident that only those unacquainted with the ways of the world would dare to speak so boldly, clearly untouched by the harsh realities of life. I suspect he may not even comprehend the nature of gambling stones. Ha ha! Feng Pengcheng could hardly contain his amusement. Indeed, he is the husband of a fool, inevitably sharing in her folly. Very well, since Brother Wang is brimming with confidence, shall we engage in a competition? Feng Pengcheng's lascivious gaze drifted toward Yang Wanrong, contemplating whose jade would prove more valuable. Should I emerge victorious, how about allowing your wife to share my bed for a night? Young Master Feng, Yang Enjing immediately lost her composure. What could a fool possibly offer? I could accompany you instead. During my recent business trip to the cherry blossom country, I acquired numerous techniques. Enjing, why are you still jealous of your sister? Feng Pengcheng chuckled, wrapping his arm around Yang Enjing's waist. A fool exists merely for amusement. Do you truly believe I would marry her? I trust you wouldn't mind, would you? Yang Enjing pursed her lips. Well, very well. The Feng family is a prominent aristocracy in Hangzhou, a status she cannot afford to offend. Then it is settled. Yang Mengqi interjected with a laugh, suggesting that serving young Master Feng is indeed a stroke of fortune for Yang Wanrong. She cared little for Yang Wanrong's virtue. The prospect of publicly humiliating Wang Long was simply too exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanrong tugged at Wang Long's sleeve, her eyes seeming to convey a silent plea, Father,
I'm afraid.
The unspoken message was clear. Let us depart swiftly. My dear wife, observe, even in your current state, there are still those who covet your beauty. This alone surpasses some of your sisters, who eagerly throw themselves at others, only to be dismissed as unworthy. Wang Long chuckled, Of course I am your husband. A husband would never allow you to accompany others, so rest assured. Who are you referring to?
Yang Enjing retorted, her temper flaring instantly.
She was restrained by Yang Mengqi, who stood nearby, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Sister, Why are you stooping to argue with a country bumpkin? Yang Mingqi scoffed. Just wait and see him let his wife accompany Feng Xiao. Yang Enjing found her reasoning compelling and shot Wang Long a fierce glare, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Let the game begin. Feng Pengcheng was eager to pounce on Yang Wanrong, his excitement palpable. Brother Wang, shall you go first? No need. It would be unfair for me to start. You go ahead, Wang Long replied nonchalantly. Feng Pengcheng, feeling no obligation to be courteous, thought it inconsequential who went first, for victory was already assured. He approached a pile of stones and began to select. Ultimately, he chose 5 pieces and declared with a flourish, "Let's begin." Wang Long deftly manipulated the incantation, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he gazed upon the 5 blocks of stone. Upon reaching the final piece, he was momentarily taken aback. It appears that Feng Xiao possesses some talent, he mused. This remark was overheard by Yang Mingqi, who scoffed in response, of course. Feng Xiao is the youngest treasure appraisal master in Xia country. Gambling on stones is merely a fundamental skill. Brace yourself for an impending betrayal. Buzzing and crackling ensued as Feng Pengcheng completed the transaction, prompting the craftsman to commence the cutting of the stones. The first block yielded nothing. The second, while producing a result, turned out to be ordinary jadeite, neither a profit nor a loss. The third block similarly bore no fruit. Finally, they arrived at the 4th block. Before any cuts were made, Feng Pengcheng confidently proclaimed, "The first 3 were merely superficial. These last 2 are the main event, and they must contain something valuable." With the declaration of the youngest treasure appraisal master in Xia country, all eyes fixated intently on the 4th block. As the blade sliced through, a dazzling purple radiance instantly captivated the audience. "It's here. The goods have emerged." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could this possibly be the fabled supreme violet jade? Heavens, this is my first encounter. Shock reverberated throughout the gathering. Violet jade, also known as spring jade, is an exceedingly rare variety. The quality was undeniably exceptional, and this piece alone could fetch millions. Feng Xiao truly lives up to his reputation as a treasure appraisal master. His discerning eye is commendable. It is no wonder the Feng family maintains its status as a leading aristocracy in Hangzhou. With a prodigy like Feng Xiao, prosperity seems inevitable. It appeared that the most valuable treasure of the day had already been claimed by Feng Xiao, leaving little hope for the remaining stones to rival such quality. Feng Pengcheng, brimming with pride, cast a glance at Yang Wanrong, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. As the crowd marveled, their attention shifted to the 5th block. A single cut revealed nothing of value, yet no one felt regret. After all, gambling on stones is inherently a gamble. Unless one possesses the gift of foresight, how could they expect to succeed every time? Feng Xiao's revelation of the supreme violet jade was already sufficiently astonishing. Anything else was inconsequential. Feng Pengcheng pursed his lips, displaying a hint of disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure, for he had meticulously selected 5 blocks from the pile that he believed held potential. "Wang Long, there is no possibility of a turnaround." "All right, Brother Wang, it is your turn," Feng Pengcheng jested. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wang Long let out a sigh. "Ah, young Master Feng, I have a kind heart. Although we are engaged in a wager, I must still caution you. Are you certain you do not wish to make another cut on this 5th piece?" Upon hearing this, Feng Pengcheng couldn't help but snicker. "I have indeed overestimated you. Do you have any idea how low the probability is of striking a valuable stone on the 2nd cut? Moreover, after the first incision, I have yet to glimpse even a trace of jade. Why should I waste my time?" "Exactly, you pretentious fool. Stop pretending to be some kind of expert and make your choice,"
Yang Mingqi interjected.
She felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. If young Master Feng were to seduce Yang Wanrong, what face would Wang Long have to remain in the Yang family? Grandfather would not let him off easily. Finally, they could rid themselves of this worthless individual from the Yang family. "Very well." Wang Long raised an eyebrow and said, "Feng Xiao, are you quite certain you no longer want this 5th piece of stone? If so, I shall purchase it from you. What do you say?" "Ha ha ha." Feng Pengcheng laughed heartily. "I can see you have no skill in stone gambling, so you wish to take a chance on what remains. Very well, I acquired this stone for 100,000. I shall sell it to you for a mere 50,000. As he spoke, Feng Pengcheng cast a glance at Yang Wanrong, adding, "Consider it compensation for having slept with your wife." Ha ha ha. Yang Wanrong felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "Father, please. Ro does not want to sleep with him." Unbeknownst to her, those words only served to further excite Feng Pengcheng. "Little Ro, be a good girl. Uncle will take great care of you shortly." Ha ha ha. The crowd wore expressions of mockery. They had assumed the son-in-law of the Yang family possessed some talent, but it turned out he merely scavenged the remnants left by others. Wang Long smiled faintly and immediately transferred 50,000 to Feng Pengcheng, then said, "Masters, I appreciate your effort for one more cut." The masters clearly were not too pleased, considering it a mere waste of time. However, bound by their duty, they had no choice but to proceed. To their astonishment, as the water-soaked electric saw made contact with the stone, a brilliant green light surged skyward, dazzling everyone present. Crack! The stone split open. The once playful expressions of the onlookers vanished in an instant. Chapter 35. Thank you for the reminder. Is it really the supreme imperial green? How could this be? I have never encountered such exquisite imperial green in my life. This must be worth over 100 million. Feng Pengcheng stumbled, his eyes wide with disbelief, rendered speechless. Yang Mingqi and Yang Enjing were equally stunned. No way. Could it be that this rustic fellow, Wang Long, has actually hit the mark? Only Yang Wanrong gazed intently, her eyes fixed on Wang Long's profile, a complex mixture of emotions swirling within her. She was certain this was no mere coincidence. Why did Feng Pengcheng choose this last piece after cutting away 3 blocks of waste? Wang Long, there is indeed a secret about you. Feng Pengcheng rushed towards the stone materials, unable to conceal his embarrassment. The worthless debris he had sold for 50,000 yuan unexpectedly revealed a magnificent imperial green, a sight he had never encountered in his lifetime. This should have belonged to him. I will return the 50,000 yuan to you. That stone is mine. Feng Pengcheng gazed at Wang Long, asserting his claim in an undeniable tone. Wang Long chuckled and shook his head. Feng Xiao, I had warned you in advance. If you had made a second cut at that moment, then it would undoubtedly have belonged to you, and I would have had nothing to say. However, you have already accepted the money, and this item no longer belongs to you. It is mine. Nonsense. This stone was selected by me, and whatever is unearthed from within naturally belongs to me. You were merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Without my involvement, could you have possibly chosen such a stone? Feng Pengcheng could not bear to watch the invaluable imperial green jade slip into someone else's hands. With a firm demeanor, he declared, "You little beggar, 50,000? You expect me to return it? Do not be absurd. Even the young master of the Yang family does not warrant my attention, let alone a mere interloper like you. Either take your money and leave, or simply get lost." Despite his earlier joviality, the atmosphere grew tense as Feng Pengcheng's frustration escalated, rendering the onlookers silent. The Feng family was a prestigious clan in Hangzhou, second only to the Ling family. Moreover, the Feng family had established a significant presence in the antique trade, deeply intertwined with the underworld, a realm fraught with peril. Wang Long, Yang Mingqi interjected hastily, "Feng Xiao has invited you to join him out of respect. You have benefited from his favor, and yet you dare to covet what belongs to him? You should kneel and apologize to Feng Xiao." "Indeed," Yang Enjing chimed in, "kneel before Feng Xiao, and then let your wife spend a night with him. With your insignificant status, Feng Xiao could crush you with a mere flick of his finger. Do not expect the Yang family to rescue you. This trouble is of your own making." Wang Long could not suppress a chuckle. "What? Is it still my fault? Have we abandoned reason altogether? To hell with that. I am the reason." Feng Pengcheng sneered. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, clean up your wife and send her to my bed. People die in this city every day. Who knows if you'll be next? Are you threatening me?" Wang Long replied with a smile. "Threatening? Ha! Indeed, I am threatening you. As long as no one witnesses it, I could kill you, and no one would dare to hold me accountable." "No one witnessed it?" Wang Long stroked his chin, pondering intently. "That's an interesting point. Thank you for the reminder." With that, a glint of ferocity flashed in Wang Long's eyes. A sudden, inexplicable dragon's roar reverberated, leaving everyone with a throbbing headache. A golden light streaked past, As the dazed crowd struggled to comprehend the situation, a shriek pierced the air. Ah! Feng Pengcheng collapsed into a pool of blood, writhing in agony, the area between his legs stained crimson. Young Master Feng, are you all right? Yang Mingqi and Yang Enjing rushed over, both rendered speechless. The injury he sustained was precisely in that area. It's you. Feng Pengcheng gritted his teeth as he glared at Wang Long. You bastard. I will kill you. Wang Long wore an innocent expression and said, Feng Xiao, do not unjustly accuse a good person. I am standing so far away and have not moved at all. How could it possibly be me? Even if it were me, you mentioned that as long as no one witnesses it, there would be no consequences. Feng Pengcheng was rendered speechless by the retort. Wang Long silently offered an apology to Old Bai in his heart. Yang Wanrong glanced at Feng Pengcheng, thinking he deserved it, and then joyfully picked up the piece of imperial green jade.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Let's go eat something delicious. All right, let's go. I dare anyone to stop us. Feng Pengcheng trembled as he took out his phone, vowing, Today, I will ensure that you meet your demise. Just as he was about to make a call for reinforcements, an elderly man with a benevolent countenance emerged from the crowd, supported by a young girl. Young Master Feng, one must accept the consequences of one's wagers. This behavior is unbecoming of the Feng family's esteemed reputation. Upon seeing the old man, Feng Pengcheng was momentarily taken aback. You are. The next moment, he fainted from excessive blood loss. The elderly gentleman gestured to the two young ladies Yang, saying, Please, Mrs. Yang, kindly assist young Master Feng to the hospital. If you hurry, his life may still be saved. Yang Mingqi and Yang Enjing exchanged glances and nodded. If anything were to happen to young Master Feng, the Yang family could not escape the repercussions. Thus, they swiftly departed with Feng Pengcheng. As Wang Long was about to depart, he was halted by the elder's voice. Young friend, please wait. The elder approached Wang Long, his gaze fixated on the imperial green jade cradled in Yang Wanrong's arms, and he couldn't help but exclaim, What a magnificent piece of jade! Young friend Wang Long, I offer you 200 million. Will you part with this exquisite gem? Wang Long was taken aback upon encountering the elderly man. He did not recognize the old gentleman but was captivated by the exquisite celestial bead hanging around his neck. How about we forge a friendship? 100 million in addition to the celestial bead you wear, Wang Long proposed, extending a single finger. What? The girl beside the elder exclaimed indignantly. If it weren't for my teacher saving your life just now, and if Feng Pengcheng's call had gone through, you would have been doomed, and yet you dare to take advantage of this situation? That celestial bead is a royal gift. Xiao Man. The elder cast a glance at the girl and then, with a gentle demeanor, addressed Wang Long, My young friend. This celestial bead is an invaluable treasure. Such an offer is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Long nodded, acknowledging the inappropriateness of the situation. I wonder how your esteemed life factors into this. Upon hearing these words, the elder's expression darkened. Young friend Wang Long, I extended my friendship to you out of goodwill. Why do you feel the need to threaten me? You audacious fool, the girl exclaimed. Have you lost your senses? Do you even comprehend the stature of our esteemed teacher? Elder, please remain calm, the elder urged. Wang Long smiled and said, I require your celestial pearl to save a life. As for your imminent peril, I have discerned that you are destined for a calamity of bloodshed if you do not swiftly devise a means to avert it. Time is of the essence, dear elder. Misfortune awaits you. Upon hearing this, a girl named Xiao Man was incensed. How dare you curse my teacher? She was about to make a move when the old man beside her restrained her. The elder's gaze was sharp as he addressed Wang Long. Young friend Wang Long, I recognized your exceptional abilities and sought your companionship. If your intentions are indeed to save a life, then I shall gladly part with this celestial pearl. However, to achieve your aims through unfounded words is not a commendable trait. Indeed,
Xiao Man retorted in dein Antli.
What status does my teacher hold, unrestrained by taboos? Were it not for my teacher's magnanimity, I would certainly shatter your teeth. Wang Long chuckled. Elder, you have misunderstood. I am merely performing a good deed, unrelated to the celestial pearl. Farewell. It was neither prudent for others to disbelieve him, nor for him to rush to offer assistance. Having said this, Wang Long turned on his heel, accompanied by Yang Wanrong. At this juncture, Xiao Man addressed the elder master. Are we simply allowing him to depart? What about the imperial green jade? The elder pondered for a moment before calling out to Wang Long. Young friend, please stay a moment. Wang Long turned back, inquiring, is there something else, elder? The elder replied with a smile, let us proceed as you suggested, 100 million, along with this celestial pearl. However, I do not possess such a sum at present. Would you accompany me to my residence to retrieve it? We shall exchange cash for goods. Sound agreeable? Very well. Wang Long consented. Wang Long, disinclined to seek out other buyers, led Yang Wanrong to the home of the elderly gentleman. Upon entering, the most prominent feature of the main hall was a resplendent jade statue of Guanyin, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. However, it was regrettable that the lotus throne beneath the deity was in a state of disrepair. Xiaomen cast a disapproving glance at Wang Long and reverently lit 3 sticks of incense before the statue. A marvelous spectacle ensued. As the incense ignited, a radiant glow enveloped the statue, and the entire room was imbued with an ethereal ambience, invigorating the senses and uplifting the spirit. Do you now comprehend the depths of your folly? Xiaoman turned to Wang Long with disdain. With such a treasure residing in the house of your mentor, malevolent forces dare not approach, and calamities are averted. What nonsense about bloodshed and misfortune. You've revealed your true self. The elderly gentleman nodded slightly, chuckling. Young friend Wang Long, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Wu Zhixing. Do you still believe my days are numbered? Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from falsehoods. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am. Hearing this, Wang Long laughed in return. Old Wu, I concede my error. Before visiting your home, I presumed you were nearing your end. It was only upon witnessing this statue that I understood if I had not intervened, your demise would have been certain today. At this revelation, Wu Zhixing's expression turned icy. Young friend Wang Long, recognizing one's mistakes can lead to great improvement. Why persist in folly? I have afforded you several opportunities. Do not squander them. Teacher, do not waste your breath on such a person. He is merely a stubborn fool. Xiaoman retorted, her anger palpable as she brandished her delicate fists. Wang Long, I see you are courting death. Today, I shall see if I can knock out your teeth and determine whether you can still maintain your bravado. Wang Long, with an unflinching demeanor, calmly addressed Old Wu. This jade Guanyin may appear miraculous, yet in truth, it is a malevolent entity. It embodies your impending misfortune. Who dares to label my jade Guanyin as sinister? Such words are sheer nonsense. Before Wu Zhixing could respond, a stout monk strode in from outside. Towering at nearly 2 meters, the monk's robe struggled to conceal his corpulence, and a string of ebony prayer beads hung around his neck. Ignorant youth, spewing blasphemies before the Bodhisattva. Do you not fear retribution? He admonished. Seeing the imposing monk, Wu Zhixing hastily clasped his hands in reverence, his expression earnest. Master was, this impetuous young man is simply misguided. I intended to guide him back to the righteous path and meant no disrespect to the Bodhisattva. I beseech your forgiveness. The stout monk grunted in acknowledgement, casting a haughty glance at Wang Long. The jade Guanyin was personally consecrated by me and bestowed upon Old Wu. What can a mere mortal like you possibly comprehend? I advise you to tread carefully, lest you one day reap the bitter fruits of your actions. Wang Long regarded the great monk with considerable interest, narrowing his eyes. Master was, may I inquire which temple harbors such an enlightened sage? He mused, adding with a hint of derision, I doubt you would know the answer. The monk, however, chose to disregard Wang Long's remarks and directed his attention to Wu Zhixing. Old Wu, this monk is soon to depart from Hangzhou. Have you procured the materials necessary for the restoration of the Bodhisattva's visage? Indeed, indeed, Wu Zhixing eagerly responded, instructing Xiaoman to present the jadeite. This imperial green specimen is of exceptional quality and is perfectly suited for the restoration of the Bodhisattva's lotus throne. Please, master, take a look. The monk accepted the jadeite, nodding in satisfaction. Ah, quite splendid. In light of your unwavering devotion to the Buddha, Old Wu, I shall undertake the restoration of this Guanyin statue for you today. It shall ensure your longevity and enhance your vitality. Ha ha ha. However, regarding the incense offerings, Wu Zhixing replied with utmost reverence. I understand, master. Please tell me how much incense money you require, and I shall prepare it at once. As a monk, how could I speak of money? Let us speak of fate. 18 million fates, the monk declared with solemnity. Very well, Wu Zhixing said to Xiaoman. Please fetch the money from the back and prepare Wang Long's share as well. Wait, Wang Long suddenly spoke. Young man, do you have a question? The monk's gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on Wang Long. It felt as if a mountain of flesh was bearing down upon them, causing Yang Wanrong to feel a surge of dread. She shrank further behind Wang Long and whispered, That's enough. Let us just take the money and leave. Wang Long smiled faintly and remarked, Stop pretending. Within the span of 24 hours you have engaged with 3 women, Master Wuz. It seems to me you are merely a lecherous monk. Wang Long, silence yourself. Wu Zhixing exclaimed in fury. Master Wuz is an enlightened monk. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? I shall have Qian and the celestial pearl sent to your residence. You are unwelcome here, so please depart. Wu Zhixing's words incited anger within the monk, who was taken aback. How did this young man know? A murderous intent surged within him. Regardless of how he came by this knowledge, silencing him would resolve everything. Leave? Ha! It is not so simple, the monk sneered. Young man, out of my compassion, I have refrained from punishing you for your disrespect towards the Bodhisattva. Yet now you dare to insult me again. Today, I shall enlighten you. With that, the monk pressed his palms together and silently chanted a mantra. Boom! The statue of Guanyin suddenly erupted with a deafening sound, and waves of heat surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. Master, this is perilous. Master Wuz, what are you doing? Even if Wang Long is in the wrong, there is no need to resort to such violence. Wu Zhixing shouted, enduring the searing heat. Ha ha ha, what do you understand? The Buddha teaches that saving a life and taking one are of equal significance. Young man, perish. The monk laughed maniacally, pointing a pudgy finger at Wang Long instantly. The heat transformed into a fiery serpent in midair, hurtling towards Wang Long. Yang Wanrong, terrified, clung tightly to Wang Long. My dear, why do you not flee this time? Daddy, you must think of something quickly. Rong is in great distress. Wang Long smiled faintly, poised to take action. At that moment, the jade pendant hanging around Yang Wanrong's neck suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Chapter 37. How wonderful! It even announces its own presence. The white light emanating from the pendant rapidly spread, engulfing the sweltering heat. The fiery red serpent swiftly perished in its struggle. How could this be? In a moment of astonishment, the monk realized the truth and glared at Wang Long. You young man, it seems you have come to disrupt the proceedings. Wu Zhixing hurriedly interjected, Master Wucai, it appears this is the will of the Bodhisattva. Heaven possesses a benevolent nature towards all living beings. Wang Long, should you not express your gratitude for the mercy shown by the monk? Nonsense, the monk retorted angrily. Clearly, it is the malevolent entity attached to that young lady behind you. Today, I shall vanquish the demons and eradicate the evil. Wang Long chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gestured towards the jade Guanyin. It seems that not only is your identity as a monk fabricated, but that jade Guanyin is also not your possession. Perhaps you should contemplate how to deal with it. Humph! Do not speak so casually. The monk turned his gaze towards the jade Guanyin, and his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. How could this be? The once vividly lifelike figure of the jade Guanyin was now marred by a network of cracks. With a series of sharp sounds, chunks of green skin began to peel away. This jade Guanyin was not made of jade at all. It was merely encased in a layer of jade-like veneer. Wang Long explained in a leisurely manner, this object is a malevolent artifact crafted by an ancient cult. The guise of Guanyin serves to entice offerings, and each tribute it receives siphons the life force of the devotee. With a specific incantation, it can be activated to become a lethal weapon that kills without bloodshed, much like what you just did. I surmise that your intention in presenting it to old Wu was to enlist his assistance in repairing it. At this juncture, Wang Long could not suppress a chuckle. However, you are only aware of one aspect and remain ignorant of another. The lotus pedestal was not damaged by a mere impact. Rather, this object possesses a finite number of uses, and you have just exhausted its last. A cursed artifact inevitably turns against its master, bringing you misfortune. With the conclusion of Wang Long's words, the final piece of jade skin fell away, revealing the true form of the jade guanyin. It was a horrifying red serpent, its jaws clenching a human skull. Wu Zhixing, upon beholding this grotesque sculpture, recoiled in terror. What on earth is this? Wang Long gazed at Wu Zhixing and smiled. Old Wu, this entity is on the brink of chaos. Even if the colorless Zen master does not arrive, I fear it will claim your life tonight. What? This? Wu Zhixing could scarcely believe that what he had fervently worshipped over the past few days was such a malevolent force. Even now he struggled to accept it, unable to refrain from questioning the great monk. Is this truly the case, Master Wu? Suddenly, the red snake statue began to shake violently, and with a resounding crash, the enormous crimson serpent re-emerged into the air, more lifelike than when summoned by the monk. It flicked its fiery tongue, instantly locking its gaze upon the great monk. What are you doing? I am your master. Bite them. Sweat poured from the bald crown of the monk's head. He was genuinely terrified. He fervently chanted incantations, but they had no effect on the red serpent. With a swift movement, the snake opened its gaping maw and lunged forward, wrapping itself tightly around the monk's corpulent form. The searing heat caused the monk to wail in agony, as the air filled with the scent of charred flesh. Ah! Release me! I am your master! Help! Wu Zhixing felt a twitch of his eyelids. Had it not been for Wang Long, tonight the serpent would have feasted upon him. Master Wang, I was blind and misled by this false monk. Please forgive me. Wu Zhixing bowed sincerely to Wang Long beside him. Xiao Man was displeased. Teacher, it is his honor to protect you. Why do you bow to him? Does he deserve it? Xiao Man, do not be disrespectful. Wu Zhixing reprimanded. Yes, Xiao Man pouted, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Long, choosing to remain silent thereafter. As the red serpent opened its mouth to devour him, the great monk was utterly defeated. Master Wang, I was wrong. I should not have deceived others or pretended to be a monk. I beg you, save me. Your wife's jade pendant can counter this creature. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Wu Zhixing, being a devout Buddhist, turned to Wang Long and implored, Master Wang, to turn a blind eye to my plight would weigh heavily on my conscience. I beseech you to allow your wife to wield her powers once more. Wang Long chuckled and turned to Yang Wanrong, urging, Hurry, my lady, I am calling for you. Father, Rongrong does not understand. Yang Wanrong tilted her head, appearing utterly bewildered, for she indeed knew nothing at all. Wang Long glanced at the jade token, surprised by its unexpected power. He had not anticipated that the decree of the Holy Maiden Palace would possess the ability to ward off evil. Old Wu, I believe this jade token is only capable of self-protection. It only activated when it sensed danger to the wearer. It cannot be wielded proactively, Wang Long remarked thoughtfully. Then, throw the jade token over to me. I implore you, great monk. Once this monstrous serpent is vanquished, I shall certainly return it. Master Wang, haste is of the essence. Time is running short. Whatever you desire, I can provide. I beg for your assistance. Wang Long inquired with a smile towards Yang Wanrong. My dear wife, what do you think? Yang Wanrong feigned ignorance, inwardly cursing. What can I possibly say? How can a fool like me have an opinion? Father, Rongrong doesn't he understand? I will listen to you, she finally replied. As the crimson serpent prepared to engulf the great monk, Wu Zhixing hastily exclaimed, Master Wang, do it. Saving a life is of utmost importance. Wang Long shrugged and tossed the jade token towards the monk. The monk, with great effort, extended an arm to catch it. Oh, jade token, save me. Boom! A brilliant white light erupted, instantly engulfing the crimson serpent. Crack! As the statue of the red serpent shattered into dust. The monk was finally liberated. Ha ha ha! With the jade token in hand, the monk cackled menacingly. This treasure is now accepted by this Zen master. Since you are privy to my secret, you shall meet your demise. Wu Zhixing and Xiao Man were momentarily taken aback. Even the feigning Yang Wanrong's expression shifted slightly. Only Wang Long maintained an air of indifference. Monk, We have saved you, yet you intend to kill us? How despicable! I shall knock out every one of your teeth. Xiao Man, impetuous and straightforward, charged forward in fury. This time Wu Zixing did not intervene. Despite her youth, Xiao Man had already taken significant strides towards becoming a formidable warrior. Most ordinary fighters were no match for her. Simultaneously, he felt remorse towards Wang Long. This matter had to be resolved by him. The monk scoffed disdainfully and removed the prayer beads from around his neck.
Bang!
Accompanied by a terrifying force, they struck Xiao Man squarely in the chest. She coughed up blood and tumbled several meters away. You are a formidable warrior. Xiao Man gasped, astonished as she lay on the ground, staring at the monk. Little girl, fret not. You shall be the last to perish. I shall allow you to experience the utmost bliss of the mortal realm before your end. The monk's face twisted with lewdness as he turned his gaze towards the other three. Before you die, I shall enlighten you. I am no mere specter. I am the joyous Zen master of the Hahuan sect. Ha 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 ha. Wu Zixing's expression darkened further as he realized his fate was sealed. Suddenly, a roar akin to a dragon's cry drowned out the monk's laughter. In the next moment, the palm of Wang Long's right hand still shimmered with a hint of golden light. Glancing at the imposing monk across from him, a crimson line unexpectedly appeared upon his neck, adorned with deep creases. How delightful! He even announces his identity, sparing me the trouble of inquiry. Thus I bid you farewell. Chapter 38. Encounter with a thunderous crash. The rotund figure of the monk collapsed. The petite Xiaoman, sprawled on the ground, was momentarily rendered speechless. Feng Pengcheng, though injured and unable to see clearly, recognized that it was Wang Long's doing. Initially, she believed it to be some trivial trick of the underworld. Yet she was astounded to witness a practitioner of the transformation of strength being so easily vanquished before him. This individual's prowess is formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of a transformation master. Could he be a grandmaster? Wu Zixing shared similar thoughts, his astonishment palpable as he marveled at the existence of such martial prowess in Hangzhou. Filled with admiration, he bowed deeply once more to Wang Long. Mr. Wang, my sincerest apologies. Alas, I find myself increasingly befuddled with age, having been misled by this false monk. I am truly sorry. Wang Long shook his head with a smile and said, Old Wu, there is no need for such formality. You are, after all, immersed in the situation, and it is understandable given the rarity of such sinister entities. As Wang Longyue spoke, Wu Zixing felt an increasing sense of shame within himself. Simultaneously, he was captivated by the calm and graceful demeanor of Wang Long. Xiaoman, clutching her chest, staggered to her feet, relieved that the monk had harbored ill intentions but had not inflicted fatal harm. She had merely sustained some internal injuries. Master Wang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. In the presence of the masterful Wang Long, Xiaoman's tone softened significantly. Wang Long chuckled. As long as you refrain from knocking out my teeth, everything will be fine. Xiaoman's face flushed, leaving her at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Wu Zixing approached, removing the celestial bead from around his neck. Master Wang possesses a noble spirit without an ounce of arrogance. Such a character truly commands my admiration. Please accept this celestial bead as a token of my respect. Additionally, I would like you to accept the 100 million, along with the 180 million originally intended for that fraudulent monk, as my sincere apology. Well, I have completed my task. This is my rightful due. Thank you, Old Wu. Wang Long did not refuse, smiling as he accepted it. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Do you require my assistance in handling the body? Oh, that would be an additional fee. Ha ha ha. No pretenses here. This is the mark of a true gentleman. Master Wang, I have decided to befriend you. Wu Zixing replied, no trouble at all. My birthday is in half a month, and I will be hosting a banquet at Millennium Mingting. I sincerely hope that Master Wang will attend. Wang Long picked up the jade tablet beside the monk and nodded. Very well then, Old Wu, we shall take our leave. As he watched the two depart, Wu Zixing slightly inclined his head. With such a figure aiding the Yang family, what worries could they possibly have about rising to prominence? However, at that moment, Xiaoman furrowed her brows and said, Master, I have heard that the Yang family sought to join the Imperial Fortune Chamber of Commerce but was ruthlessly rejected by President Liu. Is that so? Wu Zhixing opened his eyes wide and smiled gently. Since I have made a friend like Master Wang, I should do something for him. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoman? This amount should suffice, right? Wang Long replied with a grin. Having spent 300 million, he had swiftly earned 280 million in return. Yang Wanrong felt as if she were dreaming, yet she still retorted stubbornly, "Humph, what is so impressive? I'll begrudgingly admit you've passed." So, Wang Long leaned closer to Yang Wanrong. "My dear, could you finally enlighten me about the Wang family's affairs? You have seen for yourself that your husband indeed possesses strength. Not nearly enough, all right? You mentioned that the Tianhou Beauty Project could yield tenfold returns. Didn't you? I am eagerly awaiting your 30 billion, Yang Wanrong replied, rolling her eyes. Very well. Wang Long shrugged and promptly dialed the phone of the head of the Bai family. Hello, head of the Bai family. I have found the medicinal herbs that can cure your ailment. How shall I deliver them to you? So soon? In less than a day, Master Wang truly acts with remarkable efficiency. The voice on the other end responded. Ruotong happens to be in Hangzhou. She has a gathering to attend tonight. I will contact her to come over. Suddenly interrupted mid-sentence. Bai Jiaming paused as he overheard two men whispering. After a minute, he continued, I apologize, Master Wang. You are aware that Ruotong is a public figure and has many matters to attend to. Would it trouble you to visit in person this evening? I will send you the address. Very well. Wang Long agreed willingly. Oh, Mr. Wang is indeed quite busy. As soon as he hung up, Yang Wanrong remarked sarcastically, First Miss Liu, now Miss Bai. You seem to be swiftly securing your next connection. Have I perhaps interrupted something? Wang Long smiled and said, I shall prepare dinner. He then proceeded to the kitchen. Yang Wanrong's delicate face immediately darkened, and in her frustration, she bit her finger and murmured to herself, You think you can cast me aside? How naive. I won't divulge anything to you. Let us see what you can do. Despite her outward bravado, a wave of inexplicable despondency washed over her. Later that evening, following the directions, Wang Long arrived at the Grammy nightclub. As he navigated the vibrant, neon-lit corridors, he searched for the private room whereby Ruotong was located. Hey beautiful, come to my room. The sofa there is large and incredibly comfortable. A young man in a floral shirt cornered a tall beauty against the wall, his gaze filled with an unsettling desire as he admired her exquisite features. The woman stood at an impressive height of 1.75 meters, and with her red-soled high heels, her long legs, clad in black stockings, appeared even more alluring. Any man who beheld her would be utterly captivated. Get lost. Don't seek your demise, she retorted, crossing her arms with visible disdain. Hey, the young man's temper flared. You're dressed like that just to attract rich men, aren't you? Don't pretend to be virtuous. I have plenty of money. Don't push your luck. As he spoke, his hand reached out towards her. The woman forcefully swatted his hand away, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Leave. If you don't, I'll take action. Ah, quite feisty. I like that. Let us hope you're just as spirited in bed. The young man reached out again, intent on making his advances. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly stepped forward to grasp the young man's wrist. Who the hell are you? Let go of me. The young man erupted in a torrent of curses, clearly irked by the interruption. The woman, upon catching sight of Wang Long, was momentarily stunned. Wang Long chuckled and said, Brother, let's go out and have some fun. It's all about mutual consent. Your approach to flirting simply won't do. The young man shoved Wang Long's hand away with a look of disdain, exclaiming, Who needs your advice on how to woo women? With a temper like hers, why don't you give it a shot yourself? Well, I suppose I shall embarrass myself then. Wang Long gazed at the woman with a smile. What are you doing? Of course, engaging in what a man ought to do. Step away, you. Sob, sob. Just as the woman was about to erupt in anger, Wang Long forcefully pressed her against the wall and kissed her passionately. Initially, she struggled, but at the moment their lips met, she suddenly softened. This scene ignited a blaze of fury in the eyes of a young man nearby. Damn, you shameless hussy. If you refuse to be with me, you readily succumb to some little nobody? Chapter 39. Could he be the Grandmaster? The young man was named Ho Haochuan, a well-known scion from Hangzhou. He had never failed to win over any woman he desired. Yet, he found himself humiliated by Wang Long. After the kiss, Wang Long, still yearning for more, smirked at Ho Haochuan. "Brother, have you learned? Am I supposed to learn from you?" Ho Haochuan shouted, pointing at the woman. "You shameless hussy. I am Ho Haochuan of the Ho family. You let him play while denying me? Now come with me and serve me well, or else I will make you pay dearly." As he spoke, Ho Haochuan advanced to seize the woman's wrist. Bang! Without uttering a word, Wang Long delivered a swift kick, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. With a grin, he remarked, "Brother, this beauty chose for herself. A gentleman does not interfere with another's desires. You might as well seek someone else." "How dare you lay a hand on me, you little rascal?" Ho Haochuan retorted defiantly, rising to throw a punch. Bang! Once again, he found himself on the ground, utterly defeated. This time, he seemed to relent. "Fine, you've got guts. Don't think you can just walk away. Just wait," he grumbled, clutching his abdomen as he departed. "Can you now remove your filthy hands?" the woman stated coldly, as Wang Long gazed upon the woman's simultaneously familiar and foreign visage. He withdrew his hand from her waist. "Are you planning to dive into the depths, General Ling?" Wang Long chuckled. "Get lost." Ling Shuang shot him a disdainful glare, reprimanding him for meddling in affairs that were not his own. "I am not meddling, mind you," Wang Long shrugged. "If I had not intervened, with General Ling's temperament, that lad would have already been rendered incapacitated." "Enough with the chatter. How did you recognize me?" Ling Shuang inquired, her fingers brushing against her artificial facial disguise. "After all, we have shared 3 nights together. How could I not be familiar with your figure?" "You!" Ling Shuang seethed, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Why does this insufferable fool seem to appear everywhere? I am on a mission. It would be best for you to mind your own business and leave," she insisted, pushing Wang Long aside before striding off in her high heels. Yet, a flicker of confusion stirred within her. 3 times? Shouldn't it be 2? Never mind. Uncovering the secrets of the Hahuan sect is of utmost importance. Wang Long raised an eyebrow and soon found his way into Bai Ruodong's private room. "Dragon brother." Upon seeing Wang Long, Bai Ruodong approached him with sparkling eyes. "My grandfather mentioned you would come. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Inside the room, there were several elegantly dressed men and women. "Beautiful Bai, who is this person?" one of the women inquired. "I've never seen you welcome anyone so warmly. Why not introduce us? Indeed, we would like to know which young master has captured the heart of our Bai beauty," the women chimed in. However, the men nearby wore sullen expressions, especially He Wei, who looked as if he wished to swallow Wang Long whole. His father was a real estate mogul in Hangzhou. During their school days, he had harbored feelings for Bai Ruodong, and even after she became a star, he remained infatuated. This reunion was organized by him, yet Bai Ruodong had never shown him kindness. Now, she was smiling at an unknown newcomer. "Ruodong, who is this gentleman? Care to introduce us?" He Wei asked with a forced smile. "Allow me to introduce. This is Dragon Brother? He is." Bai Ruodong began but abruptly stopped. How could she describe him? The son-in-law of the Yang family? That would clearly undermine Dragon Brother's status. The name Yi Zhanshan carried too much weight, and the Bai family had a code against revealing the identity of the Bai ancestor's weapon master. After a moment's thought, she proclaimed, "Dragon Brother is a martial arts master. A grandmaster." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone stood in astonishment, turning their gazes toward Wang Long. The title of Grandmaster held significant weight. They were figures at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. In Xia country, a Grandmaster status was akin to that of a regional lord, which certainly caused shock. "Grandmaster?" He Wei sneered, "So young, and he is supposed to be a Grandmaster? I am the war god Yi Nantian." The crowd nodded in agreement. If there were such a young Grandmaster, word would have spread throughout Xia country. Why had they never heard of him? At that moment, someone suddenly recalled Wang Long's appearance. "I know him. He is the son-in-law of the Yang family, the husband of the foolish Yang Wanrong. He was previously at the Marriott, flaunting the name of Yang Mengqi and conning people, only to be exposed by Yang Mengqi herself." "What Grandmaster?" He is clearly a useless fool. Laughter erupted. Wei, hearing this, smirked derisively. Ruotong, you claim he is a grandmaster? You must be joking. Bai Ruotong's face flushed, but she insisted, no. Dragon Brother is indeed the son-in-law of the Yang family, and he is truly a grandmaster. Alright, if you say so. Guichun, sitting beside Wei, mocked. Look, Bai Beauty is really into it. He was Wei's loyal sycophant, having opened a construction company with Wei's help. Humph, since he is Ruotong's friend, let him sit down for a drink. Wei sneered. No thank you. Wang Long smiled, placing a celestial pearl in Bai Ruotong's hand. You all enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. Wait, Wei called out to the departing Wang Long. Are you backing down, Grandmaster Wang? A dignified grandmaster afraid to drink? Wei, don't go too far. Bai Ruotong shot him a cold glare, then turned to Wang Long with a smile. Dragon Brother, now that you're here, let us have a drink together. No, goodbye. Wang Long reiterated firmly. Crash. Wei smashed a wine bottle, cursing, Wang, don't push your luck. If it weren't for Ruotong's sake, do you think a useless son-in-law like you deserves to drink with me? Wang Long, what are you pretending for? Acting like a man for a fool. Guichun chimed in. Today you will drink whether you want to or not. Wei opened 3 large bottles of red wine, lining them up. With a disdainful look at Wang Long, he boasted, this is Lafite. Have you ever had such fine wine? Want to leave? Fine, drink all 3 bottles, and we'll let you go. Wei, Bai Ruotong glared at him. What are you doing? Dragon Brother is my friend. Your actions are disrespectful. Ruotong, I'm helping you see reality. What is so good about this guy? He is merely a husband to a fool. I am much better than him. Wei's jealousy flared as he pointed at Wang Long, declaring, today, I'll show you that this trash is nothing in front of me. He will do as I say. Wang Long, either you drink willingly, or I will force you. Wei, I have made myself clear. I am not interested in you. No matter what you do, I will remain uninterested. Bai Ruotong grasped Wang Long's wrist. Dragon Brother, let us ignore them and leave. Bang! Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open. Ho Haochuan, clad in a floral shirt, strode in with 2 subordinates. Where do you think you're going? He sneered. No one is leaving today. He then turned his gaze to Bai Ruotong beside Wang Long, momentarily taken aback. Oh, isn't this the famous Bai Ruotong? Little loser. Not bad. You just snatched my girl outside and now you've upgraded to a more distinguished one. Impressive. The Ho family, alongside the Feng family, was a top-tier family in Hangzhou. Wei, feeling emboldened by his numbers, shouted in front of Bai Ruotong, who do you think you are to come here? Ho Haochuan glanced at Wei contemptuously. Kid, this is none of your business. Don't make me deal with you. What? Wei's temper flared. Do you know who I am? You little punk. Where do you come from? Slap. Before Wei could finish, one of Ho Haochuan's subordinates slapped him hard. How dare you speak to our young master like that? Do you know who he is? Young Master Ho of the Ho family. How many heads would you need to dare speak to him like that? Wei was about to retaliate but faltered upon hearing the Ho family's name. Why, you are young Master Ho Haochuan? What's it to you? You think you're something? Ho Haochuan coldly replied. Hey, young master, it was a misunderstanding. My name is Wei. My father is Hui. It's truly an honor to meet you. Faced with the prestigious Ho family, Wei recognized his inferiority and hastily brought up his father. Ho Haochuan chuckled. Hui, I know him. So you're his son. He then glanced at Wang Long, puffing with arrogance. This little loser has offended me. I want to deal with him. Do you have any objections? None. Humph. I doubt you dare. Ho Haochuan scoffed, turning back to Wang Long. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Today, I met a big star and am in a good mood. If you let Miss Bai accompany me for the night, I'll let you go. What do you say? Ho Xiao, do you truly believe that the Bai family fears you? Upon hearing these words, Bai Ruotong's expression darkened. I shall not accompany you. You are unworthy. Stop pretending to be a virtuous maiden. Ho Haochuan scoffed. Bai Ruotong, if you can lower yourself to regard such a petty fellow, it merely illustrates that you are not discerning. Do you dare to challenge me? After all, it is all mere entertainment. Who cares who plays with whom? Do not threaten me with the Bai family. This is Hangzhou. Were it elsewhere, I might have considered the Bai family's reputation. But now, believing I have seized a scandalous secret about Bai Ruodong, a prominent star cavorting in nightclubs, news of this would surely trend, and the disgrace would fall upon her first. Ho Haochuan squinted, scrutinizing Bai Ruodong's fair neck. Miss Bai, my Ho family is also a respectable lineage. Soon you shall witness my vigor. If this leads to an alliance between our families, it would indeed be a splendid affair. Ha ha ha. You... shameless. Bai Ruodong retorted fiercely. Shameless? I possess an even greater audacity. With that, Ho Haochuan advanced toward her. He Wei, witnessing the scene, hurriedly intervened. Ho Xiao, wait. What are you doing? You see, we are all high school classmates of Tong Tong, and you have misunderstood. This fellow here is merely the son-in-law of the Yang family. How could Tong Tong possibly have any regard for him? Upon hearing this, Ho Haochuan felt a wave of frustration. This made it inconvenient to pursue Bai Ruodong further, to let a captured duck fly away. Ah, I see. Very well then, Miss Bai, since you are unwilling, I shall let it be. Ho Haochuan offered a dismissive remark before turning towards Wang Long with a sinister grin. I didn't expect you to be that foolish son-in-law of the Yang family. Since Miss Bai is unwilling, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Come with me. Wang Long chuckled and said, You must be Ho Xiao. I shall grant you a chance. If you leave now, I will consider this matter as if it never occurred. To hell with it. Stop pretending. You refuse to leave. Do you? Then let us deal with him. At Ho Haochuan's command, two of his subordinates advanced towards Wang Long, ready to strike. Wang Long let out a helpless sigh. With a single punch from each hand, he effortlessly knocked down the two subordinates. Turning to the astonished Ho Haochuan, he inquired, Are you satisfied now? If you are, I may take my leave. Noticing the unexpected prowess, Ho Haochuan scoffed. So you've trained? Big deal. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. Wang Long delivered a swift kick to Ho Haochuan's abdomen, causing his facial features to contort in pain as he kneeled on the ground, clutching his stomach and retching. How dare he strike young Master Ho? He must be courting death, murmured the onlookers. The Ho family was a premier aristocracy in Hangzhou, closely allied with President Yin of the Sky Wolf Society. He was surely doomed. Humph! Who told him to be so blind, provoking anyone without discernment? He deserves it. In the midst of the shock, the crowd could not help but voice their thoughts. Damn it! Ho Haochuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Wang Long, vowing, You won't survive the night. You've got guts. The crowd nodded in agreement. He Wei took the lead, assuring, Fear not, young Master Ho. This brat won't escape. With a chuckle, Wang Long settled onto the sofa, reassuringly stating, Fear not. I shall not be departing anywhere. Hu Xiao, I implore you to hasten. Humph! It won't be long before I compel you to kneel and beg for mercy. Hu Haochuan scoffed disdainfully, delivering a kick to two of his subordinates as they exited. Bang! The door to the private room slammed shut, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Heh! I mentioned earlier that Master Wang was eager to leave. It appears he was aware of having offended Hu Xiao. He Wei remarked with a sarcastic tone, directing a pointed gaze at Wang Long. Fortunately, our esteemed Wei Xiao's father is acquainted with Hu Xiao. Otherwise, we would all be in dire straits. Gui Chun flattered, addressing Bai Demiran, You ought to express your gratitude to Wei Xiao. Without him, your reputation would have been tarnished. Bai Ruodong cast a frosty glance at He Wei, contemplating, You foolish lot are oblivious to the consequences of offending a powerful figure. Brace yourselves for misfortune. She could not be bothered with them, choosing instead to sit beside Wang Long. He Wei seethed with indignation, thinking, Just wait. I am keen to witness how Master Wang meets his demise. Before long, a throng surged into the room, led by none other than Hu Haochuan. Beside him stood a gaunt man adorned with a gold chain, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Upon encountering the gaunt-faced man, Wang Long chuckled. A martial artist with considerable external strength? The gaunt-faced man was momentarily taken aback, then sneered disdainfully, You possess some insight, yet you still refuse to kneel and apologize to young Master Ho. The final two words were drawn out with particular emphasis. Before the man could finish his sentence, Wang Long's hand had already struck his face. The man toppled headfirst into the corner, utterly unprepared for the impact. Wang Long clapped his hands and chuckled. You're not enough. Please bring in the next one. Chapter 41. Do not call me brother. I do not know you. Ho Haochuan opened his mouth, utterly astounded, unable to utter a single word. To Wang Long, external energy martial artists appeared as mere ants. Yet, to the common folk, they were beings capable of taking on dozens at once. Moreover, the gaunt-faced man was none other than the owner of this nightclub, Yin Tianlang's younger brother, Yin Erming. Yin Erming rose to his feet and shook his head vigorously, finally regaining his senses. Humph, it seems I've encountered a formidable opponent today. Yin Erming sneered, Kid, your timing is truly unfortunate. My elder brother is currently entertaining esteemed guests in another room. If you have any last words, now is the time to speak. What? President Yin of the Tianlang Society is here? Upon hearing this, Ho Haochuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It seems today is not about me dealing with you, but rather, divine retribution is coming for you. If President Yin has arrived, you'll be left with nothing but bones. He Wei and others rejoiced at his misfortune. Humph, don't act so tough. Mind yourself lest you be struck by lightning. Wang Long, your time is up. Just because you know a bit of martial arts doesn't mean you can act with such arrogance. You're challenging President Yin's own brother. No one can save you today. Even someone of Ho Xiao's stature must show respect to the Tianlang Society. You, a mere door-to-door son-in-law of the Yang family, might as well prepare for your demise. At that moment, a synchronized cheer erupted from outside. President, thank you for your hard work. The crowd of subordinates at the door parted, creating a clear path. Yin Tianlang appeared, faced with this underworld overlord of Hangzhou. He Wei and the others instinctively recoiled, retreating in unison, fearing they might offend the man who made the prominent families of Hangzhou tremble. Erming, do you not realize I am entertaining esteemed guests? What kind of ruckus are you causing? Yin Tianlang reprimanded. Brother, I didn't mean to. Seeing his elder brother, Yin Erming lowered his head and said, Someone is causing trouble at the nightclub, and they even assaulted Ho Xiao and me. Did you not instruct me to treat the Ho family with special care? Yin Tianlang narrowed his eyes. Causing trouble on my turf? It's been a long time since I've encountered someone so fearless. Who is it? President Yin. It's him. Ho Haochuan pointed at Wang Long. Yin Tianlang raised his gaze, and in an instant, his expression turned icy, his countenance darkening to the extreme. Seeing this, He Wei and the others felt a rush of elation. President Yin is angry. Wang Long is doomed. However, to their astonishment, the next moment, Yin Tianlang slapped Yin Erming across the face. You scoundrel! How did I end up with such a foolish brother? You dare lay a hand on my brother Long? Kneel and apologize. Brother! Damn it, kneel! Yin Tianlang kicked his brother in the leg, causing Yin Erming to collapse to the ground. Apologize, Yin Tianlang commanded. Hearing his elder brother's words, Yin Erming had no choice but to comply, grimacing as he addressed Wang Long. Brother Long, I'm sorry. I was wrong. The entire room was stunned, with Ho Haochuan exhibiting the most incredulous expression. He could not help but ask, President Yin, this fool is just the door-to-door son-in-law of the Yang family. Why are you treating him with such courtesy? And you? Yin Tianlang glared coldly at Ho Haochuan, causing him to flinch in fright. You kneel as well. Ho Haochuan, don't think that even if Mr. Chu were here, he wouldn't respectfully address Brother Long. Dare to provoke Brother Long? Consider how many lives you have. Boom! These words were like a thunderclap, leaving Ho Haochuan and the others utterly stunned. Mr. Chu? The formidable Mr. Chu of Jiangbei even shows him respect? How can this be possible? No way, I refuse to believe it. Ho Haochuan, relying on his father's connections with Yin Tianlang, adamantly refused to kneel. President Yin, you must be mistaken. This kid is just the Yang family's foolish son-in-law. What is he worth? There's no way I'm kneeling to him. Yin Tianlong's expression darkened ominously. Refusing to kneel, is it? Very well. Then I shall give your father a proper lesson. Tack. Whoosh. In an instant, Ho Haochuan was surrounded by a dozen men. This beating was relentless. Ho Haochuan was no tough nut. He quickly caved. President Yin, please stop, I was wrong. I'll kneel. Yin Tianlang raised his hand, and the crowd dispersed, A battered and bruised Ho Hao Chuan, in a pitiful state, dragged his aching body to kneel before Wang Long. Brother Long, I was wrong. I beg you, show mercy and spare me. Wang Long smiled and said, Young Master Ho, do you now concede? The scene left He Wei and the others trembling with fear, astonished that Wang Long possessed such a formidable identity that even the heir of the Ho family knelt before him. At that moment, Bai Ruodong cast a cold glance at them and remarked, President Yin, those few individuals have also provoked Brother Long. You too? A mere glance from Yin Tianlang sent He Wei nearly to the brink of losing control. Brother Long, I was wrong. Please spare my life. With He Wei at the helm, the group dared not entertain any semblance of hope. They swiftly knelt in unison. The women, pale with fright, silently rejoiced that they had not uttered any disrespectful words towards Wang Long like He Wei and his companions. Brother Long, how shall we deal with them? Yin Tianlang suggested, fully aware that a master should not be insulted. Why not just toss them into the Anyang River? Big brother, Yin Ermeng stammered in fright. Do not call me big brother. I do not know you. Yin Tianlang did not even spare him a glance. Forget it, little wolf, if you work for me. I cannot slay your brother. It would dishearten my subordinates. Wang Long chuckled. As for the others, they are all classmates of Miss Bai. If I were to kill them, she would certainly be displeased. Those named felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Brother Long, you are magnanimous. From now on, I shall be your loyal dog. Yin Ermeng fawned, and He Wei and the others hurriedly prostrated themselves. Yin Tianlang nodded. Very well, all of you, get lost. He Wei and the others, including Yin Ermeng, fled in a panic. Ho Hao Chuan, having risen to leave, was halted by Yin Tianlang's voice. Young Master Ho, it seems your name was not among those mentioned by Brother Long. You are quite self-aware, are you not? A chill ran down Ho Hao Chuan's spine as he stiffly turned to face Wang Long. Brother Long, Wang Long chuckled. Xiao Lang, it seems you are trying to take advantage of the Ho family during this opportunity. Very well, since you have chosen to follow me, I cannot indulge myself while denying my subordinates their share. Let us proceed as you suggested. With a smirk, he added, Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eyes of Brother Long. Feeling exposed, Yin Tianlang offered an embarrassed smile before turning to glare at Ho Hao Chuan. You can leave now. All right, Brother Long. Farewell. In the blink of an eye, Ho Hao Chuan vanished without a trace. Yin Tianlang dismissed his subordinates and glanced at Bai Ruodong, who was beside Wang Long. In a hushed tone, he said, Brother Long, I was just about to call for you. There is news regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. Wang Long's eyes widened. For Miss Bai was no stranger. He urged her to speak. In truth, there was a lead from Mr. Chu, who awaited you in the VIP room on the second floor. Chapter 42. The Flesh Butcher. Bai Ruodong, aware that Wang Long had matters to attend to, departed with discretion. Wang Long and Yin Tianlang arrived at the VIP room on the second floor. Brother Long, I have heard that you have been inquiring about the Wang family's massacre from a decade ago. Chu Peng stated directly. This incident caused a tremendous stir back then, and to this day, there are no leads on the perpetrator, nor has any faction taken responsibility for it. Wang Long nodded slightly. During his decade in the Hidden Dragon Citadel, he had inquired through various channels, yet all efforts yielded no results. Mr. Chu, have you uncovered any clues? Wang Long inquired. I have not found anything concerning events from 10 years ago, but Chu Peng shifted his tone. I did discover that 15 years prior, inquiries were made regarding the Wang family of Hangzhou, and it is said that this group hailed from the He Huan sect. The He Huan sect? Wang Long furrowed his brow, pondering the fact that the Wang family had no connections to the He Huan sect. Indeed, that was the case. However, later on, the military dispatched personnel to besiege the sect, delivering a crushing blow that rendered it silent and obscure, ultimately leaving the matter unresolved. Chu Peng nodded and remarked, I believe that if you wish to investigate the Wang family, you might find a breakthrough through the He Huan sect. I understand. Wang Long responded with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Chu. Dragon brother, you are too modest. You are the savior of my wife and me. Moreover, I have not uncovered any substantial leads, so I feel quite embarrassed. Chu Peng added. By the way, I heard that the Tianhou Meiyan project from the Yang family has been transferred to your hands. Is that true? Yes, the previous collaboration can continue as planned. Just now, Xiao Lang also observed that Miss Bai's face is intact. The Tianhou Meiyan cream will not disappoint you, Wang Long affirmed with a nod. Indeed, boss. I noticed that Miss Bai's skin appears even more radiant than before. With the project in Dragon Brothers' hands, it would be difficult not to turn a profit. In Tianlang interjected. Ha ha ha, in that case I shall increase my investment. Chu Peng exclaimed joyfully, extending his hands. Dragon Brother, may our collaboration be fruitful. Wang Long and Chu Peng exchanged handshakes. At that moment In Er rushed in. Big brother, what's the matter now? In Tianlang said irritably. Can't you see that Brother Long and the boss are talking? No, big brother, I find several guests rather suspicious, In Er whispered. He overheard a waiter delivering wine mention that the girls they called over had become disoriented, and there was a strange odor in the private room. These individuals are unfamiliar. Could they be here to cause trouble? Meanwhile, in a corner of the first floor's private room, several young women clad in alluring body-hugging dresses danced wildly to the music. Their expressions were filled with enjoyment, yet their eyes were hauntingly vacant. On the sofa, 3 men were thoroughly entertained. Where's the happy Zen? The one-eyed man inquired. He never misses a chance to come out, not even last time when he had a student recite scriptures while. Well, let's just say she made a mistake, and he ended up taking her apart, ruining my new shirt. The dark-skinned giant spoke in a deep voice. Forget about him. The master sent us to Hangzhou not only to investigate that matter, but also to test the latest sacred drug. As he spoke, he placed a glass vial containing small white pills on the table. The thin old man in a white vest chuckled. The master is truly a genius. Someone like me, who is no longer of any use, can only look up in awe. Elder Butcher, what is the purpose of this sacred drug? The one-eyed man asked. The previous Harmony sacred drug had remarkable effects, but it was difficult to unleash its power against true masters. The giant replied. However, this new Harmony sacred drug is different. Even a grandmaster will become a puppet, easily manipulated, within a few hours of ingestion. How extraordinary! Ha ha ha! The master is impressive. The 3 men burst into hearty laughter. Ling Shuang, blending among the women and pretending to dance, felt a shiver run down her spine. Butcher? Could it be that he is one of the 4 great elders of the Harmony sect, the infamous human butcher? It is said that this man is at the brink of becoming a grandmaster and is exceptionally cruel, relishing the act of dismembering women after having his way with them. The thought made Ling Shuang glance furtively at the dark-skinned giant, swallowing hard. She mused, I never expected the Harmony sect to deploy such a formidable expert. With my strength, I am surely no match for the human butcher. I must think of a way to escape and inform my master to send reinforcements. Even someone as proud as Ling Shuang felt a pang of fear as she faced a formidable opponent. The air was thick with the aphrodisiac perfume released by the 3 men. With her training as a martial artist, she could still suppress its effects, but she needed to devise a plan to break free from their control. Just then, the one-eyed man cast a sudden glance in her direction. This new sacred drug is so potent. Let's try it out. You, the one with the longest legs, why pretend to be poisoned when you're clearly not? I've already seen through you. You are a martial artist and quite powerful. He laughed. Boom! The one-eyed man reached out with a powerful hand, instantly locking onto Ling Shuang with an overwhelming suction force. You are a bloodthirsty demon, Han Gui, Ling Shuang exclaimed, feeling her internal energy stir wildly. You even know this? You are indeed no ordinary woman. Come here. Ling Shuang's body was compelled to lurch forward uncontrollably. Slap! Han Gui grasped Ling Shuang's wrist with one hand while tearing away her false fade with the other. At that moment, upon seeing Ling Shuang's true appearance, Han Gui's eye widened in surprise. Oh, is this not the renowned Frost Charm War General? Han Gui licked his lips and leered, Gentlemen, first come, first served. She is mine. The suction technique, as the name suggests, can draw upon the true energy of martial artists. Although Han Gui was only a martial artist, many had suffered at his hands due to this peculiar internal skill. Feeling her true energy depleting, Ling Shuang realized that if her energy were completely drained, death would soon follow. She had no choice but to fight with all her might. Let go of me. Ling Shuang summoned all her strength and threw a punch, but Han Gui effortlessly caught it. General Ling, don't waste your energy. You cannot mobilize your true energy. You think you can defeat me with mere physical strength? Tell me, what position do you prefer? He mocked. As her true energy waned, Ling Shuang's consciousness began to blur. It felt reminiscent of the last time she had fallen into chaos. Suddenly, a thought surged through her mind. She tried to circulate the pure heart dharma, and to her astonishment, the flow of her true energy slowed. It works. Ling Shuang hurriedly focused her efforts. Han Gui's expression shifted dramatically. You know the nemesis to the suction technique, the pure heart dharma? This is impossible. The pure heart dharma has been lost for over a decade. Realizing the danger, Han Gui attempted to withdraw his hand, but he was astounded to find that the pure heart dharma countered the suction technique even more terrifyingly than he imagined. His true energy felt as if it were frozen, unable to be summoned at all. The other two had not anticipated Han Gui being countered by Ling Shuang. The giant immediately struck out with his palm. But it was too late. Ling Shuang's fist struck Han Gui's face first. Bang! Unable to mobilize his true energy, Han Gui was caught off guard and was sent flying by Ling Shuang's punch, crashing through the wall and into an adjacent empty room. At that moment, the giant's palm came crashing down. Ling Shuang quickly braced herself to block. Boom! The force of the strike was terrifying, sending Ling Shuang flying backward. Cough cough. You are the human butcher, Si Lao San. Ling Shuang coughed blood from the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, the door of the private room swung open, and a figure appeared, wrapping around her from behind. Wang Long, is that you? Ling Shuang exclaimed in surprise. General Ling, it seems you are in trouble. Do you need assistance? Wang Long smiled. Ling Shuang steeled herself. Now was the time to fight with everything she had. You deal with that old man. I will handle the human butcher of the Harmony sect. Seeing the giant pursuing her, Ling Shuang uttered these words before stepping forward to confront him. Boom! She blocked the giant's palm again and quickly retreated, bursting out of the private room. The giant immediately followed her. Young man, I am just an ineffectual old man. Spare me, will you? The thin old man slowly rose, stooping as if a gust of wind could topple him. That won't do. You have harmed my woman, and furthermore, I have questions for you. Wang Long squinted his eyes and chuckled. If I am not mistaken, you must be the human butcher. Chapter 43. Clue, ha ha ha. The young man possesses keen insight, far surpassing that of that young girl. So, a glint of ferocity flickered in the old man's eyes. I shall send you on your way to the afterlife. In an instant, before his words could fade, he had already closed the distance. The frail old man, standing at a mere 1.60 meters, was several heads shorter than Wang Long. His eyes narrowed to slits, and his withered hand stealthily reached out, resembling a drill bit, aiming straight for Wang Long's chest. Bang! Wang Long swiftly seized the old man's wrist. Oh my, to catch him so effortlessly, quite impressive, the elder exclaimed repeatedly. Good sir, this space is too confined. Let us ascend and engage in combat. With a powerful kick, Wang Long struck the old man's chin with precision. A thunderous sound echoed as a gaping hole appeared above, sending the elderly man soaring to the second floor. Wang Long immediately leaped up. In the spacious and luxurious private room on the second floor, the old man stood up, dusted himself off, and clapped his hands with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Both strength and speed are exceptional, he remarked, clearly pleased. I am Si Lao San, young man. How would you like to meet your end? A hint of mockery crept into Si Lao San's smile, perceiving Wang Long as nothing more than a playful child in the presence of an elder. Just then, Yin Tianlang burst in with his men. Brother Long, everyone has been evacuated. We are here to assist you. There's no need. Wang Long replied with a smile as he turned to Si Lao San. Besides, you are no match for him. He is a half-step celestial being. What? Upon hearing this, Yin Tianlang broke into a cold sweat, retreating in terror. A half-step celestial being, akin to a half-step grandmaster, was not someone of their caliber could contend with. Brother Long, please be careful. Wang Long chuckled. Rest assured, it will be over soon, and I shall not create too much chaos here. Ha ha ha. Young man, while youthful exuberance is commendable, overestimating oneself is not. As an old man with a heart full of affection, I would spare your life if you kneel before me and plead for mercy. I might even allow you to keep one arm for sustenance. What do you say? Old man, your words are excessively verbose. I shall contemplate your proposal. The atmosphere around the two seemed to solidify, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Suddenly, both moved in unison. Young man, come this time next year. The old man shall miss you. See Lao San's hands were like diamonds, the sharp energy swirling around his wrists like a tornado. The half-step grandmaster had already set one foot upon the threshold of the celestial realm. Within the swirling energy lay a torrent of true qi, causing cracks to spider across the surrounding walls. Tianlang, observing from a distance, felt a stinging sensation on his cheek and instinctively reached to touch it, only to discover blood. Is this the legendary technique of a grandmaster, capable of killing from 100 paces away? Tianlang's face turned pale. His companions were equally astonished. What manner of being is this? It was akin to a human drilling machine. Boom! Just as they marveled at the terrifying prowess of Si Lao San, Wang Long raised his right hand high, and in an instant, a powerful wave of energy surged skyward. As his arm descended, it bore down upon Si Lao San with an unstoppable force, as if the very room itself were about to be crushed. What? Si Lao San's squinting eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. You are a grand master, how is that possible? Yet he realized the truth far too late. A deafening boom echoed as the air seemed to be siphoned away at that moment. Si Lao San was struck, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground. However, Wang Long's hand did not relent. A terrifying torrent of true energy continued to assail Si Lao San relentlessly. His bones shattered, and in a state of sheer terror, he cried out, Grand Master, spare me. I beseech you to retract your divine powers. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Tianlang, wore expressions of ashen dread. The suffocating atmosphere was all too real. Wang Long's ability to compress the air is nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, Tianlang realized the profound joy of being a subordinate to Brother Long. With Brother Long and Mr. Chu as his pillars of support, who in Hangzhou could possibly stand against him? You say. Si Lao San had long been aware that the young man before him possessed the strength of a grandmaster, and he would not dare to lift a hand against him, now left with no choice but to acquiesce. 15 years ago, what was your sect, the Joyous Union, probing into the Wang family for? Furthermore, was there any connection between your sect and the annihilation of the Wang family a decade ago? What? Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Si Lao San's face contorted with terror. I cannot speak. Wang Long swung his hand, severing a beam of golden light that cleaved through Si Lao San's legs. Can one utter a word? Si Lao San's face turned ashen with pain. I can only disclose that the annihilation of the Wang family bears no connection to the Hehuan sect. As for other matters. Swish! Another golden ray flashed, and Si Lao San's left arm was severed. Old man, your silence speaks volumes. You must be terrified of something. Wang Long displayed a demeanor that was both amiable and approachable. However, I possess the capability to render your existence more tormenting than death itself. My formidable medical skills can reattach your severed limbs, only to sever them once more, in an unending cycle of agony. Alternatively, I could employ the miraculous life-extending needle of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, allowing you to witness the extraction of your own intestines, followed by an encounter with your heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys. After all these years of life, you have yet to meet them. Have you? Would you care to experience it? Si Lao San gazed at Wang Long, pondering who the true butcher was between them. Am I not sufficient? He mused. In any case, death is inevitable. Young man, all the matters concerning the Wang family stem from a single book. Suddenly, Si Lao San was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, accompanied by anguished cries as he rapidly disintegrated. In mere seconds, he was reduced to ashes, scattering into the ether. Wang Long's expression darkened. He was ensnared by a sinister curse that would lead to his instant demise upon breaking a taboo. Such a malevolent enchantment was an unprecedented sight for him. A book? It appears I must investigate the ancestral residence. Wang Long, deep in thought, heard hurried footsteps approaching. It was Ling Shuang. Where is he? She inquired. He has already. Useless. Before Wang Long could finish his sentence, Ling Shuang interjected angrily. You couldn't even handle an old man. He escaped. I had such high hopes for you. Ling Shuang appeared somewhat disheveled, as the recent bloody battle had left her with a lingering turmoil within. Although the human butcher was formidable, he was not as legendary as rumored, merely a peak practitioner of the transformation technique. Fortunately, she had just advanced to the level of a transformation martial artist, and with the assistance of the Sutra of Pure Heart, she narrowly achieved victory. Ling Shuang couldn't help but recall that individual. His internal skills were so extraordinary. Surely they belonged to an unparalleled technique. She had been indirectly saved by him twice. In comparison, Wang Long is utterly incompetent, unable to handle even an old man. Fortunately, the Cyclops is still alive. As she departed, Ling Shuang cast a disdainful glance at Wang Long, a true failure in every regard. Humph! Wang Long found himself in a perplexing situation, for his wife's temperament was exceedingly impatient, leaving no room for explanation. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Yang Wenji calling. In a commanding tone, he said, "Wang Long, you are to bring Wanrong here tomorrow. There is a significant matter to announce at home." Chapter 44. As long as you keep your word even without Yang Wenji's words, Wang Long was aware of the Yang family's intentions, merely to confront him directly. This turn of events was, in fact, a blessing for both him and Yang Wanrong. On another front, the head of the Feng family, Feng Maokai, was beside himself with rage upon receiving a call from the hospital. His son's vital organ had been saved through surgery, yet its future functionality would likely be severely compromised. The Yang family, Feng Maokai gritted his teeth, declaring, "Today, I shall receive the Lord of the Hall. I have no time for you. Expect my wrath tomorrow." Lord of the Hall, Hua has arrived. A subordinate rushed in to report. Excellent. Let us all go out to welcome him. The Feng family, in an impressive procession, exited to greet their guest. In the courtyard stood a group of black-clad members from the thief sect, aligned in perfect formation, with their leader, Horanai, standing proudly, hands clasped behind his back. The thief sect comprised a vast organization of treasure-hunting experts. The Feng family had long been affiliated with them, profiting handsomely from the antiques retrieved from ancient tombs over the years. Upon seeing Horanai, Feng Maokai greeted him with utmost respect. "Lord Hua, my apologies for the lack of proper welcome." Horanai nodded slightly, surveying the Feng family with a frown. "Feng Maokai, where is Pengcheng? Why has he not come to pay his respects to his master?" Feng Pengcheng had apprenticed under Horanai in his youth, acquiring the skill of treasure appraisal. Hearing this, Feng Maokai's expression turned grim. "Lord Hua, it is not that Pengcheng does not wish to pay his respects. He has sustained an injury to his vital organ and is currently in the hospital." An injury to his vital organ. Who possesses the audacity to harm my disciple? Huani's eyes narrowed, a chilling aura emanating from him, causing Feng Maokai to shudder. The thief sect was notorious for its dealings in mysterious ancient tombs, and Huanai himself was known for his ruthless retribution. "It was that son-in-law from the Yang family," Feng Maokai replied. "A son-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Huanai could not suppress a derisive laugh. "A mere son-in-law has dared to bully my disciple? Feng Maokai, since the opportunity has presented itself, allow me to take care of this Yang family for you. How does that sound?" Feng Maokai's heart soared with delight. With the thief sect intervening, success was assured. The Yang family would be thoroughly drained and ultimately erased from Hangzhou. "I thank you, Lord Hua," he exclaimed, ushering Huanai and his companions to the parlor. Once seated, he inquired, "Lord Hua, what brings you to Hangzhou so unexpectedly?" "At the behest of a reclusive master, I am here to deliver an item," Huanai replied nonchalantly. Feng Maokai paused, intrigued. "What sort of master could warrant your presence?" "An old beggar," Huanai said cryptically. "An old beggar?" Feng Maokai felt a twinge of embarrassment. "But he is no ordinary beggar," Huanai elucidated. "He is a Taoist master, unparalleled in his arts, possessing the strength of a grandmaster." "Wouldn't you consider such a person a high-ranking figure, Feng Maokai?" Feng Maokai's mind was tumultuous with astonishment. A grandmaster proficient in both Tao and martial arts. Such an individual was a paragon throughout the entirety of Xia country. "My apologies, Lord Hua. I was presumptuous." He hastily apologized. Good to hear, Huaranai replied, his expression now one of reverence. This master intended to present a gift to his disciple, who was said to be in his 20s yet had already surpassed his own teacher, and the owner of the 10th white ancestor divine weapon. Feng Maokai was utterly flabbergasted. He had not anticipated the presence of such a remarkable individual in Hangzhou. If he could align himself with such a powerful ally, the Feng family would surely sail smoothly through future endeavors. Contemplating this, he smiled and said, Lord Hua, perhaps I should accompany you tomorrow. Hua and I let out a cold chuckle. Feng Maokai, you seem to be overstepping. I am aware that this eminent figure resides in the Fortune Manor. Even I have yet to ascertain his temperament. Do you not think that would be presumptuous? Feng Maokai swallowed hard. Huanai's words rang true. The more prominent the individual, the more particular they tended to be. If he were to inadvertently offend, the repercussions could be dire. Perhaps it is best if I abstain from attending, he conceded. Huanai nodded slightly, rest assured. Since this esteemed figure resides in Hangzhou, there will be ample opportunities to cultivate a relationship. You go to the Yang family tomorrow. I shall visit this eminent figure afterward. The Yang family has dared to harm my disciple. They are no longer fit to exist in this world. The following morning, the Yang family convened once more for a family meeting. The sole topic of discussion was Wang Long. Yang Wenji coldly announced, I have decided to expel Wang Long from the Yang family. Wang Long, you are to proceed with the divorce from Wanrong immediately. From this day forth, you shall have no ties with the Yang family. Wang Long merely smiled, his heart undisturbed by the turmoil around him. Yang Mingqi, observing this, scoffed, You insolent fool, what are you pretending for? Go on, let us get a divorce. Soon you'll find yourself a homeless wretch, like a lost dog. It's high time we banished you, the harbinger of misfortune, from our home. You allow such a disgraceful person to wander freely, and the Yang family will inevitably suffer because of you. Yu Shilan exclaimed indignantly. Rest assured, aunt, we shall soon be rid of him. Yang Enjing interjected with disdain. He has offended the Feng family, and they will not let him slip away unscathed. Yang Wanrong was taken aback by her grandfather's seriousness and wept as she clung to Wang Long. No, I don't want Daddy to leave. Rongrong doesn't want to part with Daddy. Wanrong, stop this nonsense. Yang Wenji glared at Yang Wanrong before shifting his gaze back to Wang Long. Wang Long smiled and said, As long as you keep your promises, that is sufficient. The anticipated scene of Wang Long weeping and pleading did not materialize, much to Yang Mingqi's displeasure. She scoffed coldly and remarked, Grandfather, I believe there is no need for a divorce. Given the Feng family's modus operandi, they will soon come knocking. With the demise of the individual, divorce becomes unnecessary. It merely complicates matters for our cousin Wanrong, who will have to adjust her marital status to widowed on the household register. Yang Wenji nodded in agreement, acknowledging Mingqi's foresight. If we let Wang Long leave, how shall we explain when the head of the Feng family arrives? Very well, Wang Long, you are not to go anywhere. Remain here and await the arrival of the Feng family patriarch. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Bang! The door was violently flung open. Feng Maokai stormed in, flanked by dozens of followers, exuding an intimidating presence. He surveyed the crowd with a disdainful smirk. It appears everyone is here. I see no need for further preamble. Speak, what does the Yang family intend to do? Just as Yang Wenji was about to respond, Wang Long stood up with a smile. You must be the head of the Feng family? Greetings. I am the one who injured your son. My name is Wang Long. Is it you? Feng Maokai responded with a chuckle, momentarily taken aback. Well, you certainly have the audacity to own up to your actions. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you have any last words, now is the time to speak. While I have no last words, I do have a piece of advice. Wang Long smiled faintly, locking his gaze onto Feng Maocai's eyes. Your son publicly insulted my wife. It is said that the failure to educate falls upon the father. If you apologize now, I shall consider this matter as though it never transpired. Otherwise, Master Feng, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 45. Shall I kill them all? Let me begin with you. Feng Maokai was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he erupted in laughter. Ha, ha, ha. Insult? A mere son-in-law of the Yang family dares to discuss insult with me? Even if my son had not merely insulted your wife but had traversed the entirety of your Yang family's women, what of it? Young man, before you meet your demise, allow me to impart a piece of advice. The term insult is not to be wielded so frivolously. Those of elevated status experience insults, while your Yang family merely enjoys favors. As Feng Maokai laughed heartily, dozens of his followers stepped forward in unison, their footsteps echoing like thunder. Master Feng, Wang Long has already been expelled from the family. He alone is responsible for this grievance. It bears no relation to us. Please spare the Yang family, Yang Wenji pleaded. Indeed, Uncle Feng, we have long held a disdain for Wang Long. Yang Mingqi quickly chimed in. It was my cousin Enjing and I who took Feng Xiao to the hospital. This truly has nothing to do with us. Master Feng, I am Yang Enjing, a good friend of Feng Xiao. We have met before. I can attest that Wang Long seized Feng Xiao's imperial green jade and even harmed him. We are not involved at all. Yang Enjing, banking on her acquaintance with Feng Maokai, hurriedly sought to exonerate the Yang family. Little did she know, this only incited Feng Maocai's laughter to grow louder. Ha, ha, young man, how pitiable you are, a fool of the Yang family, and not a soul speaks on your behalf. What purpose does your existence serve? Wang Long shrugged indifferently and said, Master Feng, have you given any thought to my proposal? Feng Maokai, his expression grim, replied, I have made my decision. Since your existence serves no purpose, I shall send you on your way. With a sweeping gesture, Feng Maokai summoned a deafening uproar of battle cries. Dozens of robust men charged toward Wang Long. Wang Long merely smiled faintly. At the moment of imminent contact, his eyes suddenly widened with intensity. Boom! It was akin to the explosion of an atomic bomb. The heads of the dozens present resonated with a profound thrum. In the next instant, everyone's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat soaking their backs. It seemed that before them stood not a mere man, but a ferocious beast of flood and fury. A single step further would lead to death. Unaware of the impending danger, Feng Maokai bellowed, Why are you all standing there in a daze? Whoever kills him, I shall reward with 10 million. With a great reward comes great courage. Among the crowd, a robust man brandished an iron rod and charged forth. The onlookers, startled by Wang Long's fierce gaze, finally exhaled in relief. Though they were unsure of the unfolding events, this man was undoubtedly the strongest among them, a practitioner of external martial arts. He could easily take on a dozen foes. How would this young man respond? Feng, the family patriarch, it seems that today no one will claim that reward. To kill me, you lack the requisite skill. With a faint smile, Wang Long did not even glance at the burly man rushing towards him. With a casual flick of his hand, he struck. Bang! The robust figure of the man, at that moment, crumbled like paper, spewing blood as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a heap of mud. The Yang family members stared in wide-eyed disbelief. They were aware of Wang Long's prowess, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. The man, easily weighing over 180 pounds, had been effortlessly knocked unconscious by a mere slap. Humph! Yang Mingqi scoffed, being strong is impressive, but there are many strong individuals. The head of the Feng family is not to be trifled with. The Feng family has allied with the Thieves Guild. Do you think they lack skilled fighters? This will only lead to a more tragic end for you. Yang Wenji addressed Feng Maokai with utmost respect. Head Feng, you see, our family has fallen into misfortune, attracting such a plague as Wang Long. He is a martial artist and we are powerless against him. We implore you, Head Feng, to uphold justice for us. The old fox was indeed cunning. Yang Wenji's words served a dual purpose, distancing the Yang family from Wang Long while simultaneously flattering Feng Maokai. Feng Maokai, pleased, narrowed his eyes. Young man, it seems you possess some ability. Allow me to share some good news. The leader of the Thieves Guild, Master Hua, is on his way here. Your family was right. Resistance will only lead to a more gruesome demise. At that moment, Feng Maocai's voice pierced the hearts of the Yang family like a barrage of sharp swords. The leader of the Thieves Guild. They had not anticipated that this matter would attract such a legendary figure, known for his ruthlessness. Even Yang Wenji, despite his naivety, realized the gravity of the situation. With Feng Maokai invoking such a personage, he knew there would be no easy resolution. Head Feng, Wang Long's death may be inconsequential, but he was introduced to us by General Ling Zhan. We bear some responsibility. Would you consider this? I will offer 100 million as compensation for young Master Feng. What do you think? Yang Wenji spoke gently, placing particular emphasis on General Ling Zhan's name, indicating the special connection between the Yang family and Ling Shuang. Upon hearing this, Feng Maocai's expression shifted. The people do not contend with the authorities. The Thieves' Guild, after all, was a force of the underworld, and their deeds were often shrouded in darkness. Even Master Hua would likely share this sentiment. Since the Yang family is a friend of General Ling, very well, let it be so. Feng Maocai sneered at Wang Long. It appears that you alone shall meet your end. How pitiful. At that moment, a shout echoed from outside. Master Hua has arrived. Clad in a black suit with graying temples, Hua and I appeared, followed by several young men dressed in black, their strides confident. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Even with a truce established with Feng Maocai, the Yang family instinctively recoiled in fear. Before the infamous leader of the Thieves' Guild, anyone would feel trepidation. Hua and I cast a cursory glance at the Yang family. Is it them? Just kill them. His tone was so devoid of emotion that it felt like a death sentence. Master Hua, we have reached an agreement with the Yang family. They will merely need to hand over the person and pay 100 million in compensation. Feng Maocai leaned in, whispering, the Yang family has ties to Ling Shuang. Perhaps we should let this go. Humph. Hua and I scoffed coldly. Ling Shuang? A mere child? Do I fear her? Peng Cheng is my disciple, and that makes him one of my own. Those who provoke the Thieves' Guild face a singular fate, ruin and death. Instantly, an oppressive chill enveloped the room. The Yang family had not anticipated the connection between young Master Feng and Master Hua. Master Hua, spare us. It was all Wang Long's doing. We had no part in it. The Yang family members knelt in unison, their faces ashen. Yang Wanrong hid behind Wang Long, despair filling her as she shut her eyes. At that moment, however, Hua and I heard a familiar name from the Yang family's lips and looked up. A smiling young man stood before him. In that instant, Hua and I felt as if he had seen his own great-grandmother. Blood drained from his face, and his legs weakened, causing him to collapse before Wang Long. Feng Maocai was bewildered. Master Hua, what has happened to you? Is this the one who harmed your son, Feng? Hua and I stammered, his lips trembling. Indeed, Master Hua, this lad is a martial artist. My men cannot handle him. I implore you to take action. Seeing that Hua and I did not fear Ling Shuang, Feng Maocai ceased his discourse with the Yang family. Since you wish to kill him, then let it be so. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua and I suddenly glared at Feng Maocai. Kill them all? I think I shall start with you. Chapter 46. I am not familiar with them. In one fell swoop, the tables turned. Feng Maocai stood frozen in place, his scalp tingling. After a prolonged moment of silence, he finally managed to ask, Hua Master, please don't jest with me. Hua and I disregarded Feng Maocai entirely, turning to Wang Long with respect. Mr. Wang, may I rise now? Wang Long found himself utterly perplexed, having no acquaintance with the leader of the thief sect. He furrowed his brow and replied, Oh, Master Hua, please feel free. Mr. Wang, please hold on. In an instant, Hua and I stood before Feng Maocai, almost synchronously with his gaze. A sharp sound echoed through the air as Feng Maocai was forcefully struck and sent sprawling, utterly disoriented. Without missing a beat, Hua and I returned to kneel before Wang Long. Mr. Wang, I apologize for the wait. Did you rise only to strike the head of the Feng family? The actions of Hua and I left the Yang family members in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Could it be that the leader of the thief sect was intimidated by a feckless individual? Did he need to seek Wang Long's permission even to deliver a beating? Surely, they must be dreaming. Master Hua, the Feng family was at fault initially, and your reprimand is justified, Wang Long remarked with a chuckle. However, your grand gesture has left me somewhat bewildered. Have we met before? The old beggar, surnamed Lin, preferred to be addressed as Taoist Lin within the village. Wang Long suddenly realized and inquired with concern. Oh, is that so? How is Taoist Lin doing now? Is he unable to visit my noodle shop for a meal? Is he hungry? Grateful for Mr. Wang's concern, Hua and I beamed with a smile. All right, no need to kneel. Please rise, Master Hua. Very well, Hua and I replied, standing up respectfully with a slight bow. Feng Maokai, feeling somewhat dazed, managed to rise as well. Upon witnessing this scene, he became instantly alert. Could it be that Wang Long was the esteemed figure referred to by Master Hua? If that were the case, why would he choose to become a son-in-law to the modest Yang family? Unable to believe the truth, Feng Maokai awkwardly stammered, Master Hua, could it be that this Mr. Wang is? No need for further words. Hurry and apologize to Mr. Wang. Hua and I narrowed his eyes. Feng Maokai, do you wish for your entire family to meet their demise? A surge of electricity coursed through Feng Maokai's body. Disregarding the searing pain in his cheeks, he straightened up and approached Wang Long, bowing respectfully. Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize. My foolish son, lacking discernment, dared to insult your esteemed wife. I implore you to show mercy, considering his youth and ignorance. If you could find it in your heart to forgive us, I would be willing to concede to any condition. Feng Maokai's heart raced in his throat. This man was a descendant of a grand master, and even Master Hua bowed before him. To annihilate the Feng family would require but a mere word. It was shameless for Feng Maokai to claim his son was young and ignorant when Feng Pengcheng was nearly the same age as Wang Long. Wang Long could not help but chuckle and said, Master Feng, perhaps you should inquire with the person involved. If she has no objections, I would be willing to show some leniency. Wang Long spoke of Yang Wanrong, yet Feng Maokai mistakenly believed he referred to the Yang family. He hurriedly nodded and respectfully addressed Yang Wenji. Head of the Yang family, by virtue of our kinship, I should call you Uncle Yang. It is my failure in raising my child, and I am willing to offer 300 million as a spiritual compensation for your granddaughter. Let us turn hostility into harmony. What do you think? The members of the Yang family were still reeling from the shock Wang Long had imparted upon them. However, upon hearing Feng Maokai's willingness to present 300 million, Yang Wenji was instantly awakened from his stupor. A broad smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, Ha ha ha! Head Feng, you are too courteous. Truth be told, my granddaughter's husband has his shortcomings as well. He is young and impetuous in his actions. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is a joyous occasion for us all. Indeed, indeed, Uncle Feng, Yang Mingqi chimed in. I just received news from the hospital that the surgery for young Master Feng was very successful and will not greatly affect his future life. It seems we have turned a conflict into a newfound acquaintance. Yang Enjing smiled amiably and added, Head Feng, I am a good friend of young Master Feng. If you do not mind, I would be happy to care for him at the hospital. What do you think? Wang Long is the son-in-law of the Yang family. If his son marries Yang Enjing, wouldn't that make him a relative of Wang Long, albeit a distant one? Feng Maokai smiled at Yang Enjing and remarked, That would trouble Miss Enjing, but truth be told, my son has long admired you. With your care, he is sure to recover swiftly. At that moment, the Feng and Yang families appeared as harmonious as one. Hua and I then interjected, Head of the Yang family, it was all a misunderstanding. I may have spoken too harshly before. Please do not take it to heart. Ha ha ha. The renowned leader of the Thieves Guild shows such respect to me, Yang Wenji thought, beaming with joy. Head Hua, you are being overly courteous. Since you know my son-in-law, you are indeed a friend of the Yang family. Let bygones be bygones. Amidst the laughter and merriment, Hua and I and Feng Maokai simultaneously turned to Wang Long, momentarily taken aback. Though Wang Long wore a smile, the two seasoned men could discern the dissatisfaction beneath that facade. Head Feng, I meant to suggest that you consult my wife. Wang Long pushed Yang Wanrong forward. The Yang family has disowned me. I am not well acquainted with them. Have you perhaps misunderstood? At that moment, the two men froze. Feng Maokai suddenly recalled that, upon arriving, he had heard that the Yang family had indeed expelled Wang Long. Oh no, they had struck a nerve. Huani's expression changed dramatically. Mr. Wang's ability to marry into the Yang family is indeed a stroke of fortune earned over 800 generations. How could they possibly expel Mr. Wang from their clan? The members of the Yang family must be out of their minds. When Honey glanced at the Yang family members once more, her eyes were filled with an unmistakable intent to kill. Wang Long, grandfather does not genuinely wish to cast you out. It is out of concern for your well-being. Yang Wenji, frightened, quickly interjected, We are still family. Please say something. Wang Long merely chuckled, unwilling to utter a word to Yang Wenji. Observing Wang Long's indifference, Yang Mingqi exclaimed, Wang Long, even grandfather has beseeched you. What more do you desire? Were it not for grandfather's consent to this marriage, could you ever hope to wed Wanrong? Does your conscience not ache for your actions? Conscience? Wang Long replied with a smirk, Cousin, it seems you lack the standing to lecture me on such matters. Yang Mingqi was left speechless by his retort, relegating her to silently curse Wang Long to a wretched fate. At that moment, Yang Wanrong unexpectedly spoke up, Father, these people are quite fierce. Could you please let them go? Rongrong is frightened. Regardless of their treatment towards her, they were still Yang Wanrong's kin. Even if they did not treat her well, she could not bear to witness her family meet a tragic end. Wang Long comprehended Yang Wanrong's intentions and nodded, saying, Very well. He then turned to Ho Enai and Feng Maokai. Since my wife has spoken, you two may take your leave for now. We shall discuss matters later. Ho Enai and Feng Maokai nodded in agreement and promptly departed. As soon as they left, Yang Mingqi's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 47. The beauty cream goes viral. What? A reservation for 10,000 bottles of the heavenly beauty cream? All right. I understand. After hanging up, Yang Mingqi furrowed her brows. Yang Wenji inquired, Mingqi, what is the matter? Grandfather, a distributor wants to reserve the heavenly beauty cream. It's strange because I clearly communicated that the project has been suspended, so why are they still calling for supplies? Yang Mingqi was equally puzzled. Although the news about Bai Ruodong's disfigurement had been suppressed, many within the industry were already aware. The heavenly beauty cream project was virtually defunct. How could anyone still be eager for it? Lost in thought, her phone rang again. What? 100,000 bottles? Mr. Liu, are you not aware? The heavenly beauty cream. Oh dear, Miss Yang, don't jest. It's settled then. I will have the contract drafted and sent to your company immediately. Just as the call ended, another one came through. How many do you want? No bargaining? Mr. Qian, you are a veteran in this field. Surely you have heard the news by now. This call was from Qian, the largest distributor for the Yang family, intensifying Yang Mingqi's confusion. Qian was renowned for being well-informed. She often received updates from him. How could he possibly be unaware? Ha ha ha. Miss Yang, you certainly have kept this under wraps. I must commend your strategy of having the superstar by Ruodong feign disfigurement and then go live to demonstrate the efficacy of the heavenly beauty cream. As long-time partners, you must consider me in this affair. Wait. When did I? Oh, Miss Yang, spare me your modesty. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended, leaving Yang Mingqi in a state of disarray. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly took out her phone to check. Instantly, she froze in disbelief. Videos of Bai Ruodong's live demonstration of the beauty cream flooded the internet. In the video, Bai Ruodong personally tested the cream with astonishing results. The news rapidly spread across the web, with headlines everywhere proclaiming the heavenly beauty cream. Though it had yet to officially launch, it had already gone viral. Seeing Yang Mingqi's astonished expression, Yang Wenji grew increasingly anxious. Mingqi, you must promptly declare that this project has been transferred to Wang Long's name. If anything goes awry with the beauty cream, our family will be utterly ruined. Grandfather. Yang Mingqi felt as though struck by lightning, dazedly responding, the heavenly beauty cream is flawless. Miss Bai personally conducted the live test, and it is now a sensation. Boom! It was as if a powder keg had ignited. The faces of the Yang family members shifted dramatically as they all pulled out their phones to check. Heavens! It's true. Miss Bai, who nearly faced disfigurement, actively promoted the beauty cream through a live broadcast. This fervor, the Yang family is about to rise. The Yang family erupted in cheers. Yang Wenji could hardly contain his excitement. With the current popularity of the heavenly beauty cream, it would not be long before the family's financial standing would soar, establishing them as a prominent household in Hangzhou. Amidst the joy, Yang Wenji noticed the awkwardness on Yang Mingqi's face. As the head of the family, he addressed Wang Long. Wang Long, the heavenly beauty cream project is of great significance. You still need to look after Wanrong, so I believe it would be best for you to hand this project over to your cousin, as she was the driving force behind its initiation. I had anticipated this turn of events. If they were to be inconsistent, they would not truly be members of the Yang family. Wang Long chuckled. I invested 300 million to acquire the project from my cousin. It was clearly stated that we would have no further dealings with you. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Yang Wenji's expression darkened abruptly. Wang Long, the respect that the leader of the Hua clan shows you is merely a courtesy extended due to the esteemed Lin Daoist. Surely, you do not believe such a favor can be called upon again? Exactly. Yang Mingqi scoffed that Lin Daoist merely dined at your shabby noodle shop a few times. Does that constitute a friendship? I believe he sought to avoid owing you a debt of gratitude, which is why he entrusted the Hua clan leader to deliver something to you, likely just a talisman or some trivial item. You truly overestimate your own importance. Mr. Wang, the project for the Heavenly Beauty Cream was entirely orchestrated by our Mingqi. What gives you the right to reap the rewards without contributing? As a member of the Yang family, should you not be financially supportive in times of trouble? Yu Shilon pressed aggressively, adding, moreover, that 300 million is not yours. It belongs to Mr. Chu. Indeed, Wang Long, the project is Mengqi's. You think you can simply lay claim to it without any effort? Have you no shame? You were welcomed into our Yang family, and we bestowed upon you great fortune, yet you remain ungrateful, a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Mengqi, can we consider reinvesting? Yes, yes. Mengqi, rest assured, if this Wang fellow refuses to return the project, we shall be the first to object. This project must include us as well. Understood? Upon hearing of potential profits, the relatives of the Yang family began to curry favor with Yang Mingqi. Wang Long was oblivious to how the Yang family had concocted their assumptions about him, nor did he wish to delve into it. With a slight smile, he replied, let us not discuss it. It's impossible. Upon his utterance, the atmosphere descended into chaos. Having witnessed Wang Long's prowess, the members of the Yang family hesitated to take action and resorted to vehement curses instead. Enough! Silence! Yang Wenji suddenly bellowed, and the room fell into an immediate hush. Since the project had been entrusted to Wang Long, it was only fitting that he be allowed to execute it. Grandfather! Yang Mingqi began to speak, but a mere glance from Yang Wenji silenced her. He continued, however, Wang Long, should any issues arise, you must return the project to Mingqi. Do you agree? Wang Long chuckled, certainly. Yang Wenji nodded thoughtfully, very well. It is settled then. I am fatigued. Let us disperse. The crowd gradually departed. Yang Mingqi hurried after her grandfather to the study. Grandfather, what are your thoughts? How could such a significant project be entrusted to that scoundrel Wang Long? Behind him, Chu Peng desires to monopolize this venture. Yang Wenji frowned. Do you think I am unaware? It is precisely because of you, in your haste to relinquish the project, that we now face this predicament. I was not oblivious. Yang Mingqi faltered, her voice tinged with embarrassment. So what shall we do now? Yang Wenji scoffed. Mingqi, Wang Long merely runs a noodle shop. Does he truly comprehend the intricacies of business? Must I enlighten you on such matters? His words struck a chord, awakening a realization in Yang Mingqi. No wonder you would say such a thing. I understand now. Yang Wenji nodded. Although circumstances have shifted, your subsequent task is to devise a means for the Yang family to join the Dihong Chamber of Commerce. Should Wang Long encounter difficulties, our affiliation with the chamber will afford us protection. Chu Peng will be less inclined to overstep. Do you grasp this? Yang Mingqi, brimming with confidence, patted her chest. Rest assured, grandfather. The Yang family's reputation has soared due to the Heavenly Queen Beauty Cream. Await my good news. Chapter 48. Is there room for you in my future? Meanwhile, Honi had been waiting at the entrance, and Wang Long promptly admitted him into the villa. Mr. Wang, this is a gift from Taoist Lin. Please take a look. Honi presented a small box for inspection. Wang Long opened the box, his eyes widening in surprise before he let out a resigned smile. Inside lay an antique copper coin, not an ordinary piece of currency, but a protective talisman belonging to the old beggar. This coin could conjure a barrier commensurate with the wielder's strength. That Taoist Lin, while receiving a spear from the elderly Bai, reciprocated with a shield for me. These two have never seen eye to eye in the village, and even their gifts reflect that rivalry. Sigh. With a forced smile, Honi presented a bank card, saying, Mr. Wang, this is the compensation that Feng Maokai has promised you. It contains 200 million. Please accept it graciously. Wang Long accepted the bank card, and with the 280 million provided by Old Wu, he now possessed nearly 500 million. Unfortunately, the time had not yet come. He could not further elevate his cultivation at this moment. Master Hua, there is a matter I require your assistance with. Initially, I intended to handle it personally, but to avoid alarming the adversary, it is more prudent to entrust it to a professional like yourself, Wang Long remarked with a smile. Hua and I perked up. Being able to assist Wang Long was indeed a tremendous fortune. Mr. Wang, please feel free to speak. The Wang family's old residence in Hangzhou, the very family that was annihilated a decade ago. I hope you can take a trip there with your team to seek out a certain item. Hua and I furrowed his brow. What item? To be honest, I am not certain of the specifics. All I know is that it is a book. Master Hua, what do you deem an appropriate fee? Wang Long inquired. No. I cannot accept payment for assisting Mr. Wang. How could I dare to charge you? Hua and I replied, filled with trepidation. Rest assured, I will mobilize the elite of the Thieves' Guild. Whatever the Wang family's old residence possesses, I will procure it for you, ensuring absolute success. After bidding farewell to Hua and I, Yang Wanrong, who had been foolishly smiling at the television, ceased her pretense and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Long. You've already begun your own investigation. It seems you are on the verge of regaining your freedom, my husband. Wang Long chuckled. What is the matter? Is my dear wife feeling a sense of urgency? Rest assured, even if that day were to come, I would ensure your well-being. Humph. Yang Wanrong scoffed. You should be more concerned about your next move. My grandfather and cousin will certainly not hand over such a substantial project to you without a fight. Fear not. I have my own plans in place. Wang Long spoke mysteriously. Soon, you will no longer need to feign ignorance. It is time for you to contemplate the future. To speak candidly, those in your family are rather unreliable. Yang Wanrong shot Wang Long a significant glare, yet within her heart, a tumult of emotions began to stir. The future? Before the appearance of Wang Long, she could hardly dare to imagine such a reality. Yet now, everything is unfolding in a positive direction. She no longer has to live a life dependent on others. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over her, and she blurted out, Hey, will you be a part of my future? Yang Wanrong hastily turned her face away, her demeanor brimming with pride as she retorted, I demand that you return the jade pendant to me. Wang Long smiled faintly, tossing aside the jade tablet. He remained oblivious to the subtle blush that graced Yang Wanrong's cheeks. Stepping onto the balcony to light a cigarette, Wang Long retrieved the project transfer contract. Although the Yang family was hardly worth mentioning, it was imperative to prevent their unruliness. The Tianho Mei Yen Company has 3 subordinate product processing factories, all currently under Wang Long's name. There is no need to elaborate on the company itself. Even if the legal representative were changed to Wang Long, the operations would still be managed by Yang Mengqi's associates. Yang Mengqi's intent is to take over, not to disrupt the established order. She is not foolish enough to sabotage the company directly. The only realm where manipulation is possible lies within the processing factories. Wang Long contemplated for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fire. I understand now. That evening, while Yang Wanrong lay in slumber, he stealthily slipped out of the villa. Upon conducting a field investigation, he discovered that among the 3 processing plants, 2 were relatively large in scale, and any mishap there would result in significant losses. The third, however, was a smaller facility, likely hastily established by Yang Mengqi to expand production. This is the place. Wang Long retrieved the copper coin talisman gifted by the old beggar, performed an incantation, and buried it in an inconspicuous corner of the factory. With this done, a splendid spectacle was soon to unfold. After completing his task, Wang Long returned to the affluent estate. As he passed through the villa district at the foot of the mountain, he noticed that Ling Shuang's villa was still illuminated. Just as he shifted his gaze, a thunderous explosion erupted from the villa, startling Wang Long. What on earth was this woman up to? He hurriedly broke a window and dashed into the villa. Following the sound of the explosion, he searched until he found Ling Shuang in the kitchen. There she was, clad in an apron, her face smeared with soot, wielding a half-burnt spatula. The iron wok on the stove glowed a fiery red, containing an indistinguishable mass within. Wang Long could not help but burst into laughter. Ling Zhanzhong, are you concocting pills? Get lost. Ling Shuang pointed a half-used spoon at Wang Long, exclaiming, "Who permitted your entry? Be gone." Suddenly, a grumbling sound echoed from her stomach, protesting its emptiness. In that moment, Ling Shuang, filled with indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone. In her quest to crack the tough nut that was Han Gui and extract useful intelligence, she had spent an entire day in the interrogation room. Although she had never cooked before, Ling Shuang thought it beneath her dignity as a formidable general to be flustered by such trivial matters. It turned out she was mistaken, yet she would never concede that. The quality of the spoon is abysmal, and this pot. Humph! Ling Shuang tossed the spatula aside, glaring at Wang Long. "If you dare to let anyone know about today's events." All right, I understand. If it gets out, I'm as good as dead." Wang Long interjected. "This woman is truly tenacious." He continued, "All right, you should wash up first. I'll tidy up here." Ling Shuang scoffed coldly, turning to take her shower. She felt no need to be discreet. After all, this scoundrel had seen everything he shouldn't have. What was there to fear? Upon finishing her bath, Ling Shuang emerged clad in shorts and a fitted tank top, exuding the charm of a girl next door. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted in from the kitchen. Unable to resist, she walked in. There, she found Wang Long with a cigarette dangling from his lips, expertly juggling a spatula as he simultaneously prepared 2 dishes. "Done washing up? Just wait another 10 minutes, and we can eat," Wang Long remarked, turning his head towards her. Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. "You really can cook? It seems you have some worth after all. I misjudged you earlier. The old man you dealt with was indeed a true butcher. To emerge unscathed from his grasp shows you possess some skill." Wang Long could not help but chuckle. "Hearing a word of praise from your lips is quite a rarity, Commander Ling." Ling Shuang, filled with disdain, retorted, "You're out of breath just because I called you fat. Are you enjoying your time at the Yang family? Perhaps you should consider divorcing Yang Wanrong and coming to serve as my deputy instead?" Ling Shuang asked abruptly. "Deputy? I think not. However, I might entertain the thought of becoming a bridegroom," he replied. "You?" Ling Shuang was momentarily speechless, fuming. "Is there nothing in your mind other than women? Do you not realize that this commander is promoting you? Useless. Very well, Commander Ling. If you have nothing pressing, you may wait in the dining hall. I do not have the habit of discussing life while cooking," Wang Long remarked with a smile. "As if I would want to engage with you." Ling Shuang shot him a glare and was about to leave when a cool voice suddenly interrupted. "Heh! I suggested introducing you to someone, yet you declined. It seems you've already embarked on your own little life, Ling Shuang. Do you wish to elope like your sister?" Ling Shuang's body trembled as if struck by lightning, and she stiffly turned her head. A woman, her face contorted with anger, came into view. A delicate voice escaped Ling Shuang's lips, leaving Wang Long astonished, nearly dropping the spatula. "Mom, Mother." Chapter 49. Zhan Yuehong, can this woman still act coy? Wang Long could not help but scrutinize the woman before him. Judging by Ling Shuang's age, her mother must be at least in her 50s. Yet, she appeared to be in her 30s, remarkably well preserved. Adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed, frameless glasses, she exuded an aura of intellectual beauty. He, if I were to tell you, how could there be any unexpected delight? Zhan Yuehong said with a smile that did not reach her eyes, suddenly grasping Ling Shuang's wrist. The manner in which your true energy flows is reminiscent of the long-lost Sutra of Pure Heart and Lotus. Zhan Yuehong mused, nodding thoughtfully. The Sutra of Pure Heart and Lotus is a formidable absorbing technique. No wonder you were able to subdue Han Gui of the He Huan sect. Mom? You already knew. Ling Shuang's pretty face flushed. Stop with the playful demeanor. Zhan Yuehong chided, startling Ling Shuang into an immediate cessation of her smile. She then turned her attention to Wang Long, adjusting her glasses. And you are? Though Ling Shuang's mother appeared merely to be a seasoned martial artist, her ability to discern techniques through the flow of true energy was impressive indeed. Wang Long contemplated silently, a smile gracing his lips. Greetings, Aunt. I am Wang Long. However, it was of little consequence. Zhan Yuehong cast a cold glance at Wang Long, expressing her frustration. I can only blame myself for my lack of guidance. Raising a daughter who is indiscriminate in her choices. You may leave. I do not wish to see you near Ling Shuang again. Mother, It is not as you perceive. Ling Shuang hurriedly sought to clarify. Then how is it? Zhang Yuehong responded, exhaling a weary sigh. How many promising young men from the capital have I introduced to you? Yet you choose to fixate on such an inconsequential individual. Your sister has already caused me enough distress. Must you add to my woes? Mother, please do not be upset, Ling Shuang implored, grasping her mother's hand in a bid to comfort her. Rest assured, he is merely a humble cook from a noodle shop. How could I ever be enamored by him? I shall never be attracted to such a man. You are truly mistaken. A cook? Zhang Yuehong expressed her disbelief, turning to Wang Long with a commanding tone. You, boy, show me your wrist. Wang Long, my mother is a professor at the Imperial Royal Martial Arts Academy, an expert in martial studies. Do you have any idea how many warriors seek her guidance? Now comply, Ling Shuang asserted. Wang Long nodded, a smile gracing his face as he extended his right hand. Please, auntie. With a swift motion, Zhang Yuehong firmly grasped Wang Long's wrist. Soon, a look of profound confusion spread across her features. What kind of training have you undergone, young man? Where is your internal energy? Could it be that you have yet to enter the realm of mastery, merely a practitioner of external force, lacking sufficient internal qi? The mention of an external practitioner left Ling Shuang momentarily stunned. She had initially assumed that Wang Long, having escaped the clutches of the human butcher, must at least possess a formidable mastery of internal energy. Yet, to her astonishment, he turned out to be nothing more than an uninitiated external practitioner. Was it possible that the human butcher held him in such disdain that he chose not to engage in battle with him at all? Wang Long chuckled. Aunt, my situation is rather unique. You may find it difficult to discern my true energy. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhang Yuehong's cold laughter. Humph, you presumptuous boy. Do you think you can deceive me? Though I may not possess such lofty talents, I pride myself on being among the top 3 in martial arts research in the entire Xia Kingdom. Even if you practice some profound techniques, you cannot escape my scrutiny. Are you perhaps lying to me just to be with my daughter Ling Shuang? Regardless of your skills, the Ling family will never consent to Ling Shuang associating with someone as insignificant as you. Wang Long smiled and said, Aunt, I have not spoken falsely. As for Ling Shuang, I believe that even as her mother, you have no right to interfere in her associations. Humph, are you attempting to lecture me? Zhang Yuehong scoffed disdainfully. I have encountered many individuals like you, those without strength who speak boldly yet are 100-fold unyielding. I shall reiterate, young man, if I see you in the company of my daughter again, you shall bear the consequences. Wang Long, have you finished? Shouldn't you be leaving promptly? Ling Shuang hurriedly interjected, noticing her mother's ire. Wang Long chuckled, extinguished the flames, and departed. Strength is not merely something to be vocalized. There is no need for him to provide any explanations. The following day, Wang Long received a call from Yin Tianlang. The Ho family was hosting a banquet for the couple at the Dihao Hotel. Upon Wang Long and Yang Wanrong's arrival, they unexpectedly encountered Yang Mingqi and Yang Enjing. Ha! You truly have no moments of respite, you wretched leech. Yang Mingqi scoffed, crossing her arms. It's such bad luck to run into you everywhere. Yang Enjing derisively added, Wang Long, this is a hotel under the Dihao Chamber of Commerce, a venue meant for elite individuals. What business do you, a mere interloper, have here? Having grown accustomed to their biting sarcasm, Wang Long merely chuckled and replied, I came to the restaurant to dine, and if I have the means, why shouldn't I? Humph. Yang Mingqi rolled her eyes. Even if you possess wealth, it cannot mask the air of poverty that clings to you. How dare you speak after stealing my project? You are utterly shameless. All right, Mingqi, today is a splendid opportunity to discuss collaboration with President Liu. We should hurry. Yang Enjing glanced at her watch, reminding them. Yang Mingqi shot a glance at Wang Long before taking a couple of steps away. Suddenly, her necklace broke. I knew that encountering a wretched leech like you would bring misfortune, she exclaimed, clutching the shattered chain in distress. What does that have to do with me? Wang Long replied, bemused. Misfortune? Do you understand? Yang Mingqi cursed, and then her eyes were drawn to the jade pendant around Yang Wanrong's neck. It complemented her attire splendidly. Without hesitation, Yang Mingqi approached and seized the pendant. That belongs to Rongrong. She won't give it up. Yang Wanrong protested vehemently. Stop the nonsense, fool. For all these years, you've feasted and drunk from our resources. Every cent has been earned by our family. Hand it over. Ignoring Yang Wanrong's objections, Yang Mingqi forcefully snatched the jade pendant and adorned herself with it. She then took out a compact mirror, admiring her reflection. Perfect. Wang Long's expression darkened as he said, "Cousin, you should return the jade pendant to Wanrong. It was a gift from my family." "Ha! I thought it was something significant," Yang Mingqi retorted disdainfully. "It's an honor for such a trinket to grace my neck. Who would covet it? I'll return it when I'm done with it. You insufferable noodle." With that, she dismissed Wang Long and strode into the hotel alongside Yang Anjing. Upon entering the private room where they were to meet Lu Yunfeng, they found him and his wife, Ning Yan, already present. Yang Mingqi offered a respectful nod and smiled. "President Lu, Madam, greetings." Initially, Lu Yunfeng and his wife had no intention of engaging with Yang Mingqi, but out of respect for her being Wang Long's cousin, they felt obliged to acknowledge her presence. Without Wang Long's directive, they would never consider allowing the Yang family to join the Emperor's Business Association. Ning Yan's gaze fell upon the jade pendant around Yang Mingqi's neck, causing her to momentarily freeze, her expression darkening. "Miss Yang, what is that you are wearing?" "This?"
Yang Mengki replied cheerfully.
"Madam, you have a keen eye. You can tell at a glance that it's a cheap trinket. Please, forgive my poor taste." "Cheap trinket?" Ning Yan's eyes narrowed. "Yang Mengqi, it seems you have come here to provoke us. Guards, seize her." With a sharp command, Ning Yan summoned several well-dressed bodyguards who rushed in, swiftly apprehending Yang Mingqi and Yang Enjing without hesitation. Yang Mingqi was taken aback. "Madam, I haven't done anything. What are you doing?" "Indeed, Madam," Yang Enjing pleaded. "Mingqi wore a trinket to meet you, which may be disrespectful, but it doesn't warrant such drastic measures." "Still speaking? Slap her," Ning Yan ordered. "Yes, madam." The bodyguards obeyed, striking Yang Enjing across the face. 2 large red handprints appeared instantly, and blood trickled from her mouth as she fell into tears. "Madam, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me." Witnessing this, Yang Mingqi was terrified and urgently inquired, "Madam, what exactly did we do wrong?" "Humph! How dare you ask? You insulted our holy maiden palace by referring to the master's jade pendant as a cheap trinket. Do you not think you deserve punishment?" Ning Yan's expression was cold. "Drag her out. The rules of the holy maiden palace state that anyone who steals the master's jade pendant shall be executed without mercy." "What? The master's jade pendant?" Yang Mingqi trembled, disbelief etched on her face. "Madam, you must be mistaken. This pendant was given to Wang Long by his family. How could it possibly be the master's?" As these words left her lips, Lu Yunfeng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Dear, perhaps we should clarify things before jumping to conclusions. If this is indeed Wang Long's intention, then..." Ning Yan nodded, acknowledging her husband's reasoning. With Wang Long's formidable prowess, it was inconceivable that Yang Mingqi could have stolen anything from him. "Yang Mingqi, you better speak the truth. If you dare utter a single lie, you know the consequences," Ning Yan warned. "Of course, madam. Please, ask away." Yang Mingqi nodded fervently. Ning Yan waved her hand, signaling the bodyguards to release them, then inquired, "Since you know this jade pendant belongs to Wang Long, did he personally give it to you?" The Emperor's Business Association was backed by the Holy Maiden Palace, the pinnacle of power in Xia Nation. Yang Mingqi realized that a single misstep could spell disaster for her, even if her grandfather were to intervene. Yes, it was Wang Long. Brother Long who personally gave it to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunfeng frowned. "Did Brother Long say anything when he entrusted it to you?" He said that once you see this jade pendant, you would agree to allow the Yang family to join the Emperor's Business Association." Yang Mingqi's voice was faint, lacking conviction. Ning Yan couldn't help but scoff. "Ridiculous, Yang Mingqi. If Brother Long truly wished for the Yang family to join the association, he could simply make a phone call. Why would he need to give you the master's jade pendant?" "Well, that's because he has his reasons." Yang Mingqi struggled to fabricate a plausible excuse. But Ning Yan's mind began to race, wondering if it had anything to do with Ling Long. She could see her daughter harbored feelings for Brother Long. But Brother Long was now married to Yang Wanrong. Was he trying to avoid suspicion? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Yunfeng's phone rang. "Xiao Lu, it's me, Wu Zhixing. I have an unusual request. I'm friends with Wang Long. Please agree to let the Yang family join the Emperor's Business Association. Lu Yunfeng paused, covering the phone and whispering to Ning Yan. Ning Yan nodded, murmuring, so Brother Long was indeed trying to avoid suspicion, having Old Wu call on his behalf. Lu Yunfeng felt a renewed respect for Wang Long. His character was beyond reproach, truly worthy of the previous master's admiration. After all, he was the husband of the Yang family's naive young lady. If rumors about him and Linglong surfaced, it would tarnish Linglong's reputation. He was indeed considering their best interests. The couple exchanged glances, their esteem for Wang Long elevated significantly. Ah, my apologies, Miss Yang, for the fright you endured. Ning Yan softened her expression, turning to Yang Mingqi. Since it was Brother Long who sent you, please take a seat. Lu Yunfeng also hurriedly chastised the bodyguards. Who told you to be so heavy-handed? Hurry and fetch the best medicine for Miss Njing. Yang Mingqi and Yang Njing exchanged looks, having gone from tense confrontation to amiable understanding in an instant. Does Wang Long truly possess such significant influence? Does he, indeed, hold an extraordinary status? At this moment, in a private room of the Dihao Hotel, Wang Long encountered a familiar face, Zhan Yuehong, the mother of Ling Shuang, whom he had seen just the previous night. President Yin, is this the so-called expert you spoke of? Zhan Yuehong cast a disdainful glance at Wang Long, dismissing him as an inconsequential martial arts failure, a mere cook unworthy of the title expert. Her words left Hou Zhenxing, the host, momentarily speechless. He had clearly heard from Yin Tianlang that Wang Long was a legendary grandmaster, an unparalleled master of martial arts. Why, then, was he portrayed so poorly by Professor Zhan? It would be one thing if it were anyone else, but Zhan Yuehong was no ordinary figure. As the matriarch of the Ling family and a professor at the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, an institution dedicated to the study of ancient martial history, how could she possibly be mistaken? Yin Tianlang wore a pained expression, feeling utterly frustrated. He had not anticipated that Hou Zhenxing would invite this formidable woman, who just so happened to be Mr. Chu's mother-in-law, making it imperative to avoid conflict. Professor Zhan, could it be that you harbor some misunderstanding about Brother Long? Misunderstanding? Indeed, there is a misunderstanding. Zhan Yuehong's gaze turned to Yang Wanrong, causing the latter to hastily lower her head. I had not anticipated that he would not only be an inconsequential martial arts failure but also a married man. Wang Long, let me revise my earlier statement. Should I ever witness you entangling with Ling Shuang again, I will take your life. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Hou Zhenxing hurriedly interjected, Professor Zhan, let us not dwell on this. For my sake, you hold a distinguished position. It is beneath you to engage with someone of such lowly status. Let us return to the matter at hand. Returning to the matter at hand is acceptable. Zhan Yuehong glanced at Wang Long, declaring, shouldn't the irrelevant parties take their leave? Hou Zhenxing understood her implication. Since Wang Long was not a grandmaster, what did it matter if Yin Tianlang were present? Even if his boss, Chu Peng, were here, he would still respectfully address Professor Zhan as mother. He then turned to Wang Long and Yang Wanrong, saying, Wang Long, I shall reserve your account for another time. Now, I ask you to leave immediately. You have disrupted Professor Zhan's enjoyment. Can you bear the consequences of that? Hou Zhenxing, how can you speak to me like that? Yin Tianlang could no longer restrain himself. Your son has offended my brother Long. Do you truly wish to jeopardize your own safety? Hou Zhenxing chuckled coldly. Yin Tianlang, spare me your theatrics. My whole family has conducted ample business with your Tianlang Association, and I have never wronged you. What is the meaning of bringing some insignificant person to extort me? Thankfully, Professor Zhan is here. Otherwise, I might have been kept in the dark. And still, you refuse to leave. You. Very well, Hou Zhenxing, you may have this moment. With Zhan Yuehong present, Yin Tianlang was unable to retaliate and could only issue veiled threats. At that moment, Wang Long spoke calmly, Hou family head, my affairs with your mother are none of your concern. Your son, Hou Haochuan, has genuinely provoked me. I only came to this banquet on account of Little Wolf. Do you wish to expel me? Humph, what of it? Hou Zhenxing scoffed. Wang Long, stop pretending to be an expert. I assure you, the matter of you striking my son, Hou Haochuan, is far from over. Once I conclude my discussions with Professor Zhan, I will seek retribution. Wang Long couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Since you wish to settle the score, why delay? I am not one to leave loose ends. If we are to resolve matters, let us do so at once. With a sudden crash, Hou Jinxing kicked over his chair and rose to his feet. You little scoundrel. You truly overestimate your worth. Didn't Yin Tianlang proclaim you a grandmaster? Very well, let me test the depths of your abilities. With a series of crackling sounds, Hou Jinxing assumed a stance, his entire body emanating a symphony of pops and cracks, revealing his own martial prowess. Meanwhile, Zhan Yuehong leisurely sipped her tea, a soft laugh escaping her lips as she remarked, Wang Long, the head of the Hou family, is an internal energy practitioner, masterfully skilled in the art of Tongbei Quan. I advise you to seek mercy soon, lest you suffer the consequences of your bravado. Chapter 51. Professor, you have deceived me. An internal energy practitioner? Wang Long could not help but chuckle. Since he was an inner strength practitioner, very well then, Master Hou, I shall use but a single finger. If you can break it, I shall concede defeat. Initially, out of respect for Ling Shuang, Wang Long had no intention of quarreling with Zhan Yuehong. However, he had not anticipated her incessant jibes from the sidelines. As the saying goes, a good temper does not equate to a lack of temper. Since Professor Zhan wished to be humiliated, he would gladly oblige. What? Just a finger? Ha ha ha. Hou Jinxing scoffed with derision. You insignificant wretch. Is posturing truly more valuable than life itself? A mere punch from me, and you shall either perish or become crippled. You truly are determined to play the fool even in death. Even Zhan Yuehong, who stood nearby, shook her head slightly upon hearing this. Like her sister, she had a rather poor judgment of men. Just as she was about to urge Hou Jinxing to teach Wang Long a lesson, her phone chimed. It was a message from Ling Shuang. Mother, I didn't dare speak yesterday out of anger. Wang Long has indeed saved my life, and there is nothing between us. Upon reading this message, Zhan Yuehong's eyes widened in surprise, and she hastily exclaimed, Master Hou, hold on. Hou Jinxing, who was about to strike, paused in confusion. Professor Zhan, what is it? Master Hou, grant me a favor and spare this boy this once. Of course, this leniency shall not extend to any future encounters. Zhan Yuehong rose, taking a deep breath, her gaze icy as she regarded Wang Long. Young man, you have saved my daughter's life. I shall repay this debt on her behalf today. Should you dare to pursue her further, I will ensure your complete obliteration. Initially, she had intended to discuss matters of work with Hou Jinxing. As Wang Long made his entrance, he utterly soured Zhan Yuehong's enthusiasm. Hou Jinxing, setting aside his fists, found himself engulfed in irritation. Zhan Yuehong sought him undoubtedly to discuss a significant business deal, which had been entirely disrupted by this insignificant brat. This insignificant brat. Fortunately, my son has come to no harm. Consider yourself lucky. For the sake of Professor Zhan, I shall spare you this time. Now be gone. Wang Long smiled silently, signaling Yang Wanrong to remain still. How dare you, you insignificant wretch. Originally, Hou Jinxing was already fuming, and now Wang Long had ignited his fury completely. Very well. Let me demonstrate the prowess of an internal force practitioner. Without further ado, Hou Jinxing assumed the stance he had just displayed. His entire body moved in unison, akin to a writhing serpent. An internal force practitioner possesses the ability to transform true energy into formidable strength, far surpassing mere physical prowess. With a sudden movement, he unleashed a punch with lightning speed. Using his shoulder as a pivot, his arm swung like a hammer, directly aimed at Wang Long's face. This was precisely the Tongbei fist, a technique Hou Jinxing took great pride in, with few rivals at his level, let alone someone as inconsequential as Wang Long. Wang Long offered a faint smile. Facing Hou Jinxing's fist, he pointed with a single finger. Upon witnessing this, Hou Jinxing expressed profound disdain, exclaiming in derision, "Humph, arrogant." In the next moment, with a resounding crack, his entire arm hung limply as if caught in a dream. Meanwhile, Wang Long's finger remained motionless in midair. Hou Jinxing found himself in a state of bewilderment, only to comprehend the severity of his situation when excruciating pain surged through him, revealing that his bones had been fractured. The agony nearly caused him to lose consciousness. At this moment, suddenly, Wang Long's fingers lunged forward, halting just a few millimeters from Hou Jinxing's forehead. A fierce wind surged forth, the pressure generated by that single finger proving to be astonishingly formidable. The gust distorted Ho Jinxing's features, and his legs involuntarily began to tremble. Wang Long Yun, with a calm and light-hearted smile, inquired, "Master Ho, shall we continue?" At that moment, Ho Jinxing's complexion turned ashen. Could this truly be an unremarkable martial artist? The mere strength of a single finger displayed such power. If he were to be considered weak, then what was I? Curse it, Professor, you have deceived me. With a sudden motion, Ho Jinxing collapsed to his knees, clutching his arms. Brother Long, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Please, I implore you to cease your divine prowess. No, Master Ho, I have yet to finish with this finger. With a sweeping motion, Wang Long's arms sliced through the air. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 3 unoccupied chairs were reduced to mere dust. Ho Jinxing was so terrified that he nearly wet himself. At that moment, Yin Tianlang felt a sense of exhilaration and mockingly remarked, "Master Ho, don't you think it's rather late to speak up now? I have taken the role of intermediary to provide you with an opportunity. Will you seize it?" Yes, I was wrong. President Yin, I will agree to any condition. I implore you to speak to Brother Long and spare our Ho family. Ho Jinxing was filled with regret, wishing he could turn back time. Zhang Yuehong was a master of ancient martial arts. How could Mr. Chu be considered an ordinary person? The one he revered could not possibly be a failure. A master must not be insulted. His actions were not merely an affront. Annihilating his entire family would be a justifiable reaction. Alas, Wang Long sighed, finding the head of the Ho family exceedingly noisy. He turned to Yin Tianlang and said, "Little wolf, please handle the remaining matters with discretion. Do not be too severe. I shall take my wife to a quieter place for lunch." He had no intention of killing Ho Jinxing. It was merely that Zhang Yuehong had provoked his ire, and he sought to vent some frustration on Ho Jinxing. Wang Long departed with Yang Wanrong, leaving her with a tumult of emotions within her heart, though the reason for such feelings eluded her. As Wang Longyue exhibited her astonishing prowess, a profound sense of desolation enveloped her. She yearned to articulate her thoughts, yet found herself at a loss for words. Exiting the hotel, she was taken aback to discover Zhang Yuehong awaiting their departure. With a disdainful scoff, Zhang Yuehong remarked, "You've had ample time to plead for mercy. Given the temperament of the Ho family patriarch, how could you expect to escape unscathed? Learn your lesson and keep your eyes peeled. Do not entangle yourself with my Ling Shuang again, for you are unworthy of her." As she swung open the car door, she pointed a finger at Wang Long, declaring, "Remember, this is a one-time affair, and the last." With a roar, the automobile sped away, leaving behind a trail of contemptuous exhaust. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Yang Mengqi and her companion, who had just emerged from the hotel. Yang Mengqi's realization struck her like a revelation, her teeth grinding audibly. "I should have anticipated this. That worthless palace token, that wretched noodle vendor, you dared to deceive me." With a determined stride in her high heels, she stormed over and thrust the jade token into Wang Long's hands. "Wretched noodle vendor, you shall wait. It shan't be long before you find yourself kneeling before me, begging for mercy. Enjing, let us depart." Yang Enjing, clutching her swollen face, followed closely behind, and the two departed in indignation. Wang Long furrowed his brow. "Could it be that your family harbors some sort of hereditary madness?" He chuckled. "There's nothing of the sort. Merely a profound understanding between us. Who would believe you? If Ling Shuang were truly interested in you, would she allow you to become a son-in-law in our family? You're delusional." As she spoke, Yang Wanrong's cheeks flushed crimson. "There's no need to fawn over someone who cannot reciprocate, and those who can, you should not either. What a fool you are." Chapter 52. Yang Wanrong is kidnapped, what do you mean? Wang Long turned his head. "Ling Shuang appears to be a D, while I am a C. If I cannot attain a D, why not explore the C instead? She is a martial artist, somewhat rigid in all aspects, but in terms of feel, I am undoubtedly her equal. Heavens, what am I even saying?" Yang Wanrong was taken aback by the brazen words that had slipped from her lips. She could only mask her inner turmoil with a teasing smile, while simultaneously harboring a hint of anticipation. Her future was something she must strive for on her own. Wang Long smiled knowingly. He understood that Yang Wanrong was merely captivated by his formidable prowess and did not genuinely harbor feelings for him. Thus he gently remarked, My life is destined to be fraught with turmoil. I do not wish to burden you. When you acquire sufficient wealth and status, you shall discover someone far better. At that moment, the atmosphere was particularly hushed. Yang Wanrong gazed upon Wang Long's amiable countenance, her heart twisting with pain. Wang Long, you scoundrel! With a quivering voice, Yang Wanrong hailed a taxi, and as Wang Long attempted to approach, a single glance from her deterred him. Do not follow me. The taxi sped away. In the back seat, tears cascaded down Yang Wanrong's cheeks. Damn Wang Long! Wretched Wang Long! Am I not enough? Is Ling Shuang truly superior merely because she is a warrior, a battle general? Little lady, heartbroken? Inquired the driver, donning a baseball cap and mask. What business is it of yours? Just drive. The driver chuckled softly, realizing that the heiress of the Yang family was not truly mad but merely feigning insanity. This would certainly simplify matters for him. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanrong was momentarily taken aback, suddenly scrutinizing the driver's attire with alarm. You, who are you? Stop the car. I demand to get out. With a swift motion, the driver released a cloud of white smoke. Yang Wanrong's features contorted, and in the next instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey hey hey, the driver cackled, initially planning to abduct her inept husband as well, but it seemed fate spared him from that calamity. Meanwhile, Wang Long found himself in an empty space, unable to reach her by phone. Consequently, he immediately called Yang Mingqi. Hello, why are you calling me, you wretched noodle maker? Are you at Grandpa's? Is Wanrong there? Upon hearing this, Yang Mingqi scoffed, how curious. Were you not just with that fool Wanrong? What's this? The fool has gone astray. Serves her right. Wanrong. A harbinger of doom. As Wang Long's menacing words echoed in her mind, Yang Mingqi felt a chill. This man was a warrior. Should he pursue her to deliver a beating, she would be powerless to defend herself. TCH, I'm at Grandpa's and Wanrong is not here. The call was abruptly terminated. Wang Long fell into deep contemplation. Yang Wanrong had no friends whatsoever. The divination indicated a dire omen. This could only imply one possibility: abduction. Having secluded herself at home for 10 years, how could Yang Wanrong have made any enemies? Wang Long narrowed his eyes. It must be related to the massacre of my family a decade ago. I now know where she is. Meanwhile, the Wang family residence lay in a state of disrepair, having been uninhabited for a decade. Two factions stood in opposition. One led by Honi, the leader of the thieves sect, and the other comprised of 3 middle-aged scholars dressed in Zhongshan suits, whose formidable presence indicated they were no ordinary individuals. Honi wore a solemn expression, for among the 3, 2 were peak martial artists, and the eldest seemed to be on the verge of becoming a minor master. The trio remained silent, merely blocking the path of the thieves sect, as if awaiting the arrival of their leader. Soon, a luxurious car arrived, and Zhan Yuehong descended, approaching the 3 men, who bowed respectfully. Professor, she acknowledged with a nod before turning to Honi with surprise. Honi, what a rarity! Why does the thieves sect venture to this forsaken abode that has lain empty for 10 years instead of seeking treasures in ancient tombs? Honi explained, I am tasked with retrieving an item. Might Professor Zhan grant me a favor? Favor? Zhan Yuehong scoffed. You are a thief and I represent the law. Do you expect me to assist you in your illicit pursuits? It is preposterous. Leave before I change my mind. As her words fell, the 3 men in Zhongshan suits advanced. The majority of Honi's followers were merely inner-strength martial artists, and upon sensing the overwhelming aura of the 3, they instinctively recoiled. Yet Honi stood his ground, bolstered by the presence of the Grandmaster Wang Long. What do I have to fear? He challenged. Professor Zhan, what if I refuse? Zhan's expression darkened, her voice rising. This place has been requisitioned by the Martial Arts Institute. Anyone who dares obstruct us shall be killed. With a thunderous roar, the 3 men unleashed their formidable energy, causing the ground to tremble. It seems there are those who arrived before us. This is getting interesting. A mocking voice chimed in. The speaker was provocatively dressed in a high-slit red qipao, revealing her long, serpentine legs. Her crimson lips curled into a smile, and her tongue flicked like a serpent's. It was the bone-eating demoness Luo Yujiao. Zhan Yuehong, knowledgeable and astute, recognized her immediately. One of the 4 elders of the Hahuan sect, a half-step minor master, the bone-eating demoness Luo Yujiao. The illustrious Professor Jean remembers even a small figure like me. I am flattered, Luo Yujiao teased, fanning herself as she surveyed her surroundings. We agreed to gather here, but the old man, the one-eyed dragon, and the rugged man have yet to arrive. Men are so unreliable, Zhang Yuehong retorted with a cold laugh, when the military besieged the Hahuan sect. You were fortunate to escape. I never imagined you would dare to show your face again. Since you are here, do not expect to leave. Professor Jean. You are so formidable. I am frightened. Luo Yujiao flirted, casting a suggestive glance at the three men beside Jean. Gentlemen, do be tender. My delicate frame cannot withstand your roughness. The Hahuan sect is a scourge that must be eradicated, Jean declared, crossing her arms. Do not fear her. Among the four elders, Luo Yujiao is the weakest, a half-step minor master. Together, let us eliminate her. Zhang Yuehong was never one to act impulsively. If a swift resolution could be achieved, she would not engage in protracted conflict. Upon receiving her command, the three men sprang into action like bullets from a chamber, hurtling toward Luo Yujiao. With a playful smile, Luo Yujiao placed a finger on her lips, unsheathing a slender sword from her waist. In an instant, the once clear sky darkened with ominous clouds. Ha ha ha, Professor Jean. You are indeed well informed, but it is too late. With a swift motion, Luo Yujiao swung her sword towards the three shadows. A suffocating black smoke enveloped them, accompanied by horrendous screams that echoed through the air. In the aftermath, as the smoke dissipated, the two peak martial artists and one half-step minor master had been reduced to mere pulp. A shocking sight. Luo Yujiao, toying with her pitch-black sword, exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sect leader lent me this ancient divine weapon. Otherwise, I would have found it quite challenging. Zhang Yuehong was now in a state of panic. The cursed sword was an ancient artifact, harboring the vengeful souls of countless strong warriors. Even grandmasters would struggle against it unarmed. During the military's assault on the Hahuan sect, had it not been for the war god Yinantian summoning the white ancestor's divine weapon, thousands would have perished beneath this cursed blade. As Zhang Yuehong grappled with her dire situation, shadows suddenly emerged from the rooftops, led by a figure in black, who was holding a woman, none other than the silenced young Wanrong. Luo Yujiao squinted, a seductive smile gracing her lips. It seems we have succeeded. Ha ha ha, Professor Jean. It appears I have the upper hand this time. In desperation, Jean turned to Honi. Honi, we face a formidable enemy. We must join forces. Your strength is comparable to Luo Yujiao's. Hold her off while I devise a strategy against that cursed sword. Honi was tempted to slap Jean. One of your three subordinates was a half-step minor master, and now they have been reduced to sludge by Luo Yujiao. You want me to sacrifice myself? Not a chance. I think I'll take my leave. Professor Jean, you are the law, and I am a thief. Our paths do not align. Farewell. Jean was left speechless with fury. Luo Yujiao burst into laughter. Professor Jean, Honi is wise. You should come and embrace your fate. Oh, but that doesn't align with our Hahuan sect style. Instead, why not keep you for experimentation with our new holy drug? I am particularly curious to see what a typically serious professor like you would be like in a more indulgent state. Her implication was clear. She would not trouble the thieves' sect. Honi, catching her drift, was about to lead his followers away when he suddenly spotted Yang Wanrong. Sister Long? Honi's heart sank. How did Mr. Wang's wife end up in the clutches of the Hahuan sect? Humph! Hahuan sect, you have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Professor Jean, I have changed my mind. Today, I shall join forces with you to confront this female demon, Honi declared with unwavering resolve. Oh, Luo Yujiao scoffed derisively, brandishing the enchanted sword in her hand. Does the leader of the Hua sect wish to test the might of the Calamity Army? Luo Yujiao, do not grow too arrogant. Honi thought to himself that Mr. Wang must surely be on his way, and for now it was essential to buy some time. Thus, he said, at this moment, a formidable expert is en route. In his eyes, you are but an insignificant insect. Dare you wait? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuehong felt a stir of doubt within her. She was not foolish enough to believe that Honi was genuinely there to assist her. The Wang family's ancestral home is hardly a tomb. The thieves undoubtedly come here in search of that item. There must be an expert orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Well then, unless you can summon Yi Nantian, I must point out that, to my knowledge, he is currently not within the Jiangbei territory. I am eager to witness the prowess of the expert you speak of. With the divine artifact in hand, Luo Yujiao feels invincible. Just then, a young man arrives late on his electric bike, none other than Wang Long. If only I had known to purchase a vehicle earlier. Upon mentioning the Wang family ancestral home, tales of a massacre arise, and no driver dares to approach for fear of vengeful spirits. How could there possibly be ghosts in broad daylight? Such superstition. Wang Long halted the electric vehicle, removed his helmet, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Unfortunately, he was currently under restrictions that prevented him from utilizing his true energy for extended periods. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a predicament. However, Wang Long squinted at the crowd, relieved to have arrived just in time. Upon seeing him, Honi rushed over eagerly, bowing respectfully. Mr. Wang, you have finally come. Your wife is in the hands of this enchantress. His bow plunged Zhang Yuehong's spirits into despair. The esteemed figure Honi spoke of was none other than him. Honi. Oh Honi, how could you, the master of the Thieves' Guild, be deceived by a martial arts failure devoid of true energy? Zhang Yuehong's expression turned grim. What could a mere external martial artist accomplish? It seemed we were all destined to perish beneath the demon sword today. If it weren't for Luo Yujiao wielding that ancient demonic blade, Zhang Yuehong was confident that, in collaboration with Honi, they could vanquish her. Yet now, with her transformation martial artist strength, she could neither kill nor even approach. At that moment, the cloaked figure holding Yang Wanrong remarked, Elder Demoness, that boy is merely this girl's man, a worthless outsider. You need not fear him. Upon hearing this, Luo Yujiao could hardly contain her mockery, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, Master Honi, so this fellow riding a bike is your trump card? Oh dear, are you trying to amuse me? Well, since the old fellows are tardy, I shall take the initiative. Farewell, everyone. With a thunderous roar, as Luo Yujiao activated the demon sword, the ominous clouds above began to churn violently. A terrifying pressure descended like a torrential downpour. The members of the Thieves' Guild, overwhelmed, knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Wang Long smiled faintly and stepped forward. You good-for-nothing Wang Long. Zhang Yuehong could not help but shout, I senti it enough that you have entangled Ling Shuang? You even dared to deceive Honi. Do you think that pretending can help you evade the consequences? Now we are all going to suffer because of you. He chose to ignore Zhang Yuehong. Wang Long gazed directly at Luo Yujiao and said, Miss, you sent someone to abduct my wife. Am I permitted to wish for your demise? Observing the handsome visage of Wang Long, Luo Yujiao responded with a mocking expression. Oh, though you may be a worthless fool, your appearance is rather pleasing. Young man, you don't seem particularly enraged. Why not step aside for a moment? Once I have dealt with these individuals, we can indulge in some delightful escapades together. Shall we? What are you insinuating? To suggest an affair in front of my wife? Wang Long chuckled. Moreover, you are mistaken. I am indeed quite furious. Ha ha ha. Furious? You dare speak of anger in my presence? For someone of your caliber, it should be termed impotent barking. Luo Yujiao lifted her chin defiantly. Prepare yourself to witness something spectacular. I hope you don't soil your trousers in fear. Wang Long smiled as he raised his hand. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed. Luo Yujiao was taken aback. Hadn't it begun yet? Elder, there are casualties. There are masters here. Help! The voice startlingly emanated from the rooftop. Luo Yujiao looked up, and her pupils constricted in shock. The rooftop was violently breached, creating a gaping wound, as the bodies of dozens erupted, blood splattering onto the living. Who? Luo Yujiao frantically searched her surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Wang Long. At that moment, Wang Long was pointing directly at the source of the bloodied opening. Could it be you? What have you done? Wang Long's smile turned icy, heralding death. A thunderous roar. Wang Long's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, akin to countless sharp spears scattering in all directions. The sound of thunderous explosions filled the air, and none were spared from its onslaught. The members of the Hahuan sect, powerless against this ferocity, were continuously reduced to blood mist, as a rain of crimson fell from the sky. At that moment, as Wang Long's figure flickered and reappeared in place, he cradled Yang Wanrong in his arms. Removing the cloth that obstructed her mouth, he took off his coat to shield her from the rain. "My dear wife, has your anger subsided?" Chapter 54. The dragon emerges. Yang Wanrong gazed at the man before her, who sheltered her from the storm. A wave of emotion surged through her, and she averted her gaze, feeling a lump in her throat. "You intend to abandon me anyway. Why do you still concern yourself with me? Perhaps it would be better if I were to perish." Wang Long chuckled. "No matter what you do, you are still my beloved wife." Yang Wanrong raised her delicate fist but halted midair. "Tell me, if I weren't aware of the Wang family's affairs, would you still come to my rescue?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Long replied, "Of course." Those two succinct words spoke volumes. Yang Wanrong was left in a daze. Her lips parted slightly as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Humph, who can't utter sweet nothings? I don't believe you." At that moment, Zhan Yuehong stood frozen, taken aback. The release of true energy, the realm of celestial beings. This was impossible. She knew there was no true energy within him. How could he possibly be a grandmaster? Zhan Yuehong felt a deep sense of shame for the words left unspoken. She had encountered numerous grandmasters before, but none could simultaneously eliminate so many adversaries from such a distance. The more she affirmed this, the more intense her embarrassment became. Just then, a figure rushed towards her. Instinctively, Zhan Yuehong reached out, only to find it was Yang Wanrong. The voice of Wang Long drifted gently through the air. "And I implore you to take care of my wife while I deal with a certain individual." "Be careful, Wang Long," Zhan Yuehong cautioned. "That enchantress wields an ancient divine weapon, the demon sword of catastrophe." Luo Yujiao could no longer muster a smile. Her body tensed involuntarily. This fellow named Wang Long could very well be more formidable than a human butcher. Recalling Si Laosan, she couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, why hasn't the old fool arrived yet?" Upon hearing this, Wang Long chuckled. "My apologies, are you referring to the human butcher? You may as well stop waiting. He is already deceased." "What?" Luo Yujiao staggered back in terror. Could it be that Si Laosan was not even a match for this man? However, she soon regained her composure. With the sword of catastrophe in hand, what could he possibly do to her? "Humph," Luo Yujiao sneered. "Wang Long, I must admit, I have fallen for you at first sight. Yet, alas, your timing is unfortunate. Prepare to meet your doom." With a swift motion, Luo Yujiao spared no effort in unleashing the full might of the demon sword of catastrophe. Boom! 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 The dark clouds above swelled ominously, casting a shadow that threatened to engulf the city. The already dilapidated Wang family estate could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing room by room. Outside the dark clouds, the sky was clear and bright, while within, it felt as if the end of days had arrived. The members of the Thieves' Guild watched this scene unfold, as if they had plunged into an abyss. Huo Ni's face tightened, and he swallowed hard. The aura emanating from the demon sword of catastrophe was utterly terrifying. It transcended the realms of human capability. "Mr. Wang, are you all right?" As death loomed near, Zhan Yuehong felt an unexpected sense of relief. She had not anticipated Luo Yujiao's mastery over the demon sword of catastrophe to reach such a level. Even if Wang Long possessed the strength of a grandmaster, he would likely be left maimed, if not dead. It seemed that fate had decreed her demise here. With a gentle smile, Wang Long's palm radiated a golden light. Suddenly, the restless black clouds fell silent. The oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated, and the onlookers gazed upward. A dazzling beam of golden light was swirling within the clouds, growing ever larger. "Behold, it is a dragon. Indeed, a dragon. Has heaven bestowed its blessings upon us? Are we saved?" In an instant, the golden light surged forth like a wildfire. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the air, causing the black clouds to disperse. The crowd, once shrouded in the shadow of death, was once again bathed in light. Amidst this, the demonic sword in Luo Yujiao's hand trembled violently, emanating a frantic shudder. How could this be? "Silence, what are you so afraid of?" Luo Yujiao could never have anticipated that. Just a moment ago so confident, she now found herself in this predicament. Stunned, Zhan Yuehong collapsed to the ground, pointing at Wang Long, her lips quivering uncontrollably. For in Wang Long's hand now lay a sword, a magnificent golden sword. It was the 10th divine weapon of the Bai ancestor, the shocking dragon. Wang Long is the master of the 10th Bai Zhu divine weapon, the formidable figure who overshadowed Yi Nantian upon his emergence. Zhan Yuehong was both astonished and ashamed. Had circumstances permitted, she would have eagerly sought refuge in the depths of the earth. What had she done? Countless individuals desired to befriend this eminent personage, and even the imperial family had taken notice. Yet, she had the audacity to suggest that Wang Long keep his distance from her daughter? Zhan Yuehong questioned herself. Am I a fool? To suggest anything other than a connection, even to offer Ling Shuang to Wang Long, would have been inconsequential. I truly deserve to be scorned. At that moment, Huani's expression was equally grave. Though the divine weapon is powerful, it is ultimately the wielder who possesses true strength. He remarked profoundly, "The surprise dragon? Indeed, it is the surprise dragon." Gazing at the sword in Wang Long's hand, Luo Yujiao could no longer suppress the terror within her heart. You are indeed the legendary possessor of the 10th Bai Zhu divine weapon, you miss. Your words are excessive. Kindly cease your prattle. Wang Long unsheathed his sword in a swift motion. No. Luo Yujiao urgently raised her sword to parry. However, the blade of Wang Long advanced with such swiftness that it sliced through resistance as effortlessly as a knife glides through butter. With a flurry of movements, it appeared as a single strike. Yet, countless phantoms of Wang Long simultaneously delivered their blows. The speed was so astonishing that it defied the naked eye's ability to perceive. Luo Yujiao's body, along with that enchanted sword, was swiftly cleaved into innumerable fragments. Wang Long sheathed his sword and spoke calmly. Kidnapping my wife, this is the punishment I bestow upon you. To aspire to be my mistress, you are not worthy. Mr. Wang, accompanied by Yang Wanrong, approached with a face full of shame. Here is your wife back to you, and I apologize. I was in the wrong. Aunt, do not blame yourself. My situation is indeed unique. Can you please listen carefully to the explanations next time? Wang Long nodded with a smile. I understand now. Zhan Yuehong lowered her head, and regarding Ling Shuang, she added, I no longer oppose your interactions. I will never oppose them again. Yang Wanrong immediately cast a murderous glare. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the collapsed ruins. Honi rushed over to investigate. A large opening had appeared. Is this the entrance to an ancient tomb? No. Honi dismissed this thought upon observing the shape of the opening. The edges showed no signs of human excavation. This indicated that it was a naturally formed cavern. But whose house would be built atop such a cavern? It was quite peculiar. At that moment, Wang Long and Zhan Yuehong arrived. Zhan adjusted her glasses and remarked thoughtfully, given the freshness of the soil, this cavern must have formed recently. It seems my research was not in vain. Research? Wang Long inquired. Aunt, what kind of research are you referring to? Zhan Yuehong's expression grew serious. Mr. Wang, to be honest, I have been engaged in the study of ancient martial history for years. The origins of ancient martial arts remain a mystery to this day. Recently, I discovered the Wang family's ancestral home. It harbors secrets capable of overturning the entire Xia nation. Chapter 55. The Invisible Enemy. The entrance to the cavern could barely accommodate 2 individuals. After some deliberation, it was decided that the strongest among them, Wang Long, would escort Zhan Yuehong into the cave. The Thieves' Guild quickly assembled an elevator, and it was soon completed. Wang Long and Zhan Yuehong gradually made their way towards the depths of the underground cavern. The widely accepted theory regarding the origins of ancient martial arts posits that primitive humans engaged in physical activities to combat beasts and natural disasters. However, my research suggests otherwise. The philosophies of Taoism, martial arts, and traditional medicine encapsulate the profound essence of Chinese civilization. Beyond the great exploratory spirit of our ancestors, the essence of survival remains paramount. Why is survival essential? It is because we face adversaries. But who are our true enemies? Beasts, natural calamities, or perhaps conflicts between tribes? I contend that none of these are the answer. I am convinced that in realms unseen, there exists an immensely powerful and unknown adversary. This is the focus of my research. Zhang Yuehong briefly conveyed her theoretical insights to Wang Long. Wang Long, lost in thought, inquired, "Aunt, what connection does this have with the underground chamber? If they are indeed our adversaries, why has there been no record of them in any existing literature thus far? From my analysis, it appears that our enemies are deliberately eradicating any evidence of their existence in this world. They may be scheming a grand conspiracy, one potent enough to upheave the very fabric of our reality. Yet no plan is without its flaws, and they have ultimately allowed me to grasp the thread of this mystery." Zhang Yuehong's gaze deepened, her demeanor turning grave. Recently, an ancient tomb had been discovered in the southwestern region, the identity of its occupant remaining unknown. However, among the unearthed documents was a treasure map, which, upon comparison, pinpointed the location of the current Wang family estate in Hangzhou. The map meticulously detailed the timing, indicating that the treasure would manifest only at a specific moment, which, when converted to the present day, coincides with today. My research has indeed proven correct. It has truly emerged. Zhang Yuehong elucidated the sequence of events with clarity, adding one final note. "Oh, and interestingly, the time indicated on the treasure map has been altered. The original date was 10 years prior. I suspect that there is more than one copy of this treasure map, likely released by our ancient predecessors as a smokescreen to thwart any attempts by their foes to obliterate it." Wang Long's mind echoed with a resounding thud. 10 years ago? Was it not precisely when his family was annihilated? Could it be that the perpetrator was merely intent on erasing evidence, and the massacre of the Wang clan was merely a casual act? The tragic demise of his entire family reduced to such a trivial motive? 10 years. The truth he had desperately sought was revealed to be so simple. The profound enmity stemming from a sea of blood was merely a byproduct of someone's indifference. It was intolerable. It was unbearable. Regardless of whether you are human or specter, as long as Wang Long still draws breath in this world, he shall relentlessly pursue you, seeking to eradicate you without mercy. In Wang Long's heart, a dark thought emerged, his cold and piercing gaze appearing particularly terrifying under the beam of the flashlight. Zhang Yuehong was startled, suddenly recalling something. "Mr. Wang, you share the same surname. Could it be that you are a survivor from the Wang family a decade ago?" "Indeed, that is correct," Wang Long affirmed with a nod. "Auntie, I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for our encounter, I would still be oblivious to the truth." "Oh please, there's no need for such formality. Given my relationship with Ling Shuang, you may simply call me Long from now on." Wang Long, regaining his composure, revealed a warm smile. Before long, the two arrived at the end of the crypt. Upon a stone pedestal, intricately carved with unknown totems, lay a weathered tome, quietly awaiting discovery. Zhang Yuehong, filled with excitement, lifted the ancient volume. "Long, I have found it. This is the clue to our adversary." Yet, as the book was unfurled, both of their brows furrowed in concern. The text within was composed of a script they had never encountered before. Zhang Yuehong, who prided herself on mastering all ancient writings, now found herself utterly perplexed. Wang Long nodded and said, "Of course, Auntie. In the future, if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me at any time." Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the cavern began to collapse. "Auntie, allow me to carry you on my back. We must hurry." Wang Long swiftly emerged from the subterranean depths, carrying Zhang Yuehong upon his back. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient to evade any peril. The designated rescuer, Honi, hurriedly approached. "Mr. Wang, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your assistance today, Master Hua." "I owe you a favor," Wang Long replied with a smile as he set Zhang Yuehong down. "You're too kind, Mr. Wang. With that, my mission is accomplished. I shall be departing Hangzhou tonight. Until we meet again." Honi thought to himself, filled with delight. Wang Long's future is boundless. His connections are akin to acquiring an additional life. After Honi and the others departed, the personnel from the Research Martial Institute also arrived. The Research Martial Institute is establishing a branch in Hangzhou. This is the martial artist identity card issued by the Institute. You are now recognized as a martial artist by the Institute. With this card, you may freely enter all departments under the Institute and utilize its resources for cultivation. Consider it my apology. Please be sure to accept it. As they parted ways, Zhan Yuehong presented a black gold card. Aunt, this seems rather inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Did you not say you would be at my beck and call in the future? It will be more convenient with this. It is merely an ordinary identity card. Take it. Zhan Yuehong courteously pressed the card into Wang Long's hand before departing. Once in the car, one of her subordinates could not contain their curiosity and asked Professor Zhan, "That is a royal-grade black gold card, granting royal privileges. Why would you give it to that young man?" Zhan Yuehong smiled slightly and replied, "Because he deserves it." Meanwhile, watching the departing vehicle, Wang Long shrugged and mounted his electric bike, saying to Yang Wanrong, "It's getting dark. Let us go." Wang Long. Yang Wanrong mustered her courage to say, "I want to tell you." Before she could finish, her phone suddenly rang. Wang Long activated the speakerphone. "Have you found the fool yet?" he inquired, irritated. "I forgot to inform you. Tonight is the signing banquet for our Yang family and the Dihao Business Association. You are, after all, part of the Yang family. Hurry over once you locate Yang Wanrong." After Yang Mingqi concluded the call, she turned her attention to Yang Wanrong. "What were you about to say?" Wang Long inquired, setting down his phone. "Nothing, really." The signing banquet was held at the Dihao Hotel, now bustling with an overwhelming crowd. Notable figures from all walks of life in Hangzhou were arriving in droves. The Yang family had never experienced such grandeur before. Humph!
Yang Mengki declared triumphantly.
From this day forth, our Yang family officially ascends to the ranks of elite families. Beside her, Yang Enjing appeared somewhat anxious. "Mangqi, do you think Wang Long might truly have some hidden identity? Could his involvement be the reason for our smooth entry into the Dihao Business Association?" At the mention of Wang Long, Yang Mingqi scoffed. "Cousin Enjing, do you know who that woman we saw at the hotel entrance was? She is the mother of Ling Zhanjiang, Professor Zhan from the Research Institute of Martial Arts." Wang Long used his acquaintance with Ling Zhanjiang to manipulate the situation, persuading Professor Zhan to play tricks on us. What kind of palace master token? How could he, a man, possibly be the master of the Holy Maiden Palace? It was merely a ruse fabricated by Chairman Liu to appease Professor Zhan. As she spoke, Yang Mingqi couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! Who is Professor Zhan anyway? How could she possibly be deceived by a country bumpkin? Chairman Liu had received a phone call midway through, which turned out to be from Professor Zhan. She did not wish for Wang Long to be used as a pawn, which is why Chairman Liu hastily altered his words. Wang Long, in his foolish attempt to pilfer, has not only failed but has also incurred the ire of Professor Zhan. Did you not hear? Professor Zhan has warned him that this is his final chance. At that moment, a message arrived on the phone. Yang Mingqi opened it and scoffed. Humph! Look, Master Hua has already departed from Hangzhou. If Wang Long were truly a person of significance, would he not attend the banquet? Wang Long, tonight, I shall ensure your disgrace and ruin. Chapter 56. The signing banquet. Wang Long and Yang Wanrong arrived at the venue but soon found themselves in a position of neglect. To the outside world, Yang Wanrong was perceived as a fool and Wang Long as a mere son-in-law, rendering them invisible in the eyes of others. In stark contrast, Yang Mingqi, representing the younger generation of the Yang family, basked in the adoration of the crowd. "Miss Yang, I am the general manager of Chuncheng Company. What a pleasure it is to meet you. I have long heard of your exceptional talents and beauty, and seeing you today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Of course, I have heard that the project for the Tianho beauty cream was orchestrated by you, Miss Yang. At such a young age, your insight is truly remarkable, and your future is boundless. In my opinion, the next head of the Yang family must be none other than Miss Yang." Yang Mingqi reveled in the flattery, casting a glance at the overlooked Wang Long and Yang Wanrong, her heart swelling with pride. Humph! Some individuals resort to petty tricks behind the scenes. They remain nothing but country bumpkins, mere refuse, no matter how splendidly they may dress. Indeed, Yang Enjing chimed in, a useless person wishing to meddle in our family's affairs? They probably can't even keep track of the accounts. It would be wise to relinquish their claims early, lest they find themselves in a pitiful predicament. At that moment, the heavily pregnant Yu Shilan approached, seizing the opportunity to humiliate Wang Long. "Oh, is this not the illustrious General Manager Wang? What seems to be the trouble? No one is paying you any attention? It is hardly surprising. How could a dog be welcomed at the feast? Were it not for our Yang family, you wouldn't even have the right to sit here. Yu Xiaolan deliberately raised her voice, drawing the attention of the crowd. So he is the son-in-law of the Yang family. Ha! He truly has the audacity to show his face here. I heard he previously tried to flaunt himself at the Wanhao Commercial Plaza under the guise of Miss Yang Mengqi, only to be publicly exposed by her. Who would be willing to associate with a fool? What level of sophistication could such a person possibly possess? With such behavior, he is unworthy of the stage. I suspect he is merely here to scrounge food and drink. If it were me, I would never set foot in such a place. His audacity is truly astonishing. The derisive comments echoed relentlessly. Wang Long, however, remained utterly indifferent. Why should a deity descending the mountain concern himself with those ascending? The only lingering question was why Chairman Liu would acquiesce to the Yang family's inclusion. Yet, he was too apathetic to delve deeper, for Chairman Liu must have his own calculations. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. The head of the Hou family, Hou Zhenxing, has arrived. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who would have imagined that the Yang family held such clout as to attract the attention of the Hou family? The Hou family is a venerable first-class aristocracy in Hangzhou, a titan of real estate. The current head, Hou Zhenxing, is a formidable martial artist. Among the prominent families of Hangzhou, aside from the Ling family, the Hou family stands as the most prosperous. Yang Mengqi was elated upon hearing the news. She had not anticipated the arrival of the head of the Hou family. She quickly touched up her makeup and hurried to the entrance to greet him.
Miss Yang, congratulations.
The fact that the head of the Hou family has come in person is a testament to the Yang family's prominence today. Isn't it due to your remarkable youth and talent? Miss Yang, you shall be my idol from now on. Amidst the chorus of compliments, Yang Mengqi approached Hou Zhenxing. Before her stood Hou Zhenxing, adorned in elegant attire, exuding an innate authority without raising his voice, though his right arm was conspicuously bandaged. Nevertheless, this sight stirred waves of admiration within the hearts of the onlookers. Who would have thought that the Yang family's status in the eyes of the Hou family was so significant that he would attend despite his injury? Oh head Hou, you are far too gracious. Yang Mengqi feigned humility while her inner pride swelled. You see, this is my current standing. I am able to stand alongside the head of the illustrious Hou family. Wang Long, what do you have to compare with me? However, to his surprise, Hou Zhenxing noticed that Yang Mengqi did not pay much attention and merely offered a few perfunctory remarks. His gaze swept over the crowd and brightened upon seeing Wang Long, prompting him to stride forward. At that moment, Wang Long was leisurely sipping tea. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Hou Zhenxing stood at attention and gave a formal 90-degree bow to Wang Long. Mr. Wang, on behalf of the Hou family, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on the Yang family's joining of the Dihao Chamber of Commerce. Wang Long remarked lightly, Master Hou, there is no need for such formality. Please, take a seat. Hou Zhenxing respectfully nodded and inquired, Mr. Wang, may I sit at your table? Of course, came the reply. Yang Wanrong, standing beside Wang Long, could not help but stifle a laugh. In a bid to humiliate them, Yang Mengqi deliberately arranged for them to sit apart from the Yang family, placing them in this inconspicuous corner. Cousin, are you dumbfounded now? The onlookers were left utterly astonished. The head of the Hou family was indifferent to Miss Yang yet displayed utmost respect for a mere wastrel. Why was that? Yang Mengqi hurried over, exclaiming, Hou family head, how can you sit in such a place given your status? Please, take the honored seat. Faced with Hou Zhenxing, Yang Wenji dared not be negligent. He rose and approached with a smile. Indeed, Hou family head, you are our esteemed guest. Please, allow me to escort you to a more appropriate seat. However, the already seated Hou Zhenxing's expression darkened as he retorted, I will sit wherever Mr. Wang sits. Am I not a guest who cannot choose my seat? What grand rules your Yang family has. At this declaration, Yang Mengqi was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Although the Yang family was currently thriving, they were still leagues behind the Hou family. They could not afford to offend them. Yang Wenji, quick to react, forced a smile. No, Hou family head, please make yourself comfortable. We would not dare to suggest otherwise. Understanding the situation, Yang Wenji and Yang Mengqi discreetly withdrew. Once they were at a distance, Yang Mengqi scoffed, The Ho family head is quite well informed. He must have learned that the project for the Heavenly Queen Beauty Cream is in Wang Long's hands, which is why he is so eager to ingratiate himself. Just wait. After tonight, this project will be mine. Yang Wenji was equally incensed. It was infuriating that the esteemed head of the Yang family was overshadowed by a mere son-in-law. Mengqi, ensure that everything goes flawlessly. Rest assured, grandfather, I have everything arranged, Yang Mengqi declared with conviction. The appearance of Ho Jinxing had indeed left the crowd in shock, particularly as they witnessed him decline Yang Wenji's invitation, which further fueled suspicions regarding Wang Long's true identity. Yet before anyone could fully grasp the situation, a resounding announcement echoed from outside. Martial arts Master Qi Wanyan has arrived. What? It was none other than Master Qi. The atmosphere in the room erupted once more. Hangzhou was merely a third or fourth-tier city in Zhongbei. One would be hard-pressed to find even lesser masters willing to settle here. As a half-step small master, Qi Wanyan stood as the pinnacle of Hangzhou's martial arts community. The saying goes that a master must not be insulted. Even a half-step master is considered a master in their own right. The status of Qi Wanyan alone could rival that of many families in Hangzhou. How could one not be astonished? Yang Mingqi was taken aback, realizing that the reputation of the Yang family had even stirred the martial arts community in Hangzhou. Her apprehension towards Wang Long stemmed from the fact that he was a martial artist. If she could befriend a senior like Master Qi, Wang Long is of no significance here.
Tus, yang mengki hastili apro achet.
However, before she could utter a word, Qi Wanyan strode past her with commanding grace and approached Wang Long. With a cupped fist salute, he declared, Junior Qi Wanyan pays his respects to Mr. Wang. I have come specifically to show my support, and I beg your pardon for not notifying you in advance. Chapter 57. Distant yet near, this gesture sparked an uproar. A master of the martial arts realm in Hangzhou would refer to himself as a junior, and such a bow was a sign of respect only exchanged among martial practitioners. How could this not astonish everyone? Could it be that the son-in-law of the Yang family is a martial arts expert? Otherwise, why would Elder Qi show him such deference? Elder Qi, undefeated in Hangzhou, had never bowed so low before anyone. Am I seeing things? Have we made a mistake? Is Mr. Wang Long truly the deity of the Yang family? Amidst the clamor, it was clear that the mere fact that Wang Long could command the reverence of the renowned martial arts master of Hangzhou spoke volumes of his prowess. With such a formidable figure backing the Yang family, how could they not thrive? In contrast, the celebrities surrounding Yang Mingqi collectively paled in comparison to the weight of Ho Jinxing and Elder Qi. Was the Yang family not merely seeking a son-in-law, but rather a golden son-in-law? At this moment, Yang Mingqi's frustration was palpable. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, Humph! If I were in charge of the beauty project, Elder Qi would be bowing to me right now. Yang Wenji sighed. I never imagined that a distinguished martial arts master would resort to flattering the wealthy. Mangqi, do not be upset. This honor will eventually belong to our Yang family. Indeed, Mengqi, do not forget about President Liu, Yang Enjing added. Wang Long previously pressured President Liu through Professor Zhan. When President Liu arrives, he certainly won't let him off easily. With narrowed eyes, Yang Mingqi nodded in agreement. Yes. Today is the grand day when the Yang family joins the Imperial Wealth Chamber of Commerce. The main character is still me. Wang Long, your time is running out. Soon. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yunfeng arrived with his wife and daughter. As the president of the Empire Wealth Chamber of Commerce, accompanied by his wife and daughter who resembled sisters, their appearance instantly evoked envy among onlookers. Linglong. Upon seeing Wang Long, Lu Linglong instinctively wanted to rush over, but her mother Ning Yen swiftly restrained her, shaking her head in disapproval. Lu Yunfeng softly reminded, Linglong, have you forgotten what I told you? In public, you must maintain your distance from Long Gu. We cannot betray his goodwill. Lu Linglong furrowed her brow, indifferent to reputation. As long as she could be with Long Gu, what did it matter if she was labeled a mistress? Understanding her daughter well, Ning Yen comforted, Linglong, you will have plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to rush. Mother supports you. Unaware of the trio's thoughts, Yang Mingqi felt a sudden lift in her spirits upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, the Lu family now harbored a deep disdain for Wang Long, yet they could not express it in public. President Lu, madam, we have been waiting here for quite some time. Yang Wenji greeted them with a smile. Lu Yunfeng nodded and replied, yes, head of the Yang family. Let us begin. Very well, President Lu is indeed decisive. Mengqi, let us commence. The first order of business was for both parties to publicly sign the contract, announcing the Yang family's official entry into the Empire Wealth Chamber of Commerce. Following that, various dignitaries were invited for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Yang Wenji proudly signed his name on the contract, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of a bright future with the support of the Empire Wealth Chamber of Commerce. The audience erupted in applause, echoing their admiration. Yang Mingqi shared in the excitement, stating, President Lu, the next segment is the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Please, you and Madam, step forward. Given the esteemed positions of Ho Jinxing and Qi Wanyan, the Yang family did not dare to be negligent and sent someone to invite them. Noticing that Wang Long posed no objections, Ho Jinxing and Qi Wanyan took their places beside Lu Yunfeng. Once the guests had gathered, Yang Mingqi announced, let the ribbon-cutting ceremony begin. Wait, Lu Yunfeng suddenly interjected. Yang Wenji was taken aback. President Lu, is there something amiss? Head of the Yang family, have you forgotten someone? Lu Yunfeng frowned. Forgotten someone?
Yang Wenzi loket quizzichali et Yang Mengqi, sa aking klarifikasyon.
Yang Mingqi quickly understood and explained, President Lu is referring to Miss Bai Ruotong, correct? She is unable to attend due to scheduling conflicts. The Yang family's smooth entry into the Empire Wealth Chamber of Commerce was largely thanks to the project involving the Heavenly Beauty Cream, making Miss Bai their greatest benefactor, particularly given her connections to the Bai family in the provincial capital. This was a courtesy President Lu would surely extend. However, to Yang Mingqi's surprise, Lu Yunfeng's expression darkened. I am not referring to Miss Bai. Not Miss Bai. Yang Mingqi felt a wave of anxiety. Then, do you mean head of the Feng family? Rest assured, he has reconciled with us. His absence is merely to avoid disrupting the atmosphere. Yang Mingqi was astonished at how well-informed the Empire Wealth Chamber of Commerce was, even aware of the troubles Wang Long had caused with the Feng family. Given the Feng family's connections to the thief sect, it was understandable for President Lu to have reservations. Yang Wenji chimed in, indeed, President Lu, it was merely a misunderstanding. We have already reconciled with head Feng, so there is no need for concern. Lu Yunfeng's expression was now one of barely contained fury. Head of the Yang family, my husband is not referring to Feng Maokai.
Ningyan interjected.
Your family has reached this point thanks to that individual. You surely Haven T lost all sense of gratitude. Yang Wenji was left bewildered, uncertain of whom Mrs. Lu was referring to. Who are you talking about? Lu Yunfeng's anger flared. Since your family is so ungrateful, I see no reason for the Yang family to join the Empire Wealth Chamber of Commerce. Ningyan, Linglong, let us leave. As he spoke, Lu Yunfeng began to lead his wife and daughter away. President Lu, please wait. Yang Mingqi was thrown into a panic. If President Lu were to leave, the Yang family would become a laughingstock. My apologies. I was foolish. You must be referring to Professor Zhan, correct? I will personally invite him.
Yang Mengqi.
You were right about one thing. You truly are foolish. It is one thing if others do not know, but how could you not?
Ningyan retorted coldly.
This. If not Professor Zhan, then who could it be? Yang Mingqi found herself at a loss, scrambling to apologize. Yes, I am foolish. Please enlighten me. Madam Lu, regardless of who that esteemed individual is, I will do whatever it takes to invite him. Lu Yunfeng's gaze was piercing as he raised a hand and pointed, far away in the heavens, yet close at hand. The crowd turned in unison to follow his finger, revealing Wang Long, seated in a corner, sipping tea. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. It turned out that the true deity of the Yang family was indeed Wang Long. The Yang family members were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. President Lu, Wang Long just. Yang Mingqi could not help but speak. Lu Yunfeng shot her a fierce glare. Miss Yang, were those previous statements of yours mere lies to save your skin? Did Long Gu not know of this matter from the very beginning?
Miss Yang.
Ning Yan's expression turned cold. I believe it is necessary for you to accompany us. Yang Mingqi felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern, trembling uncontrollably. If she went with them, would there be any hope for survival? Ah, yes. Yang Mingxi hurriedly amended. President Liu, Madame, I was careless. Indeed, it should be Wang Long. His contribution to joining your esteemed chamber is undeniable. I shall go invite him immediately. With no time to hesitate, Yang Mingxi rushed to Wang Long, calling out, Brother-in-law, President Liu requests your presence. Wang Long smiled faintly. Cousin, who said we must perform the 3 bows and 9 prostrations? Surely, in front of all these people, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word?
Chapitre 58. À grave incident.
Yet now she did not even dare to breathe. If President Liu were to catch the slightest hint of her unease, she could scarcely fathom whether she would survive the night. Brother-in-law, can I not apologize to you? Yang Mingxi said with a beaming smile, let us discuss this further in private. Given the current circumstances, could you not grant me this favor? Wang Long couldn't help but chuckle. Your face? Is it truly of great value? Had he not uncovered the covert schemes of Yang Mingxi, he might have spared her. However, at this moment, he felt compelled to impart a lesson to this woman. Cousin, reputation is something one earns through their own efforts. You wouldn't wish for others to label you as untrustworthy. Would you? How about this? I shall endure a slight loss. Instead of the full ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations, you need only offer me 3 bows, and I will let it go. Does that sound acceptable? Wang Long spoke with an amiable demeanor, asserting that as you are Wanrong's cousin, I cannot place you in an uncomfortable position, can I? You! Yang Mingxi nearly erupted with indignation. To compel her, a distinguished daughter of the Yang family, to kneel before a mere country bumpkin who sells stinky noodles? Such humiliation was unbearable. Yet, observing Wang Long's unwavering expression and the stern countenance of Lu Yunfeng behind her, she found herself reluctantly acquiescing to this silent grievance. Very well, I shall kneel. It must be said, despite her sharp tongue and acerbic nature, Yang Mingxi possessed a remarkable ability to endure. Kneeling on the ground, she bowed 3 times with resounding knocks of her head towards Wang Long. The expressions among the Yang family members varied significantly, particularly Yang Wenji, whose face darkened with fury, his heart seething with rage. This was not merely a bow of respect from Yang Mingxi. It was a blatant slap in the face to the Yang family. It was evident that Wang Long was exacting vengeance for his earlier near expulsion from the family. Wang Long, true to his word, led Yang Wanrong over, completely shifting the atmosphere of the event. Those who had previously sought favor with Yang Mingxi now turned their attention to Wang Long. The ribbon-cutting ceremony had seemingly transformed into a solo performance by Wang Long, who occupied the spotlight, while Yang Wenji and others were unceremoniously relegated to the periphery. To the unknowing observer, it might appear as though they were merely guests in attendance. Yang Mingxi, seething with indignation, gritted her teeth and discreetly sent a message from her phone, vowing silently, Wang Long, I shall ensure that you meet a most unfortunate fate today. Following the ribbon-cutting, the banquet commenced in earnest. In stark contrast, Wang Long's side had transformed into a veritable land of prosperity. Ho Jinxing, Qi Wanyan, along with the Lu Yunfeng family, were all seated there, with a continuous stream of toasts and flattery flowing towards them. Meanwhile, at the main table occupied by Yang Wenji, not a soul paid them any heed. What a humiliation! After an agonizing 20-minute wait, the atmosphere was finally shattered by the arrival of an individual. Miss, something's gone terribly wrong. It was none other than Yang Mingxi's secretary, who appeared breathless and distraught as she rushed to her. Miss, there's a major incident. Our factory producing the beauty cream has caught fire. Yang Mingxi secretly rejoiced within yet feigned alarm, exclaiming, What? You must be mistaken. The Tianho beauty cream project is under my brother-in-law's supervision. How could there be a mistake? Indeed, the workers on duty have not emerged, and the fire department has already been dispatched to extinguish the flames. The secretary exclaimed in terror. Miss, this is a grave accident. Finally, the pent-up frustrations of Yang Wenji erupted forth. He slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Wang Long. Wang Long, we entrusted you with such a monumental project. Is this how you choose to handle it? A catastrophic fire incident with casualties. Do you realize you could face imprisonment? Grandfather, what is there to discuss at this point?
Yang Mingxi sneered.
When I initially sought to take over the project, you refused to listen, didn't you? Now, are you satisfied with the consequences of your incompetence? With a confident stride, Yang Mingqi approached Wang Long, her high heels clicking assertively against the floor. This was a moment she had long awaited. Wang Long, you claimed that the Tianho beauty project was solely your responsibility, forbidding any interference from others. Correct? She mocked. Indeed. Wang Long replied with an air of indifference. Very well. Then prepare to take full responsibility. Any issues that arise are entirely separate from the Yang family.
Yang Mengki declared haughtily.
The onlookers, taken aback by her audacity towards Wang Long, began to rise, only to be halted by Wang Long's gesture. This is a matter of my family. There is no need to trouble yourselves. Wang Long turned to Yang Mingqi and smiled. Cousin, I stand by my actions, you need not worry. However, are you certain it is a grave incident? Jumping to conclusions without fully understanding the situation can lead to embarrassment, you know. Humph. It is you who should be concerned about embarrassment, Wang, exclaimed Yu Shilon. You are merely quibbling at the brink of demise. Brace yourself for imprisonment. Yang and Jing also chimed in with scorn. Some individuals are utterly oblivious to their own limitations, believing themselves invincible with merely a modicum of skill. This is business, not a game. Do you possess the intellect required? How did our Yang family come to be burdened with such a jinx? As long as this person remains with us, prosperity will elude our household. It is time for him to depart. Indeed, not everyone is fit to be a son-in-law. A country bumpkin has no place in the Yang family. Leave, depart. The relatives of the Yang family present at the banquet seemed to have conspired, continuously voicing their disdain, each adding fuel to the fire. Wang Long remained unfazed, lighting a cigarette with a glint of mockery in his eyes, relishing the theatrical performance put on by the Yang family. This is the inevitable consequence of a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. The moment you enter prison, the enterprise must undergo a change of legal representative. No one can take what is mine. Oh, Wang Long, if you were to kneel and beseech me now, I might just find you a competent lawyer. Otherwise, prepare to languish in confinement. Yang Mingqi spoke with a rapid-fire eloquence, her face adorned with derision. Indeed. Wang Long nodded slightly. Dear cousin, you are in dire need of a good lawyer. Do reach out at once. Ha ha ha, you foolish noodle vendor. Have you been rendered speechless? I was referring to you. What need have I for a lawyer? Yang Mingqi reveled in her triumph. In such a public setting, with numerous reporters present, who would dare openly challenge the authority of the officials to advocate for Wang Long? Even figures like Lu Yunfeng and Hou Jinxing must weigh the pros and cons. Moreover, their focus had always been on the Yang family's project. With the ownership of the project now shifted, Wang Long had naturally become insignificant. Wang Long, today you shall undoubtedly find yourself incarcerated, your reputation irreparably tarnished. Observing Yang Mingqi's aggressive demeanor, Yang Wanrong felt a surge of anxiety for Wang Long. It remained uncertain whether he possessed any strategy to navigate this predicament. A life had been lost, and such matters could not be resolved with mere triviality. At that moment, the secretary received a phone call, her expression shifting dramatically. Was it the fire department? Yang Mingqi sneered, inquiring about the situation. How many lives were claimed? What were the damages? Speak up. Miss this. The secretary hesitated, reminiscent of her previous reluctance when discussing Bai Ruotong's disfigurement.
An ominous premonition gripped Yang Mengki.
Speak. Miss, the fire department stated that by the time they arrived, the fire had already been extinguished. It claimed one life? Or did it destroy the entire factory? Hurry and tell me. No, it merely scorched a patch of lawn in front of the factory. What? Chapter 59. Zhangchuan Shenao. Yang Mingqi felt as though the world was spinning beneath her. She had fancied her plan to be flawless, only to be confronted with this outcome. However, it was the secretary's subsequent revelation that truly shattered her composure. Moreover, the fire department indicated that this incident was deliberate. The arsonist was apprehended on the scene. Yang Mingqi nearly collapsed in shock. To ensure absolute certainty, she had expended considerable resources to employ individuals from the underworld for this task. The factory was situated in a remote area, providing ample time for escape. How could the perpetrator have been captured on the spot? The secretary relayed what she had heard over the phone. The fire department personnel mentioned something invisible seemed to envelop our factory. When they arrived, the fire had already been quelled, and the arsonist lay unconscious at the factory entrance, ensnared by this unseen force, which led to their capture. An invisible force? What on earth? Could it be that even fate was shielding Wang Long? The Yang family stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Yang Mingqi's heart raced in her throat. If the arsonist implicated her, her fate would be sealed. In a daze, she turned to Wang Long, her expression shifting with realization. It was you. You urged me to seek legal counsel. That unseen force must be your doing. Wang Long, you anticipated this outcome all along. You are despicable. You are shameless. Wang Long chuckled. Cousin, isn't it a good thing that the criminal has been apprehended? What brings about such a sentiment? As Yang Mengqi found herself at a loss for words, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the atmosphere outside the door. Following that was the resounding sound of heavy footsteps, echoing like a drum, deafening to the ears. Sensing this pressure, Wang Long, Qi Wanyan, and Ho Jinxing, 3 martial artists, simultaneously turned their gazes towards the source. There are martial artists approaching, and their strength is formidable. A group clad in white uniforms, moving with agility, emerged. Just from their aura, it was evident that they were all of the inner strength warrior caliber. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a white suit, and the terrifying sense of oppression emanated from the elderly figure beside him. This group does not come with good intentions. The middle-aged man in the white suit smiled and said, Esteemed figures from all walks of life in Hangzhou are gathered here. It is a pleasure to meet you all. You may not be familiar with me, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Shin Ao from Zhangchuan, here to intrude. At the mention of Shin Ao's name, the expressions of everyone in the room changed dramatically. Zhangchuan is renowned in Jiangbei as a martial arts hub, producing countless warriors. Shin Ao is the vice president of the Zhangchuan Martial Arts Association, and his family, the Shin family, is immensely wealthy. In terms of influence in Jiangbei, Shin Ao and Chu Peng are of equal weight, with Shin Ao's prowess even surpassing that of Chu Peng. What brings such a prominent figure here? Qi Wanyan fixed his gaze on the elderly man beside Shin Ao, his face betraying a hint of fear. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Wang Long inquired, Old Qi, do you recognize him? The individual in question is Bai Feng, a martial artist of the minor master realm. I narrowly lost to him at the Jiangbei tournament, which incurred significant losses for Mr. Chu. The Jiangbei tournament is an event where various powerful factions in Jiangbei vie for interests, sending representatives to compete, with the victors reaping greater rewards. This Shin Ao has always been Mr. Chu's nemesis. However, in recent years they have maintained a cautious distance. Thus, it is perplexing that Shin Ao has suddenly appeared on Mr. Chu's territory. Qi Wanyan nodded in agreement, sharing the same confusion as the Yang family members. If it were Chu Peng, they could understand, given his interest in the Yang family's projects. Yet, Shin Ao is an individual with whom the Yang family has never had dealings, or rather, they have never had the standing to do so. Yang Wenji, steadying his emotions, approached with a smile, saying, Ah, Mr. Shin, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your presence truly elevates the stature of the Yang family. Shin Ao, however, dismissed the pleasantries, stating, There is no need for such formalities. I have come in search of your granddaughter, Yang Mengqi. She engaged in a business transaction with my subordinate, but unfortunately, she acted unscrupulously, resulting in my man being detained by the authorities. Now, tell me, should your granddaughter not be held accountable for this matter? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from behind Shin Ao, glancing at Yang Mengqi with a chilling smile. Miss Yang, do you still recognize me? Yang Mengqi's complexion turned pale. This man was none other than the leader of the arsonists she had hired. In her attempt to evade the Tianlang society, she had sought out others in the trade, only to discover he was a subordinate of Shin Ao. I recognize you.
Yang Mengqi stammered.
Her mind in disarray. Although Shin Ao was on par with Chu Peng, his notoriety far surpassed that of the latter. Faced with such a menacing figure, she dared not fabricate any lies. Shin Ao sneered, Since you acknowledge this, it simplifies matters. From this day forth, all of the Yang family's assets will be transferred to my name, including the Heavenly Queen Beauty Cream Project, as compensation for my subordinate. As he spoke, the subordinate who had been negotiating with Yang Mengqi presented a contract. Miss Yang, please sign. This was a clear attempt to usurp the Yang family.
Yang Wenzi quickly interjected.
Mr. Shen, I deeply apologize for my subordinate's actions, but such a punishment seems excessive.
Shen Mireles militinli.
Suddenly, an elderly man beside him struck out. With a resounding crack, Yang Wenji's leg was broken, forcing him to his knees. Pain etched across his face. He trembled and gasped. Mr. Shin, why resort to violence? Slap! The old man struck again, sending Yang Wenji flying several meters, rendering him unconscious. Grandfather, head of the family, the Yang family members cried out in horror. Shin Ao, however, only laughed coldly. I am here to inform you, not to negotiate. Do you really think you can bargain with me? Gasps of shock filled the air as the onlookers recoiled in fear, witnessing the brutal display against an unarmed elder. Shin Ao was indeed far more formidable than the legends suggested. Yang Mengqi realized the futility of seeking compensation. Even if Shin Ao's subordinate had not been captured, he would have found another excuse to seize the Yang family. From the moment she had sought out Shin Ao's men, she had already fallen into his trap. Regret was now too late.
Bang!
Qi Wanyan slammed his palm down, exclaiming, Mr. Shen, this is Mr. Chu's territory, and you have no right to act recklessly here.
Saying que vania, Shen ao smirke dismissiveli.
Old Bai, your defeated subordinate is here. Why not greet him? Bai Feng, the elder in question, turned his gaze toward Qi Wanyan. I heard that you nearly had a young man from overseas killed not long ago. You truly are becoming more useless with age. We are all martial artists here. If you have grievances, speak plainly and I shall accommodate you. How dare you? Qi Wanyan stuttered, feeling intimidated. He was no match for Bai Feng even at his peak, and his current injuries left him even more vulnerable. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Bai Feng chuckled, but his expression quickly darkened. Then perhaps you should step aside and stay out of this.
Shen ao aproachet Yang Mengqi,
lifting her chin with a predatory gaze. Miss Yang, say something. Rest assured, if you agree to hand over the Yang family's assets, I will spare your entire family and allow you to leave Hangzhou safely. Yang Mengqi, terrified, was rendered speechless. Observing her reaction, Shin Ao sighed. Is there truly no one in the Yang family capable of speaking, apart from Yang Wenji? Since you cannot respond, you are of no further use to me, old Bai. Understood. With a swift motion, Bai Feng lunged forward like a specter, his fingers clawing toward Yang Mengqi's throat. She attempted to flee, but fear had paralyzed her legs, rendering her immobile. Facing a martial artist of the minor master realm, escape was an impossible feat. Just as the situation seemed dire, a voice rang out with calm authority. To lay hands on an elderly man and a woman, do you even deserve to be called a martial artist? Chapter 60. Breaking a leg, I will shatter his hand. Whoosh. As the words fell, the sound of slicing air followed. Who dares? Bai Feng exclaimed, turning to seek the source. In the corner, a strikingly handsome young man rose slowly, none other than Wang Long. It is I, Wang Long replied with a smile. Elder, given your age, you are considered a senior in the martial arts community. Do you not fear being laughed at for bullying the weak? Bai Feng narrowed his eyes, a sneer curling his lips. He had expected a formidable figure, only to find a mere boy. You there, it seems you too are a martial artist. I do not kill nameless brats. State your name. I am Wang Long, the husband of Yang Wanrong. Wang Long turned to Yang Mengqi and asked, Aren't you taking your grandfather to the hospital? Yang Mengqi's face turned pale, and she nodded stiffly. With the assistance of the Yang family members, they lifted the unconscious Yang Wenji and were about to head outside. Suddenly, Shin Ao's subordinates blocked their path like a wall. Did I permit you to leave? Shin Ao sneered. No one shall exit without my consent today. Mr. Shun, you must be after the project concerning the Queen's beauty. Yang Mengqi, quick-witted in her distress, replied, While this project appears to belong to the Yang family, it is no longer ours. The true person in charge is Wang Long, the one who just acted. Everything related to the project is in his hands. Oh? Shin Ao looked at Wang Long with a mocking smile. So that's why you heed his words. He is the actual head of the family. Ha ha ha. Well then, you may leave. Shin Ao's subordinates parted to create a passage. The Yang family members hurriedly escaped. Excellent. This makes matters simpler. Shin Ao chuckled. Wang Long, I have set my sights on the Yang family's project, so it now belongs to me. Hand it over obediently, and I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, humph, a master ought not to be disrespected, and as a martial artist you should understand the consequences. Mr. Shin, why waste words on him? Bai Fong, nearly struck, radiated murderous intent. Just a hand's worth of signature will suffice. Watch me handle him. The esteemed minor master had already harbored the intent to kill. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging directly toward Wang Long. Wang Long smiled faintly, raising his hand with a gentle motion. Bang! Bai Fong's fist was effortlessly grasped. Then, with a swift convergence of 5 fingers, splat. Blood splattered as the fist of this minor master was instantly crushed. Ah! Bai Fong let out a wretched scream, his body instinctively retreating in an attempt to distance himself from Wang Long. Yet, just as he believed he had evaded the peril, a smiling face suddenly appeared before him, his presence an enigma from an unknown moment. Wang Long had caught up, their eyes locking in a silent confrontation. A mere minor master? Hardly. With a forceful punch, he struck Bai Fong squarely in the abdomen. Bai Fong was sent hurtling backward, his body curling up mid-air like a shrimp. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash as his back collided with the hotel wall, fracturing it in multiple places. He fell to the ground, his face as pale as parchment. A card, once embedded in the wall, fell to the ground right before Bai Fong's eyes. In that moment, every hair on his body stood on end, an overwhelming fear engulfing him. The royal black gold card. This young man was, astonishingly, acknowledged as a grandmaster by the Martial Arts Institute. Moreover, the bearer of such a card held a status equivalent to that of royalty. How could this be? How could the humble Yang family possess such a formidable figure? At that instant, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. A minor master like Bai Fong seemed as fragile as paper in the presence of Wang Long. Just how terrifying was this man's strength?
Shin Ao swallow hard.
His face reflecting sheer astonishment. He was well aware of Elder Bai's capabilities. With Bai Fong's minor master level, it was inconceivable for him to be so powerless unless faced with a grandmaster. Could it be that this young man was indeed a grandmaster? A grandmaster at such a young age. He had initially planned to seize the opportunity to profit handsomely from the project featuring the celestial beauty, but instead, he had struck an impenetrable wall. Mr. Shin, look!
Bai Fong exclaimed urgently.
Shin Ao stepped forward, taking the black gold card into his hands, his entire being struck as if by lightning. Good heavens! To everyone's astonishment, Wang Long possessed such a remarkable identity. Under heaven, could there be anything but the sovereign's land? He is of royal lineage. Oh, that belongs to me, Mr. Shin. I kindly request its return, Wang Long remarked with a smile. Very well, very well. Shin Ao, stripped of his earlier arrogance, approached Wang Long like a docile puppy and presented the black gold card with both hands. Thank you. Wang Long accepted the card with a grin. Ah, Mr. Shin, I presume you wish to discuss the project. Do you not?
No, no.
Shin Ao exclaimed in sheer panic, waving his hands fervently. Mr. Wang, I had no idea you would be here. Had I known, I would not have dared to come. Wang Long patted Shin Ao on the shoulder, startling him to the point of nearly collapsing. No more discussions? Absolutely no more discussions for the rest of my life. Oh, you have one of your subordinates sever a man's leg, and I shall render him one-handed. Is that reasonable? Quite reasonable. You have the final say. Do you have anything else to address? Nothing at all, Mr. Wang. You are busy, so I shall take my leave. Who could have anticipated that the once imperious Shin Ao would now flee like a terrified mouse before a cat? Wang Long chose to remain indifferent. After all, it was a matter provoked by Yang Mingqi, and his willingness to intervene was solely due to Yang Wanrong's influence. He had no desire to involve himself further. The banquet concluded abruptly due to this unforeseen circumstance, yet no one felt a sense of loss. Encountering a formidable figure like Wang Long rendered the visit worthwhile. Simultaneously, they resolved within themselves that they must never offend the Yang family in the future. Ho Jinqing and the Lu family took their leave from Wang Long, But Qi Wanyan lingered, reluctant to depart. Wang Long observed Qi Wanyan's troubled demeanor and chuckled. Old Qi, is there something on your mind? In truth, he had already suspected that Qi Wanyan sought his assistance, for a martial artist had no reason to attend such commercial gatherings. Ah, Mr. Wang, I do have a matter to discuss, Qi Wanyan sighed, but I hesitate to ask of you, given our acquaintance. I hardly feel deserving of your help. Such words are unnecessary, Wang Long replied with a smile. Though our friendship may be shallow, we are both martial artists. If there is something you need, do not hesitate to speak. I will certainly assist if I can. With Wang Long's reassuring statement, Qi Wanyan felt a wave of relief wash over him and finally spoke up. Mr. Wang, could you assist me in eliminating a person? Oh, is that so? Wang Long was taken aback. What? At that very moment, in the military interrogation room, the weary Ling Shuang gazed at Han Gui, her mind in turmoil. Hehehe. General Ling, if you desire to share my bed, I would gladly oblige, but if you seek useful intelligence from me, I am afraid I must disappoint you. Han Gui was tightly bound by iron chains, one eye brimming with mockery. Although the Hahuan sect was composed of licentious individuals, their tongues were astonishingly resolute. Just as Ling Shuang contemplated abandoning the interrogation for the day, her mother, Zhan Yuehong, called. What? Mother, are you serious? Ling Shuang's fatigue vanished in an instant. I cannot discuss this now. I am in the midst of interrogating a suspect. I will call you back later. Before Zhan Yuehong could finish her sentence, Ling Shuang excitedly hung up the phone. Han Gui, it matters not whether you speak or remain silent. I have just received news that the butcher and the bone devourer have been eliminated. Are you still waiting for them to come rescue you? Ah, you have missed your chance.
Anguis complaxion shifta dramaticali. Impossible.
The old man is a half-step grandmaster, and possesses ancient divine weaponry. Who could possibly defeat them? No way. Ling Shuang sneered. You claim it is impossible, yet how do I know of the bone devourer? Abandon your illusions. The Hahuan sect is finished this time. Now, tell me, where is your sect's stronghold? Ha ha ha. Han Gui burst into laughter. Ling Shuang, even if the old man and they are dead, so what? If you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you. This time, our Hahuan sect has sent more than just 2 elders. Ling Shuang's expression shifted ominously. What did you say? Who else? Guess he cackled. Chapter 61. The Night Raid of Truth. Subsequently, Ling Shuang decided to abandon the interrogation. 15 years ago, during the siege against the Hahuan sect, she had been but a child, her understanding of the sect shaped solely by the accounts of military elders. Yet, let it not be forgotten that she had a mother well-versed in the martial arts. Ling Shuang, I wanted to mention Wang Long. Mother, I have no desire to discuss that useless man right now. Han Gui has revealed significant information. Aside from thee and the butcher, the Hahuan sect has other elders in Hangzhou. Do you know who they are? The voice on the other end of the line fell silent. After a moment, Zhan Yuehong finally spoke. Ling Shuang, this is of great importance. You must immediately report the situation to the War King. Among the 4 elders of the Hahuan sect, aside from those 2, one is the sect leader's personal attendant and cannot be in Hangzhou. This leaves only one, and that individual is exceedingly dangerous, far beyond your capability to confront. Mother, stop with the suspense. Who is it, exactly? The mysterious gentleman, Pan Xian. Simultaneously, Wang Long also heard this name from Qi Wanyan. Indeed, Qi Wanyan gritted his teeth. Mr. Wang, it was he who murdered my daughter. I cannot coexist with him. With a heavy sigh, Qi Wanyan continued, regrettably, my talents are mediocre and my martial arts have never progressed. Pan Xian possesses the strength of a grandmaster, and I am utterly incapable of contending with him. Therefore, I beseech you, Mr. Wang, to lend your hand and rid the martial world of this scourge. Wang Long had heard of Pan Xian, who was famously known as the master of deceptive visage and the foremost among the 4 elders of the Hahuan sect. This individual was an expert in the art of disguise, often transforming into a handsome young man to seduce unsuspecting women, subsequently leading them to their demise. According to San Gu, during the notorious reign of the Hahuan sect, the disciples of the Saintess Palace suffered greatly at their hands, especially this Pan Xian, whose true appearance remained a mystery, allowing him to evade capture on numerous occasions. Moreover, Wang Long harbored a lingering question. Why did the He Huan sect abduct Yang Wanrong? Did their actions correlate with the shadowy enemy lurking behind the scenes? Very well, I shall grant your request. Wang Long nodded. However, Qi Lao, this Pansian is elusive. If you wish for me to eliminate him, do you possess any leads? Indeed. Qi Wanyan's expression darkened. I encountered him just yesterday. Although he is adept at disguise, I shall never forget that gaze. He is currently residing at a resort on the outskirts of the city. Nightfall approached. Wang Long understood that this was merely an excuse. The primary reason was her inability to endure sleeping on the floor. However, it was fortuitous. Just as she lay down at home, she heard the door lock emit a series of clicking sounds. Yang Wanrong stealthily entered the room. Wang Long offered a faint smile, closing his eyes as if to feign slumber. Perched at the edge of the bed, the silvery moonlight illuminated the sharp contours of his profile, prompting Yang Wanrong to exhale a heavy sigh. Alas, Wang Long, I am acutely aware that you harbor no affection for me. If you do not cherish me, why do you linger in my world? As tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice trembled with emotion. I can surmise your intentions. You are a descendant of the Wang family, seeking vengeance for your kin. By both sentiment and reason, I ought not to conceal the truth from you. Yet, once I divulge the secret, you shall depart, shall you not? You will vanish from my life forever. After a prolonged silence, Yang Wanrong regained her composure. Very well, Wang Long, I shall now confide in you. If you are asleep and fail to hear this, you cannot hold it against me. On that fateful night a decade ago, I happened upon the Wang residence, its gates wide open. Inside, I discovered the lifeless bodies of all who dwelled there, and in my terror, I fled. I cannot recall how long I ran, until exhaustion overwhelmed me. When I finally dared to look up, I found myself once more at the threshold of the Wang estate, when suddenly a man emerged. Remarkably, he possessed 4 eyes. Following that, my memory fades, and I awoke in a hospital bed. This is the entirety of what I know. Wang Long inquired, why does that bespectacled man not eliminate you? Such an act should be effortless for him. Did he not utter a word to you? No. Yang Wanrong replied, shaking her head, her complexion suddenly paling. When did you awaken? Wang Long sat up with a smile and said, I have always been awake, my dear wife. You! Yang Wanrong's delicate face flushed with anger. Wang Long, you scoundrel! Are you satisfied now? You may leave. Leave? This is my home. Where would I go? Wang Long responded with a puzzled expression. Who cares where you go? Lu Linglong, Bai Ruodong and Ling Shuang, your legs belong to you alone. Go find whomever you wish. Yang Wanrong's body trembled slightly, deliberately avoiding Wang Long's gaze. Ah! Wang Long stifled a yawn and reclined once more. Time was slipping away, and tomorrow he was bound for the resort for an investigation. It was prudent to rest. Are you not leaving? Yang Wanrong paused. Then a mischievous smile graced her lips as she leaned closer to Wang Long's ear. Are you reluctant to part with me? It's no surprise my beauty rivals that of any woman, and besides it is legitimate. Husband, shall we finish what we have yet to complete? Based on her understanding of Wang Long, she anticipated a refusal. Yet, to her astonishment, Wang Long suddenly turned his head and wrapped his arms around Yang Wanrong's slender waist. Ah, my dear wife, shall it be you or I who takes the lead? Yang Wanrong, startled, turned pale, her heart racing uncontrollably. What do you mean, you or I? I am tired. Please let me go, I wish to sleep. No, please. Now that we have finally bared our souls to one another, let us be utterly candid. Wang Long rose abruptly, pinning Yang Wanrong beneath him. Yet, he intentionally left an opening. With a sudden lunge, Yang Wanrong escaped. Farewell. Bang! The sound of a heavy door slamming echoed. Wang Long reclined on his bed, extending his right hand into a clenched fist. At last, I have caught you, Mom and Dad. Rest assured, I shall make them pay in due time. The following morning, after attending to Yang Wanrong, Wang Long arrived at the resort. As a premier getaway in Hangzhou, the locale boasted an array of entertainment and leisure facilities. Young men and women, clad in vibrant attire, could be seen everywhere. Unsure of how long his stay would be, Wang Long first proceeded to the hotel within the resort to arrange his accommodation. I apologize, sir, but we have no king-size rooms available. Only a double room remains. Would that be acceptable to you? It matters not. If I successfully locate Pansion, I shall depart within a day. Wang Long casually remarked, certainly. At that moment, a woman hurriedly approached. Miss, please book me a room. Any room will suffice. Chapter 62. I'll give you a chance. Pretend to be my boyfriend. I apologize, miss, but the last double room has already been reserved by this gentleman. The receptionist said, glancing at Wang Long. How could this happen? Wang Long raised his eyes to scrutinize the young woman before him. In her 20s, she possessed an exquisite appearance. Dressed in a designer dress, the price tag still dangled from it. Miss, you seem to have forgotten to remove the tag from your garment, Wang Long kindly pointed out. The woman touched her back, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Who do you think you are to meddle? Trying to flirt with me? You're nothing but a pathetic loser. Get lost. Wang Long curled his lip, clutching the room key as he prepared to depart. At that moment, a group of men and women entered. The woman, upon seeing the newcomers, hastily grasped Wang Long's arm. What are you doing? Don't utter a word. If you do, I shall accuse you of impropriety. Heiress your chance. Pretend to be my boyfriend. If you perform well, I might just allow you to add me on WeChat. Wang Long found himself in a perplexing situation, just as he was about to decline. A group of men and women approached him. Oh, Xiao, you mentioned your wealthy boyfriend wouldn't be here, but what do we have here? Could he possibly be your boyfriend? I heard he is a high-ranking executive with an annual salary in the millions, too busy with work to pay you much attention. Yet he booked a room at the resort just for you. How enviable. Indeed. Zhang Xiao, you are quite fortunate. A girl from the countryside has managed to attach herself to such a wealthy man. Impressive. The women feigned admiration, though their tone dripped with sarcasm. Zhang Xiao awkwardly smiled. He did have work commitments, but he canceled them out of concern for my safety and came to accompany me. Honestly, it's frustrating that no one believes me. Right, darling? Zhang Xiao cast a frantic glance at Wang Long. Wang Long initially had no desire to get involved, yet he feared that making too much noise would alert the snake in the grass. Moreover, arriving alone for a vacation would raise suspicions. Thus, he smiled and introduced himself, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Wang Long. Thank you all for taking care of Xiao." His polite tone, however, failed to garner much welcome. A young man clad in designer attire cast a disdainful glance at Wang Long. You? A corporate executive? Earning a six-figure salary? Ha! The moment he spoke, expressions of contempt spread across the faces of the crowd. Zhang Xiao, you truly are a master of pretense. Do you think we are oblivious? At school, you always ordered the cheapest meals. How could you possibly have a boyfriend who is a corporate executive? What a joke. Exactly. We're just teasing you. And you took it seriously? I suspect your boyfriend is merely a figment of your imagination. A woman suddenly snatched the room key from Wang Long's hand. Oh, a double room. Zhang Xiao, your wealthy boyfriend treats you to a double room. Huh? Hilarious. Laughter erupted among the group. Zhang Xiao's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. Someone sneered. Zhang Xiao, you really are ungrateful. Lu Xiao is so fond of you. Yet you refuse him and pretend to have a boyfriend. Have you ever seen a boyfriend who takes his girlfriend to a double room? Lu Xiao was indeed the very individual who had just mocked Wang Long. His name was Lu Zhichao, belonging to a family that could be considered a second-tier affluent household in Hangzhou. Yet, within their circle of university students, he epitomized the typical rich second generation. Lu Zhichao glanced at the room key, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. Zhang Xiao, if you look down upon me, just say it outright. Is it a sign of contempt to casually find a loser to appease me? Zhang Xiao lowered her head in silence. Wang Long stepped forward, took the room card and smiled. You have misunderstood. It is merely because this is the only room available that I made this reservation. Humph. Zhang Xiao ceased her pretense. So you have resumed your act, haven't you? Tell me, how much did she pay to hire you? Zhang Xiao has no money. I believe she is offering herself in return, chuckled one of the women. Ha! If young Master LV is not interested, she runs off to sleep with another man. She is hardly a prize. The women mocked with derision. They yearned for young Master LV's attention, Yet he inexplicably favored someone like Zheng Xiaoxiao, a country bumpkin. This thought left them quite displeased. At that moment, LV Jicheng scoffed. Enough. We are here to enjoy ourselves today. Come, I shall treat you all to dinner. Just as they were about to depart, Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, preparing to follow after them. Wang Long, however, grasped her arm and smiled, saying, "Why do you still engage with them when they mock you so mercilessly?" Zhang Xiaoxiao sighed. "Ah, how could you possibly understand my predicament? L. Jicheng is a prominent figure at our university, adored by many women. If they were to discover that I do not show him the respect he deserves, my social standing at school would be utterly compromised." Zhang Xiaoxiao, a girl who had emerged from the countryside with dreams of making a mark in the world, found herself acquainted with L. Jicheng by chance. From that moment on, her once tranquil life was irrevocably disrupted. She was unwilling to forfeit this precious opportunity for learning and thus felt compelled to endure the situation. She pretended to have a wealthy boyfriend, a ruse to delicately rebuff L. Jicheng's advances. Alas, who could truly comprehend her suffering? Wang Long shrugged his shoulders. He discerned a conspiracy in Lu Jicheng's gaze. It was likely perilous for Zhang Xiaoxiao to remain in their company. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. Since fate had led him to this encounter, he might as well follow along and observe. Then, let us proceed. Wang Long chuckled as he pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao along. The estate prohibited vehicles, yet upon exiting the hotel, they encountered a luxurious Rolls-Royce passing by. Lu Jicheng, knowledgeable about cars, immediately recognized it as a limited edition. Upon seeing the license plate, he was momentarily taken aback. "Who dares to drive here? Aren't they worried about running someone over?" Someone voiced indignantly. "Silence!" Lu Jicheng retorted sharply, "You ignorant fool, that is Mr. Chu Peng's private vehicle. The entire resort is Mr. Chu's domain. Should he hear you, you might find your life in peril." At the mention of Chu Peng's illustrious name, the crowd's demeanor shifted, and they instinctively recoiled. Who in Jiangbei was unaware of the formidable Chu Peng? Compared to him, they were but ants easily crushed beneath a heel. Watching the Rolls-Royce fade into the distance, Lu Jicheng couldn't help but lament. When will I achieve a stature akin to Mr. Chu's? Among the women, the most strikingly beautiful, Meng Ziru flattered young Master Lu, "You are not lacking. You are the heir to the Lu family, and in my eyes, you embody Jiangbei's own Mr. Chu." Meng Ziru dreamt of becoming Lu Jicheng's partner, aspiring to marry into a wealthy family after graduation. Thus, her disdain for Zhang Xiaoxiao was palpable. "Oh, do you hold such affection for me?" Lu Jicheng teased, wrapping his arm around Meng Ziru's waist. "Of course, I would do anything for young Master Lu." Meng Ziru replied coyly, "Very well. If you assist me in seducing Zhang Xiaoxiao, you shall be my official girlfriend from this point onward. How does that sound?" "Ah, this? Are you truly asking me to do this?" Meng Ziru hesitated, but Lu Jicheng's expression darkened. "Do you dare to refuse, Meng Ziru?" "No, no." "Of course. Young Master Lu, I will help you." Chapter 63. Exquisite luncheon. Unbeknownst to Meng Ziru, Lu Jicheng harbored ulterior motives. After Wang Long and Zheng Xiaoxiao reunited with the group, they swiftly arrived at the five-star hotel within the resort to dine. The students were momentarily rendered speechless, for they had never encountered such an opulent establishment. The decor was reminiscent of a royal palace, extravagantly adorned. Upon glancing at the menu prices, gasps of astonishment erupted. "My goodness! The cost of a single meal here could rival our annual food expenses." "Nonsense! If your food expenses amount to over 100,000 a year, wouldn't you be akin to young Master Lu? With accommodation so affordable, why are the meals so exorbitant?" Lu Jicheng, brimming with pride, elucidated, "This is called a marketing strategy. The low accommodation rates are designed to attract more customers. Yet the resort is a high-end leisure venue. In such a grand establishment, nothing comes without cost. It's not a place for the average person." "Ah, I see. Rest assured. Aside from accommodation, all your expenses will be covered by me. It's merely a trifle from my monthly allowance," Lu Jicheng added. The group instantly cast admiring glances at him, particularly the female students led by Meng Ziru, whose eyes seemed to sparkle with admiration. Indeed, he is the son of the Lu family, displaying an extravagant flair. A boyfriend should possess such qualities. Relishing the attention from the women, Lu Jiqiang began to order. What does the chef recommend today? Sir, we have just received a fresh batch of Australian lobsters. So today's chef's special is the 3 preparations of Australian lobster. Additionally, if you order the chef's special, I recommend pairing it with our top-tier Bordeaux wine for an enhanced experience. Excellent, with our numbers let us have 2. Lu Jiqiang, embodying the persona of a wealthy gentleman, raised 2 fingers. Also, I would like the wine you mentioned. Please be mindful of the decanting time. If it takes too long, it will turn to vinegar, and I mustn't drink that. You truly are discerning, sir. Rest assured, we are all professionally trained. The waiter replied with a smile. Very well. Let us add a few of your restaurant's signature dishes to complement our meal. Lu Jiqiang closed the menu and handed it over. The group was left astonished. Is this what a meal among the upper echelons looks like? It is extraordinarily lavish. Even the brief exchange between Lu Jiqiang and the waiter was not something an ordinary person could articulate. Young Master Lu, you are incredibly dashing. You are like a prince in my eyes. Thank you, young Master Lu, for allowing me to experience the life of the elite. Lu Jiqiang smiled with satisfaction, yet inwardly scoffed at the unsophisticated simpletons around him. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Zhang Xiaoxiao, who seemed utterly indifferent to the happenings around her. Her head bowed in silence. Wang Long, seated beside her, was equally composed, engrossed in his phone. Observing this, Lu Jiqiang's expression darkened. Meng Ziru, sitting next to him, hastily exclaimed, "Hey, Zhang Xiaoxiao and you too, Wang Long. How rude can you be? Young Master Lu has treated you to Australian lobsters and fine wine, and you don't even thank him? Zhang Xiaoxiao, do you have any idea how much a single Australian lobster costs? Without young Master Lu, you would never have the opportunity to savor such delicacies. Country bumpkins remain country bumpkins. I truly don't understand what young Master Lu sees in you, and you, Wang Long, are merely riding on his coattails, are you not? Shouldn't you bow and express your gratitude to young Master Lu?" Wang Long's name had been mockingly transformed into Wang the loser by the crowd. Unfazed by the scorn, Wang Long offered a faint smile and remarked, "Is it necessary to express gratitude simply for having ordered 2 lobsters? If you cannot afford it, say so frankly. We can dine elsewhere." Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his words. Was he not clearly offending Lu Jiqiang? She quickly tugged at Wang Long's sleeve. "Humph," Meng Ziru sneered. "Dine elsewhere? Hasn't Lu Xiao informed you? Other than accommodation, everything here is exorbitantly priced. Can you truly afford it? Do you really think you are some corporate executive? Pa, first, you should take her to bed." Thus, he declared, "Enough of this nonsense with certain inconsequential losers. Let us eat." The room fell silent once more. Soon, the extravagant Australian lobster dish was served, accompanied by the decanted red wine. Lu Jiqiang exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Ziru, who comprehended instantly. She filled a large glass with red wine and approached Zhang Xiaoxiao. "Zhang Xiaoxiao, Lu Xiao has feelings for you, yet you bring a loser to brush him off. Regardless, this is your fault. Do not disrespect Lu Xiao, offer an apology." Zhang Xiaoxiao had never consumed alcohol before, and the sight of the large glass filled her with trepidation. "I cannot drink." "What? Zhang Xiaoxiao, I see that your reluctance stems not from inability, but from disdain." Meng Ziru scoffed. "Do you wish to remain at school? Lu Xiao's word could easily expel you. Do you believe it? Drink." She forcefully presented the glass towards Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao swallowed hard. "Fine, I shall drink this one glass." "Enough talk. Drink it first." Amidst the crowd's jeers, Zhang Xiaoxiao raised her glass in a toast to Lu Jiqiang. However, halfway through, she could no longer bear it. "What are you doing? Such expensive red wine cannot go to waste. Finish it," Meng Ziru insisted, compelling Zhang Xiaoxiao to down the entire glass. Having never drunk before, Zhang Xiaoxiao struggled. Meng Ziru, reveling in her triumph, cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Jiqiang, who nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Wang Long. "Wang the loser, your mission is complete. I care not about the nature of your relationship with Zhang Xiaoxiao. You may leave now." Wang Long chuckled, "But I have yet to eat." "Ha ha ha, eat? Loser, do you think you deserve to share a table with me? I brought you here merely to lower Zheng Xiaoxiao's guard, so she would drunkenly succumb to me. Now leave, or you will find it impossible to depart later. Lu Jiqiang, his eyes ablaze with desire, looked at the dazed Zheng Xiaoxiao, eager to whisk her away to a room, uninterested in further banter with someone like Wang Long. Wang Long placed his hand on Zheng Xiaoxiao's back, channeling his energy while chuckling. Do you understand? Kindness is not inherently wrong, but it must be discerned. I understand, thank you, Wang Long. Let us leave. Zheng Xiaoxiao felt a chill run down her spine. Had she not met Wang Long today, she would have surely fallen victim to L. Jiqiang. However, she was acutely aware that neither she nor Wang Long could afford to provoke this wealthy heir. The only option was to depart swiftly. Leave? Ha! After drinking my wine, you think you can simply walk away? L. Jiqiang bellowed, realizing his prize was slipping away. Waiter. Soon enough, a server entered the room. Sir, how may I assist you? L. Jiqiang replied, I am a patron here. Am I not considered a valued guest? Of course you are, came the response. Then I request you to expel this worthless individual. I graciously invited him to dine, yet he dares to threaten me and attempt to take away my woman. Please remain calm. I understand, the waiter replied, as L. Jiqiang sneered, fully confident that money was on his side. Let us see how you fare against a man of my status. The server approached Wang Long, her gaze icy. Sir, I must insist that you leave, or I will be compelled to summon security. Very well, and do summon your manager while you're at it, Wang Long said with a smile, turning to L. Jiqiang. I thought you would take matters into your own hands or call for reinforcements. But is this all you can muster? Fine, I am rather bored, so I shall indulge you. Chapter 64. One to accompany you to the hospital. The staff at the resort were all professionally trained. Even with someone like Mr. Chu as the owner, many oblivious out-of-town guests would still cause disturbances. Thus, the server was unfazed by the unfolding drama. With a cordial demeanor, she reiterated, Sir, for your safety, I must once again request that you leave. If the manager is involved, the outcome could be quite dire. The more formidable the backing, the more composed the words spoken. In the server's eyes, Wang Long posed no real threat. Zheng Xiaoxiao, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, tugged at Wang Long's sleeve. Wang Long, please leave. I have regained my composure. L. Jiqiang cannot harm me. Did she truly believe that? As she spoke, even she lacked conviction. Nonetheless, she could not bear the thought of an innocent person suffering alongside her. Wang Long offered a faint smile. So, you're no longer calling me a loser. Are you attempting to strike up a conversation? Zheng Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, revealing that her earlier bravado was merely a facade for self-protection. This is not the time for such discussions. Please leave. Wang Long shook his head and turned to the waitress. Miss, I appreciate your reminder, but I still wish to meet your manager. Or perhaps you could call your boss here. Upon hearing this, the entire room erupted in laughter, particularly L. Jiqiang, who was doubled over with mirth. Boss? Are you referring to the owner of the resort? Wang, you are truly courting disaster. Do you even know who the true owner behind this resort is? Listen carefully, and do not soil your trousers in fright. It is none other than Mr. Chu Peng. Do you think you are worthy of an audience with Mr. Chu? I fear you would be tossed into the Anyang River before you ever laid eyes on him. The waitress merely smiled, as L. Jiqiang articulated what she had been thinking. In Hangzhou City, or indeed throughout the entirety of Zhangbei, who would not show deference upon hearing the illustrious name of Mr. Chu? Yet, who could have foreseen? Wang Long remarked, Very well, summon Chu Peng. I too wish to inquire of him. I have come here merely to enjoy my meal, so what transgression warrants my expulsion? I demand that he personally provide an explanation. Requesting Mr. Chu to provide an explanation? Are you out of your wits? The crowd erupted in laughter, their amusement growing ever louder. At that moment, the server's countenance darkened significantly. Sir, had you not mentioned Mr. Chu, perhaps you could have departed the villa safely today. However, I regret to inform you that I must insist you remain here. Mr. Chu's reputation is not to be sullied by anyone. Speaking is not an option. The server, in full view of the assembly, retrieved a walkie-talkie. 203, send a few personnel, we have a disturbance. In a short while, 4 burly men from the security team stormed in. Who is causing the ruckus? Do you have a death wish to create chaos in this establishment? Step forward quickly. Do not make this troublesome for me. Goodness, how refreshing. It has been a long time since I've encountered someone so fearless. As he gazed upon the four towering figures, Lu Jiqiang felt a surge of trepidation, simultaneously tinged with a sense of mockery. Where did this fool, Wang Long, emerge from? He merely intended to drive people away. Yet, unexpectedly, his antics have led to this situation. Ha! It's not your fault for being foolish, but it is indeed wrong to flaunt your arrogance. The waiter chuckled and pointed at Wang Long instantly, for fierce gazes shot over. The burly leader patted Wang Long on the shoulder and bellowed, "Kid, get up on your own. This place is cramped. Let's head outside for some fun. Take it easy, big brother. This kid has such slender arms and legs that you might break him before we even step outside. Ha ha ha. Kid, meeting us is your misfortune, but who told you to come here and stir up trouble in someone else's territory? Do you hear me? Get up, delicate as you are. Soon, my brothers will take good care of you." Each of the four wore a sadistic expression. Meng Zirwei, witnessing this, smirked and leaned closer to LV Jiqiang, whispering, "LV Xiao, they won't make Wang the loser pick up soap, will they?" Ha ha ha. LV Jiqiang laughed heartily. "You truly are a clever one. Miss Waiter, we still wish to dine. Please expedite the service." "Thank you." The waiter nodded and exchanged a glance with the leading brute. The man grinned menacingly, saying, "Kid, we are all martial artists. Dealing with an ordinary person like you is as simple as squashing an ant. Get up and walk, as lingering here will do you no good. What can your frail frame accomplish?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao was so terrified that she couldn't utter a word. Faced with these four hulking figures, she lacked the courage to speak up for Wang Long. Yet Wang Long merely smiled faintly, replying, "You ask what I can do? I can break the legs of 3 of you." The four were momentarily taken aback, then burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Kid, have you lost your mind? There are 4 of us. It should be 4 legs we're talking about. You can't even count. Who gave you the audacity to come here and act tough?" Wang Long chuckled, stating, "After all, I am acquainted with Chu Peng. One must maintain a semblance of courtesy in one's dealings. Therefore, I shall allow 1 person to escort you to the hospital." His tone, though unremarkable, resonated with an air of arrogance. The 4 men displayed menacing expressions. Since they were unwilling to leave voluntarily, they resolved to confront the situation right here. With a thunderous roar, the leading brute struck suddenly. His fist, as large as a sandbag, descended like a hammer towards Wang Long's face. Wang Long extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the assault. Just as the burly man stood there, astonished, Wang Long delivered a swift kick. Crack! The man's thigh, thicker than a woman's waist, broke with a resounding snap. His massive frame crumpled to the ground like a mountain. Ah! This unexpected spectacle sent the onlookers recoiling in shock. They truly engaged in combat. "What are you all standing there for?" The injured man's face turned pale with pain as he shouted to the other 3. "Get him! Kill him!" Boom! 2 more muscular men charged forward, fists raised in attack. Wang Long bore a smile upon his countenance. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp sounds resonated. The blossoms of victory bloomed anew. The 2 burly men simultaneously knelt before Wang Long, clutching their shattered limbs, wailing in agony. It was at this moment that the crowd finally realized. Wang Long did not even rise from his seat, effortlessly dispatching 3 martial artists while remaining seated. He turned his gaze, filled with a smile, towards the 4 individuals. One of them felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Be brother, I know the way to the hospital. I shall take them there at once. If it were not for Chu Peng's subordinates." Wang Long had long since dealt with them. Now, he had merely rendered 3 of them incapacitated, leaving 1 leg intact for their escape. In the blink of an eye, the 4 had vanished. The previously composed server's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this person was also a martial artist, and a formidable one at that. L. Jiqiang and his companions were equally bewildered. This individual possessed such remarkable abilities? Fortunately, they had refrained from engaging him earlier. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering injuries now. At that moment, the server remarked, "So, you are indeed a martial artist. I must admit I underestimated you. However, even martial artists must adhere to decorum. Resorting to violence is ill-advised, sir. You have come to the wrong place. With that, the server picked up the intercom once more. There is a disturbance caused by a martial artist. Please summon Master Qi at once. Chapter 65. Dancing on the grave Master Qi? Is there another Master Qi in Hangzhou? Of course, it refers to the martial arts master Qi Wanyan. The anxious hearts of L. Jiqiang and his companions finally found some solace. Miss Server, how is Master Qi here at the villa?
El Ziqiang inquired.
The server nodded and smiled. Mr. Chu is here to meet Mr. Shun from Zhongchuan, and Master Qi is accompanying him. L. Jiqiang suddenly comprehended and joyfully shook his head. Ha ha ha, Wang Diaosi, you think you're so impressive. But did you even know who Master Qi is? He is the pinnacle of the martial arts community in Hangzhou. Do you understand what that means? Oh dear, I almost feel pity for you. Is it worth it for a country girl? Meng Ziru flattered L. Xiao. For you, Zheng Xiaoxiao is merely a country girl, just a passing fancy. But for someone like Wang Diaosi, she is a goddess. The disparity is palpable. Laughter erupted among the crowd. L. Jiqiang turned to the server with a grin. My apologies for troubling Master Qi. Since I hear you have Romani Conti priced at 300,000 a bottle here, please bring me one. I wish to toast Master Qi with this fine wine. Though he was putting on airs, L. Jiqiang was astute in social matters. The L family was merely a second-tier clan in Hangzhou. Had it not been for Wang Long's disturbance, he would never have been able to summon a martial arts master like Qi Wanyan. Such opportunities were rare. Even if his father were present, he would commend his actions. The server smiled and nodded. A bottle of Romani Conti at 300,000 would provide her with a substantial commission. It seemed her choice was indeed a wise one. As you wish, I will have it brought right away. When the wine arrived, L. Jiqiang swirled the glass. His gaze toward Wang Long filled with mockery. Wang Diaosi, such an expensive wine. You probably won't have the chance to taste it in your lifetime. Oh, I almost forgot, after today, you may not even be able to drink water. For Master Qi may have rendered you a cripple. Ha ha ha. Wang Long smiled silently. Old Qi likely came here to witness the demise of Pan Xian, whom he had slain. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaoxiao's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have rather offended LV Jiqiang than accept this meal. Young Master LV. Zheng Xiaoxiao pleaded with LV Jiqiang. Did you not desire me? I am willing. I beseech you, could you intercede for Wang Long? He is merely a temporary acquaintance. We only met today. If you are willing to speak on his behalf, I promise I shall grant you anything. LV Jiqiang sneered. It is too late to plead with me now. When you rejected me in front of so many people at school, what were you thinking? How dare a country girl like you refuse me? Being able to share a bed with me is a blessing you earned in your past life. Suddenly, a chill ran down LV Jiqiang's spine. At that very moment, Wang Long had already positioned himself behind him. Young Master LV, there is a saying in the underworld. Those who pluck flowers shall not keep them. If one cannot possess them, one must destroy them. You truly lack taste. You are unworthy of this wine. With that, a sharp sound echoed. Wang Long seized the wine bottle and struck it against L. Jiqiang's head. Instantly, L was left bleeding profusely, his face a chaotic blend of blood and wine. In agony, he grimaced and shouted, "You filthy bastard! How dare you hit me?" The server's expression turned cold. L. Jiqiang was a valuable client who brought her business, and thus she felt compelled to intervene. Sir, your situation is perilous. Must you die here to feel at ease? The server, named Lina, had completely shed her professional facade, revealing a fierce demeanor. How could a mere server working under Chu Peng be an ordinary person? Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing manager Tian Chao and Qi Wanyan. Upon witnessing the scene, Tian Chao immediately barked, "Kid, your time has come. Silence." Unexpectedly, Qi Wanyan shouted, delivering a slap to Tian Chao's face. "Master Qi, what are you doing?" Tian Chao, stunned, covered his face in bewilderment. Ignoring him entirely, Qi Wanyan strode directly to Wang Long and bowed deeply. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for my tardiness. I regret that you've been wronged." This bow from Qi was heartfelt. He understood that Wang Long had come to seek vengeance on his behalf. His emotions were a mix of surprise and guilt. He had never anticipated that such a superficial acquaintance would inspire such loyalty in Wang Long. I have not been wronged, Wang Long replied with a smile, but it would have been better if you had arrived a bit earlier. These individuals have delayed me. At this, Qi Wanyan cast a chilling glare in their direction, causing L. Jiqiang to tremble in fear. Master Qi, I. Faced with a martial arts master, L. Jiqiang was drenched in sweat, rendered speechless. With a mere fraction of his strength, Qi had struck Tian Chao, but when it came to L. Jiqiang, he unleashed a forceful blow, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, teeth falling one by one. The entire room was left in stunned silence. Master Qi had resorted to violence for the sake of a lowly individual? What exactly is Wang Long's identity? You few, kneel down and apologize to Mr. Wang. Qi Wanyan directed his gaze at the remaining individuals, asserting that Mr. Wang is a grandmaster. He was uncertain how many opportunities he had already extended to you. Had he chosen to act earlier, would you still be standing here in peace? Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had struck. How could anyone dare to voice dissent? One by one, they collapsed to their knees before Wang Long, like dumplings falling into boiling water. A grandmaster? He is indeed a grandmaster? Could Qi Master's words possibly be false? An overwhelming sense of dread permeated their hearts. How foolish they had been, dancing on the graves of their own recklessness. Li Na was equally stunned, gazing at Qi Wanyan in disbelief. Qi Wanyan shot her a sidelong glance. Aren't you going to kneel? Mr. Wang must have suffered due to your negligence as a mere servant, or perhaps my status is insufficient. Shall I summon Mr. Chu to address you personally? At that moment, Li Na's very soul seemed to be sent spiraling into the heavens in sheer terror. Wang Long is truly not pretending. He genuinely knows Mr. Chu? Before she could react, Manager Tian Chao dashed forward and struck Li Na across the face. You scoundrel, kneel down. Li Na, covering her face, fell to her knees in a daze. She never anticipated that her moment of negligence would lead her to offend such a prominent figure. A master cannot be insulted, and he is a grandmaster. In his presence, she felt like nothing more than an ant, yet she had continued to threaten him. This, Zhang Xiaoxiao was utterly bewildered. The person she had hastily summoned to deal with Lu Jiqiao turned out to be such a significant character? Remembering how she had previously disparaged him, she now felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Master Qi turned to Wang Long and inquired, Mr. Wang, how shall we handle them? Wang Long approached L. Jiqiang and remarked, Young Master L., I hear you have quite the penchant for wine. 300,000 for a bottle. What a lavish expenditure. Why not treat everyone in the restaurant to a bottle each? After all, joy shared is joy multiplied, wouldn't you agree? L. Jiqiang turned pale at the suggestion. The villa's patrons almost all dined at this establishment. A bottle for each? Even the entire L family could not bear such a cost. Yet, before the Grandmaster, he dared not utter a word of dissent and stammered, I understand. Manager Tian Chao interjected, Mr. Wang, but we do not possess that many bottles of Romani Conti. That is of no consequence. Young Master L does not have that much money either. Wang Long replied with a smile. Let L write an IOU, you can deliver the wine in his name. When the number of customers reaches the agreed amount, we shall consider it settled. Tian Chao was elated, nodding vigorously. Understood, Mr. Wang. Everything as you wish. Upon hearing this, L. Jiqiang slumped to the floor, utterly defeated. They are all students. Let us consider this punishment sufficient. Oh, and one more thing. Wang Long pointed at Zheng Xiaoxiao. From now on, if anyone dares to bully her at school, they are essentially bullying me, Wang Long. Is that understood? The crowd nodded vigorously in agreement. With a grandmaster as her ally, Zheng Xiaoxiao was poised to become a prominent figure in the school. It seemed unlikely anyone would dare to cross her in the future. Chapter 66. The appearance of Pansian Wang Long and Qi Wanyan stepped out of the private room, with Zheng Xiaoxiao stealthily trailing behind them. Wang Long chuckled. What are you following us for? Are you afraid they might bully you? Zheng Xiaoxiao shyly shook her head. No, Brother Long, you told me not to play with them, and I will heed your advice. Observing the pure and charming Zheng Xiaoxiao, Qi Wanyan wore an expression of amusement. Truly, Mr. Wang possesses an effortless charm with women, which is quite admirable. However, Brother Long, if I do not play with them, I have nowhere else to go. May I accompany you? I promise I won't be a bother. Zhang Xiaoxiao pleaded, her eyes filled with innocence. Wang Long shrugged, conceding. The three of them strolled along, engaging in conversation. Qi Wanyan remarked, after all, it is my vendetta. I cannot allow you, Mr. Wang, to face danger alone. I have already laid out a comprehensive network of surveillance in the villa, and should any suspicious individuals be detected, I shall report it immediately. Wang Long nodded thoughtfully. According to his aunt, the Holy Maiden Palace had repeatedly attempted to capture Pan Sion over the years, only to return empty-handed. This indicated that he was exceptionally skilled at concealing his appearance and aura. With a larger group, the task would indeed be less arduous than searching alone. Old Qi, I have heard that Shenao has also arrived. Is there a specific purpose for his visit? Upon hearing this, Qi Wanyan's expression darkened, and he sighed. Alas, as I mentioned before, Shenao has always had a contentious relationship with Mr. Chu. His arrival in Hangzhou is an attempt to exert pressure, seeking to compel Mr. Chu to relinquish 1/3 of his territory. Although you severely injured by Fang yesterday, Shenao commands a formidable array of powerful subordinates. Mr. Chu may find himself in dire straits. Suddenly, Qi Wanyan turned to Wang Long. Moreover, there is you, Mr. Wang. If you were to lend your strength, I am certain that Shenao would retreat in fear. I must confess my own folly. I am uncertain if you would be willing to intervene. Given that Chu Peng had previously assisted Wang Long in investigating matters concerning the Wang family, and considering that he was also the brother-in-law of Ling Shuang, it was both a matter of sentiment and reason to offer support. Wang Long nodded and said, Very well, old Qi, please lead the way. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the villa, Chu Peng cast a grim look at Shenao. Shenao, over the years we have kept our distance. Do not push your luck. Shenao scoffed. Push my luck? In this territory of Jiangbei, it has always been survival of the fittest. Chu Peng, are you not simply relying on being the son-in-law of the Ling family? What is so impressive about that? As far as I know, the Ling family does not hold you in high regard. So what grounds do you have to act so arrogantly? Humph. Chu Peng Rito Kunli. My rise to this position has never depended on the Ling family. Jiangbei has its own rules. Even if you wish to seize 1/3 of my territory, you will have to wait for the next Jiangbei conference to discuss it. Shenao, do you really think I fear you? Ha ha ha. The next Jiangbei conference? Shenao could not help but laugh. Do you still think there will be a next time? Chu Peng, do you have any capable warriors left at your disposal? Just a half-step grandmaster like Qi Wanyan? He is merely a defeated opponent of mine. Do you even qualify to participate in the Jiangbei conference? You! Chu Peng was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to refute. He had considered enlisting Wang Long's assistance, but Wang Long, being a grandmaster, was not someone to be easily maneuvered. Moreover, the world of martial arts looked down upon underground fights. If he could improve his relationship with Ling Shuang, perhaps he could persuade her to request Wang Long's aid. However, he could not rely solely on himself. Out of words, are we? Shen Yao proclaimed arrogantly, Chu Peng, you indeed possess intellect and courage, but your subordinates are utterly useless. In this world, strength speaks volumes. Surrender 1/3 of your territory, and you may still have a place at the next Jiangbei conference. Otherwise, humph. Shenao was resolute. He had the Zhangchuan Martial Arts Association backing him. He feared no one except a grandmaster. Over the years, he had refrained from dealing with Chu Peng out of respect for the Ling family. But times had changed. His father, the president of the Martial Arts Association, was currently in seclusion pursuing the grandmaster realm. Once successful, Jiangbei would be firmly under his control. Today was merely about collecting some interest. Once his father emerged, the Shin family would reign supreme. Xingyao, do not assume that no one in Jiangbei can contend with you. Disregarding the rules publicly, be wary of reaping what you sow. Ha! I am eager to see who in Jiangbei dares to challenge me. Shenao. Just as Shenao uttered these boastful words, a figure appeared silently, dressed like a plumber, his face smeared with grime. He smiled widely, clapping his hands. Mr. Shen, you truly are a hero. What is a mere 1/3 of Chu Peng's territory? I happen to have a colossal business proposition. I wonder if it piques your interest? Both Chu Peng and Shineo were taken aback. When did this person arrive? How brazen! A martial artist guard behind Shineo shouted. Who is this little scoundrel who dares to interrupt Mr. Shun? Business dealings? You ought to go and conduct business in the underworld. Boom! Before Shineo could give a command, the martial artist had already shot forward. The air resonated with a buzzing sound as his fingers, like claws, lunged for the man. The man merely chuckled. Suddenly, a torrent of true energy erupted from his body, overwhelming like a tidal wave. The martial artist trembled, realizing that this unassuming plumber was, in fact, a grandmaster. Yet, before he could react, his body was torn asunder. Boom! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Both Chu Peng and Shineo were astonished and stood up simultaneously. Grandmaster, who are you?
Chu Peng Lim.
Who I am is of little consequence, the man said, casually taking a seat and producing a vial of pills from his pocket, placing it on the table. I merely wish to discuss a business deal with Mr. Shin. This is the latest type of sacred medicine. Just one pill, and even a strong grandmaster will be at your beck and call. Mr. Shun, are you certain you wish to forego such a lucrative opportunity? His mocking gaze shifted to Chu Peng, of course, to demonstrate my sincerity. Should you agree to this deal, I shall eliminate Chu Peng for you. Even if the people of Zhongbei hold you accountable, the act will be solely on my conscience, leaving Mr. Shin untouched. Chu Peng recalled Qi Wanyan's words and shuddered. Could it be that you are Pan Sayan, the foremost elder of the Hahuan sect? What audacity you possess, showing yourself without fear of the military's retaliation. At that moment, Chu Peng felt a pang of regret. When Qi Wanyan mentioned this matter, he had not taken it seriously, thinking Qi Wanyan had mistaken someone again. The vengeance for his daughter had always weighed heavily on his heart, and he had never ceased searching for Pan Sayan's whereabouts. But no one had ever seen Pan Sayan's true face. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He had assumed Qi Wanyan was mistaken yet again, but it turned out to be true. Mr. Chu, Pan Sayan chuckled, you should be more concerned about your own well-being. If Mr. Shin agrees to collaborate with me, your life will be mine. Chapter 67. 5 minutes is sufficient to kill you. The Hahuan sect was notorious for its capricious nature. To them, betrayal and exploitation were commonplace. The martial world was well aware of this. Shineo felt a wave of unease. However, if he did not comply with Pan Sayan's demands, the fate of the fallen guard would be his own. Elder Pan, even if we are to collaborate, you must grant me time to consider, Shineo said solemnly.
Pan Sayan chuckled, a delaying tactic.
That requires having reinforcements. With a flick of his hand, a handsome man's face emerged. His gaze sharpened, and with a crack, the table before them was reduced to powder. Mr. Shin, conducting business with the Hahuan sect is a coveted opportunity that many dream of. If you do not recognize this opportunity, then this table shall be your fate. Chu Peng and Shineo were drenched in sweat. In the face of such overwhelming power, even the two foremost figures in Zhongbei found themselves powerless. One wrong step, and they would lose their lives. Creak. Just then, the door opened, and 3 figures entered. You! Exclaimed Qi Wanyan, never to forget that gaze, instantly recognizing Pan Sayan. Wang Long narrowed his eyes. Is this truly the foremost among the 4 elders of the Hahuan sect? He must possess knowledge of even deeper secrets. Dragon brother. Chu Peng's eyes brightened, suddenly feeling a surge of confidence. Who would have thought that Qi Wanyan would invite Wang Long to the resort? What could possibly be so frightening now? Shineo was equally astonished. Isn't that the person we encountered at the Yang family banquet yesterday? He is actually acquainted with Chu Peng? Boom! Qi Wanyan's fury surged within him. Pan Sayan, you have slain my daughter. I shall not rest until you are brought to justice. Oh, your daughter? Who might she be? Pan Sayan scoffed. I have never killed a woman. They all willingly met their demise for me. He had bewitched women to the point of obsession, leading them to prove their devotion through self-sacrifice. Such was the fate of Qi Wanyan's daughter. In comparison to the others within the Hahuan sect, Pan Sayan was far more shameless and despicable. Wang Long struck boldly, eager to discover the prowess of this so-called enigmatic young master. Alas, with a taunting remark, Pan Sayan's figure vanished in an instant. Crack! Wang Long shattered Pan Sion's chair with a single punch and looked up. Pan Sion had already retreated 10 meters away. Impressive, impressive. Are you also a Grand Master? Ha ha ha. I underestimated this small Hangzhou. Very well, I shall indulge you. Boom! Pan Sion unleashed a fierce palm wind, enveloped in true energy, rushing forth. This strike seemed to possess the force of 1,000 June. Wang Long smiled faintly and exchanged a powerful blow. In an instant, a surge of true energy emanated from both combatants, clashing violently against one another. The furnishings within the room shattered uniformly. The entire villa seemed on the verge of collapse, shaking violently as if in an earthquake. Chu Peng, Shin Ao, and the others retreated to a corner to observe the duel, utterly astonished. Is this the contest between grandmasters? Such raw power emanating from a mere collision. Moreover, judging by their expressions, it appeared that they were still testing each other's limits, not yet unleashing their full prowess. The confrontation was evenly matched. Amidst the explosive sounds, the two separated. Not bad. You possess the qualification to be killed by me, Pan Sion remarked, scrutinizing Wang Long with a hint of mockery. Your physique is peculiar. While formidable, I doubt it can endure the exertion of true energy for long. His words struck home. Wang Long did not conceal his thoughts, nodding with a smile. Indeed, in a state of fully exerting my vital energy, I can only sustain it for 5 minutes. Once the time elapses, I shall perish with blood gushing from my 7 orifices. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Pan Sion burst into laughter. Youngster, you are truly forthright, revealing your trump card so swiftly. If I can endure for 5 minutes, you will be the one to self-destruct. Ha ha ha. You are indeed quite amusing. With a wave of his hand, Pan Sion's surrounding vital energy transformed into a ghastly gray hue. The ground beneath him appeared as though it had been doused in sulfuric acid, emitting plumes of white smoke as it visibly began to decay. Qi Wanyan's expression turned to one of horror. This is the path of the master. As the vice president of the Zhangchuan Martial Arts Association, Shin Ao certainly understood what the path of the master entailed. Martial artists' vital energy is originally a natural essence. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of grand mastery, they often seek to transcend this through unique cultivation methods, imbuing their vital energy with extraordinary attributes, known as the path of the master.
Shen auscultă-se greu grave.
It appeared that Pan Sion had refined some form of potent toxin, resulting in this terrifying vital energy. Mr. Wang is in peril. The difference in strength between a master of the path and an ordinary grandmaster is vast, and considering Wang Long's 5-minute limitation, the situation is dire. Chu Peng also felt a bead of sweat forming. If Wang Long were to lose, who else could contend with Pan Sion? Ha ha ha. To perish beneath my corrosive energy is, in a sense, a fitting end for you, young man. Can you still approach me now? Do not forget you have only 5 minutes left. Pan Sion laughed wildly. However, a playful smile curved at the corners of Wang Long's mouth. The Master's path? Is it truly of any use? In 5 minutes, I can easily end you. Thunderous roars erupted as his vital energy surged forth, sending shockwaves through the air. Wang Long's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he charged forward, disregarding the corrosive influence of Pan Sion's true energy. Pan Sion shook his head repeatedly, lamenting that a Grand Master was still too young for someone of your age. I had some expectations regarding your methods of counteraction, yet you come rushing in recklessly. Before he could finish his words, Wang Long had already closed the distance. Under the surging pressure of Wang Long's true energy, Pan Sion's corrosive force crumbled instantly, proving utterly ineffective. The smile on his face vanished abruptly, and he was struck with astonishment. How is this possible? As a fellow Grandmaster, and with the enhancement of the Master's way, why does your true energy surpass mine so greatly? It is simply because you are too weak. As the saying goes, it was too late to speak, yet too swift to act. Wang Long loomed before him, his entire being surging with an intense energy that suddenly contracted. In that fleeting moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Wang Long's physique resembled an unfathomable abyss, deep and inscrutable. With a gentle yet forceful strike, he surged forth. The two figures intertwined momentarily before swiftly dispersing. Wang Long, now positioned behind Pan Sion, bore a smile. If you are aware of my weaknesses, Does that guarantee your victory? I beg to differ. Crack, crack, crack. Pan Sion's once stalwart form became instantaneously adorned with intricate fissures, akin to a sculpture marred by time. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as he suddenly burst apart. Yet, Pan Sion did not disintegrate into mere flesh and pulp. Instead, he knelt on one knee, a visage of terror upon his face. Fortunately, he had sensed his impending defeat and had swiftly summoned his vital energy to envelop his body. It was merely his protective aura that had shattered. A hair's breadth more, and he would have been reduced to mere filling for dumplings. Oh, is the esteemed young master of the 4 elders of the Hahuan sect reduced to such a pitiful state? How does the taste of death feel? Comfortable, is it? I shall end your life. Pan Sion was thoroughly incensed. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a torrent of gray energy that surged skyward. The villa trembled violently, and countless clods of earth and debris cascaded down. Miss Zhang, you must flee. This place is on the verge of collapse. Qi Wanyan hastily shielded the startled Zheng Xiaoxiao, retreating alongside Chu Peng and Shenao from the villa. Amidst the swirling dust, Pan Sion sought the figure of Wang Long. Boy, where are you? Come forth and meet your demise. I am right here. Wang Long appeared, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a smile. Pan Sion's eyes widened in fury as he summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful punch. Yet at that moment Wang Long merely shook his head. Ah, can't you see? You are still no match for me. Chapter 68. Who says I am a grandmaster? With a casual wave of his hand, Wang Long summoned a tempest that swept away the remnants of the clouds. In an instant, Pan Sion's vital energy dissipated into nothingness. Boom! The fist that surged forth erupted into a mist of crimson. Ah! Pan Sion let out a wail of despair, attempting to retreat, only to be seized by Wang Long around the throat. How is this possible? As equals in the realm of celestial beings, how could there be such a disparity? Pan Sion could scarcely comprehend the scene before him. With the might of a grandmaster combined with the augmentation of the master's path, how could he feel so utterly powerless? It was only now that he realized Wang Long had merely been toying with him, intent on gradually dismantling his sense of pride. You are not a grandmaster? Who on earth are you? Wang Long could not help but chuckle. It is not that I am foolish. Who has ever claimed I am a grandmaster? It has always been you who have asserted this, not I. As one who is on the verge of death, why should I divulge such matters to you? Wang Long smiled as he pointed to another arm of Pan Sion. In an instant, that arm transformed into a mist of blood, scattering into the air. Ah! Pan Sion cried out in pain, but soon thereafter, he let out a sinister laugh, saying, "Ha ha! I shall not divulge the secret to you, shall I?" Wang Long narrowed his eyes. Unafraid of death? Ha ha! There are always things that instill fear in a person. How about this then? Swish, swish, swish. Wang Long swiftly grasped 3 silver needles and deftly inserted them into the acupuncture points on Pan Sion's face. What do you intend to do? No, please, do not look at my face, no. Striking a snake at its vital point may be easy, but instilling genuine fear in a person is a far more challenging endeavor. Without a doubt, Wang Long had seized upon Pan Sion's Achilles heel. Soon, an extraordinarily unattractive face materialized before Wang Long. Wang Long could not help but chuckle. Oh, so this is how you look. Since you refuse to speak, I shall have no choice but to end your life. Fear not, I shall spare your visage. Who is he? Why did he not eliminate Yang Wanrong at that time? You have 10 seconds. Wang Long inquired. It was because he... Ah! Pan Sion's expression abruptly froze, reminiscent of the moment with the flesh butcher, Old 3. His body swiftly transformed into dust, dissipating into nothingness. Wang Long's palm grasped at emptiness. Watching the dust slip through his fingertips, his fist clenched tightly. Another curse. A turtle retreating into its shell. I wonder how long you can hide? If the Hahuan sect is connected to you, then I shall capture them one by one and interrogate them. One day, I will unearth your whereabouts. Chu Peng left someone to handle the aftermath. The group entered a tranquil room. Qi Wanyan immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his aged face. Mr. Wang, I am at a loss to repay your immense kindness. My daughter, who has been resting beneath the 9 springs, can finally find peace. Chi, what are you doing? The Hahuan sect is guilty of heinous crimes, deserving of retribution. Please, rise. With a smile, Wang Long helped Qi Wanyan to his feet. At this moment, Chu Peng wore a proud expression as he introduced to Shinao. Shinao, this is my closest friend, Wang Long, whom I affectionately refer to as Brother Long. Regarding the matter you mentioned earlier. Ha ha ha, Brother Chu, why didn't you mention your acquaintance with Brother Long beforehand? Shinao replied awkwardly, my dear brother, I only had the pleasure of witnessing Brother Long's prowess yesterday, and here we are again today. What was it about? I seem to have forgotten. Shinao was a perceptive individual. With a formidable ally like Wang Long at Chu Peng's side, he understood that provoking them would be unwise. Brother Chu, why don't we consider a collaboration? With your Brother Long and my Zhangchuan Martial Arts Association, the next Zhangbei gathering will surely be our dominion, don't you think? You truly know how to adapt to the winds, don't you? Chu Peng silently cursed, yet Shinao's proposal was undeniably tempting. Among the powerful figures in Zhangbei, he was the one with the least foundation, thus his strength was also the weakest. If he could forge an alliance with Shinao, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence in Zhangbei and trample those deeply entrenched old-timers beneath his feet. Perhaps this would earn him the recognition of the Ling family. Very well. Brother Shin, it's settled then. With less than half a year until the next Zhangbei gathering, when we join forces, who could possibly oppose us? Ha ha ha. That is precisely my intention, Brother Chu. Just moments ago they were at odds, but now the two were as close as brothers. Wang Long shrugged. There was little for him to do here. He then departed with Zhang Xiaoxiao. As they were leaving, Chu Peng specially presented him with the keys to a limited edition Rolls-Royce. Brother Long, it is quite inconvenient to be without a car while out and about. This Rolls-Royce Phantom is a limited release for the Year of the Dragon, sharing the same name as yours. What a coincidence. If you do not mind, please take it and drive it in the future. Wang Long did not refuse. The life-saving grace warranted the reward of a luxury car. He promptly checked out of the hotel and got into the vehicle. In the passenger seat, Zhang Xiaoxiao shyly nodded. Having endured numerous experiences, her heart was now wholly occupied by Wang Long, leaving no room for anyone else. Just as they exited the resort, a military jeep approached them. What did you say? Ling Shuang was on the phone with Chu Peng. Pan Xian has been eliminated. Do your useless subordinates have the capability to kill him? Speak up. Who did it? Chu Peng was quite displeased with the tone Ling Shuang employed. After all, he was her brother-in-law, yet she never spoke with any semblance of politeness. Thus, he retorted ungraciously, do I even need to ask? You know this person better than I do. Who? Wang Long. Ling Shuang instantly erupted in fury. Chu Peng, do you ever speak a single truth? I truly cannot fathom what my sister saw in you. Wang Long is merely a martial artist of an inferior caliber, a fact my mother has personally verified. He could not possibly have killed Pan Xian, so tell me who it was. Believe it or not, I have matters to attend to. I'm hanging up. Don't bother coming over. I won't meet you. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended, and Ling Shuang angrily slammed her phone down. Chu Peng, go to hell. Just as she shouted, Ling Shuang suddenly noticed the vehicle ahead. The two cars brushed past each other. The passenger window was slightly ajar, and Ling Shuang immediately spotted the blushing face of Zhang Xiaoxiao. Isn't that the car of that scoundrel Chu Peng? How could there be another woman in the car? Ling Shuang's anger flared. Oh heck, Chu Peng. It's not that you can't see me. You clearly have no time for me, busying yourself with a mistress. How foolish of my sister to have been expelled from the family for you. Fine, I'll follow you too and wait until I obtain evidence of your infidelity. Let us see what you have to say then. The military jeep swiftly turned around, waiting for the Rolls-Royce to drive farther away before it started up again, quietly following behind. Chapter 69. You clearly have an affair with him. Upon arriving at Hangzhou Academy, they were greeted by a heavily guarded entrance. Black-suited bodyguards were patrolling everywhere, and a banner was hung up that read, warmly welcoming Professor Zhang Yuehong from the Martial Arts Research Institute for guidance. Seeing the banner, Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback and hurriedly pulled out her phone to check the date. Oh no, I actually forgot such an important event. I'm truly a fool. What happened? Wang Long inquired. Brother Long, I'm from the history department. Today is the day my idol, Professor Zhang Yuehong, an expert in ancient martial history, is giving a lecture at the academy. It's all my fault for being so preoccupied with the matter of L. Jiqiang that I forgot something so crucial. Wang Long smiled in realization. Are you particularly interested in the history of ancient martial arts? Of course. Zhang Xiaoxiao replied straightforwardly. However, the study of ancient martial arts is a rather enigmatic branch of history, and one can only qualify to learn it after passing an examination to enter the Martial Arts Research Institute. But I will strive for it. As she beheld Wang Long's warm smile, her cheeks flushed. Especially in the presence of this man, her curiosity about the realm of martial artists intensified, and she yearned to learn everything about them, as it would bring her closer to him. What are you waiting for? Hurry along, Wang Long encouraged. Zhang Xiaoxiao shyly nodded in agreement and dashed into the academy. Standing before the grand entrance of Hangzhou Academy, Wang Long was lost in thought. 10 years ago, he was merely a middle school student. Had it not been for that unforeseen event, he too would likely be a university student at this moment. Let us go inside and see. With that thought, Wang Long stepped through the gates. Wow, look at that person. He's so handsome. Indeed, he is the captain of the elite special forces, a dazzling martial arts prodigy, and the young master of the Shao family in Zhonghai, Shao Lingqiu. The Shao family wielded immense power. Originally, young Master Shao had the opportunity to secure a high-ranking position within the government. Yet he chose to join the military, aspiring to become the next generation's god of war. Moreover, he is exceptionally good-looking. Truly the epitome of my ideal man. A group of elegantly dressed female students gazed dreamily at the striking young man standing at the entrance of the auditorium, waving eagerly to catch his attention. However, Shao Lingqiu remained aloof, his expression cold, which only heightened the students' excitement. So aloof, so handsome. I wish he would just glance at me with that icy gaze. An inquisitive student remarked. Oh, let us not get our hopes up. How could someone like young Master Shao ever notice us? Did you know? He originally wasn't named Shao Lingqiu. He changed it for a woman, with Ling symbolizing frost. What? So young Master Shao has feelings for General Ling? He even changed his name for her. Indeed, he is infatuated with General Ling and publicly declared he would only marry her. Hearing these words, Shao Lingqiu couldn't help but smile knowingly. Originally, the task of protecting Professor Zhang was not assigned to the elite special forces. But, eager to impress his future mother-in-law, he traveled a great distance by plane upon receiving news of her potential danger. Ling Shuang, my devotion is as steadfast as the heavens bear witness. You shall be mine in due time. Just as Shao Lingqiu pledged his loyalty to the heir, the figure he had longed for appeared before him. Ling Shuang approached with purpose, scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Shao Lingqiu's heart raced, and he felt breathless. She was as beautiful as ever. He hurried to meet her. Shuanger, haha, you've come too. Are you worried about your mother's safety? He patted his chest confidently. Fear not, with me here, no one can harm your mother. Ling Shuang cast a brief glance at Shao Lingqiu. Shuanger, upon learning of your mother's peril, I rushed from Zhonghai with my troops. I've set up an impenetrable net here. Not even a fly can enter. All right. Goodbye. Before Shao Lingqiu could finish, Ling Shuang turned and walked away. Watching her slender silhouette fade, Shao Lingqiu's face radiated affection. Still so cold, but I like it. As Ling Shuang departed, a few subordinates dared to approach. Captain, impressive. General Ling typically ignores young men, yet you spoke with her for so long. It seems you hold a special place in her heart. Our captain is a young master of the Shao family, good-looking and exceptionally skilled. He is not comparable to ordinary men. Yes, despite her demeanor, General Ling must be thrilled that the captain traveled such a distance for her mother. Shao Lingqiu beamed with delight. He was a martial arts genius, the imperious young master of the Shao family. No matter the lineage of those before him, they had to show him utmost respect. In this world, only Ling Shuang could disregard him, and he thoroughly enjoyed this dynamic. In his eyes, her disdain felt akin to playful affection. Amidst the admiration, the crowd could not help but marvel. General Ling is truly a rare beauty. Only someone of the captain's caliber could hope to win her over. Indeed, with her breathtaking beauty and numerous accolades, Most men find it difficult to hold their heads high in her presence. Attention turned to Ling Shuang, who was seething with anger. Chu Peng, you scoundrel! How dare you skip the hotel and come directly to the academy? Are you planning to experience college life in the dorms? Suddenly, a figure in the crowd caught her eye. Wang Long. The touring Wang Long turned, smiled and said, General Ling, it's you. Cut the pleasantries. Tell me, have you seen Chu Peng? Ling Shuang inquired as she approached.
Chu Peng?
Isn't he supposed to be at the vacation resort? Wang Long was taken aback. Ling Shuang immediately cast a skeptical glance, fixating her gaze intently upon Wang Long's eyes. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your collusion with that scoundrel Chu Peng. Cease your attempts to shield him. I shall inquire once more. Where is Chu Peng? Ling Shuang's delicate fists were clenched tightly, emitting a creaking sound. Wang Long chuckled. You are still so impatient. You were anxious at the noodle shop, and what was the outcome? I advise you to remain calm and not let anger consume you. It was better left unsaid. Yet this remark reminded Ling Shuang of the humiliating experiences she had endured. Silence, she snapped. All right, I shall refrain from speaking. As soon as Wang Long's words fell, a ferocious intent to kill enveloped the air. Xiao Lingqiu charged forward with an imposing aura. Frost, who is he? Are you well acquainted? At this moment, his fury felt as if it could erupt. He had never witnessed Ling Frost engage in such extensive conversation with another man, nor so intimately. Boom! Xiao Lingqiu staggered back as if struck by lightning. Frost, you have actually developed feelings for another. Xiao Lingqiu, if you continue to speak in this manner, do not blame me for disregarding your dignity in public. Ling Frost retorted coldly. Moreover, we are both military personnel. Address me as General Ling. Ling Frost feared that Wang Long might reveal their private matters. She promptly grasped Wang Long's arm. Come with me. Ling Frost had taken the initiative to touch a man. Xiao Lingqiu's face turned crimson. You actually touched him. You clearly have an affair with him. Striking a nerve, Ling Frost's expression shifted. Xiao Lingqiu, do you see? Spouting nonsense here. Leave at once. You did not deny it. Xiao Lingqiu's defenses crumbled, as if the very earth beneath him had shattered. Kid, I do not care who you are. I will kill you. Wang Long gazed helplessly at the love-stricken man before him, letting out a sigh. Suddenly, a strange aura surged forth like an electric current. Lifting his gaze, he noticed something slowly moving amidst the flowers surrounding the auditorium. Chapter 70. The moment you open your eyes, your day of demise approaches. Wang Long surged forward with great haste. However, having just engaged in a fierce battle with Pan Sion, he found himself unable to mobilize his true energy in time, arriving a moment too late. Yet, he still managed to discern the true nature of the object in question. A paper figure no larger than a palm, gliding along the ground amidst the crowd and into the grand hall. Was it a Shikigami from the land of cherry blossoms? Could there be an Onmyoji present in this place? This is bad. It was heading straight for Professor Zhan. Xiao Lingqiu, what are you doing? A sharp reprimand rang out from behind, delivered by Ling Shuang. Xiao Lingqiu aimed a punch at Wang Long's back, only to be intercepted by Ling Shuang. Frost, are you still protecting him? Very well, today I shall slay him before your eyes. Only I am worthy of being your sole man. In Ling Shuang's presence, Xiao Lingqiu played the role of a sycophant. Yet, one must not forget, he was the eldest son of the Xiao family and the captain of the elite assault team. Who dares to lay a hand on his woman? Death. Xiao Lingqiu, do not go too far. Ling Shuang retorted coldly. Wang Long and I are not what you presume us to be. Even if there is something between us, it is not for you to meddle in. Humph, so you admit it. There is indeed something between you. Xiao Lingqiu's face was a mask of murderous intent. Ling Shuang, what makes you think I am unworthy of you? Why would you choose to favor a mere pauper? The two stood poised in a tense standoff. Wang Long has already departed. The Onmyoji cannot act alone. He must be accompanied by the Sakura samurai for protection. I must hasten to Professor Zhang's side. Having just utilized my vital energy, my body requires at least half an hour to recuperate. I shall employ Taoist techniques to buy myself some time. Witnessing Wang Long rushing into the grand hall, Xiao Lingxiu's jealousy intensified. Ignoring Ling Shuang's attempts to restrain her, Xiao Lingxiu pursued after him. Ling Shuang, visibly agitated, wondered what to do. Wang Long is merely an uninitiated martial arts failure. Facing Xiao Lingxiu would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Surely, one cannot stand by and witness his brutal defeat. Wait, Wang Long, that despicable opportunist, why should I care for him? It would be better if he were dead. Then no one would know of my connection with him. Ling Shuang turned abruptly, intending to seek out Chu Peng. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly halted. Ah! Ling Shuang, infuriated, tugged at her hair. Wang Long, you scoundrel! I truly owe you. With that, she rushed inside. Boom! Just as Ling Shuang entered the grand hall, a deafening explosion erupted. Wails and cries for help melded into a cacophony. Students seated at the back scrambled for their lives. Navigating through the throng, Ling Shuang was struck dumb by the scene before her. On the podium, dozens of faceless puppets encircled Professor Zhan Yuehong. The leading man wore a sinister grin. He chuckled. Professor Zhan, we meet again. It's you, Jing Shuichiro. Zhan Yuehong's expression shifted. This was within the borders of Xia Nation, and to commit such an act openly. How audacious! As her words fell, countless shadows emerged from all directions, seizing those students who had not yet managed to flee. Jing Shuichiro sneered. I do not wish to resort to such measures. There is an ancient saying in Xia, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Professor Zhan, the Cherry Blossom Nation has offered you such tempting conditions. Why do you not accept? If you surrender your research on Xia's warriors, you could enjoy a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Are you not satisfied? I cannot act in the capital, but you have ventured to Hangzhou, so do not blame me. To uncover the secrets of Xia's warriors and exploit their weaknesses? Do not even think about it. Zhan Yuehong retorted coldly. The East Japan's desire for my downfall is unrelenting. A mere speck of land dares to shake the vastness of the great Huaxia? What a foolish dream. Well said. Wang Long appeared with a smile. Jing Shangyi narrowed his eyes and remarked, Who are you? Kid, my identity is of little consequence. There is but one thing you must know. What is that? Wang Long smiled and said, In the past, Su Fengshi led 3,000 young boys and girls across the sea, mingling with the local indigenous people, giving rise to the present Sakura nation. Upon hearing this, Jing Shangyi was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is this? What exactly are you trying to convey? Wang Long retorted, I wish to express that the people of Xia are the ancestors of you Easterners. Ha ha ha. Zhan Yuehong could not help but laugh. Along, your words surpass my own. You flatter me, Aunt. Jing Shangyi was bewildered. What are you all doing? Engaging in idle chatter? Are you unaware of the current situation? Humph, you brat. Spouting nonsense. Kill him. With a swift motion, dozens of figures appeared above Wang Long, all wielding samurai swords. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of slaughter. Little brat, how dare you? You dare to touch my mother. Seeking death, Ling Shuang and Xiao Lingxiu charged forward like bullets. The two formidable warriors cut through the enemies with ease, swiftly dispatching several Japanese warriors. I never anticipated that you pests would infiltrate here. Xiao Lingxiu's eyes blazed with fury, angered at the humiliation before the goddess. He roared, Where is the elite force? With a rush, the elite team surged into the hall. Easterners, attack. Yes. In an instant, the elite team clashed with the Japanese warriors. Jing Shangyi, with a scornful expression, sneered, Ha! Captain Xiao and General Ling, since I dare to act here, do you think I lack precautions? Come forth, my esteemed guests. The temperature in the hall plummeted, akin to a beast bearing its fangs. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Ling Shuang's pupils constricted. Yagyu Hero, Sakura Swordmaster, their strength rivals that of minor grandmasters. Yagyu Ijiro, brother to Yagyu Hero, also stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess. As for the third individual, though Ling Shuang had never seen him, the aura he exuded indicated his power was undoubtedly on par with the Yagyu brothers, accompanied by an elusive, unfathomable quality. The Sakura nation had mobilized 3 unparalleled masters for the sake of their matriarch. Jing Shangyi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Esteemed ones, please enjoy yourselves. Professor Zhan, Since you refuse to drink respectfully, I shall not hold back. Mother, little brat, how dare you? The faceless puppet emitted a chilling crackling sound as it lunged toward Zhang Yuehong. The abducted students screamed, forcibly ushered away by the Japanese warriors. To safely depart Hangzhou, these students were essential as hostages. Jing Shangyi reveled in his triumph. Flawless, Zhang Yuehong, you shall ultimately remain within my grasp. The Xia nation is but a trifle. My Sakura nation will soon trample you beneath our feet. Ling Shuang and Xiao Lingqiu attempted to rush forward to rescue Zhang Yuehong, but were obstructed by the Yagyu brothers, unable to extricate themselves. The remaining members of the elite team were entangled in battle with the remaining Japanese warriors, having no time to save anyone. What was worse, the mysterious Japanese individual continued to watch them intently. Despair enveloped the hearts of all, a suffocating darkness spreading within. Just then, a figure stealthily approached Zhang Yuehong. And I must impose upon you for a brief moment, merely half an hour. Wang Long gazed with a smile at the advancing spirit puppet. Suddenly, a copper coin materialized at his fingertips. The way of the universe, ever-changing and unceasing, banish the malevolent forces, protect the living, heed my urgent command. As the incantation resonated, a cacophony of thunder erupted. The band of Eastern warriors who had taken the students hostage was sent sprawling as if struck by a battering ram. Their bones shattered, propelled backward. A grand barrier rose, safeguarding Zhang Yuehong and the students within its protective embrace. Wang Long sat cross-legged upon the ground, slowly closing his eyes. When I open them again, it shall be the day of your demise. Chapter 71. Ling Shuang's dilemma in that moment. He resembled an unyielding anchor, altering the course of the battle. Both sides abruptly halted, their gazes transfixed upon the meditative Wang Long. Jing Shoichiro, taken aback by the seemingly inconspicuous figure of Wang Long, retreated hastily to a corner. His teeth clenched in frustration. Baka, it was so close. Who is this brat? He has ruined my plans. He then turned to the Yagyu brothers, pleading, Gentleman Yagyu, I implore you. The Yagyu brothers exchanged knowing glances before charging forth, their dual katanas slicing through the air simultaneously. Buzz! The sound resonated like a great bell, deafening and profound. The two Yagyu warriors were repelled several steps by the invisible barrier, their hands tingling with numbing shock, faces etched with disbelief. The unseen barrier proved to be remarkably resilient. Ling Shuang felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Wang Long, you rascal! How could you possess such a formidable artifact? Xiao Lingqiu, however, wore an expression of disdain, sneering, what is so impressive? It's merely the artifact that is formidable, not him. He is just a folk Taoist. In a one-on-one encounter, he remains no match for me. The statement bore truth. A Taoist required time to manifest their spells, and against martial artists who specialized in instantaneous combat, they stood little chance. Unless one had attained a consummate level of mastery, capable of summoning winds and rains at will. Yet, throughout history, how many Taoists had truly reached such heights? Not to mention that Wang Long was merely in his 20s. Ling Shuang acknowledged Xiao Lingqiu's assertion but retorted, Xiao Lingqiu, how can you still speak? Who was it that claimed not even a fly could penetrate? What do you have to say about the multitude of these Easterners? I. Xiao Lingqiu's cheeks burned with embarrassment. That was undoubtedly because they had set up an ambush in advance. I simply failed to detect it. Enough. I do not wish to hear it. Ling Shuang interjected, her expression grave. We should focus on what to do next. Wang Long's unexpected performance indeed bought him some time. Yet the situation remained dire. The efficacy of his magical artifact was uncertain, and before Ling Shuang and Xiao Lingqiu stood two Eastern swordmasters, each possessing the prowess of a minor grandmaster and the pinnacle of transformation. Not to mention, there was the ever-watchful mysterious figure who had yet to make a move. How intriguing this was becoming. As Ling Shuang pondered, the enigmatic individual suddenly burst into laughter. Inoue-kun, he exclaimed, Zhang Yuehong is protected by a barrier, but her daughter is not. If her beloved child were to be brutally slain before her eyes, do you think she would remain indifferent? For reasons unknown. When the mysterious figure uttered these words, Inoue Ichiro seemed startled, as if gripped by fear. Indeed, my lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. Let us proceed as you suggest. He swallowed hard and exchanged a knowing glance with the Yagyu brothers. Nodding in agreement, they advanced towards Ling Shuang. 2 against 1? Not a chance. Xiao Lingqiu, witnessing this, was poised to assist Ling Shuang. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The mysterious figure radiated an overwhelming aura, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon all present. The members of the Bingfeng squad fell to their knees, their heads throbbing painfully, blood gushing from their mouths. Even Xiao Lingqiu trembled, his complexion pale and sweat soaking his back. The mysterious figure smirked and remarked, I merely wish to see what matters more to Professor Zhan, the nation or her daughter, and how this desperate mother-daughter duo will respond. Do not interfere. Ling Shuang's fists trembled slightly. To exert such pressure that could incapacitate seasoned warriors, how terrifying was this individual's strength. Simultaneously, she realized that if things continued as they were, they would inevitably lose. Xiao Lingqiu, this man is formidable. Your comrades are gravely injured. Remaining here will lead to our utter demise. Seek my master. He has already arrived in Hangzhou. Only he can contend with this foe. Go. I will buy time. Frost. Stop dawdling. Ling Shuang glared at Xiao Lingqiu. Do you wish for us all to perish here? Leave. Frost, do not be rash. Very well, all Bingfeng members. Follow me. Xiao Lingqiu gritted his teeth and led his subordinates away. Ling Shuang was certain that as long as the Yagyu brothers did not kill her, the mysterious figure would refrain from intervening. Fortunately, having heeded her mother's advice, she had reported the matter concerning the Hehuan sect to her master, who had rushed to Hangzhou overnight. He should have arrived by now, empowered by the Sutra of the Pure Heart. Ling Shuang could barely withstand the pressure emanating from the enigmatic figure. As she gazed at the approaching Yagyu brothers, determination filled her eyes. Inoue Ichiro inquired, My lord, shall we not stop them? Humph, the mysterious figure sneered. I would welcome the arrival of a worthy adversary to entertain me. Alas, none exist in Zhongbei. Pay no mind to those ants. Are you not here to fulfill your mission? Sit back and enjoy the spectacle. As he spoke, the clash between Ling Shuang and the Yagyu brothers commenced. Faced with the onslaught of the 2 cherry blossom swordsmen, she could only defend herself passively. Each strike aimed directly at her vital points was narrowly evaded by her. From a distance, Zhan Yuehong's heart raced. These 2 were elite cherry blossom warriors and brothers, their coordination impeccable, her daughter. She could not help but glance at Wang Long, who sat in meditation. Why half an hour? Long? What is truly going on? At that moment, a girl among the trapped students approached. Professor Zhan, Long Ji just killed Hehuan sect's Pan Xian. I believe he does not wish to refrain from acting, but rather needs time to recover, Zhang Xiaoxiao declared. What? Pan Xian? He is a grandmaster, Zhan Yuehong exclaimed in shock. Although Pan Xian possessed the strength of an early-stage celestial being, he was indeed a genuine grandmaster. Wang Long must have exerted considerable effort to slay him.
No wonder.
Young lady, who might you be? In the presence of her idol, Zhang Xiaoxiao respectfully replied, I am a friend of Wang Long, and a student here. Ah, thank you for sharing this information. Understanding the circumstances, Zhan Yuehong turned to Ling Shuang and commanded, Daughter, the Su Xian Fa Hua Jing is renowned as the foremost defensive martial art in the martial world. You must avoid direct confrontation, fully utilize the technique, and do not strike first, hold your ground. Zhan Yuehong was aware that the actions of the Easterners were merely an attempt to lure her out of the protective barrier. If she were to strike now, she would fall into the enemy's trap. Fortunately, her daughter possessed a protective skill. Theoretically, enduring for half an hour should be feasible. Yet, as a mother, Zhan Yuehong's heart was far from at ease. Understood. After narrowly dodging a lethal blow, Ling Shuang nodded. Defense was not her combat style, but the safety of her mother was at stake. At this moment, Ling Shuang displayed an unusual calmness. Humph! Is the gap in strength so easily bridged? The brothers from the Yagyu clan sneered. Their aura suddenly intensified. The elder brother, Yagyu Ingjia, unleashed a blade of energy. The chairs in the hall were severed as if they were merely chaff, and the blade surged towards Ling Shuang with unrelenting ferocity. Ling Shuang evaded this strike, her body suspended in mid-air, but a chilling voice echoed behind her. Ling Zhan, I shall claim your life. Yagyu Ingjie had circled behind her, his katana gleaming with a suffocating coldness. Ha ha ha, Professor Zhan, if you do not intervene, your daughter will soon be in 2 pieces. The mysterious figure's lips curled into a mocking smile. This strike was inescapable for Ling Shuang. The sight of her own daughter perishing before her eyes was a delight not savored for a long time. Time seemed to freeze. In this moment, the desperate Ling Shuang's mind was unnaturally composed. Felt as if that man was right behind her. Closing her eyes in meditation, she steadied her thoughts. Ling Shuang shut her eyes. With a swish, Yagyu Ingjie struck, but before him stood only a remnant shadow of Ling Shuang. How is this possible? Eastern dogs. The martial arts of the summer country are vast and profound. How could you wretched beings comprehend them? Yagyu Ingjie suddenly turned, but darkness consumed his vision. Ling Shuang had circled behind him, delivering a punch to his face. Boom! The strike was delivered with all her might, smashing Yagyu Ingjie's head into the ground. Brother! Yagyu Ingxiong roared in fury, charging forward with his sword raised. Do not move! Ling Shuang pressed her foot against Yagyu Ingjie's neck. Yagyu Ingxiong, take one more step and I will take your brother's life. Chapter 72. This is why I like you. Ling Shuang gasped for breath, her lungs heaving. Under the enhancement of the Su Xinfa Hua Jing, Yagyu Ingjie's internal energy was suppressed, rendering him immobile. However, she had reached her limit, utilizing Yagyu Ingjie merely as a means to buy time while awaiting her master's arrival. A mousetrap of sorts, Yagyu Ingxiong dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down upon his head, and a sinister voice whispered in his ear, "So now you hesitate to act? The great cherry blossom empire has no need for scum like you. You are of no use." Crack! In the astonished gaze of Ling Shuang, Yagyu Ingxiong's head was gruesomely twisted off by the mysterious man, who then discarded it like refuse. Blood splattered across the mysterious man's grotesque visage, yet he wore a smile of delight. The taste of blood was still so exquisite. The formidable Yagyu Ingjie had not even the slightest chance to retaliate. As she watched the headless corpse collapse, Ling Shuang felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. He was not here for any mission. He reveled in the act of slaughter. At that moment, Zhan Yuehong finally recognized the mysterious figure. Her face turned as pale as paper, and she cried out in horror. He is Gazuka Kyuzo, the grandmaster of empty-handed martial arts, nicknamed the ultimate killing weapon, Run. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Inoue Aikiru laughed maniacally, truly worthy of the erudite Professor Zhan. Indeed, it is Lord Gazuka. Lord Gazuka is not my subordinate. He merely craves the thrill of killing, hence his arrival in the summer country. For a lowly summer country dweller to perish at the hands of Lord Gazuka is your daughter's honor. Ha ha ha. With a single step, Gazuka Kyuzo unleashed a thunderous sound. Each boom caused the ground to sink 3 inches, instantly reducing the numerous chairs in the grand hall to dust. A vast space was cleared. Yagyu Ingjie's face was now visible, buried in the ground, to be taken hostage by a mere summer woman, lacking the depth of maternal affection. Let me relish the sight of brothers meeting their demise. Ha ha ha. Bang! By the time Ling Shuang regained her senses, she was spitting blood, her body propelled backward. In her vision, Gazuka Kyuzo seized Yagyu Ingjie's body, and, with a maniacal laugh, dismembered him with his bare hands. A master of transformation, a minor grandmaster, met such a tragic end. Gazuka Kyuzo resembled a demon from hell. Even Ling Shuang, who had endured countless bloody battles, could not help but feel a pang of terror. Next, it will be your turn. Gazuka Kyuzo grinned wickedly at Ling Shuang. Whoosh! In the next moment, that blood-soaked visage locked eyes with her. Upon closer inspection, this woman was rather pleasing to the eye. It would be a pity to kill her outright. Ling Shuang found herself grasped by the throat, forced down by Gazuka Kyuzo. With his other hand, he unzipped his trousers, grinning, I have a new idea. Let the mother watch as her beloved daughter caters to a man. Haha, I am truly a genius. Come now, enjoy, and perhaps if I am pleased, I may spare your life. A chorus of mocking cheers erupted from the Eastern warriors. A warrior from the summer country reduced to a plaything beneath the legs of the warriors of the great cherry blossom empire. How fitting for Lord Gazuka. Ha ha ha. Lord Gazuka is magnificent. This is the fate of those who defy our great cherry blossom empire. Gazuka Kyuzo leered at Ling Shuang, bringing his own member near her lips. Come, woman, indulge in your sucking pleasure. Your mother is quite appealing as well. Soon, I shall have her experience this taste. Let me first demonstrate for your mother. Ling Shuang glared defiantly at Gazuka Kyuzo, her spirit unyielding. A warrior may be killed but cannot be humiliated. Gazuka Kyuzo scoffed coldly. Such lofty words, how many can truly uphold them? Ling Shuang faced death with resolve. Trembling hands clenched into fists, striking her own chest. No, Zhang Yuehong cried out, her heart torn asunder. Yet that voice no longer bore barriers. The barrier vanished. Gazuka Kyuzo's hand suddenly grasped at emptiness. Ling Shuang's figure abruptly disappeared before his eyes, and a tall man appeared, seizing her wrist with one hand while embracing her tightly with the other. Wang Long. She awakened. As she gazed upon the smiling visage of the man, the exhausted Ling Shuang let stubborn tears cascade down her cheeks. Ultimately, she could no longer endure and collapsed. In her unconscious state, the wrist held by Wang Long continued to tremble. Wang Long chuckled, "Are you serious? Truly ruthless. Perhaps this is the reason I have taken a liking to you." He placed Ling Shuang in a safe corner. Wang Long's smile gradually turned frigid. "Initially, I wished to bid you farewell in death, but now, I invite you to experience despair." Ishida Ikiru scoffed. "Kid, you have finally awakened. The barrier can no longer withstand the pressure, can it? With Lord Gazuka here, it is you who shall be engulfed in despair." Gazuka's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty madness. "You are also a warrior. Splendid, splendid. I have yet to satiate my thirst for blood. Ha 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 ha." Wang Long strode forward. The temperature in the arena plummeted abruptly. Thunderous roars echoed as the earth trembled violently. An aura of might, exponentially more formidable than that of the infamous Kairi in Satsuki, surged forth. In a similar manner, the group of Sakura samurai, along with Inoue Aikir, found themselves kneeling instantaneously. How could this be? How could this young man possess such overwhelming strength? Is it possible that he is also a Grand Master? A Grand Master at such a tender age? Wasn't he merely a Taoist? Could it be that he has mastered both the Tao and martial arts? Wang Long smiled as he raised his right hand, urging calmness. One at a time, his fingers coalesced. A shriek erupted violently. Jing Shangyi's body suddenly contracted, his torso being crushed to the width of a bowl. His liver and gallbladder shattered, his heart torn apart. This technique embodied the essence of martial arts and Taoist methods, grasping from a distance, saturating the air with despair. Even more alarming was that Jing Shangyi was still alive, yet his suffering was 1,000-fold more agonizing than death. "Ah! Lord Gazuka! Help!" Bang! Like a balloon filled with water being crushed, Jing Shangyi's body exploded. His lower half, kneeling on the ground, transformed into a grotesque fountain of flesh, spewing forth the foul blood of the Easterners. "Help! No!" The group of Eastern warriors struggled on the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Long, with his fingers slightly bent and palms facing each other, gently brought them together. "Ladies and gentlemen, the grand performance is only just beginning. How could you possibly leave?" In an instant, wails filled the air. The students could hardly bear to cover their eyes. Dozens more Easterners were brutally crushed, their chins and toes pressed closely together. Bang! 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 A river of blood flowed forth. Wang Long's face remained illuminated by a smile as he shifted his gestures once more. This group of Japanese individuals, either twisted into a pretzel, ground into a pulp, or torn into noodles, met their demise in varied manners. Yet, there was one commonality among them. At the moment their bodies crumbled, they were still very much alive, until only one remained. Indeed, it was Kazuki Kurumi. Kazuki Kurumi made no move. On the contrary, he appeared even more exhilarated. His contorted smile radiated sheer delight. "Ah, this is truly art. Who would have thought I would encounter an adversary I yearned to destroy here?" Kazuki Kurumi declared. "Do you realize that after slaying so many warriors from the land of the cherry blossoms, I cannot allow you to die easily today? If you seek death, why go to such lengths? Are you akin to me? No, your gaze reveals neither hatred nor joy. Young man, with your prowess you could have easily fled. What reason compels you to remain and face your end for a mere woman? Tell me, what is it that drives you? Wang Long chuckled lightly. The blood debt of the Eastern Isles remains unavenged. The spirits of the martyrs have yet to find peace. Is there a need for justification when a son seeks retribution for his father? Chapter 73, Ultimate Despair. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. You are indeed fascinating. I hope that in your final moments, you can utter such words. Gizuka Kyoko laughed maniacally as he charged forward. With a swift grasp, Wang Long created deep creases in the attire of Guizhuang Kuang-san. Yet her physique remained utterly unchanged. Futile efforts. My body is more resilient than steel. Despair. You insignificant people of Xia. Boom! Guizhuang Kuang-san unleashed a punch, imbued with the force of 10,000 tons. The vital energy coalesced into a colossal fist shadow, surpassing the size of a human form. It resembled a bulldozer, hurtling towards Wang Long. Wang Long smiled faintly. This punch was delivered on behalf of Ling Shuang. As the fist struck out, the atmosphere remained tranquil, yet it was akin to fire consuming cotton. Before contact was made, a substantial hole manifested in the shadow of Guizhong Kurumi's fist, dispersing outward. Guizhong Kurumi could no longer maintain her playful demeanor, her face now etched with gravity. She was compelled to bend her arm in defense. Boom! She was sent skidding backward for several dozen meters, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ha ha ha! Instead of anger, Guizhong Kurumi laughed, reveling in the moment. How exquisite! My desire to obliterate you grows ever stronger. Swish! Wang Long raised his fist before Guizhu Kuang-san. The second strike was in defense of Professor Zhang. Humph! I was merely underestimating you earlier, young one. In my presence, you are destined to meet your demise. Guizhu Kuang-san's muscles bulged as he swung his fist. The two fists collided. Crack, crack, crack. The ground between them shattered in an instant. Ha ha ha, is this your limit? Pathetically weak. Sensing that Wang Long's strength was on par with his own, Guizhu Kuang-san scoffed with disdain, for at this moment he was only exerting 80% of his power. Wang Long did not linger in the stalemate. He swiftly evaded and launched a renewed assault, striking forth with a powerful punch. Gizuka Kurumi shook her head, initially believing that he would prove to be a formidable adversary, only to discover that he was merely mediocre. Thus, she declared, the game is over. This time, Gizuka Kurumi revealed her hand blade, showing no concern for Wang Long's incoming fist as she aimed a downward strike at the crown of his head. As the blade descended, an immense wave of true energy surged forth. The ground beneath Wang Long shattered in eager response. The residual force of Kurumi Tokusaki's strike cleaved the earth directly, bypassing Wang Long entirely. Bang! Wang Long tilted his head, delivering a swift chop upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, his fist struck the chest of Gizuka Kurumi. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes twitched uncontrollably as she exclaimed, Professor Zhang, could it be that Brother Long has not yet fully recovered? He has landed 3 punches, yet that Eastern man appears utterly unscathed? The other students mirrored her expressions of dread. Could it be that Gizuka Kurumi had reached such an extraordinary level of prowess, that even the formidable Wang Long, capable of crushing opponents from a distance, was rendered ineffective? If this were the case, would they not all meet their demise here? Zhang Yuehong gazed at Wang Long, a smile of realization gracing her lips. Along, every encounter with you brings me delightful surprises. Children, fret not, pay close attention. The profound depth of Xia's martial arts is something the Eastern dogs shall never comprehend. The figures of the two combatants stood still like statues. Ah, is your body also quite resilient to withstand my full-force strike? Gizuka Kurumi sneered. However, the power of your punch is rather feeble, is it not? Have you exhausted your strength? With attacks of this caliber, I could execute 3 more. No, you shall not unleash even 1 more. Ling Shuang is a woman I cherish, and your actions toward her infuriate me. Therefore, I shall ensure you experience true despair before your impending demise. Gizuka Kurumi, prepare to savor the next minute fully. Swish! Wang Long retracted his fist, his smile evaporating, replaced by an abyss of indifference. Ha ha ha, you. The voice of Gizuka Kurumi abruptly ceased. Tick, tock. Blood dripped from his nose onto his fingers. Suddenly, his body swelled, transforming into a grotesque sphere. Wang Long chuckled softly, gesturing towards the pulsating veins of Kazuka Kurumi. These 3 strikes form a cohesive whole. With each punch I deliver, I infuse your meridians with my vital energy. Presently, 3 strands of my chi reside within you, gradually obstructing your entire network of channels. Your internal energy is robust, yet as the meridians become blocked, it will inevitably seek alternative pathways. First through your sensory organs, then your internal organs, and ultimately your bone marrow. With this explanation concluded, I wish you good fortune. Wang Long cradled the unconscious Ling Shuang, slowly making his way towards Zhang Yuehong. Behind him, Guizhuang Quangsan's eyes began to fill with blood. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, shattering the silence. Ah! I will kill you. Sobi sobi sobi. His ears, nostrils, and mouth all bled profusely. At that moment, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Bang bang bang. His body resonated like a drum, each thud accompanied by the rupture of an organ. Yet, as the ultimate killing weapon, he found himself powerless. His vision, hearing, sense of smell, and even touch were rendered numb by excruciating pain. Guizhuang Quangsan felt as though he was ensconced within an impenetrable shroud of darkness. What is the essence of ultimate despair? It is the tranquility that precedes death. The bloodthirsty Guizhuang Quangsan, who relished in slaughter, was overcome with fear, his entire being trembled, yet he was utterly oblivious to the quaking of his body. Just as Wang Long arrived before Zhang Yuehong, a crack echoed. Guizhuang Quangsan's bones shattered, leaving only a skin stretched over blood and bones, collapsing to the ground. Along, thank you. If it weren't for you today, we would have surely fallen into the clutches of those Easterners. Zhang Yuehong remarked with a smile. I owe you yet another favor, and there's no need for such words. You helped me unveil the true face of my enemies. It was only right for me to assist you, Wang Long replied, glancing at the unconscious Ling Shuang. He bit his lip, lamenting her distress, wishing his body were free from such constraints. At this juncture, Zhang Yuehong finally broached the subject. Along, what has happened to your body? Speak up. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Wang Long smiled lightly. In truth, this represents a personal impasse for me. To advance further, I require an opportunity. Yet this opportunity has yet to manifest. It is of little consequence. Wang Long chose not to speak, and Zhang Yuehong did not press him further. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wang Long remarked, By the way, this Miss Zhang is a friend of mine. She has a keen interest in the history of ancient martial arts. Would it be possible for you to take her on as a student? Certainly. I find this young lady to possess considerable spirit. The Martial Arts Institute is planning to establish a branch in Hangzhou. Once it is completed, you may come to find me there. Zhang Yuehong replied to Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao, taken aback by the unexpected favor, repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Ultimately, Wang Long interrupted, saying, This is not the place for conversation. We should take our leave. The grand hall was stained with blood, and the acrid stench was enough to induce nausea. As they stepped outside, the group inhaled the fresh air, as if awakening from a nightmarish dream. Suddenly, Wang Long was taken aback. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Asked Zhang Yuehong. And those puppets were Shikigami. Among the individuals dispatched from Sakura country, there should be a yin-yang master. The Yagyu brothers and Kyozuka Kurumi are not, and Ayase Ikiru is merely an ordinary person. Where has that yin-yang master gone? At that moment, before the convoy of Hangzhou's mayor, a woman donned in a kimono suddenly appeared. After the abrupt screech of brakes, Huang Weihua alighted from the vehicle. Who are you? Esteemed mayor, I am Mutu Chizuru, a yin-yang master. The woman performed a slight bow, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Though the mission has failed, I cannot return empty-handed. I shall gladly accept your life, esteemed mayor. Ha ha ha. As the red smoke swirled, the woman's figure vanished, leaving only her lingering laughter. Please relay a message to Wang Long. Next time, he shall not be so fortunate. Huang Weihua's gaze turned vacant as he collapsed.
Mayor.
He still has a pulse. Quickly, take him to the hospital. and find out who Wang Long is. Chapter 74. Have you slept? When Yun Zhonghu and Xiao Lingxiu arrived, Ling Shuang and her mother, Zhan Yuehong, had already disappeared. After consulting with the emergency personnel on site, they learned that they had gone to Hangzhou Hospital for further examination. It appeared that Ling Shuang had fainted from exhaustion but was otherwise unharmed. Yun Zhonghu couldn't help but wonder. According to Xiao Lingxiu's report, the group from the east had included the Yagyu brothers. How could Ling Shuang possibly manage them alone? Only upon entering the hall did he suddenly realize the ability to seize someone from a distance. Yun Kongsho. It was his benefactor. No wonder he had been protecting Ling Shuang from the shadows. A smile broke across Yun Zhonghu's face. Clearly, the benefactor held Ling Shuang in great affection. Thus there was potential for enlisting him in the military. King, what are you talking about? Who is this benefactor? Who exactly eliminated that group of East Asians? Xiao Lingxiu inquired, perplexed. Slap. Without warning, Yun Zhonghu struck him across the face. Xiao Lingxiu stumbled back a few paces. Even with his status as the young master of the Xiao family, he dared not act rashly before the war king of the north. Xiao Lingxiu, the situation is dire. I have no time to indulge you. Do you still have the audacity to ask? Who abandoned Ling Shuang, leading the charge alone? But war king, it was Ling Shuang. Enough of your prattle, Yun Zhonghu barked. As the commander of the special forces, you seek excuses when things go awry. Is this your example? Your skill exceeds Ling Shuang's, yet you allowed her to stay behind to buy time. Don't speak of being a soldier. You aren't even worthy of being a man. You said a little Taoist from who knows where used talismans to protect Professor Zhan and the trap students? Humph. You are less than that little Taoist. He possesses more manhood than you. Xiao Lingxiu covered his face, rendered speechless. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Long, thinking to himself, you scoundrel, snatched my Shuanger away and made me face the war king's reprimand. Just wait until I cross paths with you again. I shall make you regret it. Yun Zhonghu, displaying a look of disappointment, continued, do you wish to know who killed that group of East Asians? Allow me to inform you. It is my benefactor, the possessor of the 10th divine armament, the Surging Dragon. He is of your generation, Xiao Lingxiu. You are a martial arts genius. But genius is merely the threshold to meet my benefactor. What? It is that esteemed individual. Xiao Lingxiu exclaimed in astonishment. Humph. You lose your composure at the sight of Ling Shuang, forgetting your duties. Were it not for my benefactor's timely intervention, I wonder how you would explain yourself. Yun Zhonghu turned his back and sighed. You must already be aware that the Martial Arts Academy intends to establish a branch in Hangzhou, recruiting talented young martial artists nationwide for concentrated training. Top-tier experts will be invited as instructors, and your name is among those recommended by the military. Perform well and do not disgrace the military. Xiao Lingxiu perked up. I have heard about it, War King. Will the war god Yi be attending? Can I invite my benefactor to be your instructor? Yun Zhonghu shot him a frosty glare. This training program is not a celebrity meet and greet. Do you think you can boast a few words and then become complacent? Get lost. At Hangzhou Hospital, beside the hospital bed, Wang Long observed the sleeping Ling Shuang and asked, Aunt, I have examined Ling Shuang. She has a slight internal injury but is otherwise fine. Why did you insist on bringing her to the hospital? Oh, along you are unaware. Zhan Yuehong sighed. My little daughter has a temperament just like mine when I was young, extremely headstrong. Recently, due to the affairs with the Hahuan sect, she has been utterly exhausted. If I hadn't brought her to the hospital, she would have immediately resumed work. Let us take this opportunity for her to rest properly. Wang Long nodded. A mother knows her daughter best. After a brief pause, Zhan Yuehong continued. Along, if I am not mistaken, the Su Xinfa Hua Jing that Ling Shuang practices was taught by you, correct? Wang Long felt somewhat embarrassed. Although he was indeed the one who taught, the context of the lesson was not suitable for discussion. Observing Wang Long's expression, Zhan Yuehong understood instantly. Have you two been intimate? She inquired. What? Wang Long was taken aback by Zhan Yuehong's forthrightness. There is no need for surprise. I am not so traditional, Zhan Yuehong replied with a smile. You are the son-in-law of the Yang family. If I am not mistaken, Your closeness to Yang Wanrong is also to investigate matters concerning your own family, is it not? Wang Long nodded slightly, acknowledging his wise aunt. Indeed, it implies that separation is inevitable. It matters not, for I do not mind a second marriage. When the time comes, I shall speak on your behalf to the Ling family. The mother-in-law grew increasingly fond of her son-in-law. She held a particular affection for Ling Shuang. However, he could not disregard Yang Wanrong's situation. Let things unfold naturally. And how has the ancient text progressed? Wang Long shifted the topic. Zhang Yuehong's smile faded as she retrieved her phone, displaying scanned images of the ancient script. I have consulted numerous resources, yet I find myself at an impasse. This may not be encrypted ancient literature, but rather a rare form of archaic writing. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoxiao entered the ward, carrying a water jug. Teacher, I have brought the water. While setting down the thermos, she inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Yuehong's phone. Teacher, are you also studying the characters from my hometown? Zhang Yuehong was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Xiaoxiao, what did you say? Is this from your hometown? You must be certain. Indeed, these are the characters used for worship in my village. Look, Zhang Xiaoxiao pointed to several characters on the phone. Heaven, earth, humanity. The others were unfamiliar to her. It is said that these were passed down from our ancestors. Every year during the rituals, the village chief writes the sacrificial texts with these characters and burns them for our forebears. These characters appear most frequently, so I have memorized them. Zhang Yuehong was elated. If this ancient script had descendants, she could unravel the secrets inscribed within the ancient text. Xiaoxiao, does your village chief recognize this ancient writing? Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded. I was born at the foot of the Hanshan Mountain in Weichun village, which is said to be a dragon vein. This script has been passed down through generations, entrusted from one village guardian to the next, who serves as the village chief. Understanding dawned upon Zhang Yuehong. I see. Xiaoxiao, I will make arrangements with the school. Shall we depart for your hometown at once? Ah, so urgent? Xiaoxiao, this matter is of great significance. We cannot afford to delay even for a moment. Zhang Yuehong asserted solemnly. All right, I understand. Wang Long rose and said, Aunt, are you not being a bit too hasty? You are currently under the watchful eye of the Easterners. Perhaps I should accompany you to ensure your safety. Yan Yuhong smiled and shook her head, replying, Along, do not worry. The Martial Arts Academy has already dispatched dedicated warriors to safeguard my security. I will make a preliminary visit, and should I encounter any insurmountable difficulties, I will reach out to you then. As for Ling Shuang, I entrust her care to you. Very well then. Wang Long did not insist any further. Oh, by the way, Along, there is one more matter. I have entrusted the construction project of the Martial Arts Institute's branch to the Ho family. Once completed, it will become the largest training institution for martial artists in the Summer Nation. I have already submitted your name as a candidate for the teaching position, and I sincerely hope you will accept. As she spoke, Zhang Yuehong leaned closer to Wang Long, revealing a smile that held a hint of intrigue. Ling Shuang is also among the trainees, so you two will have ample opportunity to deepen your connection. Well, all right then. With Wang Long's agreement secured, Zhang Yuehong left, satisfied, accompanied by Zhang Xiaoxiao. Just as they departed, a cold voice echoed from behind Wang Long. What secret conversation did my mother have with you? Chapter 75. Almost in tears, Wang Long turned around. Ling Shuang slowly sat up, her cold and piercing gaze fixed upon him. Without uttering a word, she mentioned that she had matters to attend to and asked him to take good care of Wang Long. He chuckled. Take care of me? Humph, with just you. Just as Ling Shuang was about to mock Wang Long, she suddenly paused, changing her tone. Oh, right, you are a Taoist, wielding some formidable magical artifacts. However, even with that, you are still not worthy of my respect. Let us talk again when you have reached the Great Ascension Realm. Wang Long could not help but chuckle. The Great Vehicle Realm? My Cloud Void Fist is an original technique that harmoniously fuses martial arts with the profound principles of the Great Vehicle. Alas, you fainted and thus missed the spectacle. Ling Shuang responded with disdain. Dual cultivation of martial and spiritual paths? Do you truly believe that a mere martial arts failure like yourself could aspire to such heights? It is nothing more than empty boastfulness to soothe your own ego. You have been granted 2 opportunities, yet you dare to presume I would entertain the notion of being your woman. You are truly a lecher, with insatiable desires. Ha! Do you also wish to claim that you vanquished Guizhong Guangsan and saved both my life and my motheress? Should I then offer myself as a token of gratitude? Ling Shuang retorted with a cold laugh. Wang Long shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, I have no objections to pledging myself to you. However, let us refrain from such matters within the confines of a hospital, as it would reflect poorly. Get lost! Ling Shuang exclaimed furiously. Wang Long, have I granted you any favor? Do you even comprehend how you arrived in Hangzhou? Do you understand how you gained access to the Yang family? Initially, I held a modicum of respect for you, but with each display of your character, my disdain only deepens. Such was the nature of this woman's fiery temperament. Wang Long had long grown accustomed to such moments. At this instant, his gaze was fixated on the alabaster neck of Ling Shuang, where the marks left by Guizhong Guangsan lingered. He then approached her. What are you doing? Wang Long, have you been exposed by this general's insight, intending to resort to force? She warned. Let me tell you, if you dare to make another move, I shall take your life. General Ling, he retorted when issuing threats, you ought to consider your own circumstances. You have just emerged from a fierce battle, utterly exhausted. Even if you summoned every ounce of your strength, you would still be no match for me. Ha ha ha. Wang Long, determined to tease the woman, rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin as he approached her. You better not come any closer. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Wang Long seized Ling Shuang's wrist, pressing her down onto the bed. During my first encounter, I too experienced this sensation. Is it pleasurable? Ling Zhanjiang. Ling Shuang bit her lip, glaring fiercely at Wang Long taking advantage of my vulnerability. Allow me to inform you that my heart has long been claimed. That man is the master of the divine warrior, a formidable presence surpassing even the god of war. We have already shared intimacies. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Oh, so it turns out she did not recognize me that night. Wang Long suddenly smiled, realizing the situation. Oh, so that's how it is. Humph, now you no fear. Do you? Considering that you saved my mother, I shall not hold this against you. Now, do hurry and get off me. Ling Shuang exclaimed. Fear? Nonsense. Wang Long pressed his lips directly against hers. Ling Shuang felt utterly powerless. Despite her frantic struggles, she could not break free from Wang Long's grasp. In her desperation, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she softly sobbed a couple of times before resolutely lying flat on the bed. Finish quickly and leave. Wang Long, once I am out of the hospital, if I do not kill you, I shall no longer be called Ling Shuang. But little did she know. Wang Long did not proceed with the kiss. Instead, he withdrew 3 silver needles and pierced them into Ling Shuang's neck. I am not so lacking in taste. Even if I desire intimacy, you must express your longing in your own words. Wang Long gently tapped Ling Shuang's elegantly sculpted nose and rose from the bed. Humph. When given the opportunity, you proved to be ineffectual. Allowing me to take the initiative? Perhaps in another lifetime. Ling Shuang retorted with disdain. Wang Long observed the fading marks on Ling Shuang's neck as he withdrew the silver needle. Do not be so irate. It seems you require no further assistance from me. Shall I take my leave? Get out. Wang Long shrugged nonchalantly and departed without a glance back. The burning sensation on Ling Shuang's neck faded, prompting her to instinctively touch it. Did he truly intend to heal my wounds? Her thoughts drifted back to the ambiguous gesture of his earlier touch on her nose. Ling Shuang clenched her delicate fists, her teeth gritting in anger. This scoundrel is toying with me again. Just wait, for I shall eventually teach you a lesson you will not soon forget. With that, she exited the ward. Wang Long couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the renowned frost enchantress had her moments of vulnerability. Just a moment ago, she was on the brink of tears. How delightful! Quite endearing, indeed. Upon observing the long queue before the elevator, Wang Long opted for the escalator instead. As he arrived on the 2nd floor, a shrill female voice pierced the air. Stinky Ramen, you actually remembered to pay a visit? I thought someone as heartless and despicable as you would have long since found a hidden corner to revel in your own mischief. Who else could possibly bear such a moniker? Naturally, it was none other than his unfortunate cousin, Yang Mingqi. Wang Long suddenly recalled that Yang Wenji was recuperating in this very hospital after having his legs broken by Shineo. Although he understood that the Yang family could be quite troublesome, he felt it was only courteous to inquire, "Cousin, how is grandfather's leg faring?" "Do not dare call me cousin,"
Yang Mengki retorted fierce.
"If it weren't for you, would grandfather be in this state? You, a useless intruder, audaciously attempt to seize our family's projects, and as a result, I am entangled with Shineo, yet you still have the gall to ask?"
Yang Mengki.
"Your words are unjust. Did I instruct you to hire someone from Shineo to commit arson?" Wang Long was utterly unfazed. The blame lay with others, while the benefits were eternally hers. One can only say, "You truly live up to your reputation, Yang Mingqi." "Mingqi, has dinner arrived? What are you doing here, Wang? Our family does not welcome you. Leave." At that moment, Yu Xiaolan approached, her expression darkening upon spotting Wang Long. "Why are you still alive? Ever since you entered the Yang family, misfortune has befallen us." Yang Mengqi retorted with a cold smile, "Mother, he cannot perish. Our family has joined the Imperial Commerce Association." Chairman Lu was present at that time, and even Shineo would not dare to openly confront the Imperial Commerce Association, which spared his life. This useless man intends to live off the Yang family for eternity. After the signing banquet, Shineo neither exposed her arsonist subordinates nor confiscated the Heavenly Beauty Project. On the contrary, numerous individuals reached out to the Yang family, actively seeking collaboration. Yang Mingqi believed that Chairman Lu must have intervened. After all, the Yang family is now a member of the Imperial Commerce Association and possesses the substantial Heavenly Beauty Project, which Chairman Lu would certainly not relinquish lightly. Wang Long displayed a nonchalant expression, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Yang Wenji's hospital room was adjacent to the stairwell. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he spoke up, "Is Wang Long here? Let him in." Yang Mingqi scoffed lightly and stepped aside. "Please, come in, you stinky noodle." Wang Long entered the hospital room. Yang Wenji had one leg in a cast and wore a sullen expression. "Wang Long, you still possess some conscience, knowing to come visit me." "What conscience is there, Dad?" Yu Xiaolan scoffed. "He came empty-handed. I see he is deliberately trying to provoke you." "Enough." Yang Wenji raised his hand and continued, "Wang Long, the Tianhou Meiyan project will still be under your purview." "What? Grandpa?" "Mingqi, hold your tongue for now." Yang Wenji shot a glance at Yang Mingqi before turning back to Wang Long. "However, you must hand over the secret formula for the Tianhou Meiyan cream." Chapter 76. The Pass and the Wild Goose Secret Formula? Wang Long chuckled. "Shouldn't my cousin already be aware?" Yang Wenji replied ominously, "Wang Long, you are a clever man. Do not feign ignorance." The beauty of the young lady was nearly ruined, and the issue lies with the secret formula of the Tianhou rejuvenation elixir. You undoubtedly know the correct formula. Hand it over, and I shall no longer concern myself with the Tianhou Meiyan cream project. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Do not be ungrateful. Wang Long shook his head repeatedly. Unable to confront them directly, they resorted to underhanded tactics. You plan to extract secrets from me only to concoct your own low-priced beauty cream, undermining me from within. Indeed, the formula for the rejuvenating elixir had its flaws. I am aware of the correct recipe, yet it was developed through collaboration with a senior mentor. Why should I share it with you? Yang Mingqi discreetly gave her grandfather a thumbs up while casting a disdainful glance at Wang Long. What are you so arrogant about? You have married into the Yang family. Thus your belongings are now ours. What pretense is this? Is it merely because you are acquainted with the reclusive master, Taoist Lin? The respect that Chairman Lu shows you is likely due to that very connection. Do you intend to live off that for the rest of your life? Ha! Do not forget that Taoist Lin has already sent gifts back through Lord Hua. That connection has been severed, and now you amount to nothing. You should know this better than us. If you truly possessed such remarkable abilities, why do you linger in our household? The barrage of sarcasm compelled Wang Long to chuckle. A gentleman remains open and magnanimous, while a petty person is often troubled. I am here because I have yet to settle matters with Wanrong. Your Yang family is of no significance to me. Yu Xiaolan scoffed, who cannot boast. If you have the capability, why not divorce Yang Wanrong right now? But before that, hand over the secret recipe. Seeing Wang Long neither confirm nor deny her assumptions, Yang Mingqi believed she had hit the mark and taunted, "You talk a big game, yet you still wish to cling on without leaving? Fine, if you are so formidable, why not summon Chairman Liu to confront you directly before us?" Wang Long found himself in a perplexing situation. "Yang Mingqi, you seem to be seeking trouble without cause. Others have their work to attend to. While I could easily handle this trivial matter, I am not so bored as to engage in such frivolities. One's identity is self-bestowed and requires no validation from others." "Humph!" Yang Mingqi scoffed. "This is far more entertaining than your pretentious acts. You've said your fair share of nonsense." At that moment, Yang Wenji interjected, "Wang Long, since you are aware of your own worth, hand over the secret formula. I will, out of respect for your marriage to Yang Wanrong, overlook your past misdeeds, as long as you refrain from causing further trouble." Just as Wang Long contemplated departing, a woman clad in a professional dress appeared, flanked by two sharply dressed young men. The woman was tall, her expression stern, exuding an unmistakable air of authority. Her entrance silenced the entire gathering. She slowly inquired, "Which one of you is Wang Long?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mingqi burst into laughter. "Ha! Look who decided to show up. I wondered why you were here today. It seems you came prepared." She approached the woman, scrutinizing the unfamiliar face with keen interest. "Who is she? An actress hired from somewhere? Is she a daughter of a prestigious family or merely a lady of a grand household? Ha! I suspect she is just a damsel." The woman's expression darkened. "Miss, I am here to find Wang Long. Why do you feel the need to disparage me? Oh, how convincingly you play the part."
Yang Mengki retorted coldly.
"Our Yang family holds significant standing in Hangzhou, yet I have never encountered you before. Pray tell, from which establishment did Wang Long procure you?" Wang Long gazed at the three individuals, his expression subtly shifting. The two young men behind him were at the pinnacle of their internal strength. The woman, however, was even more formidable. Though her power was merely at the peak of the transformation stage, the extraordinary aura she emanated suggested that her internal cultivation was profoundly intricate. In the realm of martial arts, the legacy has evolved over time, presenting endless variations. Mastery is not the sole criterion for assessing strength. Techniques, weaponry, and even poisons can significantly enhance a warrior's prowess. For instance, the women from Miaojiang, despite their modest cultivation, wield a mastery of poison arts that even grandmasters must regard with caution. "I am Wang Long, Yang Mingqi. You would do well to show respect to this lady. She is no ordinary person," Wang Long remarked with a smile. "Ha! Of course, she is no ordinary person. Would an ordinary individual accompany you for an act?" Yang Mingqi scoffed as she observed Wang Long attempting to defend the woman. "Enough!" Yang Wenji interjected with irritation. "Wang Long, tell your people to leave. If you wish to remain within the Yang family, surrendering the secret formula is your only option. Spare us these theatrics. You may not care for your dignity, but we, the Yang family, still hold our pride." Yang Mingqi contemptuously slapped the woman's cheek. "Did you hear that? Be gone." A glint of menace flashed in the woman's eyes. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Yang Mingqi was slapped to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. "How dare you send your hired help to strike me? I—" Before she could finish, the two young men behind the woman surged forward with precise moves, swiftly subduing Yang Mingqi. "How audacious! Before you stands Miss Guan Shanyan, the secretary and bodyguard to the mayor. To openly insult an official, what do you propose, Miss Guan? Shall we take her to the station or straight to prison?" Boom! Yang Wenji and Yu Xiulan, along with the prostrate Yang Mingqi, were taken aback, their pupils widening in shock. The mayor's secretary? No wonder they were unfamiliar with her. Given the Yang family's standing, how could they possibly know such a prominent figure? Why was the secretary here, specifically seeking Wang Long? "Miss Guan, I had no idea it was you." Yang Wenji immediately softened, hurriedly pleading for mercy. "My granddaughter truly does not recognize you. I beg you, please overlook this matter." Yu Xiulan, heavily pregnant, knelt in panic. "Miss Guan, have mercy. My daughter is young and foolish. I implore you to show leniency." Yang Mingqi was paralyzed with fear, realizing that in Hangzhou, no power could rival that of the mayor. Even illustrious families like the Feng and Ho clans would bow in reverence before such authority. Wang Long unexpectedly knows Secretary Guan. This has escalated the situation significantly. Secretary Guan, I did not intend to create difficulties for Wang Long. He is my brother-in-law. We were merely jesting. I no longer desire the secret recipe. I truly do not. Guan Shanyan waved her hand, and her subordinates immediately released Yang Mingqi. She approached Wang Long, scrutinizing him from head to toe. So you are Wang Long? Indeed. Guan Shanyan squinted her eyes, displaying a look of disdain. You cannot even handle matters within your own household. It seems you are quite ineffectual. Nevertheless, it is a formality. Come with me. Chapter 77. Seeing flowers in the mist, gazing at the moon in the water. Miss Guan, does your statement imply an invitation or an arrest? Interpret it as you wish. It is of little consequence. Guan Shanyan replied expressionlessly. In any case, accompany me. Wang Long smiled slightly. If this is a request, I must express my discontent with your attitude and I can refuse. If this is an arrest, I am a law-abiding citizen, and even if you represent the authorities, you cannot apprehend individuals arbitrarily. I still refuse. As soon as his words fell, two young men behind Guan Shanyan immediately spoke up. Presumptuous! Who gave you the audacity to speak to Secretary Guan in such a manner? Spare us the pleasantries. If you are told to leave, then depart. Your compliance would signify a request, but if you choose not to cooperate, we shall have no choice but to arrest you. The Yang family, 3 in total, were utterly frightened. Wang Long, this foolish man, truly lacks discernment. He has come here, pretending to be important in front of the mayor's secretary. Yang Wenji exclaimed, Wang Long, if Secretary Guan tells you to leave, then you must go without further ado. Do not waste time. You cannot bear the consequences if something goes awry. Yang Mingqi scolded, Wang Long, are you not resentful towards us because of the secret formula? If you wish to endanger yourself, do not involve us. Yu Xiulan, with a forced smile, turned to Guan Shanyan and said, Miss Guan, I apologize. Wang Long is merely a son-in-law we found from the village, lacking in capability but fond of posturing. He does not represent the Yang family. We will fully cooperate with your requests. In truth, Wang Long was not a criminal. The mayor had been attacked and fell into a coma. A certain assassin named Wuding Qianhe had mentioned Wang Long's name. Guan Shanyan merely intended to take Wang Long for questioning to see if they could glean any information regarding Wuding Qianhe. Moreover, this took place in a hospital, and any violent action would tarnish the official image. Guan Shanyan spoke sternly, Wang Long, this concerns the mayor's life, and I have no time to waste with you. If you cooperate, I can resolve your issues. She then turned to the 3 members of the Yang family. Regardless of any disputes between Wang Long and you, let us consider it settled from this moment onward. Shall we? The mayor's secretary declared. Who would dare to defy? We assure you that we will not trouble Wang Long over the secret formula again. Please rest assured, Secretary Guan.
Yang Mingqi nodded vigorously,
Inwardly cursing Wang Long for his incredible luck. Guan Shanyan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Wang Long and commanded, Your issues have been resolved. Now, can you accompany me? No reward without merit. Wang Long approached Yang Mingqi and whispered, Cousin, were you not yearning for the secret formula? I have changed my mind. Listen closely. The Celestial Empress Beauty Elixir requires a specific catalyst to unleash its full potential, and that catalyst is none other than heated 75-degree white liquor. Yang Mingqi could hardly believe her ears, gazing at Wang Long in astonishment. You didn't disclose this when I inquired earlier, yet now you reveal it of your own accord. She couldn't help but question the authenticity of the secret formula. If you doubt its veracity, feel free to conduct your own experiment. However, a subtle smile played at the corners of Wang Long's lips as he pondered the notion that he possessed but a single secret formula. Initially, his intention was to bestow upon Yang Wanrong a fortune that would ensure her comfort, after which they would part ways, each embracing their own lives. Yet, his perspective had shifted. Even if Yang Wanrong attained wealth, her family would undoubtedly not relent. Thus, he resolved to elevate her to a stature beyond the reach of the Yang family. Should they wish to engage in internal strife, then they could await the consequences of ruin and homelessness. Nonetheless, in Guan Shanyan's eyes, Wang Long's actions appeared to be mere petulance. Prior to their encounter, She had conducted an investigation into him and discovered that he was the son-in-law of the Yang family. A man regarded with esteem by the practitioners of yin and yang in the Cherry Blossom Nation led her to initially believe that Wang Long was a hero in decline, forced into his current position. However, it now seemed she had underestimated him. Wang Long, it appears, this secret formula serves merely as your bargaining chip within the Yang family. To relinquish your leverage simply to provoke me is, quite frankly, foolish. Now that the matter is resolved, can you accompany me? Wang Long smiled faintly and stepped towards the hospital exit. You! Guan Shanyan chased after him, exclaiming, Wang Long, do not compel me to resort to force. Just then, another young man in a suit rushed over. Secretary Guan, it's bad. The mayor is not going to make it. What? Guan Shanyan was taken aback, grabbing Wang Long by the collar. Wang Long, I have no time to engage in a riddle with you. Tell me, what is your relationship with Wu Tung Qianche? Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. Muto Chizuru? Indeed, the Onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms. She had somehow harmed the mayor. Before leaving, she uttered your name. Tell me everything you know. Guan Shanyan was seething with rage. Mayor Huang Weihua had shown her great kindness. In her time of despair, it was Huang Weihua who had offered her an opportunity, leading to her current position. At that moment, she longed to send Wang Long to a secluded place, where she could subject him to severe interrogation. Wang Long was struck by a sudden realization. Mutu Chizuru was indeed the Onmyoji who had escaped from Inoue's group. Instead of taking Professor Zhan away, she had chosen to retaliate in this manner. Secretary Guan, I do not know Mutu Chizuru, and this is not the time to discuss her. Where is the mayor? I can save him. Huang Weihua's life hung by a thread. Although Guan Shanyan was skeptical, there was no alternative at this moment. Very well, the mayor is receiving treatment at this hospital. Follow me. They passed through layers of guards. Wang Long and Guan Shanyan arrived at the VIP ward where Director Huang Weihua was situated. Contrary to what had been suggested, Huang Weihua lay peacefully in his bed, seemingly untroubled by any imminent peril. The nearby monitors indicated that all was functioning normally. A middle-aged man clad in a white coat wore a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Secretary Guan, I have discovered the method to treat Mayor Huang. The so-called yin-yang technique is merely a fringe practice, insignificant in the presence of scientific rigor. This individual, known as Lu Xueqiang, was the director of Hangzhou Hospital. Guan Shanyan exhaled a sigh of relief and responded with gratitude. Director Lu, thank you. Thank you. There's no need for such formalities. It is my duty, Lu Xueqiang replied in a composed manner. In truth, the assassin employed a neurotoxin that paralyzed Mayor Huang's immune system. I have administered the latest specialized medication developed in the United States. I am confident that he will recover swiftly. The young nurses nearby cast glances of admiration. Director Lu was a distinguished overseas PhD, capable of diagnosing the mayor's ailment at a glance. Truly remarkable. Indeed, Director Lu is quite renowned in the United States, having garnered numerous medical accolades. Unlike the local practitioners here, we are fortunate that Mayor Huang sought treatment at our hospital. Otherwise, it would have been dire. Guan Shanyan finally began to relax, though a sense of dread lingered. Had anything unfortunate occurred to Mayor Huang, she would never have been able to forgive herself. Yet, at that very moment, Wang Long gazed at the peacefully sleeping Huang Weihua on the hospital bed, his brows furrowed in deep concern. Secretary Guan, please clear the area. The mayor's condition is perilous, and I must commence treatment immediately. Otherwise, he may not survive the day. Chapter 78. Exorcising evil. The collective gaze of the crowd turned toward him in disbelief. Wang Long, what nonsense are you uttering? Guan Shanyan exclaimed, taken aback. The mayor appears to be in good health. Your presence is no longer required, and you may leave. Wang Long calmly stated, the art of yin and yang from the land of the rising sun ultimately originates from our great Xia. The practitioners, known as Onmyoji, excel in the crafting of shikigami through the manipulation of souls. In our culture, there exists a belief in the repose of the departed, which led to the abandonment of yin and yang techniques in our homeland, resulting in their transmission to the East. Although this practice has been left behind by our people, it should not be underestimated. The mayor, now possessed by a shikigami, finds his spirit gravely weakened. If action is not taken swiftly, it may be too late. At the utterance of these words, the crowd was taken aback, while Lu Xueqiang's countenance darkened ominously. Humph! Who is this charlatan? Cease your fanciful words and misleading rhetoric. Wang Long fixed his gaze upon Huang Weihua and declared, I am not a charlatan. I consider myself a physician. Oh, I was unaware that there existed a specialization in charlatanry within medical schools? Lu Xueqiang scoffed. Do you possess a medical license? None, Wang Long admitted. Which medical university did you graduate from? I dropped out at 15 and have never attended school. Ha ha ha. Lu Xueqiang erupted in laughter. You, a mere drifter, dare to speak of medical expertise here? I have already cured the mayor's ailment. You seem to be seeking to claim credit due to his position. Truly, there are all sorts of people coming to the hospital to perform tricks. With your appearance, I would never have imagined you to be such a person. You think you can question Director Lu? Indeed, speaking such nonsense in front of the mayor could cost you your life. You ought to leave at once. The nurses sneered and derided him. Guan Shanyan swiftly stepped forward and grasped Wang Long's arm. The mayor's illness is well handled by Director Lu. Wang Long, had I known you were this despicable, seeking to usurp others' achievements, I would never have brought you here. Please leave. Do not compel me to take drastic measures. Wang Long sighed and said, Secretary Guan, do you recall what I previously mentioned? Observing flowers through the mist, gazing at the moon's reflection in the water. If you continue to obstruct, the mayor of Huang City is destined to meet his demise. Silence. Guan Shanyan, infuriated, pointed towards the door and declared, Should you utter another curse upon the mayor, I shall execute you on the spot. Leave at once. Wang Long lifted his gaze towards the doorway of the ward and remarked softly, It takes me 7 steps to reach the entrance, and in those 7 steps, the truth will be revealed. Humph! You, a mere jester, should consider yourself fortunate that I have successfully treated the mayor of Huang City. Otherwise, for the words you just uttered, you would deserve to perish 100 times over. Now leave, for there is no one here who will believe your deceitful nonsense. Lu Xueqiang scoffed disdainfully. Wang Long raised an eyebrow and strode towards the door. 1 step, 2 steps. The incessant murmurs of mockery and disdain surrounded him. No one believed in the so-called 7-step theory. Wang Long remained unfazed as he stepped forward for the 7th time. Beep, beep, beep. The instrument emitted a warning. Suddenly, Huang Weihua, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, began to tremble violently. The intensity of the convulsions escalated, causing even the hospital bed to shake. The heart rate monitor displayed a flat line. Lu Xueqiang was thrown into a state of panic. The scene descended into chaos. Guan Shanyan was paralyzed with disbelief. Just a moment ago, the mayor had been stable, and now this, despite the frantic attempts of Lu Xueqiang and the others to revive him, Huang Weihua's heart rate remained as still as a stagnant pond. Lu Xueqiang's hand trembled as he grasped the defibrillator. He had just confidently asserted that he had cured the mayor. How could he now justify this failure? Director, we can no longer administer shocks. The mayor has passed away, a nurse said, her voice hollow. Lu Xueqiang's face turned ashen, his hands falling limply to his sides. Let us announce the time of death. No. Guan Shanyan, in a fit of madness, clutched Lu Xueqiang. You claimed to have cured the mayor. You said he would recover swiftly. If you cannot save him today, I will ensure you pay the price. Lu Xueqiang lamented, Secretary Guan, I truly have no means left. With a resounding thud, Guan Shanyan struck Lu Xueqiang in the face. You treat lives with such disdain, a quack causing harm. I will never forgive you. Lu Xueqiang was sent reeling, blood already draining from him. The mayor had died under his care. His career was in ruins. In his daze, Lu Xueqiang turned his gaze towards Wang Long. Wang Long stood with his back to the crowd, a mocking smile gracing his face. Director Lu, since my arrival, I have never once commented on your medical skills. Rather, it has been you who has consistently ridiculed and belittled me. The truth of the matter will reveal itself in due course. You speak nonsense, Lu Xueqiang retorted, rising to his feet. Before your arrival, I had distinctly cured the ailment of Mayor Huang. Now that you are here, he is in distress again. This matter cannot be divorced from your involvement. I have grounds to suspect you are a spy sent from the land of cherry blossoms. Guan Shanyan was distraught, her heart in turmoil. Moreover, she remained uncertain about the relationship between Mutu Chizuru and Wang Long. Could all of this be a conspiracy orchestrated by the people of the East? Seize Wang Long at once. Wang Long smiled faintly, silently reciting incantations in his heart. He turned, extending 2 fingers, directly pointing at Huang Weihua. His tongue unleashed a thunderous command. Manifest. A torrent of black smoke surged forth. The crowd was beset by excruciating headaches. The entire hospital room trembled violently. From the depths of the swirling smoke, a bizarre figure emerged, neither fully human nor entirely otherworldly, with bloodshot eyes glinting like spotlights as they swept over each individual present. Huang Weihua, along with the petite nurses, were instantly struck with terror, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. Even Guan Shanyan, usually composed, displayed a visage of horror, retreating in haste. Though she was a martial artist, she was still a woman, harboring an innate fear of the spectral and the uncanny. Wang Long's face was as cold as ice. He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slightly curling. In an instant, golden light radiated in all directions. A resplendent golden long sword materialized in his grasp. As I said, what we, the people of Xia, have discarded, you cherish as treasure. Ah! Wang Long let out a cold laugh and swung his sword, a stunning flash momentarily appearing. A golden line abruptly emerged from the midst of the ghostly shadow. A piercing scream resonated through the sky. At this moment, in a secluded house in Hangzhou City, Wu-Tung Qianhe trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With her shikigami destroyed, she too was affected. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Wu-Tung Qianhe broke into a sinister smile. In the hospital room, tranquility returned, enveloped in silence. Only the disarray of the furnishings bore witness to the events that had transpired. Beep, beep, beep. Huang Weihua's steady heartbeat began to stir. He lives. The mayor of Huang City has revived, a nurse shouted. Regaining her composure, Guan Shanyan rushed over, unable to contain her excitement. Lu Xueqiang watched the scene with trepidation, as if struck by lightning. Confirming that the mayor was safe, Guan Shanyan turned her gaze toward Wang Long. Her face flushed as she knelt without hesitation. Mr. Wang, I understand now. I was blinded by my own narrow view, and I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses. However, Lu Xueqiang suddenly interjected. Secretary Guan, this man is clearly in league with that Eastern Yin-Yang master. Do not be deceived. He seeks to gain your trust and that of the mayor. He is a spy. Lu Xueqiang panicked. With the situation having escalated to this point, his culpability as a quack was now undeniable. Even if Secretary Guan spared him, the mayor would surely not let him off the hook. He had to portray Wang Long as a traitorous spy to have any chance of survival. How could someone without a medical license possibly heal? I too am at a loss, yet he has cured so effortlessly. Secretary Guan, do you not find this suspicious? Do you know his true identity? Before he could finish, a robust figure strode in with an imposing presence. He glared at Lu Xueqiang with fierce eyes. What is his identity? Allow me to enlighten you. It was none other than the Northern Border War King Yun Zhonghu. With a voice like thunder, he declared, Listen well. This man, who has yet to gain fame, has already overshadowed the war god. He personally eliminated the so-called ultimate weapon of death, the Grand Master Guizhong Kyuzo of Sakura country, and possesses the 10th divine weapon of the Bai ancestors. He is a certified imperial grandmaster from the Martial Arts Institute, enjoying royal privileges. Mr. Wang Long, to call him a spy or a lackey, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The nurses turned pale with fear, some even fainting on the spot. Lu Xueqiang collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Each of these titles, one alone, was enough to condemn him to death 1,000 times over. Mere big shot could not encapsulate this. He was simply a colossal figure. Guan Shanyan's mouth fell slightly agape, her condition hardly better than Lu Xueqiang's. From the moment Wang Long made his move, she sensed his extraordinary status, but never anticipated the magnitude of his identity. Royal privileges. Even if the mayor were to awaken at this moment, he would have to bow respectfully to Wang Long. The Yang family dared to treat Wang Long with such disdain. pressuring him for secrets? Had they lost their minds? Any family fortunate enough to have such a powerful figure would revere him like a deity. Were the Yangs blind?
Bang!
Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Zhonghu knelt before Wang Long benefactor. I learned through Professor Zhan that you were here. I came to pay my respects, only to find that ignorant fools dared to defame you publicly. I could not contain myself. Please forgive my indiscretion. Beneath the war god, there are the 4 war kings of the north, south, east, and west. Each one is a legendary hero in their own right. And now, one of them, the northern border war king Yun Zhonghu, knelt. This act carried far more weight than mere words. Lu Xueqiang, utterly terrified, crawled to Wang Long's feet, clutching his leg. Mr. Wang, I was wrong. My medical skills are lacking. I am a quack who has harmed others. I beseech you, great sir, to overlook my transgressions and spare me this once. Wang Long gestured for Yun Zhonghu and Guan Shanyan to rise, then turned to Lu Xueqiang with a smile and said, Director Lu, had I not managed to save Mayor Huang today, or if you had successfully framed me as a spy and a traitor, would you have shown me mercy? I apologize. I am typically quite amiable, but you have provoked my ire, and the consequences could be dire. Guan Shanyan immediately interjected, Mr. Wang enjoys royal privileges. Lu Xueqiang has presented no evidence to defame the royal family. By law, he must be executed. Bring him forth, and imprison him until his execution. Yes. Several young men clad in black suits entered without hesitation, dragging the weeping Lu Xueqiang away, his cries echoing through the corridor like the wails of a slaughtered pig. Startled passers-by turned their heads, bewildered by the commotion. Enough. The patient requires rest. Please do not crowd here, Wang Long said with a smile. After ensuring Huang Weihua was settled, Guan Shanyan hurriedly followed Wang Long alongside Yun Zhonghu. Mr. Wang, I previously overstepped my bounds regarding the secret formula. Do you think it necessary for me to apply some pressure on the Yang family? Guan Shanyan inquired timidly. No need. I must thank you. The secret formula was precisely what they required. Wang Long waved his hand with a smirk in his heart. It was merely a beauty cream from a celestial goddess. Following that, I possessed the divine water of the favored concubine and the body lotion of Shishir. Yang family, you shall witness. All right, I understand, Mr. Wang. Once the city lord awakens, I will faithfully report today's events. Rest assured, Guan Shanyan said respectfully. At that moment, Yun Zhonghu spoke, Benefactor, I truly did not anticipate that you would become the son-in-law of the Yang family. When I first saw you at the entrance of the Yang residence, I thought I was mistaken. With your stature, marrying a princess would be more than sufficient. Why take such a path? I have my own reasons. General Zhan, given your busy official duties, it would be best if you refrained from conversing with someone as idle as I. I kindly ask for your attention regarding the Onmyoji of the East and the Hahuan sect. Oh, and one more thing, Ling Shuang has been excessively fatigued lately. Please avoid disturbing her unless absolutely necessary, allowing her a couple of days for proper recuperation. With that, he concluded. Wang Long swiftly departed. In the midday, he dispatched Pan Xian. In the afternoon, he eliminated Guizhong Quangsan, and by evening, he vanquished a Shikigami. What a tumultuous day it had been. Upon returning home, the sky had already darkened. Beep! He unlocked the fingerprint lock. Before him appeared the ethereal silhouette of a woman, entirely unclad. She stood with her back to Wang Long, her shoulders delicately sculpted and her waist reminiscent of a willow. She was enchanting and alluring. Ah! How is it that you tread so silently? You lecherous rogue! Yang Wanrong exclaimed in a flurry, hastily wrapping herself in a towel, her damp long hair accentuating her delicate features, rendering her even more pitiable. What are you doing? Yang Wanrong glared at Wang Long, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Wang Long cast a glance at the water stains that spread all the way to the bathroom door beneath Yang Wanrong's feet. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he remarked, It seems evident that you deliberately dashed out of the bathroom without a stitch on upon hearing the door open. Are you trying to entice me?
Yang Wanrong,
With a playful smirk, sauntered over with a cat-like grace. And so what if I am? We are legally wed. Even if I were to flirt with you, you cannot accuse me of being promiscuous. Wang Long curled his lips in disdain. Are you really afraid to make a move? Don't forget to mop the floor after you're done. He then strode toward the kitchen. You! Yang Wanrong exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. How do you know I'm not serious? How can you be certain without giving it a try? Having hardly eaten all day, Wang Long retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and remarked, the launch time for the heavenly beauty cream has arrived. You ought to prepare yourself. I have decided to assign you the responsibility. Me responsible? Have you lost your mind? Yang Wanrong placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, right now, I'm just a fool. How can a fool manage a company? Wang Long took a sip of beer, assuring himself that there would always be a solution. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell chimed. A woman of captivating beauty appeared. Sir, your package has arrived. Wang Long observed the woman, whose hands were empty, and inquired, where is the delivery? The delivery is me, she exclaimed with a swift motion. Wang Long tilted his head as a sharp flying dagger whizzed past his ear. The woman leaped into the air, her arms outstretched. With a swift motion, numerous gleaming blades shot forth with dazzling brilliance. Wang Long retreated, narrowly evading as the ground became littered with several flying daggers. Almost simultaneously, a sultry voice echoed from behind him. Master, I am here. With a swift motion, the woman attempted to embrace Wang Long's waist, intending to execute a backward throw. However, to her surprise, she grasped nothing but air. Wang Long pointed towards the woman's brow, chuckling, you have concealed your aura well. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely fallen for your trick. However, regrettably for you, I am not just anyone. The woman promptly raised her hands in surrender. All right, I concede. Truly deserving of your title as my master. You have proven your mettle. At that moment, Wang Long's phone rang. Along, it's your third aunt. The new package has arrived. Hasn't it? Or should I say, have you met the person? This is a gift from the old tailor. Her name is Su Ying, known as the Shadow Butterfly Princess, the world's top assassin. Wang Long found himself in a perplexing situation. Third aunt, it's one thing to send gifts, but why on earth are you sending living people? Chapter 80. Problems that can be resolved with money are not problems. The old tailor was merely concerned for your safety, after all, given your current state. Third aunt refrained from continuing, steering the conversation in another direction. Su Ying is quite capable, as you should know better than I. Well then, I must be off to dance at the square. Farewell. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Wang Long felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The old tailor, once renowned as the king of assassins in his youth, had retreated into seclusion in his later years. Nevertheless, he was still surrounded by numerous disciples. A formidable assassin is not necessarily a warrior, nor is a warrior guaranteed to excel as an assassin. To be an exceptional assassin, one must possess not only remarkable martial skills but also a breadth of knowledge, enabling them to execute their missions without raising any suspicion from their targets. Particularly in today's era of advanced technology, the profession of assassination can be deemed as highly sophisticated and elite. The woman known as Su Ying, ranking at the top, is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Why is it so noisy while collecting a package? The voice of Yang Wanrong echoed from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. It's nothing. A friend has arrived. Just continue to enjoy your bath. After reassuring Yang Wanrong, Wang Long turned his attention back to Su Ying. This woman possessed a figure akin to that of a supermodel. At first glance, she appeared to be of summer nationality, yet her skin resembled that of a Caucasian, with features more defined than the average summer woman. Are you of mixed heritage? Su Ying replied with a playful smile. Indeed, my mother is from Snow Country. Master, I shall be your dedicated assassin and personal bodyguard, never leaving your side. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Long, and he narrowed his eyes. You need not call me master. Mr. Wang or Long Gu will suffice. Furthermore, you need not provide personal protection for me. If one day you wish to leave, just let me know.
Su Ying.
I now inquire, are you familiar with the realm of business? With a charming smile, Su Ying responded, Long Gu, in this day and age, those who can afford to hire assassins are all individuals of considerable wealth. To better understand them, I have obtained dual master's degrees in business administration and economics. Who do you intend to eliminate? Wang Long smiled knowingly. I do not require you to eliminate anyone. Rather, I need your assistance in managing the company and, incidentally, to take on a disciple. Just as he spoke, Yang Wanrong emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing the fair-skinned and beautiful Su Ying, she was momentarily taken aback. Wang Long, who is she? She is the master I have found for you. Ah? The following day after breakfast, Wang Long drove towards the company with Yang Wanrong and Su Ying. Hey, are you serious? Yang Wanrong exclaimed in a fluster. Even though the company is yours now, the entire staff is comprised of Yang Mengqi's people. Aren't you putting me at risk of exposure? Rest assured, I have everything arranged for you. To the outside world, Su Ying is merely a nanny I hired for you, responsible for your care and conveying my directives. You need only continue to feign ignorance. Wang Long chuckled. Oh, you cannot simply feign ignorance. Su Ying possesses considerable capability. You ought to learn from her. One day, this company will be entirely entrusted to your stewardship. Yang Wanrong pressed her lips together. More than anyone else, she yearned to excel, to escape the pretense of ignorance. However, a decade devoid of social interaction had left her feeling somewhat socially anxious. Beside her, Su Ying offered reassurance. Madam, do not worry. I will handle everything. Yang Wanrong cast a sidelong glance at the charming Su Ying and scoffed. My cousin is no easy opponent. Are you up to the task? Let us give it a try. If she proves to be a hindrance, I shall take it upon myself to optimize her. I am more adept at this than managing the company, Su Ying replied with an unwavering smile. Unaware of the implications of Su Ying's words, Yang Wanrong sighed.
Ah, optimisation?
Such a facile term. Perhaps you should focus on navigating today instead. Yang Mengqi will not concede so easily. Wang Long smiled without uttering a word, having anticipated this outcome long ago. He had disclosed the secret formula to the Yang family yesterday. Thus, they would no longer vie for this project. Consequently, only one situation awaited them. Ah, Mr. Wang, you have finally chosen to make an appearance. The entire company has been eager to meet this new proprietor of ours. And you brought along Yang Wanrong. Ha! Are you concerned that no one would respect you? Yet what purpose does it serve to bring along a fool? Upon arriving at the company, Yang Enjing approached with a sarcastic demeanor. The crowd displayed expressions of disdain. Is he truly the spineless individual who became a live-in son-in-law to a fool? I had thought he would never show up. Humph! A mere parasite, what can he accomplish? Word has it that he acquired the company from Miss Yang Mengqi for 300 million from Mr. Chu. Perhaps he was pressed for debts, compelling him to come here. It's truly disheartening. After all our efforts to elevate our beauty cream to such prominence, under the guidance of such a worthless individual, its downfall is inevitable. Wang Long gazed at Yang Enjing and chuckled. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be attending to young Master Feng? Yang Enjing coldly scoffed. A petty person relying on others' power. My affairs are none of your concern. I am the vice president of the company. I merely went to Sakura country for an inspection recently. With that, Yang Enjing clapped her hands, addressing the department heads. Since President Wang is here, let us convene in the conference room to hear what instructions he has. Soon, the conference room was filled with department heads. Yet no one reported their work. Instead, they cast mocking glances at Wang Long and his companions. They had received news the previous day that Miss Yang Mengqi intended to establish another company and was offering them high salaries to join her. Remaining here was merely to carry out the last directive from Yang Mengqi, to humiliate Wang Long and then resign. There was, however, one exception. Han Mimi, holding a file, spoke up. President Wang, I was previously Miss Yang Mengqi's secretary, and now I serve as your secretary. Here is the preparation status for the launch of the Heavenly Queen Beauty Cream for your review. Han Mimi, you are certainly drawing attention with so many supervisors around.
Yang Enjing admonished.
When Mengqi's cousin was present, I never saw you so eager. You refused to accompany clients for drinks and declined to deliver gifts to their homes. If it weren't for your pretty face, Mengqi would have dismissed you long ago. What is this? Knowing the new boss is here, you intend to ingratiate yourself? Let me tell you, it's futile. He is merely a fool hired by our Yang family, and this company is destined for ruin. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Han Mimi, a recent university graduate, had caught Yang Mengqi's attention due to her attractive appearance, leading her to keep her as a secretary to accompany important clients. However, she proved herself unworthy, repeatedly disappointing clients and causing Yang Mengqi to lose face before them. Clearly, this time, Yang Mengqi had no intention of taking her along. With no skills and unwilling to leverage her looks, what use was there for someone like her? I did not. Han Mimi protested. I am simply fulfilling my duties. Mr. Wang, as the general manager, has the right to be informed about the company's situation. Oh, you dare to retort when I speak to you? Yang Enjing slapped her hand in anger. Han Mimi, terrified, closed her eyes but did not dare to evade. With a critically ill mother at home, she could not afford to lose this job and could only endure in silence. Just then, a sharp sound echoed through the room. Wang Long grasped Yang Enjing's wrist and remarked with a smile, I believe Secretary Han's words hold merit. We should commence without delay. Humph! Yang Enjing rolled her eyes, withdrawing her hand disdainfully. Very well, Wang Long. We are here to inform you that, effective today, we are resigning. Indeed, resigning. What future could there possibly be in following a good-for-nothing leech? I intend to resign. Absolutely. The others promptly echoed her sentiments. Wang Long nodded slightly. Very well. Those who wish to leave are free to do so. I shall not impede you. He chuckled lightly. Do you think it is that simple?
Yang Enjing scoffed disdainfully.
If it were that simple, we would not have waited for your arrival. All the company's funds have been allocated to the development and production of the Heavenly Queen Beauty Cream. We have not received our salaries for 3 months. Now that you are the boss, it is your responsibility to settle our accounts. Indeed, it is as such. Wang Long had anticipated this, chuckling. Indeed, if a problem can be resolved with money, it is no problem at all. Chapter 81. The Privilege of Wealth. Upon hearing these words, Yang Enjing could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Wang Long. Can you not feign superiority? Do you need me to remind you? The funds for purchasing the company were provided by Mr. Chu, and you still owe by Zijia over 10 million, correct? Your pockets are likely emptier than your face. Do you have any idea how much the salaries for the entire company over 3 months amount to? 20 million. Do you possess that amount? Yang Enjing discreetly arranged for someone to investigate Wang Long's finances and discovered that he was currently destitute. Today, she was determined to ruin his reputation, ensuring the company could not continue operating. Without funds, we shall seize the company's assets. Do not even think of evading responsibility. Ha! With no money, yet you aspire to run a company. Would it not be better to embrace your role as a worthless son-in-law? Enough with the idle chatter. I shall instruct the removal of all valuable assets from the company. If that is insufficient, I will lead the workers to create a ruckus at this foolish man's residence. The crowd was incensed, and they secretly reveled in the situation. Yang Mengqi had stated that as long as Wang Long's reputation was tarnished, their salaries at the new company would double. It merely required bullying a useless individual to achieve a pay raise. Why not relish in it? As Su Ying's expression darkened and she prepared to take action, Wang Long raised his hand to stop her. Wang Long turned to the crowd, still wearing a cheerful smile. Please remain calm, everyone. As for the money, I assure you I will provide every last bit. Wang Long turned to the silent Han Mimi. Secretary Han, are you leaving? Han Mimi furrowed her brow. With her qualifications, she feared she would never find such a good job again. Yet, the present circumstances. How could Wang Long, a son-in-law, possibly produce such a substantial sum of money at once? Ultimately, she steeled her resolve and declared, Mr. Wang, given the promising prospects of the beauty cream, even if salaries cannot be disbursed, I wish to remain and give it another try. Ha ha ha. Han Mimi, you truly possess a talent for flattery. Yang Enjing scoffed. This fool lacks the funds to pay wages. Do you think the workers will continue to toil for him? I'm not afraid to inform you that a product equivalent to the Heavenly Queen Beauty Cream, yet far more affordable, is soon to be launched. At that point, Wang Long's inventory will be rendered unsellable refuse. Even if he sells at a loss, it won't suffice to repay Mr. Chu's 3 billion. This company is destined for bankruptcy. Prospects, my foot. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Han Mimi felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her face as pale as a sheet. How could this be? Was the Heavenly Queen Company truly finished? Very well. In that case, Secretary Han, I shall entrust you with the task of settling the accounts. Wang Long remarked as he glanced at his phone, noting the time. It was nearly upon them. Observing Wang Long's composed demeanor, the The crowd scoffed in disbelief. What are you pretending for? If you had the money, you would have revealed it by now. Is it time for the company to meet its demise? At that moment, the roar of an engine filled the air. With a hiss, a truck came to a halt at the company's entrance. Here it comes, Secretary Han. Inform everyone in the company. Wages are being distributed. Wang Long strode away with purpose, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Yang Enjing let out a cold laugh, remarking, "What a charade. Come, let us see what tricks he has in store this time." Soon, the area outside the company was teeming with people. "Boss, the goods you requested have arrived. Please sign here," exclaimed the driver, rushing over with a beaming smile. Having delivered goods for so many years, he had never encountered anything like this before. Today, he was truly witnessing something remarkable. Wang Long signed his name and chuckled. "All right, unload the truck." "Huh?" The driver glanced around. "Boss, how do we unload it? Just tip it over." "What? Are you sure, boss? What's inside is..." "Enough nonsense. If I tell you to tip it over, then do it." Yang Enjing stepped forward, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Don't waste our time. After witnessing this pathetic display, we still have things to move. Hurry up." "Fine." The driver grimaced and approached the truck. "Wang Long, you aren't bringing a bunch of useless items like peanut oil or rice to curry favor with us, are you? Do you think this is your village?" Yang Enjing scoffed. "Ha ha ha. Rice and oil? I can't believe he thought of that. That's the extent of his ambitions. What can you expect from a country bumpkin? You might as well keep it for your own cooking, or maybe you should turn the company into a restaurant." "Oh wait, with such a large company, you can't afford the rent." Laughter filled the air, drowning out their words. Wang Long smiled faintly and glanced at Han Mimi beside him. "Secretary Han, please take note. For those who leave, not a cent should be deducted, nor should a single extra penny be given." Han Mimi nodded, somewhat perplexed, as she was uncertain of Wang Long's true intentions. At that moment, the truck's dumper released a cascade of cash. Bundles of 100 yuan notes spilled forth like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd were filled with red. This emblem of wealth surged forth like a tidal wave, creating a small mountain of currency. "My goodness! How much is this?" Everyone was astounded. Yang Enjing was equally bewildered. How could this man possibly possess such wealth? His bank account clearly showed a lack of funds. Standing before the Crimson Mound, Wang Long addressed the crowd with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, as I am new here and uncertain of your preferences, I believe no gift could surpass this. Here lies 100 million in cash, freshly withdrawn from the bank. For those who wish to depart, Secretary Han will settle their accounts according to their salaries. For those who remain, the remaining funds will be equally distributed. None shall be left behind." The crowd gasped in awe. 100 million in cash. It weighed over a ton. Considering the factory workers, the company had over 1,000 employees. After deducting salaries, each person would still receive at least 80,000. 80,000. To put this into perspective, an ordinary employee earns merely 4,000 a month. This sum equated to nearly 2 years' worth of their wages. Yet, Wang Long's next words once again reshaped their understanding. Furthermore, starting next month, the salaries of those who remain will triple. The entire room erupted in astonishment. Han Mimi's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 million in cash. Such a sum she could never hope to earn in her lifetime. Just like that, it was given away? Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Manager Wang, is this truly feasible? Such an extravagant amount. Do you genuinely intend to bestow it upon us?" "Indeed, I can afford to be extravagant," Wang Long chuckled. "As long as you all perform well in the future, this is merely a trifle." It was a blow to the heart. At that moment, the corporate executives were filled with regret. Not only had they received 80,000 for nothing, but now their salaries were set to triple. This treatment was far superior to what Yang Mengqi had offered. Moreover, the Yang family had a habit of delaying salary payments whenever possible. In stark contrast, Wang Long was genuinely generous. 100 million was delivered with such simplicity and force that it stung the faces of those present. Yang Enjing, seething with rage, could hardly fathom where Wang Long had acquired such wealth. Suddenly, a realization struck her. How could I have forgotten? This fool had previously won a top-quality imperial green jadeite from young Master Feng through gambling. This money must have come from selling that jade. How infuriating. That scoundrel has once again outsmarted us. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Yang Enjing took out her phone and answered, her frown lifting as she transformed her anger into laughter. Ha ha ha. Wang Long, you've gone too far this time. Do you truly believe that your jade sales can save you? The Tianho company is going bankrupt today. No sooner had she spoken than a black Audi appeared on the scene. Chapter 82. You haven't tasted good pork, there's a saying. You can never know the identity of those who step out of an Audi. Yet, at that moment, from Yang Enjing's expression, it was evident that the person was of considerable stature. A well-dressed young man emerged. Yang Enjing approached him with a beaming smile. Ah, young master Fan, I apologize for troubling you with such a trivial matter. Fan Jian playfully patted her backside. My dear, how could I overlook your affairs? You must perform splendidly tonight. Young master Fan, please lower your voice. So many eyes are upon us. Yang Enjing coyly threw him a flirtatious glance, then feigned a look of distress. Had I not received your call, I would have been bullied today. You must stand up for me. Observing Yang Enjing's flirtatious demeanor, Fan Jian declared confidently, isn't it just that worthless fellow from your family? Even if he were a dragon, he must bow before me. Let's go. Yang Enjing, wrapping her arm around Fan Jian's, strutted over to Wang Long. Upon seeing the mountain of cash amounting to 100 million, Fan Jian was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. Ha! Are you so rich that you have nowhere to spend it? You bring it here to show off? Yang Enjing then introduced Wang Long. Mr. Wang, pay attention. Standing before you is young Master Fan, the son of the director of the Hangzhou Natural Bureau. Shouldn't you show him some respect? Respect? Spare me. Fan Jian sneered, waving his hand dismissively. Not everyone is worthy of my acknowledgement. Consider this your notice. Vacate this building by the end of the day, officials? Wang Long smiled and inquired, may I ask why? Is that so? He raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Han Mimi. Secretary Han, do you have the documents? Kindly show them to me. Yes, I have them right here. Please take a look. General Manager Wang. Han Mimi retrieved the documents from her folder. Wang Long glanced at the document and, indeed, it was a lease contract for official land. However, rules? You dare to speak of rules to me? Fan Jian cast a contemptuous glance at Yang Enjing and smirked, his imposing aura overshadowing the room. Every individual present inhaled sharply. Regardless of one's capabilities, challenging the authorities was an audacious endeavor. With such a vast company, relocating within a single day was an insurmountable task. The Tianho company was now utterly doomed. Yang Enjing, crossing her arms, triumphantly declared, Wang Long, do you believe that your meager wealth as a country bumpkin makes you significant? Before young Master Fan, you are merely refuse. Do not entertain thoughts of defying the government's orders. You cannot afford to offend them. Those high-ranking executives who had previously harbored regrets now aligned themselves with Yang Enjing once more. Indeed, well said. Wealth is impressive. But what good is it if you can no longer sustain your company? In this world, doing business hinges on connections. As a mere interloper, what connections do you possess? Do you believe that money alone can solve everything? How foolish. Such arrogance. Bringing a fool to work. It's laughable. Faced with the aggressive Yang Enjing and the haughty Fan Jian, Wang Long remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young Master Fan, I reiterate, your actions defy propriety. If you wish for me to vacate, present the official documentation. Otherwise, our discussion is moot. At once, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the faces of those present paling. Was that not the son of the director of the Natural Bureau? How dare he oppose him? What favorable outcome could arise from such defiance? Yang Enjing remarked with a mocking tone, Wang, are you truly unaware of the consequences of crossing paths with young Master Fan? Even the mightiest of deities could not rescue you now. As she uttered those words, Fan Jian's gaze subtly shifted to the enchanting Su Ying and Yang Wanrong standing behind Wang Long. He could not help but pause. He recognized Yang Wanrong, strikingly beautiful yet regrettably dim-witted. However, the other woman, such an exquisite mixed-race beauty was a rare sight indeed. Fan Jian's eyes narrowed as he altered his approach. I shall not stoop to quarreling with someone of your lowly status. Heiress the deal. If you permit the mixed-race beauty behind you to attend to me for one evening, I shall grant you an extension of 3 days. Young Master Fan, what do you mean? Yang Yinjing's expression shifted alarmingly. We had an agreement for the day. How can you suddenly change the terms? This is unacceptable. To hell with you, Fan Jian retorted, striking Yang Yinjing with force. I am the one who sets the rules here. I will change them as I please. Stand aside. Yang Yinjing, having received a solid blow, covered her face in silence. Su Ying smiled seductively. Long ago, it appears this young Master Fan possesses some understanding. Perhaps I should step in to negotiate on his behalf. Wang Long shook his head. Young Master Fan, it seems you have never tasted good pork. Otherwise, why would you behave like a teddy bear, eager to mount anyone in sight? Since you do not wish to act like a human, I shall oblige you. With a resounding thud, Fan Jian's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing directly into an Audi, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Wang Long swiftly caught up, seizing Fan Jian's head and forcefully smashing it against the car hood. Bang, bang, bang. A series of personality corrections ensued. The car hood bore the imprint of a human face. Blood streamed down Fan Jian's visage, his nasal bone contorted into a C shape. Damn it! I am an official. How dare you touch me? I will ensure your demise. Fan Jian raged. You wait right there. If I don't end you today, I shall share your surname. Fan Jian, in a frenzy, pulled out his phone and called his father. Dad, that fool Wang Long from the Yang family has struck me. You must come quickly. What? Where are you? At Tian Ho Company. Suddenly, silence enveloped the line. In the office, Fan Jin's complexion turned pale as he swallowed hard, covering the mouthpiece while glancing at Guan Shanyan across from him. Secretary Guan, you were referring to Mr. Wang from Tian Ho Company, correct? Guan Shanyan nodded. Indeed, Mr. Wang Long is a certified Imperial Grandmaster, enjoying royal privileges. Moreover, the Tian Ho Beauty Cream project under his name shows great promise. The municipal authorities have decided to cultivate Tian Ho Company as a leading enterprise in our city. Fan Jin nearly toppled from his chair. Fan Jian, why provoke anyone, let alone Wang Long? He is an officially recognized Imperial Grandmaster. You have doomed me. Fan Jin then released the phone, shouting, You wait. I will be there shortly. Until I arrive, do not act recklessly. After hanging up, Fan Jian wore a smug expression, pointing derisively at Wang Long. My father is coming personally. Fool. Prepare for your end. Chapter 83. A sudden emergence. The director of the Natural Bureau is coming personally. The hearts of those present leapt into their throats. This had escalated beyond mere company troubles. The brazen assault on an official was no trivial matter. Terrified, the group of executives hastily distanced themselves from Wang Long. Wang Long. Settle our accounts. We resign. Yes, following a fool like you, it's a matter of life and death. Please settle our wages. Hurry. I have no desire to seek you in prison. Wang Long smiled and addressed Han Mimi, saying, Secretary Han, please expedite the checkout for these esteemed guests. At this moment, Fan Jian burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, Wang Long, I await your downfall with bated breath. I shan't wait for another day. I will personally dismantle everything your company possesses. You think you can lay a hand on me? As long as I am here, there shall be no sanctuary for you in Hangzhou. Yang Yinjing scoffed. Truly, you have brought this upon yourself. How fortunate for you that young Master Fan still offers you an opportunity. Wang Long, this is the consequence of your pretentiousness. With that, Yang Yinjing sauntered over to Fan Jian. Young Master Fan, am I not more appealing than that woman? Yet you still strike me. Ha ha ha. Fan Jian wrapped his arm around Yang Yinjing's waist, his hand wandering downwards, declaring, to strike is to show affection, and I have granted him a chance, yet he remains ineffectual. You, however, are obedient. Soon after, Han Mimi retrieved cash from the mountain of banknotes to settle the bill for the group of executives. With the money in hand, their audacity grew even bolder, and their gazes towards Wang Long brimmed with mockery. Father Rongrong is frightened. At this moment, Yang Wanrong leaned closer to Wang Long, whispering, What shall we do now? Your impulsiveness has offended the authorities. We are in deep trouble. Wang Long chuckled. Whoever arrives must adhere to reason. It is the rule. Ha ha ha. Yang Yinjing pointed at Yang Wanrong and scoffed. Are you not a bit foolish? You finally know fear. You simpleton. Your husband is about to face a lengthy imprisonment. Just then, A convoy of official vehicles arrived in succession. Fan Jin appeared, his face etched with anger, but he obediently followed behind. Leading the procession was a tall woman clad in professional attire. Fan Jian's eyes lit up. Secretary Guan. How could it be her? He could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Wang Long. You truly are unfortunate. Do you know who that is? She is the city's chief secretary, Miss Guan Shanyan. Oh dear, your luck is indeed dismal. Having struck someone from the authorities, Secretary Guan is here to personally interrogate you. The crowd gasped and recoiled in shock. They never anticipated that Director Fan wielded such influence, capable of summoning a figure of such prominence as the city's chief secretary. It was over. No one could save Wang Long now. Unfilial son. Silence yourself. Slap. The sound of the slap was deafening. To everyone's astonishment, Fan Jin stepped forward and struck his own son to the ground. As if that were not enough, he kicked him several times until he was panting heavily, finally ceasing his assault. Dad? Why are you hitting me? You should be punishing that despicable Wang Long. Fan Jian cried out, his body covered in bruises and blood streaming from his broken nose. Without a glance at Fan Jian, Fan Jin strode straight to Wang Long, kneeling before him. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, all rendered speechless. The director was kneeling to Wang Long? How could this be? At that moment, Guan Shanyan approached with a smile. Mr. Wang, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Wang Long nodded with a smile and said, Hello, Secretary Guan. How is the mayor's health? Thanks to Mr. Wang. The mayor is now in good condition and was discharged this morning. He is currently resting at home. Oh, that is wonderful. Yang Yinjing was left in a state of shock, staring incredulously at Wang Long and Guan Shanyan, who were engaged in light-hearted conversation. How could it be? How could this country bumpkin possibly be acquainted with a figure as significant as Secretary Guan? She was someone beyond the reach of even the Yang family. However, it was Guan Shanyan's next statement that truly rendered her speechless. Ladies and gentlemen, Tianho Company has now been designated by the city as a key enterprise for support. The official land originally allocated has been tripled, and the city will also allocate a special fund to assist in the company's development. I urge everyone to continue working hard to transform Tianho Company into a star enterprise of Hangzhou. A wave of astonishment surged through the crowd. Tianho Company had become a focal point of the city. It would be nearly impossible for it to fail. It wouldn't be long before this modest Tianho Company emerged as the illustrious Tianho Group. Fan Jian felt a loud buzz in his head, his mind going blank. Wang Long is actually acquainted with the mayor? This is disastrous. He has truly encountered a formidable obstacle this time. At this moment, Wang Long turned to Fan Jin and said with a smile, Director Fan, I personally do not mind. However, your son openly teased my people, and that crosses the line. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. This statement was not intended as flattery towards Wang Long. Wang Long is a certified grandmaster of the Martial Arts Institute, enjoying privileges akin to those of royalty. Should he truly take action, it is likely that his entire family would be doomed to follow suit. He cannot afford to let his son remain in Hangzhou any longer. Wang Long chuckled. Although Guan Shanyan did not explicitly state it, he understood the paramount importance of official reputation. After all, it was only fitting to extend some courtesy to the city leader. Fan Jin felt as though he had been granted a royal pardon, expressing his gratitude while escorting Fan Jian away. Just as they departed, a group of recently resigned executives surrounded him. General Wang, we were indeed short-sighted. We shall not resign after all, and we will dedicate our lives to working alongside you. Indeed, General Wang, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a remarkable individual, destined for greatness. I implore you to accept me. Even a fool would recognize who truly wielded power in that moment. What was Yang Mengqi, after all? No matter how prestigious the Yang family was, could they possibly be associated with such a prominent official like the city leader? Yet, Wang Long simply uttered two curt words. No way. At that moment, Guan Shanyan interjected, Mr. Wang, I have another task to discuss. The city leader has instructed me to express his gratitude to you in person. May I inquire if you are available now? I am. Su-Ying, please handle the remaining matters and keep an eye on my wife. Wang Long nodded with a smile. Before departing, he glanced at the stunned Han Mimi. Secretary Han, Su-Ying is not only my wife's caregiver but also my secretary. It seems your role as a secretary is no longer tenable. Since Yang Enjing is leaving, why not take her place as the vice president? As for the salary, it will be 3 times that of the previous vice president. Do your best. After saying this, he left. Wang Long took a seat in the car of Guanshan Yen. The expressions of the departing executives were exceedingly grim, filled with profound regret. Even Han Mimi felt this way. Had they chosen to align themselves with Wang Long from the very beginning, what extraordinary fortunes might have awaited them. There is no remedy for regret in this world. Now, they could only leave in dejection, trailing behind Yang Enjing. Han Mimi gazed at the receding silhouette of the vehicle, as if lost in a dream. Her fists clenched tightly. Mr. Wang, I shall follow you for the rest of my life. I will not betray your nurturing. Inside the car, Wang Long gazed at Secretary Guanshan Yen and remarked, Secretary Guan, forgive my candor, but has something transpired at Mayor's residence? Upon hearing these words, Guanshan Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 84. Exorcism. Wang Long chuckled softly and continued, Secretary Guan, your gaze has betrayed you. You are truly inept at deceit. Today, there is a discernible hint of trepidation in your eyes. Although she maintained a facade of composure, Wang Long perceptibly discerned her inner turmoil. Guanshan Yan's expression softened slightly as she sighed. Alas, nothing escapes Mr. Wang's keen observation. You truly are remarkable. In fact, including this assassination attempt, this marks the 3rd calamity the mayor of Huang City has faced this month. The first was a car accident, but fortunately, the driver was cautious, and the mayor only sustained minor injuries. The second incident occurred during a conference in the provincial capital when a chandelier unexpectedly plummeted. Fortunately, the mayor had just stepped out to the restroom, or the consequences would have been dire. It's not just the mayor. Even his family has been beset by misfortunes this month. I suspect. You suspect there is something sinister within the mayor's household? Wang Long interjected with a smile. Guanshan Yen nodded. Yes. I implore you to intervene. I fear that if this continues, the mayor may truly meet an untimely demise. The mayor has extended such generous favors to the Tianho Company. It is only fitting that we pay a visit in return. Wang Long promptly replied, Very well. I shall do my utmost. He arrived at the city mansion, awaiting in the living room. Wang Long invoked his incantation, opening his mystical eye to perceive the energies around him. Any malevolent spirits or sinister entities would undoubtedly leave traces of dark energy. However, to his perplexity, he observed nothing out of the ordinary. At that moment, Guanshan Yen inquired, What do you see, Mr. Wang? Have you discerned anything unusual? Nothing, Wang Long replied, shaking his head. In my opinion, the recent calamity in the city appears to be of human origin. No sooner had he spoken than a derisive female voice interjected. Of human origin? Are you suggesting someone intends to harm us? What a laugh. Do you think our household's many bodyguards are merely idle? A slender beauty emerged. Casting a disdainful glance at Wang Long, Guanshan Yen promptly stood and introduced, Mr. Wang, this is the esteemed daughter of the city's elite, Huang Can, Miss Huang. Wang Long nodded slightly and stood up, addressing Miss Huang, greetings. Huang Can ignored Wang Long, scoffing coldly, and turned her attention to Guanshan Yen. Guanshan Yen, is this the person you brought? Utterly incompetent yet spouting nonsense. Tell him to leave. We no longer require his presence. For the issues within our family have already been identified. Huang Can was the cherished offspring of the city's leading couple. Having been sent to the United States for her education from a young age, she was not well versed in the affairs of her family. To assert that a solution had been found upon her arrival left Guanshan Yen somewhat skeptical. Miss, may I inquire what you have discovered? At that moment, a foreign man clad in priestly garb emerged from the room, clutching a cross. Guanshan Yen, are you questioning me? Huang Can rolled her eyes. Isn't it merely an exorcism? This is Father William, whom I invited from the United States. He is the most formidable exorcist there. With him here, no malevolent spirit can withstand him. The unexpected appearance of a priest left Guanshan Yen momentarily at a loss for words. Huang Can turned to William. Father William, have you examined every room? What is the conclusion? William made the sign of the cross and replied, Miss Huang, as I initially stated, your home has been cursed. Until this curse is lifted, your family will continue to suffer misfortune. Can you lift this curse? Huang Can promptly inquired. Certainly, it is my duty, William affirmed with a smile. Humph, did you hear that? Now, that is a true expert. Huang Can scoffed. Unlike some people who, upon arrival, discern nothing and merely claim it's human interference. Do you think money is so easily swindled in this country? Xiao Can, be respectful. At that moment, a regal woman appeared. Mother, am I mistaken? This fellow has arrived yet deduced nothing. How is he not a fraud? Impudent. Xiao Can, you are becoming increasingly disrespectful while out in the world. Quickly apologize to Mr. Wang. The woman then turned to Wang Long with a smile. Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize. I am Yuan Jie, the wife of Lao Huang. My husband is still quite weak, and I attended to him before coming here, thus neglecting you. My daughter has grown accustomed to a carefree life outside. Please do not take it to heart. Yuan Jie was aware of Wang Long's status as a certified grandmaster from the Martial Arts Institute and did not dare to be dismissive. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps, while Mr. Wang possessed great martial prowess, his understanding of the supernatural was lacking, which could be somewhat excusable. Under her mother's command, Huang Can begrudgingly stated, Mr. Wang, I apologize for my earlier impatience. Wang Long chuckled softly, feeling a sense of indignation within. Such an apology was unacceptable to him. However, out of respect for the lady, he decided to let it go. Huang Can harbored a wave of contempt in his heart. When given a little sunshine, he truly believed he was a radiant presence, thinking of himself as something of significance. Xiao Can Yuan Jie was about to reprimand Huang Can for his tone. Father William, overhearing, offered a slight smile. Mr. Wang, you must be quite young. There exists a multitude of phenomena in this world that remain unseen by us, particularly for the youth, who ought to embrace learning. Otherwise, they risk becoming the subject of ridicule. His words dripped with irony. Wang Long smiled without uttering a word, gesturing for silence as he stepped aside. A glimmer of disdain flickered in William's eyes before he addressed Mrs. Yuan and her daughter, saying, Madam, Miss, I shall commence the exorcism now. During this process, I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking. Any inquiries may be addressed after I have completed the ritual. The mother and daughter nodded in acquiescence. William then produced a tome bound in sheepskin, opening it with one hand clutching a crucifix and the other cradling the book. He began to recite incantations. Suddenly, wisps of white smoke began to swirl from various rooms of the villa, accompanied by chilling, bone-chilling howls that echoed in their ears. The faces of Mrs. Yuan and her daughter paled, causing them to recoil in terror. Wang Long was initially taken aback, but soon discerned the underlying situation. With an imperceptible gesture, he subtly clasped his fingers, producing a series of crackling sounds in the air. The cacophony of wails masked the noise, drawing no attention. After completing his actions, he bestowed a faint smile upon Guan Shanyan. I have come to understand, yet I am particularly eager to unravel the intentions of Father William. There is no rush. I shall wait a while longer. Chapter 85. Do you wish to see if it is true? Over here, white smoke began to coalesce. A ghostly figure in a flowing white dress with disheveled hair emerged, sending shockwaves through Yuan Jie and Huang Can. Good heavens! How could such a thing exist in our home? Is she a ghost? Yuan Jie's complexion turned ashen. To encounter a specter in broad daylight is truly chilling. Huang Can, though visibly startled, quickly regained her composure. Mother, fear not. Regardless of whether she is a ghost or a spirit, Father William can effortlessly handle her. Unlike certain individuals who boast grandly yet turn out to be charlatans, utterly incapable of discerning anything, we must exercise caution henceforth and refrain from bringing any stray creatures into our abode. Yuan Jie glanced at Wang Long, who wore a gentle smile and inwardly lamented. Indeed, there are those beyond compare. And this Mr. Wang, though a recognized expert from the Martial Arts Institute, pales in comparison to Father William in the realm of exorcism. Alas, how fortunate she heeded her daughter's counsel. Otherwise, the mere thought of cohabiting with a ghost sends shivers down the spine. Suddenly, William intoned a spell in a booming voice, the meaning of which was lost on the onlookers. The atmosphere in the living room shifted dramatically. Thunder rumbled and lightning crackled, forming chains that ensnared the ghostly figure. Flames erupted beneath her feet, searing her. In the next instant, a colossal sword radiating a sacred white light appeared above William's head. Whoosh! The sword shot forth, piercing the location of the ghost's heart. Instantly, a tempest of thunder and lightning ensued, accompanied by the howls of the damned. The bodyguards stationed outside mistook the commotion for an enemy assault and rushed in. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were left utterly astounded. Is this truly the exorcist summoned by the young lady? To think it is real. It is as if he commands the elements. Is he a deity? Huang can cast a sidelong glance at Wang Long. Mr. Wang, how does it feel to be so thoroughly disproven? In the future, if one lacks ability, one should simply admit it instead of concocting excuses. Only in this country can such a person survive. For abroad, one would not last a single day. Wang Long smiled in silence, while Huang Can scoffed coldly. Did this person possess no sense of shame? How could he still smile? Truly, he was devoid of dignity. With a resounding thud, as William closed the tome, the heart-stirring scene promptly vanished, and the female spectre dissipated into wisps of white smoke. Only then did William smile and address them, Madam, Miss Huang. The source of the curse was that female ghost, which I have now eradicated. You shall no longer suffer from its influence. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Yuan Jie expressed fervently, grateful for Father William's intervention. I wonder, how much does one pay for such exorcism? There is no free lunch. When engaging someone for an exorcism, compensation is certainly expected. However, to her surprise, William shook his head and replied with a smile, Miss Huang and I are friends. We do not discuss money among friends. However, there is one matter I would like to trouble you with, Madam. Yuan Jie nodded. Please, go ahead. I hold great admiration for the martial arts of Huaxia. I have heard that the Martial Arts Institute of the Summer Kingdom is to establish a branch in Hangzhou, where the nation's martial talents will gather to study. I assume you and the mayor will attend the opening ceremony, and I would like to witness it as well. Would that be convenient? Yuan Jie had not anticipated that William's request would be so simple. As the mayor, Old Huang would undoubtedly be present at the opening ceremony of the Hangzhou branch of the Martial Arts Institute. It was merely a matter of securing an additional observer's seat. This was hardly a significant issue for her. How delightful that Father William has an interest in Huaxia martial arts. It's a trivial matter. I will speak with Old Huang. Yuan Jie readily agreed. Thank you, Madam. I shall not impose further. Farewell. Father William, allow me to see you off. Just as Huang Can intended to accompany William on his departure, Wang Long silently positioned himself in front of the two. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Step aside, Huang Can said coldly. Wang Long smiled faintly as he turned to William, realizing the true nature of his intentions. If I am not mistaken, the calamities that have befallen the first municipal office these past few days are also of your orchestration, aren't they? Huang Can, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. Are you blind? Did you not see Father William assisting us in exorcising the demons? You shameless cur, still pretending? A useless wretch like you should not slander others. I truly wonder what Guanshan Yen summoned you for. Depart. You are unwelcome in our home. Yuan Jie, too, felt a twinge of displeasure. Father William had just resolved a significant predicament for their family. Though Wang Long held a distinguished status, it was unjust to falsely accuse a good man. Thus, she interjected, Mr. Wang, I implore you to step aside. I assure you that today's events shall remain confidential. A sense of self-awareness is indeed a virtue. Please refrain from uttering such absurdities. The group of bodyguards began to point and murmur about Wang Long, entirely oblivious to their own hubris. At that moment, William, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, remarked, Ladies, please do not lay blame upon this young man. I, too, was once youthful and naive, and I understand the discomfort of being publicly humiliated. I believe he will soon acclimate to it. Did you hear that? Huang Can scoffed, crossing his arms. You unjustly accuse Father William, yet he still advocates for you. He may be indifferent, but I cannot be. You must apologize to Father William today. The tide of the situation had undeniably shifted. Wang Long remained unfazed, gesturing towards the group behind him. Apologies are acceptable, but I implore Father William to once again wield his powers. The female spectre has re-emerged. In an instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. The shadows flickered ominously, instilling a profound sense of dread. Ah! Huang Can, terrified, lost all color in her face, hastily seeking refuge behind William. Father, quickly, the female ghost is still alive. You must act. William's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How is this possible? With a flick of his finger, Wang Long summoned the female ghost, who floated before William, causing him to retreat in terror. At this moment, Wang Long chuckled. Come on, Father William, isn't this female ghost your defeated foe? Quickly eliminate her. To his astonishment, William trembled all over, devoid of the earlier aura of a sage. Yuan Jie couldn't help but inquire, Father William, what is happening to you? Please, unleash your powers. I. William gazed apprehensively at the flickering female ghost, his complexion a ghastly yellow. Wang Long smiled as he extended 2 fingers, curious to see if it was true. Please, open your eyes. With a snap, as Wang Long's fingers descended, a bolt of lightning struck down with overwhelming force, striking William directly. Ah! William cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Father William, is this all you can manage? Don't give up just yet. There's still fire to come. Wang Long swiftly executed his incantation, extending his fingers once more. With a whoosh, flames erupted, instantly igniting William's garments. Ah! Oh my God! William cried out in agony, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. At that moment, Wang Long raised his fingers again. Father William, I possess not only the powers of thunder and fire, but also of wind and water. There is no time like the present for a thorough exchange. The room was soon filled with a howling gale. Consequently, dark clouds gathered ominously above William, followed by a torrential downpour that drenched him completely, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Huang Can and Yuan Jie stood in stunned silence, astonished by Wang Long's profound mastery of the arcane arts, capable of summoning the very elements. Yet, the rigid specter continued to loom, unaffected by the spectacle unfolding before them. At this moment, with a swift motion, Wang Long raised his hand towards the ghostly figure of the woman. A resounding thud echoed as if something had fallen to the ground. In an instant, the specter vanished, prompting everyone to gaze downwards, their expressions shifting dramatically. This is an invisible drone, Huang Can exclaimed. Could it be that everything Father William had just performed was merely a holographic projection emitted by this drone? Chapter 86. The weight of 5,000 years? Can you endure it? Huang Can felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. Having studied information technology abroad, the sudden appearance of the ghost had unsettled her. She should have recognized it sooner. No wonder she felt no tangible sensation when William summoned the lightning. It turned out to be mere theatrics. My goodness, William has deceived us. He is not exorcising demons but rather entertaining us with a show. Huang Can declared vehemently. What? Yuan Jie glared at William. William, you are the true deceiver. What are your intentions? William scrambled to his feet, his cold gaze fixated on Wang Long. Wang Long, how could my meticulously crafted plan be thwarted by you? Do not presume that your sorcery grants you victory. In the face of technology, it is utterly insignificant. Amidst his boisterous laughter, drones began to emerge, their presence ominous. The sound of bullets being chambered filled the air. Each drone was equipped with a submachine gun, the dark muzzles exuding an eerie aura. Protect the lady, Guan Shanyan bellowed, as a group of bodyguards encircled Yuan Jie and her daughter. William, what do you intend to do? Huang Can inquired. Miss Huang, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not brought me here, how would I have had the opportunity to engage with the mayor and his wife? A month ago, I initiated my plan, sending my subordinates to create various accidents, leading you to believe you were under a curse, thus allowing me to accompany you to Hangzhou under the guise of exorcism. It is unfortunate that this young brat has ruined my efforts, yet the outcome remains the same. As long as I can use you as hostages to blackmail Huang Weihua, I can still attend the opening ceremony and fulfill my mission. Ha 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 ha. William, who are you truly? Huang Can was bewildered. Since she had known William, he had always presented himself as a priest. How could the current William seem so foreign? Me? William sneered. I am the 8th-ranked assassin on the global hit list, known as the priest. An assassin? What business do you have in my home? Yuan Jie asked. Allow me to elucidate. Wang Long interjected with a smile. If I am not mistaken, he has been hired by his American masters to eliminate the younger generation of martial artists during the opening ceremony of the Hangzhou branch, thereby stifling the vital forces of Huaxia. Correct? William cast a sinister glance at Wang Long. Young man, being too clever can be detrimental. You could have remained uninvolved, yet you chose to meddle. I can spare others, but you have made me suffer greatly. Today, you shall die. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Guan Shanyan charged towards William, her fist clenched and ready to strike. A malevolent smirk curled at the corners of William's lips. Earlier, when the ghostly image reappeared, he had briefly believed it to be real, causing him to falter. However, now, no one could harm him. Just as Guan Shanyan's punch was about to land, a uniquely designed drone appeared directly above William, its cannon aimed at her. With a crackling sound reminiscent of frying meat, a spiral beam shot forth, piercing through Guan Shanyan's chest. Blood spewed from her mouth, her complexion drained of color as she staggered back, kneeling on one knee. With a swift motion, Wang Long sent forth 3 silver needles that pierced the chest of Guan Shanyan. Approaching, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Guan Shanyan offered a grim smile and shook his head. "I am fine. Fortunately, the cultivation technique I practice allows me to shift my internal organs. Otherwise, a strike to the heart would have sealed my fate. I apologize, Mr. Wang. I was careless." At that moment, William erupted into maniacal laughter. "Foolish people of Xia, do you truly believe your martial arts are invincible? We are in an era of technology. How does it feel to confront an electromagnetic cannon? Ha! Before you lies but one path. Kneel and submit." Surrounding them was a menacing swarm of drones, poised to unleash their firepower. The drone hovering above William was capable of firing a devastating electromagnetic cannon. It is worth noting that Guan Shanyan was a peak martial artist, yet even he was rendered helpless. The bodyguards trembled uncontrollably. While a person could contend with another individual, how could flesh and blood withstand the onslaught of drones armed with terrifying firepower? Curse it all. This is all my fault. Huang Ken lamented, regretful of his earlier decision. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have brought that scoundrel William along, allowing the enemy to exploit their vulnerabilities. "I am sorry." Yuan Jie gently patted her daughter's shoulder. "Oh, Shao Kan, I share in the blame. We were both misled. But do not worry, with Mr. Wang here, and give